Chapter 1, My Husband and Son, She No Longer Wants. Jiang Wanyue hurried to the hotel with her daughter, arriving just as her son's 5th birthday celebration commenced. Fu Hanchuan was by his son's side, the warm glow of the candles illuminating the child's delicate face. Dudu clasped his hands together and made a wish, I hope Aunt Nanqing can be my new mommy. Jiang Wanyue shivered slightly, the torrential rain outside soaking her in her effort to shield her daughter and the birthday cake from the downpour. Half of her body was drenched. Her clothes clung to her like thin ice, enveloping her entirely. Jiang Nanqing laughed heartily, how many times must I tell you? Don't call me aunt. Call me brother Xing. I'm good friends with your dad, I can only be your second dad. Her laughter echoed in the private room, filled with Jiang Nanqing's close friends, who joined in the merriment. Yet, only Jiang Nanqing dared to tease Fu Hanchuan so openly in front of so many. Dudu blinked his bright eyes and offered Jiang Nanqing a charming smile. Jiang Nanqing playfully tousled Dudu's hair, asking, why the sudden desire for a new mommy, Dudu? Dudu quickly glanced at Fu Hanchuan, because daddy likes brother Xing. Jiang Nanqing chuckled, pulling Dudu onto her lap and throwing an arm around Fu Hanchuan's shoulders. She raised an eyebrow at Fu Hanchuan, boasting, Dudu's eyes are as sharp as a hawk's. Fu Hanchuan frowned and addressed the room, children speak without restraint. He urged everyone not to take it seriously. Yet, children do not lie. Everyone knew that Fu Hanchuan and Jiang Nanqing had grown up together. Jiang Nanqing often mingled in boys' circles, much to the dismay of fuss parents. At the age of 18, Jiang Wanyue was brought back by the Jiang family, marrying Fu Hanchuan with their hopes and love, bearing him children. The crowd in the private room began to tease. Who do you prefer, your mom or brother Xing? I like brother Xing the best. Mommy is just a country bumpkin. A barely perceptible cold smile flickered in Jiang Nanqing's eyes as she held Dudu close, kissing his forehead. Jiang Wanyue felt her blood run cold. Dudu had always shied away from physical contact. Whenever Jiang Wanyue embraced him, he would squirm and resist. He was like his father, aloof and hard to approach. Yet now, Dudu sat comfortably in Jiang Nanqing's arms, smiling affectionately at her. Fu Hanchuan regarded Jiang Nanqing with a tenderness Jiang Wanyue had never witnessed before. They appeared more like a family than she ever could. Mommy. Her daughter's voice drew her back to reality. Jiang Wanyue looked down at her daughter, tears blurring her vision. What is Zuozuo's birthday wish? Her voice trembled. Zuozhuo only wants mommy. And what about daddy and Dudu? Hot tears fell onto Zuozuo's hand, and she panicked. Mommy, don't cry. I'll tell Dudu to stop clinging to auntie. Zuozhuo and Dudu were twins. When Jiang Wanyue gave birth, she suffered severe hemorrhaging. During that time, she had called Fu Hanchuan, but Jiang Nanqing had answered. Hanchuan went to buy popcorn, he's watching fireworks with me at Disney. You just focus on your delivery. The sound of fireworks crackled in Jiang Wanyue's ears. From that day forward, her heart lay in tatters. Jiang Wanyue held Zuozuo's hand and pushed open the door to the private room. Silence enveloped the room. Why is Mrs. Fu here? This was supposed to be her son and daughter's birthday celebration, yet her presence seemed to astonish everyone, as if she had no right to be there. Jiang Nanqing held Dudu protectively, silently asserting her claim. Jiang Wanyue placed the cake box on the table, her face still glistening with undried raindrops. Dudu looked up. Jiang Nanqing's makeup was pristine, her black hair fluffy and soft. When he glanced back at Jiang Wanyue, his little mouth pouted in displeasure. Jiang Wanyue opened the cake box, revealing a cake she had painstakingly crafted, adorned with cartoon images of Dudu and Zuozhuo, hand-painted over the afternoon. As she divided the cake in two, her hands trembled. Jiang Wanyue pushed half of the cake toward Dudu. Dudu, I'm here to fulfill your birthday wish. From today onward, I will no longer be your mommy. What nonsense are you talking? Fu Hanchuan snapped coldly. Jiang Wanyue turned to him, her gaze devoid of affection. We are getting a divorce. Zuozhuo will stay with me, and Dudu will go with you. Mommy, are you just throwing a tantrum? Dudu, wise beyond his years, looked at Jiang Wanyue with the same coldness as Fu Hanchuan. Can you please not be difficult? I don't enjoy celebrating my birthday with you because you always monitor what I eat. Dudu glanced at the cake decorated with cartoon faces, finding it ugly. And I'm tired of your cakes. Today, I want to eat the cake brother Xing gives me. Shuozhua exclaimed, Dudu. You can't eat outside cakes, you'll have an allergic reaction. There isn't much milk in the cake. Jiang Nanqing interjected, her tone laced with reproach. Dudu is a boy, don't pamper him too much. His milk allergy is because Sister Wanyue is overly cautious and doesn't let Dudu have milk. Jiang Nanqing leaned down and asked the child in her arms, Dudu, will you trust me? You must eat more cake containing dairy this way, you'll build antibodies, and you won't be allergic to milk anymore. Dudu nodded vigorously, I trust Brother Sheng. Mommy is from the countryside, she knows nothing. Jiang Wanyu's laughter shattered, her breath flooding her nostrils with a taste of iron. She had married Fu Hanchuan for 7 years, without ever warming his heart. Raising Dudu for 5 years, the flesh and blood she had given him became daggers aimed at her. If you don't like my cake, then throw it away. It felt as though a blade had sliced through her throat, leaving a metallic sweetness in her mouth. Dudu, all along, whatever you needed, I have done my utmost to fulfill. If you wish for a new mommy, then I will make room for Jiang Nanqing. She addressed her son, this is mommy's final wish for you, happy birthday. Jiang Wanyue took Zuozuo's hand and softly said, let's go. She no longer wanted her son or her husband. Jiang Wanyue. Fu Hanchuan called out, his cold, handsome features cloaked in frost, you truly believe the words of a child? Yes, I do. Tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon, we shall meet at the Rongjiang Civil Affairs Bureau. Don't be late. Jiang Wanyue looked at the man she had loved for 7 years, her gaze now filled with resolve. As she turned away, she noticed a tall, striking man standing at the door. The light illuminated his sharply defined features, his gaze fixed on her as if watching a captivating performance. Jiang Wanyue recognized him, Shenan, the crown prince of the Beijing elite, superficially friendly with Fu Hanchuan, yet secretly at odds with him. At Dudu and Zuozuo's birthday party, Fu Hanchuan had invited prominent figures, but it was unexpected that he managed to lure in Shenan, a prestigious guest. Jiang Nanqing immediately placed Dudu back in his chair, her excitement palpable as she waved her hands, hey. Shenan, I called you, and you came. I didn't come for you, Shenan replied, not sparing her a glance. His gaze swept the room, finding Jiang Wanyue already departing. Shenan's lips curled into a smirk, a charming dimple appearing. He turned to Fu Hanchuan, your sister-in-law is leaving you, so what should I call you now? She won't be leaving me. Fu Hanchuan asserted confidently.
Chapter 2 When will she return? Jiang Nanqing turned her head and made a face at Fu Hanchuan. Wanyue has misunderstood us again, I will go explain it to her, there's nothing to explain. She's simply too sensitive. Fu Hanchuan's expression remained indifferent as he glanced at the leftover half of the birthday cake that Jiang Wanyue had left behind, his brow slightly furrowed, with Fu Hanchuan's decisive tone. Those around them breathed a collective sigh of relief. Jiang Wanyue had stormed off in anger. What was the big deal? Others chimed in. The sister-in-law is just upset, Hanchuan will coax her once he returns. Indeed, how could she truly divorce Hanchuan? Everyone knew that Jiang Wanyue nearly sacrificed her life to bear him a child. She might regret leaving the moment she stepped out the door. Come, let us eat cake. By the time Hanchuan returned home, Jiang Wanyue would likely be waiting at the door like a stone statue longing for her husband. Fu Hanchuan's brow eased, he could already envision Jiang Wanyue timidly standing at the entrance. Carefully trying to please him. As he savored the delectable cake that Jiang Nanqing had brought him, the cream filled his mouth, sending a delightful tingling sensation across his tongue, yet he remained unfazed. His mother was oblivious to his feelings, which was simply splendid. As the birthday celebration concluded, Fu Hanchuan sat in the car, resting with his eyes closed, the shadows cast by the light streaming through the window flickered across his face. Daddy, I'm itchy, Dudu whined like a little kitten. Fu Hanchuan opened his eyes and turned on the overhead light, only to see Dudu's face flushed, his hands incessantly scratching at his body, breathing heavily. Fu Hanchuan immediately pried Dudu's hands apart, revealing a rash covering his neck. Dudu was having an allergic reaction. Fu Hanchuan's expression remained impassive as he pulled out his phone and dialed Jiang Wanyue's number. The call connected, but just as he was about to speak, he heard the voice on the other end say, the number you have dialed is currently unavailable. A surge of anger welled up in his narrow, elongated eyes. The child was suffering from an allergy, and Jiang Wanyue was indifferent. Fu Hanchuan instructed the driver to accelerate, heading back to the Fu residence. Upon returning home with Dudu in his arms, he instinctively glanced towards the foyer, which was eerily empty. Jiang Wanyue was not waiting at the door as she usually did. Wang Ma hurried over, noticing Dudu's constant whimpering. What's wrong with the young master? Allergic reaction, Fu Hanchuan replied tersely, removing his shoes. How could this happen? Madam is usually very strict about the young master's diet. Where's Jiang Wanyue? Fu Hanchuan continued walking, cradling Dudu as he entered the living room. Madam and Miss have gone to stay at her family home for the night. A chill enveloped Fu Hanchuan's brow. How could Jiang Wanyue act so petulantly at a time like this? Did she think that without her, the Fu family would come begging for her return, whereas the allergy medication, his voice, lacking emotional fluctuation, radiated an overwhelming sense of pressure towards Wang Ma? I don't know. She blurted out, only to receive a deadly glare from Fu Hanchuan. Wang Ma shrank back, whispering in explanation, the medicine cabinet is managed by Madam. After all, there had been incidents in the past where she hadn't properly stored the medicine, leading Dudu and Juju to mistake the pills for candy. Fortunately, they had only consumed vitamins, which prevented any serious issues, but Jiang Wanyue had scolded Wang Ma over it. Wang Ma had then reported to the elderly Mrs. Fu, resulting in Jiang Wanyue being chastised by her mother-in-law, and from that moment on Jiang Wanyue forbade Wang Ma from touching the medicine cabinet again. An hour later, the family doctor administered an injection to Dudu, and the rash on his body subsided. Dudu lay feebly on the children's bed, tears pooling in his eyes, unable to fall. Fu Hanchuan stood tall by the bed, arms crossed over his chest, emanating a chilling aura that made Dudu instinctively clutch his little blanket tighter. Daddy, please don't tell Shango that I had an allergy, and don't blame him either. It's all Mommy's fault. She usually doesn't let me have milk. If I could have just a little more milk, I wouldn't be afraid of allergies. The innocent voice received no response from Fu Hanchuan. The doctor had informed him that Dudu's condition was stable, and thus he turned to leave. Normally, when Dudu experienced a headache or fever, it was Jiang Wanyue who took care of him, but even in her absence, the Fu family had a doctor who could easily handle Dudu's ailments. Fu Hanchuan relaxed and returned to his room. Ever since Jiang Wanyue became pregnant, they had slept in separate rooms, and his was devoid of any traces of her presence. To both Fu Hanchuan and Dudu, Jiang Wanyue had become entirely superfluous. Morning, Fu Hanchuan awoke at the appointed hour, rising to reach for the water cup on his nightstand, only to find it empty. Typically, Jiang Wanyue would rise earlier than him, leaving a cup of salt water by his bedside. Fu Hanchuan felt a wave of irritation as he stepped out of his room, hearing Dudu making a commotion in the children's room. His son, prone to morning grumpiness, required considerable coaxing from Jiang Wanyue each time he awoke. Wang Ma had finally managed to get Dudu to the bathroom. Dudu climbed onto a wooden stool, standing beside the sink. He picked up his toothbrush and turned to Wang Ma, asking, "Why didn't you squeeze any toothpaste for me?" Upon grabbing his water cup, his expression soured further upon discovering it was empty. "Sorry, young master." Wang Ma hurriedly stepped forward to squeeze toothpaste and fill the cup with water. "This isn't my toothpaste." Dudu protested, dissatisfied. His toothpaste was a sparkling blue gel. "I'm sorry," Wang Ma replied, feeling overwhelmed. She was not accustomed to these tasks, as they were typically handled by Madame. At the dining table, Fu Hanchuan spotted a lackluster breakfast and casually commanded, "Make a serving of Scotch eggs." Wang Ma was momentarily stunned. "I want Scotch eggs too," Dudu chimed in. Wang Ma, breaking into a cold sweat, took out her phone. "I'll call Madame to ask how to make those eggs." Early in the morning, Jiang Wanyue was roused from her slumber by the ringing of her phone. She distinctly remembered turning off her alarm set for 5 o'clock. Groggily, she answered the call. "Madam, the sir and young master want those Scotch eggs." "I don't know how to make them." Jiang Wanyue rubbed her tired eyes. "I'll send you the recipe." Wang Ma quickly scanned the instructions Jiang Wanyue sent and fell silent. The Scotch egg required boiling the egg, peeling it, wrapping it in marinated chicken, coating it in breadcrumbs, and then frying it until golden brown. Jiang Wanyue had noted that Fu Hanchuan preferred soft-boiled eggs, which required only 5 minutes of boiling and 3 minutes of frying over low heat, while Dudu liked them fully cooked, needing 8 minutes of boiling and 4 minutes of frying. Wang Ma hastily asked, "Madam, when do you plan to return? This egg recipe is too complicated. It's better to wait for you to come back to make it." "I am not returning." Wang Ma was taken aback as Jiang Wanyue's flat voice resonated. "From now on, you need not contact me for anything regarding the Fu family. I will send you all my notes from my time here." Please don't." Wang Ma's plea was abruptly cut off by Jiang Wanyue. Jiang Wanyue glanced at the time on her phone, rolled over, embraced her daughter, and drifted back to sleep. Wang Ma returned to the dining room in a daze, rubbing her hands together, looking flustered. "Sir, I'm sorry, but that Scotch egg is too complicated. I cannot make it." "Have you managed to contact her?" The man's voice was notably cold. "Yes, Madam sent me the recipe." "But did she mention when she would return?" Chapter 3 Mommy no longer wants you. Fu Hanchuan's request for Scotch eggs was essentially a means to prompt Wang Ma to reach out to Jiang Wanyue. He was subtly providing Jiang Wanyue with an opportunity to come back. "Madam said she won tea return." And cough. Fu Hanchuan choked on his coffee, unable to suppress his coughing fit. Wang Ma sensed something was amiss. "Are the sir and madam quarreling? Mind your own business," the man snapped, causing the temperature in the dining room to plummet several degrees. Wang Ma instinctively shrank her neck, afraid to speak further. Fu Hanchuan tightened his grip on the mug in his hand. How could Jiang Wanyue possibly not return? She should be preparing a thoughtful lunch to deliver to his office by noon. In the past, when Jiang Wanyue had upset him, she would personally bring lunch to his office to make amends. Zhu Zhu sat at the dining table, her eyes lighting up upon seeing breakfast. Wow, century egg and chicken congee. Zhu Zhu adored century egg and chicken congee, whereas Dudu would gag at the sight of century eggs. In the Fu household, Jiang Wanyue rarely cooked congee, as neither Fu Hanchuan nor Dudu favored it. Even the elderly Mrs. Fu had remarked that congee was food for the impoverished, consumed only when there wasn't enough rice to eat. Within the Fu family, meals had to adhere to scientific nutritional standards, although Jiang Wanyue believed that her congee was nutritious and beneficial for her children's digestion. When she added chicken, century eggs, and vegetables, she would be mocked by the Fu family for serving slop that looked unappetizing. After she had specially prepared chicken and vegetable congee without century eggs for Dudu, only to have him throw it in the trash. She never cooked congee again. She had taught Dudu not to waste food, yet he had angrily retorted, "This is what pigs eat. How could you serve it to me, mommy? You really must be from the countryside." Jiang Wanyue felt a pang in her heart, realizing that Zhu Zhu had already finished her chicken congee. Zhu Zhu patted her belly, gazing at the now gleaming bowl, still wanting more. "Is it only at Grandma's house that we can eat century egg and chicken congee?" Jiang Wanyue reassured her, "From now on we can eat whatever we want. We don't need to consider anyone else." Zhu Zhu suggested, "Then tomorrow mommy shouldn't cook. Let us take a break. We can go eat at a restaurant." Jiang Wanyue was momentarily stunned, having instinctively fulfilled her role as a mother by preparing breakfast for her daughter. She had forgotten that in life, she should first be herself before being a mother. "Alright." The smile adorning Jiang Wanyue's face resembled the gentle warmth of the rising sun. As she drove Zhuang Zhuang to kindergarten, her gaze fell upon the luxurious Cullinan belonging to the Fu family. Dudu, with a backpack slung over his shoulder, hopped out of the car, prompting Jiang Wanyue to divert her attention. Dudu bounded over to Zhuang Zhuang, brandishing a paper bag. "Look. This is the wax bottle candy that Brother Shang bought for me." He proudly showcased a wax bottle candy shaped like a bear, exclaiming, "This is pistachio raspberry flavor." Unmoved, Zhuang Zhuang replied, "Mommy says eating too much candy will rot your teeth, and wax bottle candy isn't healthy." Dudu stuck out his tongue and made a face, declaring, "I have a new mommy now. The old mommy can't control me." Pouting with delight, he continued, "Brother Shang told me to share the wax bottle candy with the other kids. Except for you, little piglet." With her robust figure standing in stark contrast to Dudu's frail constitution, Zhuang Zhuang felt even more formidable. Previously, Dudu had been admonished by Jiang Wanyue not to give Zhuang Zhuang nicknames like the other children. But now he had become brazen, clutching the straps of her backpack. Zhuang Zhuang's eyes brimmed with tears. "Dudu, if you keep this up, mommy will really not want you anymore. It's I who no longer want her." "Who would care for a mommy who only makes pig food?" Dudu retorted, sprinting into the schoolyard with his paper bag in hand. Infuriated, Zhuang Zhuang seized a small stone at the school gate. Gritting her teeth as she glared at Dudu's retreating figure, ultimately, she placed the stone back down, patting her chest to remind herself that girls must endure and remain composed. Upon returning to his office, Fu Hanchuan discovered an exquisite three-tiered thermal lunchbox on his desk. He smirked. Regardless of how strained their relationship had become, Jiang Wanyue always prepared lunch and delivered it to his office. His phone rang, and he answered. "Hanchuan, have you had lunch yet? Is the bento I made delicious?" came Jiang Nansheng's voice from the other end. "You made the bento?" The man's eyes betrayed an unrecognized displeasure. "Yes, surprised. It's my first time cooking for you, and I've already cut my fingers several times," she complained over the phone, before adding, "So you should cherish this lunch I made, as I won't be doing it again." Fu Hanchuan's voice grew heavy. "Understood, I'll get back to work." Just a reminder, don't forget to use the restroom when you're busy. Be careful of kidney problems." After hanging up on Jiang Nansheng, Fu Hanchuan glanced at the bento box before him, devoid of any desire to open it. He summoned his secretary. "Did my wife bring lunch today?" "No, madam has not come to the office yet." Fu Hanchuan's handsome features darkened with a layer of frost. He instructed his secretary to consume the bento box, and when his wife arrived, to inform her that he had already eaten and to take the lunchbox back with her. The secretary belched, hesitant to inquire further, and left the president's office with the bento box in hand. Fu Hanchuan waited from noon until afternoon, yet Jiang Wanyue did not come to deliver his lunch. In the conference room, his phone vibrated, and for the third time, he declined Jiang Wanyue's call. She had once again breached his taboo by calling him during work hours. Moments later, Jiang Wanyue's call came through again. Fu Hanchuan answered, his tone frigid as ice. "I've already had lunch, there's no need to bring the bento." Fu Hanchuan, "I'm already at the Civil Affairs Bureau, where are you?" Jiang Wanyue's words rendered him momentarily speechless. Recalling that she had mentioned meeting at the Civil Affairs Bureau at 3 o'clock yesterday, was she serious? An inexplicable irritation surged within him. Jiang Wanyue, enough, stop bringing up the divorce incessantly. The woman on the phone had resolutely made her decision. "I will wait for you until the Civil Affairs Bureau closes." Infuriated, the man retorted, "If you leave me, what will you be? Do you think the Jiang family will allow you, their long-lost daughter, to return and live off them?" The conference room fell into silence, the executives scarcely daring to breathe. Jiang Wanyue's voice was as calm and frigid as lake water. Fu Hanchuan, "If I leave you, I will no longer be Mrs. Fu Da, I simply wish to return to being Jiang Wanyu. If the Jiang family no longer wants me, I will revert to my original surname. Being with you is exhausting. It feels as if I am the only one exerting effort to love you. To love RSON. At this point, Jiang Wanyu couldn't help but chuckle. I believe there will never be a path more rugged than our marriage. Chapter 4. I am no longer Dudu's mother. The man on the other end of the line had already hung up. Jiang Wanyu settled back into her car, pressing the accelerator as her vehicle sped away from the parking space. She failed to notice a sleek black sports car trailing closely behind her. The scenery along the roadside whizzed past in a blur as the silver Volvo transformed into a streak of lightning upon the asphalt. Jiang Wanyu's dark eyes fixed firmly ahead. It had been a long time since she had driven so fast. Her adrenaline surged, mirroring the needle on the dashboard as it reached its peak. She overtook 3 ostentatiously colored sports cars, prompting exclamations from their occupants. Wow, who is that? One of the passengers in another sports car instructed his subordinate via Bluetooth. Find out who owns that license plate. One modified sports car after another fell behind as Jiang Wanyu maintained her speed through the curves. The voices of several affluent youngsters crackled through their earpieces. I found out that it's a Jiang family car. A puzzled voice inquired. The Jiang family? Could the driver be Jiang Nanshang? Is she really that impressive? Did she hide her skills from us in previous races? The silver Volvo wound its way up the mountain road, closely pursued by a solitary black Ferrari. Shinan smirked, a wayward strand of hair falling over his brow. He had once witnessed the spirited Jiang Wanyu, a youthful prodigy who entered the elite class at Huazhong University of Science and Technology at 14, clinched gold medals at the IMO competition for 3 consecutive years, and at 19 obtained a racing license and broke into the top 10 of the World Rally Championship. Her path had been illuminated, accompanied always by applause and accolades, yet, in her 3rd year of doctoral studies, she chose to withdraw, dedicating herself wholeheartedly to the role of a devoted wife and mother, becoming a full-time wife in a wealthy family. From then on, her car was equipped with a child seat, and her speed never again exceeded 70 kilometers per hour. The tires screeched against the pavement, producing a jarring sound, and a cloud of white smoke erupted as Jiang Wanyu's vehicle suddenly halted. Shinan's Ferrari sped past, leaving him to glimpse the Volvo parked at the roadside through the rearview mirror. Jiang Wanyu swiped her phone screen, and the voice of Zhuang's homeroom teacher came through the car's audio system. Madam Fu, please come to the school promptly. Fu Gidu brought wax bottle candy today and shared it with the other children, resulting in several of them suffering from stomachaches. Jiang Wanyu was still recovering from the adrenaline rush of her reckless driving. Mrs. Zhou, I am no longer Fu Gidu's mother. If anything happens at school, please contact his father instead. There is no need to reach out to me. Jiang Wanyu swept her hair away from her face, her voice resolute and unyielding. I will no longer involve myself. What? The homeroom teacher was taken aback, but given the circumstances at the kindergarten, she felt compelled to seek Jiang Wanyu's resolution. Fu Gidu claimed that the wax bottle candy was given to him by you. Several children nearly choked on the beeswax, and had we not intervened in time, the consequences would have been dire. Currently several mothers are here. Mrs. Fu, please hurry to the kindergarten to provide an explanation. Dudu and Zhuang attended an elite bilingual kindergarten, where the children were either wealthy or noble. As the homeroom teacher spoke on the phone, Jiang Wanyu could hear the angry inquiries of women on the other end. Have you reached Mrs. Fu? How could she allow her son to bring such things to kindergarten? My child is so small, he doesn't even understand that beeswax needs to be spat out. His throat is bleeding, Jiang Wanyu inquired. May I speak with my daughter, Changzhou? Of course, please hold, mommy. Zhuang's sweet voice chimed in Jiang Wanyu's ear. Zhuang, did you eat the wax bottle candy? Duda said I'm a little piglet. He shared the wax bottle candy with all the other kids, but wouldn't he share it with me? Jiang Wanyu felt a slight relief. Do you know who gave Duda the wax bottle candy? It was my aunt. Jiang Wanyu had already anticipated this answer. Fu Hanchuan had always supported Jiang Nanshang, and Duda followed suit. Just as Zhuang finished speaking, Duda's furious shout erupted from the other end of the phone. The wax bottle candy was given to me by mommy, not by brother Shang. Dudu, you're lying. Shut up. Jiang Wanyu was oblivious to the chaos unfolding on the other end of the line until she soon heard Dudu's wails. The homeroom teacher shouted, Fu Qingzhou, don't hit Fu Gidu. Relieved that her daughter was not being bullied, Jiang Wanyu ended the call and immediately dialed Wang Ma's number. Wang Ma, I just received a call from Dudu's homeroom teacher. She mentioned that the wax bottle candy Dudu brought was very popular among the other children, and she hopes you can send more wax bottle candy to the school right now. What wax bottle candy? Wang Ma replied, perplexed. However, after Jiang Wanyu explained, she hung up the phone. Wang Ma recalled that the driver had mentioned encountering Jiang Nanshang on the way to school that day. Wang Ma promptly questioned the driver and confirmed that Jiang Nanshang had provided the wax bottle candy. Wang Ma then called Jiang Nanshang. Nanshang, where did you buy that wax bottle candy? Dudu's classmates all hold him in high regard, and his homeroom teacher has requested that I send some wax bottle candy to the school. A wave of joy washed over Jiang Nanshang's heart. She now had the opportunity to present herself as Dudu's new mother in front of a larger audience. I shall procure some wax bottle candy and deliver it to the kindergarten. Sparing Wang Ma the trouble, Wang Ma readily agreed. Very well, I appreciate your help. Jiang Wanyue, with one hand gripping the steering wheel, lightly tapped it with her index finger. At that moment, someone rapped on the car window. As the glass descended, a finger, delicate as jade and distinctly jointed, presented a business card before her. The black card, embossed in gold, bore the name Shannon, partner at the Yuanzheng law firm. Should you require divorce consultation, feel free to give me a call, he stated. Jiang Wanyue accepted the card, recalling that Mr. Shin was a premier lawyer within the Beijing circle, his fees exorbitantly high. Shannon, with one hand tucked into his trouser pocket, donned a suit devoid of a tie, the collar of his shirt casually open, revealing a hint of his throat. I can waive the fee, he offered. Jiang Wanyue smiled. Beyond monetary compensation, I have little else to offer you. 5 years prior, he had abandoned his doctoral studies midway to inform her father of his intention to marry. The old man's health had recently declined. Perhaps you should visit him when you have the time. If you do, I shall represent you in court free of charge. Shanan's father, Shin Tunghua, had once served as the dean of the mathematics and science faculty at Peking University and was her doctoral supervisor. During her early days at Huazhong University of Science and Technology, Dean Shin often hovered around her, urging her to mature quickly and apply to be his doctoral student. Later, as she pursued her doctorate at Peking University, Shin Tunghua worked her hard, insisting she expedite her progress, cautioning that foreign sanctions could soon cripple their research endeavors. Jiang Wanyue juggled her studies between Peking University and the Fu family, where Mrs. Fu enrolled her in culinary, floral arrangement, and art appreciation classes, aspiring to mold her into a suitable wife for a wealthy family. Caught in the dilemma of balancing career and academia, the year she became pregnant. After spotting, she approached Shin Tunghua to withdraw from her studies. I cannot bear to face him. She could not forget the look in Shin Tunghua's eyes. There was no anger or reproach, only a silent turning away. Refusing to utter another word, Shinan leaned against the car door, gazing down at Jiang Wanyue, confined within the narrow confines of the vehicle. In youth, falling in love was excusable. In maturity, relinquishing something was not a mistake. There are still those waiting for you, as long as you possess the courage to start anew. Chapter 5. The final return to the Fu family. Jiang Nanching alighted from her modified motorcycle. Holding a paper bag, the security guard stared, captivated by the woman clad in form-fitting yoga pants. Jiang Nanching casually tossed her loose hair and greeted the guard before entering the kindergarten. She had already inquired about Dudu's class and approached the homeroom teacher with a smile. Hello, I brought wax bottle candy for Fu Gitu. I've heard it was quite popular among the other children. The homeroom teacher scrutinized Jiang Nanching. So you are the one who encouraged Fu Gitu to bring wax bottle candy to school? Jiang Nanching's eyes sparkled. Indeed, these candies were made by a friend of mine, using top-quality beeswax. Suddenly, a thunderous voice erupted behind her. You nearly choked my son. As she turned, a resounding slap landed squarely on her face, sending stars swirling before her eyes. What was that for? She exclaimed. For being such a troublemaker. Jiang Nanching was not one to be easily cowed, tasting the metallic tang of blood on her lip. She lunged at several parents, engaging in a scuffle. At the end of the kindergarten day, Jiang Wanyue arrived to pick up Zhozhou, who animatedly recounted the scene of Jiang Nanching being struck. Dudu had wanted to intervene, but Zhozhou had pulled him away by the collar. Bruised and battered, Jiang Nanching, accompanied by Dudu, requested an early dismissal from the teacher. Other mothers, recognizing Jiang Nanching, hurled insults her way, leaving Zhozhou bewildered by their harsh words. As Jojo sat in her child's seat, gazing out at the familiar scenery, she asked, Mommy, are we going home? Her bright eyes dimmed at Jiang Wanyue's response. This is our last visit to the Fu family. Madam, miss, you have returned, Wang Ma exclaimed upon sighting Jiang Wanyue, her heart finally at ease. Jiang Wanyue had only been away for a day and a night, yet the household staff were nearing their limits. I've come to collect a few belongings, Jiang Wanyue stated. Wang Ma, without further thought, merely reminded her, Miss Nancheng is at home. As Jiang Wanyue led Zhozhou into the living room, they overheard Jiang Nancheng cursing. Those fat hags, I refuse to stoop to their level. If I ever laid hands on them, I would obliterate their insides. Hanchuan, be gentle. Jiang Nancheng was seated on the sofa as Fu Hanchuan tended to her wounds with a cotton swab. Dudu, filled with concern, asked Sister Shang, does it hurt? I'm tough as nails. It doesn't hurt at all. Hanchuan, don't be so rough. Jiang Nancheng winced, readying to kick Fu Hanchuan in the thigh. He admonished, sit still. Seeing the bruises adorning Jiang Nancheng's face only deepened Dudu's sense of guilt. It's my fault. I let Sister Shang get hurt. Pouting, Dudu lowered his head when he dared to glance up at Fu Hanchuan. He noticed the man, who had never shown concern for his mother when she was burned or cut while slicing fruit, now personally applying medicine to Jiang Nancheng. In Fu Hanchuan's eyes, she was the most significant person. Dudu turned to see Jiang Wanyue and Zhozhou entering. His demeanor soured. He turned his face away, unwilling to engage with them. Jiang Nancheng leaned forward, her hands propped behind her, drawing closer to Fu Hanchuan. Sister Wanyue, you finally decided to return. Her tone dripped with sarcasm. Fu Hanchuan did not cast a glance in Jiang Wanyue's direction, simply instructing, Nancheng's clothes are dirty, go fetch her a few outfits from the wardrobe. In his eyes and heart, only Jiang Nancheng mattered. Jiang Wanyu dismissed Fu Hanchuan's command, taking Zhozhou upstairs instead. He had once vowed at their wedding to care for Jiang Wanyu for a lifetime, leading her to believe he loved her. After Dudu and Zhozhou were born, they had begun to sleep apart, with her mother-in-law advising her to be sensible, to care for the children and not disturb Fu Hanchuan's busy life. One day, while delivering a bowl of pear and tremella soup, she overheard Fu Hanchuan on the phone saying, "We've long been sleeping apart. How would I know if she snores?" Jiang Wanyu quietly set down the soup and exited the room. She had become too clingy. Didn't he find her somewhat bothersome at times? From that day forth, she devoted herself wholly to her children. When Jiang Wanyu's figure vanished upstairs, Jiang Nancheng finally spoke up. "Sister Wanyu seems a bit upset. She must still be angry with me." Fu Hanchuan, diligently tending to Jiang Nancheng's wounds, replied, "There's no need to concern yourself with her." He understood that Jiang Wanyu, having taken Zhozhou back to her family, would not remain away for long. After Jiang Nancheng left, Jiang Wanyu would soon return, eager to please him. Dudu, sulking nearby, muttered, "It's all Zhuzhou's fault. If she hadn't pulled me back, I could have protected Sister Shang." Jiang Nancheng wrapped her arms around Dudu. "You may still be young, but to Sister Shang, you and your father are both formidable men." Being compared to Fu Hanchuan, Dudu bit his lip, a smile creeping into his eyes as admiration filled his gaze. Before long, Jiang Wanyu and Zhozhou descended. Jiang Wanyu lugged a 28-inch suitcase while Zhozhou assisted by lifting the rear wheels, though naturally strong. Jiang Wanyu refused to let Zhozhou carry anything heavier than herself for the sake of her health. Zhozhou also bore a small backpack and clutched a teddy bear in the other hand. Jiang Nancheng exclaimed in surprise, "Sister Wanyu, where are you off to with such a large suitcase?" Fu Hanchuan turned his gaze to the suitcase, a layer of icy displeasure settling in his deep-set eyes. "What trouble are you stirring now?" Breathless, Jiang Wanyu dropped the suitcase to the ground. She struggled to remove her wedding ring and placed it on the coffee table before Fu Hanchuan. She noted how his fingers, long and smooth as jade, had never worn a wedding ring in their 7 years of marriage. Meanwhile, years of weight gain had left an indelible mark on her finger where the ring had once resided. Fu Hanchuan's sharp brows furrowed, his breath icy. "Jiang Wanyu, enough. Another trip back to your family and removing your ring. This behavior is rather childish." Jiang Wanyu's gaze flicked to Fu Hanchuan's wrist, then swept over Jiang Nancheng's wrist. She chuckled, "Oh, I see you've both donned matching couple watches." Only then did Fu Hanchuan glance at Jiang Nancheng's wrist, noting she wore a matching ladies' watch. "Sister Wanyu, while Hanchuan and I share the same style of watch, the significance of these timepieces on our wrists is entirely different. We wear them as brotherly tokens." Jiang Nancheng muttered in defiance, "So what if Hanchuan and I grew up together? We both wear the same style of watch." Suddenly, Jiang Nancheng recalled something and retrieved a square box from her sports backpack. "Hanchuan knows you're upset, so he specifically asked me to choose a gift for you. Sister Wanyu, please accept this gift. And let's put the birthday party incident behind us." As Jiang Nancheng opened the ornate box for Jiang Wanyu to see, it revealed a crudely crafted 4-leaf clover necklace. Tilting her head innocently, she revealed that she wore an identical necklace, albeit an expensive and exquisite authentic piece. Chapter 6, Fu Hanchuan, I no longer love you. Jiang Wanyu's mind went blank, as if a colossal wave had crashed upon her, tearing at her body and igniting her anger and humiliation. With an expression of indifference, she extended her hand to take the necklace. Jiang Nancheng's eyes sparkled with a mocking glint, leaning against the sofa. Fu Hanchuan averted his gaze at Jiang Wanyu, like a loyal dog, was ignored one moment and beckoned the next, eagerly wagging her tail. Using a finger, Jiang Wanyu hooked the necklace from Jiang Nancheng's neck and placed both necklaces side by side. "Nancheng, the one on your neck has better quality than this imitation. Shall we swap?" If she directly pointed out that it was a counterfeit, Jiang Nancheng would concoct numerous excuses to evade responsibility. She aimed to have Jiang Nancheng suffer in silence. The delicate necklace tightened around Jiang Nancheng's nape, leaving her visibly flustered. She had anticipated that Jiang Wanyu would foolishly wear the fake necklace and become the subject of ridicule. Yet Jiang Wanyu could effortlessly discern the superior quality of the two. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Jiang Nancheng hurriedly glanced at Fu Hanchuan's expression. The so-called peace offering was her own initiative, a gesture she assumed was on Fu Hanchuan's behalf. She could not let Fu Hanchuan think she deliberately bought a fake necklace for Jiang Wanyu. "Sister Wanyu, whatever you want, just tell me." Jiang Nancheng generously removed the necklace from her neck and offered the authentic piece to Jiang Wanyu, who declined to take it. Instead, Jiang Wanyu leisurely placed the imitation necklace around Jiang Nancheng's neck. "This suits you better." Jiang Nancheng's face flushed crimson. "Suit better? This fake necklace costs $29.09, while my authentic one is worth over 10,000. Jiang Wanyu took the genuine necklace from Jiang Nancheng's hand and tossed it into the trash. "Sister Wanyu, if you're angry with me, just express it directly. Why waste a necklace?" Jiang Nancheng's voice was interrupted by Jiang Wanyu. "If you cherish that necklace, pick it up and wear it yourself." "Wanyu, don't you want to reconcile with Hanchuan?" Jiang Nancheng exclaimed, attempting to remove the fake necklace from her neck, feeling as though she might develop an allergic reaction from wearing it even a moment longer. I am not here to reconcile, Fu Hanchuan. I no longer wish to be with you. Jiang Wanyue presented a document before Fu Hanchuan, declaring, "This is the divorce agreement. Kindly sign it." A chilling aura enveloped Fu Hanchuan's handsome features as a sneer of disdain crossed his lips. "If you continue like this, I will take you seriously. Take a look at the divorce agreement. I hope you will sign it swiftly." If she were angry, it would not signify a true desire for divorce. Now, facing Fu Hanchuan's striking visage, her emotions stirred no ripples. 7 years of marriage had left her disheartened. To sever all ties with the Fu family was her only path to rebirth. As Fu Hanchuan perused the divorce agreement, he noted Jiang Wanyue's claim to half of his marital assets and chuckled at her naivety. However, in the next moment, his expression hardened. "How do you know so much about my liquid assets and fixed properties? You need not know how I am aware of your assets. I have been a full-time wife for 7 years, and now it's time for an accounting." She demanded an equitable division of funds. Vehicles, houses, land, and shares, along with a monthly child support payment of 200,000 until their daughter reaches adulthood. The man's lips curled into a smirk, and for the first time in years, his frosty appearance bore a hint of warmth. "I said merely because I wear the same style of watch as Nanchang." Jiang Wanyue inhaled deeply. 3 months ago, for your birthday, I bought you a watch with money earned from investments. Yet you have never worn it out. Jiang Nanching interjected. "Sister Wanyu, your taste is too pedestrian. If Hanchuan wore the watch you gifted him, he'd surely be the subject of ridicule." It seemed Jiang Wanyue was truly being unreasonable. Fu Hanchuan's voice turned icy as he questioned her. "Is this how you intend to threaten me, Sister Wanyu? Is it because of me that you wish to divorce Hanchuan?" Jiang Nanching feigned ignorance. Jiang Wanyue laughed. "Feel free to shout that louder so everyone in the Fu residence can hear." Jiang Nanching's expression turned peculiar as her voice softened. "Sister Wanyu, why have you become so aggressive? You were never like this before." Seeing Jiang Nanching at a disadvantage, Duda leapt from the sofa like a little warrior, positioning himself protectively behind Jiang Nanching. "Mommy, could you be a bit more understanding?" Duda crossed his arms defiantly, his displeasure evident. "Dad works so hard. When he comes home, he has to endure your moods. Why should you, an outsider, divide up Dad's assets?" His son's inquiry struck her chest. And Jiang Wanyue replied, "Because I have borne his children and managed the household." Dudu, however, countered her assertion. "Mommy does nothing at home. If she wanted to divorce Dad, then she could leave. He absolutely would not leave this home." "Humph." Duda raised his chin high, displaying his cleverness. He understood where Jiang Wanyue's vulnerability lay. "Mommy would never abandon me. She fears my tantrums. Whenever I get upset, she immediately stops what she is doing to appease me." "Fu Gitu," Jiang Wanyue called him by his full name. "I never intended to take you away. Since birth, you have been groomed as the heir of the Fu family. However, I will no longer revolve around you." Jiang Wanyue solemnly addressed Fu Hanchuan. "The divorce agreement is clear. I only seek custody of Jojo. I do not want Dudu." Dudu crossed his arms once more, his lips jutting out defiantly. "Ha, he wouldn't believe Mommy is nonsense. If Mommy tries to take him away, he certainly wouldn't go with her. To avoid embarrassment, Mommy is only saying she wants to take Jojo. Jojo is such a mama's boy." Without an ounce of independence. Fu Hanchuan inquired. "Jiang Wanyue, do you believe you have the ability to manage so much cash? How I configure my assets post-divorce is none of your concern." Fu Hanchuan chuckled at her words. "Jiang Wanyue, you lack the capability to handle such wealth. You will come crying back to me. Sign it." Jiang Wanyue had lost the desire to engage further. "Let us part on good terms, shall we?" "Sister Wanyu, how can you be so greedy? Taking half of Hanchuan's assets will make the Jiang family look bad." Jiang Nanching lamented on behalf of Fu Hanchuan. Jiang Wanyue smiled mockingly. "If you regard money as worthless, then do not expect to lay claim to my purse." "I certainly will not." Jiang Nanching quickly denied it, yet she felt inexplicably ensnared by Jiang Wanyue's words, though she also thought Jiang Wanyue could not be that clever. Fu Hanchuan lowered his voice, adopting a conciliatory tone. "If you are weary, take a break. Use my supplementary card to splurge in Europe until you feel satisfied, then return." He had already shown Jiang Wanyue enough respect. She ought to obediently accept the opportunity he extended. Jiang Wanyue felt weariness wash over her as she lowered her eyelashes. "Fu Hanchuan, I no longer love you." For 7 years, her role had been to serve as Fu Hanchuan's housekeeper, managing the entire Fu household. At year-end, she submitted household expenditures for her mother-in-law's approval, and she faced unexpected inspections of the family's spending accounts. Not only was traveling to Europe for shopping out of the question, but as soon as she applied for her visa, her mother-in-law would call, insisting she stay home to care for the children. Trapped in the mire of the Fu family, she had nearly suffocated multiple times, yet still longed for Fu Hanchuan's hand to rescue her. However, as she plummeted to the depths, she saw the sharp blades of her son's words beneath her feet. She would no longer wait for someone to save her. The only person capable of her redemption was herself. Fu Hanchuan found it ironic. This was the day he smiled at Jiang Wanyue the most since their marriage. "Fine, as you wish, I will sign up. I am quite curious to see how you will manage without me." Chapter 7. Soothing her, Jiang Wanyue handed him the pen. Jiang Nanching's eyes widened in anticipation as she secretly rejoiced at the sight of Fu Hanchuan signing the divorce agreement. "Sister Wanyu, You are truly too melodramatic. If I had a husband like Hanchuan, I would wake up laughing in the middle of the night. Jiang Wanyue cast a sardonic glance at Jiang Nansheng, observing her impatient demeanor. Fu Hanchuan tossed the signed divorce agreement to Jiang Wanyue. Regardless of the chaos, why target Nansheng? He wished to avoid Jiang Wanyue, lowering his voice to address Jojo. If you wish to return home, you can always call Dad or Jojo. Looked up at Fu Hanchuan, remaining silent but gripping Jiang Wanyue's hand tightly. The man's gaze toward Jiang Wanyue was cold and indifferent. Jojo is my daughter. She can return any time, but if you wish to come back, he warned, it will not be so easy. Fu Hanchuan appeared as a divine being seated high above the clouds, casting a condescending gaze upon her. He was warning Jiang Wanyue that this was a grievous misstep. Jiang Wanyue would pay a heavy price for this. She smiled irresolute, even if the path ahead, after departing from the Fu family, led to a perilous abyss. She would not look back. A fleeting flicker of an unusual emotion crossed Fu Hanchuan's eyes. We shall meet at the Civil Affairs Bureau in 30 days. With those words, Jiang Wanyue felt a weight lift from her heart. Hand in hand with Jojo, she made her way to the entrance. After donning her shoes, Jiang Wanyue turned back for one last glance at Dudu. Dudu, I shall not return. Dudu sulked, just go already. You're always making Dad angry. I despise you. After Jiang Wanyue left with Jojo, Jiang Nansheng complained to Fu Hanchuan, Sister Wanyue is being too dramatic. Women can be so pretentious. A housewife is the most pretentious of all. Lacking capability and career, once she leaves the Fu family, she'll have nothing but the wind from the northwest to sustain her. She confided in Fu Hanchuan, if I were to divorce someone, I would certainly choose to leave with nothing. Even if love fades, I would never burden someone I once cared for. She discreetly gauged Fu Hanchuan's expression, but his face revealed little emotional fluctuation. She craved his consolation, yet Fu Hanchuan regarded her with disdain, thinking her beneath his notice. 2 days later, Dudu entered the study. Daddy, why can't I reach Mommy on the phone? Fu Hanchuan, seated behind his desk, did not lift his gaze. Dudu, feeling somewhat helpless, scratched the back of his head. When Mommy left home, she didn't even help me finish my craft homework that's due tomorrow. What should I do? Fu Hanchuan replied coldly, do your homework yourself. Daddy, Dudu asked cautiously, can I invite Shenggu over to help me with my craft homework? Fu Hanchuan's voice came from behind the computer screen, as you wish. Oh yeah, Dudu cheered, bolting from the study. Without Mommy around, it was no great matter. He still had Shenggu. Half an hour later, Jiang Nansheng arrived. She assisted Dudu in the room with his craft, but within 30 minutes. Dudu's face was flushed with anger. Why can't you build a space fortress using plastic straws? Jiang Nansheng sat on the floor, staring at the scattered plastic straws before her, feeling utterly at a loss. This space fortress is too difficult. You won't finish it tonight, Dudu protested. Mommy almost finished building the space fortress. You just need to keep adding to it. Jiang Nansheng wanted to say I can't, but she hesitated to admit her inferiority to Jiang Wanyue. Instead, she gently suggested, let us make something simpler. How about we craft a phone out of plastic straws? What do you think? Jiang Nansheng pulled out her phone, showing Dudu a picture she had found online. This is so simple, we can just whip something up to pass off as homework. Since entering middle school, she hadn't done homework in years. Kindergarten crafts felt childish and tedious to her. Dudu, let us just slap something together so I can take you out for a joyride sooner. Jiang Nansheng's tempting words left Dudu in a dilemma. However, he knew that such a simple craft wouldn't earn him any stickers. I'll order a bunch of stickers online and send them to you, then you'll have plenty of stickers. Dudu looked at Jiang Nansheng as if she were foolish. Shenggu, do you wear fake goods when you go out? Jiang Nansheng immediately denied, I never wear fakes. Dudu raised his voice, you want me to take the stickers you bought to kindergarten? Are you trying to get me laughed at by the other kids? Only stickers given by teachers are the real ones. Have you heard the story of the emperor's new clothes? Dudu huffed angrily. Self-deception. Being reprimanded by a 5-year-old left Jiang Nansheng's face a riot of colors. Alright, I'll help you build the space fortress. If Jiang Wanyue could construct a space fortress from plastic straws, how could she possibly fail? 10 minutes later, amidst Dudu's anguished screams, the 90-completed space fortress was accidentally crushed by Jiang Nansheng. Dudu sat on the floor, utterly petrified. You give me back my space fortress. Dudu, this isn't my fault. Your mother's space fortress was nothing but shoddy work. Dudu was on the verge of tears. I have to turn in my homework tomorrow. I'm going to find Mommy. Jiang Nansheng quickly grabbed Dudu. Your mom doesn't want you anymore. She won't help you with your homework. Jiang Nansheng scrolled through her contacts on her phone. I'll gather more people to help you build a space fortress 1,000 times better than what your mommy made. Jiang Nansheng called her male friends, but none were willing to come to the Fu residence to assist with a child's craft project. Build a fortress? Let us go out for drinks instead. We'll get you some girls too. Jiang Nansheng, feeling tempted by the idea, thought to herself, lying is for puppies. I prefer sweet, soft girls. After hanging up, she had no mind for the craft project. Tonight, she was determined to party hard with her buddies. Jiang Nansheng spent 288 online to order a service for completing kindergarten craft homework. After payment, she confidently assured Dudu, our craft homework is being done by someone else. Don't worry, tomorrow morning when you wake up, ULLC a magnificent space fortress, really, would Duda couldn't believe it. Jiang Nancheng hugged him. When have I ever lied to you? Duda still had some reservations. Mommy often stays up all night for my homework. Jiang Nancheng scoffed, that's her foolishness. It's something that can be solved with money. She insists on pretending to toil away in front of you. Dudu, let us go for a couple of laps on the highway. Dudu's eyes instantly lit up with excitement. Wow, are we going to race? Jiang Nancheng quickly shushed him. You can't let your daddy know. Dudu immediately covered his mouth. He knew that not only should Fu Hanchuan be kept in the dark, but if anyone in the Fu family found out, he wouldn't be able to race with Jiang Nancheng. Shengge, I want you to be my mommy, then I must first marry your daddy. Then just marry my daddy. Jiang Nancheng playfully winked at Dudu. You'll have to help a lot. The next day, at kindergarten, Dudu stood at the entrance, watching other children arrive with their craft projects. Accompanied by their parents, Zhou approached, carrying a bag as tall as herself, alongside Jiang Wanyue. Dudu, why are you standing at the door? Zhou asked curiously. Dudu clutched his clothing, his small face determined. I'm waiting for my project. Shengge will bring my space fortress soon. Dudu rolled his eyes and shot Jiang Wanyue a glance. The space fortress Shengge made is 100 times better than what mommy made. Chapter 8, Fu Hanchuan arrives at the kindergarten. Zhou protested. The space fortress was built by mommy all night. The space fortress mommy made was shoddy. It fell apart long ago. Shengge made me a new space fortress. And that is the best, Dudu boasted, his pride swelling. Zhou clenched her small fists. Both she and Dudu had witnessed their mother staying up late to help them with their crafts. Why did Dudu treat mommy's efforts with such disdain? In truth, Jiang Wanyue did not wish to endure such hardship. She had paid for help, enlisting a servant to assist in completing Dudu's and Zhou's craft projects, but the servant had reported her to her mother-in-law. Marrying a genius graduate from Huazhong University into the family was meant for you to wholeheartedly nurture the Fu family heir. Wanyue, Dudu's future is your lifelong career. How can you entrust his homework to a servant? The servant could clock out at a set time, but as a mother, she was expected to work overtime, ensuring her child's extracurricular assignments were completed. Zhou took Jiang Wanyue's hand and left. Jiang Wanyue walked past Dudu without a second glance. Dudu craned his neck, eagerly awaiting the end of the road, murmuring, "Where is my space fortress?" Dudu watched parents escorting their children past him, with some children pausing to curiously ask why he was lingering at the school gate. Dudu patiently informed them that he was waiting for his magnificent space fortress. This craft assignment was part of the Environmental Protection Ambassador presentation segment for the senior class. Teachers would select outstanding works from each class. Only those with exceptional projects would be eligible to present on the grand auditorium stage, showcasing their crafts. Since Dudu began attending kindergarten, he had never dropped from the top position, which had fostered a habit of always striving for first place. Jiang Nancheng arrived late, riding a modified motorcycle, the roar of the engine echoing through the empty school entrance. Dudu rushed toward Jiang Nancheng, who had always struck him as exceptionally cool while riding his motorcycle. However, at this moment, he found himself unable to appreciate Jiang Nancheng's bike. Why did you take so long to arrive? Where is my space fortress? Jiang Nancheng removed her helmet, shaking her soft, long hair. The space fortress is here. I brought it for you. She lifted a large cardboard box, over a meter tall, which had been placed at the back of the motorcycle. Dudu was filled with immense joy as he grasped Jiang Nancheng's hand. Stepping into the campus just as the school bell rang, breathless, he realized he had never been late since starting kindergarten, yet the thought of Jiang Nancheng's space fortress helping him secure first place made him indifferent to losing a perfect attendance sticker. Fu Gidu, why are you late? Teacher Zhou's eyes held a hint of dissatisfaction as she noticed Jiang Nancheng. The space fortress is too large. It was difficult for Sheng to bring it here. Dudu quickly provided an excuse for Jiang Nancheng. Upon seeing the stack of excellent work stickers in Teacher Zhou's hand, Jiang Nancheng confidently extended her hand, demanding, "Give it to me," before Teacher Zhou could react. Jiang Nancheng snatched a sticker from the pile. She tore it open and affixed the words "excellent work" onto the large red box. "What are you doing?" Teacher Zhou exclaimed. Each child's craft must be voted on by their peers before receiving an excellent work sticker. With an air of confidence, Jiang Nancheng tossed her hair over her shoulder, declaring, "No other child's project can compare to Dudu's space fortress." She was aware that the television crew was already in the auditorium. And to preserve the shock and awe of the other children upon seeing the space fortress for the first time, Dudu's project could only be unveiled on stage, in front of all. Jiang Nancheng clutched the box tightly, telling Dudu, "I'll hold on to the space fortress for you. Once you're on stage to give your speech, I'll hand it over." The craftsman who had assisted Jiang Nancheng in creating the space fortress had cautioned her that once the box was opened, the massive structure could easily fall apart. She was instructed to handle it with care, as any damage would be her responsibility. Dudu nodded, placing his trust in Jiang Nancheng. Teacher Zhou said sternly, "Miss Jiang, you cannot do this if Fu Gidu's craft has not undergone the voting process, yet he is entitled to present. This is unfair to the other children." Jiang Nancheng laughed nonchalantly. "Do you know that Mrs. Fu is a board member of this kindergarten? Are you aware that Fu Gidu's father is coming to the auditorium today to hear his speech?" Dudu's eyes lit up. My dad is coming to kindergarten? Jojo, seated nearby, felt her heart race upon hearing Dudu's voice, her eyes sparkling with excitement. But my dad is so busy with work, how could he come to kindergarten? Dudu asked incredulously. Jiang Nancheng boasted. I told him to come, would he dare not show up? Shang, you're amazing. Dudu gazed at Jiang Nancheng with admiration. Jiang Nancheng stood with her hands on her hips, chest puffed out, casting a cold glance at teacher Zhou. If we follow my plan, the recording in the auditorium will yield the best results. If the young master of the Fu family doesn't secure first place, I wonder how you will explain that to the school board. What could teacher Zhou do? Not only did she fear offending Dudu, but even other parents were cautious around the Fu family, ensuring their children gave way to Dudu. The auditorium was filled with parents of the older class. Predominantly mothers, each adorned with exquisite makeup and sparkling jewelry. The affluent ladies congregated, whispering about their children and husbands, while also discussing their latest purchases of high-end fashion and the antiques they acquired at auctions. Mrs. Gitu, you look so plain today. Several high society women struck up a conversation with Jiang Wanyue, their gazes subtly assessing her astutely. Some had already noticed the absence of her wedding ring. They were all aware that Jiang Wanyue had given birth to twins and tacitly agreed that the boy was the more significant child. Apart from being addressed as Mrs. Fu or Mrs. Gitu, few dared to call her Mama Qingzhou. I have divorced Fu Hanchuan, Jiang Wanyue stated candidly. Instantly, a palpable silence enveloped the area surrounding her, as those who had greeted her struggled to maintain their composure. Jiang Wanyue continued, I am no longer Fu Gitu's mother, I am merely Qingzhou's mother. The previously friendly high society lady instinctively took a step back. Why did you get divorced? You were so courageous. Will your daughter transfer schools? Jiang Wanyue shook her head. I have no plans to transfer Qingzhou for the time being. It seems Mr. Fu was quite generous, still covering Jojo's tuition. Many parents began to deliberately distance themselves from Jiang Wanyue, whispering among themselves, how could she have divorced? She must be out of her mind. Mr. Fu is quite a dignified man. Jiang Wanyue must have received a considerable sum from the Fu family. What good is a hefty alimony? She only ascended to our social class by marrying into the Fu family, one parent remarked, shaking their head. Taking her daughter away in a divorce is detrimental to the child, in 10 or 20 years. When Fu Qingzhou feels the class disparity with Fu Gitu, she will surely resent her mother. Jiang Wanyue sat quietly, blocking out the surrounding noise. At that moment, someone excitedly shouted, Hey, Fu Hanchuan is here, it's really Fu Hanchuan. Jiang Wanyue instinctively turned her gaze toward the entrance of the auditorium, where a man impeccably dressed in a suit and exuding an air of nobility entered alongside Jiang Nancheng. Chapter 9, a stage too large for one's ego. Jiang Wanyue gazed at Fu Hanchuan, her eyes locking onto him. It was as if the sun had risen from the west. She had previously made numerous attempts to invite Fu Hanchuan to the kindergarten for parent-child activities. Yet he always claimed to be too busy. Her mother-in-law had admonished her not to bother Fu Hanchuan with school events, emphasizing that it was Jiang Wanyue's responsibility as Mrs. Fu to handle all matters related to their child. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Nancheng and Fu Hanchuan stood before Jiang Wanyue. Sister Wanyue, I brought Hanchuan with me. As the man noticed Jiang Wanyue's unfocused gaze upon him, he couldn't help but chuckle. How could Jiang Wanyue not love him? The way she looked at him was unmistakably filled with affection. Fu Hanchuan sat beside Jiang Wanyue, while Jiang Nancheng took a seat on Fu Hanchuan's other side. The affluent ladies in attendance turned their attention toward them, with some already eagerly munching on sunflower seeds. Soon Dudu will showcase his craft. It is sure to astonish you, Jiang Nancheng whispered to Fu Hanchuan, their heads nearly touching. Are you on leave today? Jiang Wanyue's voice broke the conversation. Before Fu Hanchuan could respond, Jiang Nancheng interjected, Hanchuan is quite busy today. I convinced him to spare an hour to watch Dudu's speech. Jiang Wanyue's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Nancheng's words carry the most weight. She had always believed her partner to be an incredibly busy man, yet it turned out that he simply deemed her inconsequential. The children's speeches commenced. Jiang Nancheng excitedly pointed to the stage, exclaiming, Your son is going up. Dudu wheeled a large red cardboard box onto the stage, the glaring excellent work label prominently displayed, spotting Fu Hanchuan in the audience. Dudu puffed out his little chest with pride. Jiang Nancheng lied. His father had truly come at her behest. Dudu's clear, innocent voice echoed through the microphone, resonating throughout the auditorium. Today, I will present the space fortress I made from plastic straws. This project was completed with Shanggood. Jiang Nancheng crossed her arms, beaming with pride. As Dudu stood under the expectant gazes of the audience, he opened the box. However, when he peered inside, his expression turned blank. A parent sitting next to Jiang Nancheng quietly asked, Why are you helping young Master Fu with his craft? Jiang Nancheng replied, His mother abandoned him, so naturally, I am the only one who can assist him. The parent clicked their tongue, unable to hold back a critique. Your sister is quite irresponsible. Soon Jiang Nancheng noticed Dudu standing on stage staring blankly at the box, completely motionless. Anxiously she urged, Dudu, quickly show everyone your space fortress. Dudu's face flushed bright red, shaking his head at Jiang Nancheng on the verge of tears. What was wrong with Dudu? The teleprompter displayed the speech text. Could he not read? Jiang Nancheng had gone to great lengths to bring Fu Hanchuan here. Wanting him to see how Dudu succeeded with her assistance, she wished to demonstrate that she was more suited to be Dudu's mother than Jiang Wanyue, but now, Dudu was faltering, this simply would not do. Dudu must not understand how to extract the space fortress from within, I must assist him. Jiang Nanqing slapped her thigh and stood up. Hey, you cannot go on stage, the teacher, trying to maintain order. Was already too late. Jiang Nanqing boldly stepped onto the stage, coming into view of the recording camera. Dudu, you must take out the space fortress. Jiang Nanqing extended her hand, but Dudu immediately closed the box. Shaking his head in panic. No, I can't take it out, Jiang Nanqing with a low sigh, I labored to create a space fortress for you, yet you hide and evade, how utterly embarrassing. Dudu resolutely pressed his body against the cardboard box, forbidding Jiang Nanqing from opening it. As Jiang Nanqing attempted to pull Dudu away, he clung desperately to the box. Suddenly the cardboard box toppled over, spilling forth a cascade of plastic straws. Alongside the plastic straws, a pink sticky note fluttered to the ground. The words inscribed on the note were broadcasted to the large screen by the camera, declaring, spending $288 just to have someone stay up all night to create a space fortress for you? Dream on. Dudu slumped to the ground, watching the straws roll off the stage. Teacher Joe stood at the edge of the stage, astonished, and asked, Dudu, did you not complete your craft assignment at all? No, I did. Dudu's small mouth trembled, tears welling in his eyes. Teacher Joe picked up the sticky note and inquired, then what is this note about? Who did you pay to do your craft assignment? Teachers hope that children can complete craft assignments with their parents. How could you deceive me? Ugh, Dudu had never felt such profound humiliation before. The stage felt vast, and he sat there, small and alone, like an abandoned fledgling. He thought that he knew that saying I thought would be of no use. Dudu gazed towards Jiang Wanyue. That if only Jiang Wanyue had not left the Fu family, he would have possessed a magnificent space fortress constructed of plastic straws, yet that unfinished fortress had been crushed by Jiang Nanqing. Jiang Nanqing had deceived him. Within that large box was merely a heap of discarded plastic straws. Both he and Jiang Nanqing had deceived the teacher, deceived everyone. Humiliating tears streamed down Dudu's face. Teacher Joe felt a pang of sympathy as Dudu made a fool of himself before so many. Suppressing her fury, she confronted Jiang Nanqing. Miss Jiang, is this what you referred to as a space fortress that would astonish everyone? I ask you, where is the space fortress? Jiang Nanqing hurriedly waved her hands. How would I know? I was deceived too, Teacher Joe scoffed. Who told you to spend money having someone else do the craft? Spending $288 to expect someone to build you a space fortress overnight is utterly absurd. Jiang Nanqing's face flushed, as if countless ants were gnawing at her skin. She could faintly hear laughter from the audience. Feeling the weight of countless scornful gazes directed at her, and Dudu, collapsing on stage, began to cry uncontrollably. Jiang Nanqing picked Dudu up and left the stage in disgrace. Teacher Joe stepped onto the stage and apologized to the parents present. I apologize, the label of excellence for Little Fu's project was taken from me by Miss Jiang. She assured me that the project in Little Fu's box would astonish everyone. I take full responsibility for not inspecting it thoroughly. And I sincerely apologize. The parents in the audience chuckled. The project in that box indeed astonished us. What a tremendous joke, that it was the little master of the Fu family who caused such a scene. It seems that Little Fu's parents are truly divorced. A child without a mother has become a mere weed. Dudu wept in Jiang Nanqing's embrace. I want my mommy. He stamped his feet in frustration, demanding, I want my mommy to come back and help me with my assignment. Chapter 10, They will never return. Jiang Nanqing hurriedly covered Dudu's mouth. What use is it to find your mommy? Can she ensure you come in first? Dudu, choking back sobs, gazed mistily in the direction of Jojo. Jojo's craft was an excellent piece, and she was waiting in line at the edge of the stage for her turn to speak. Mommy will definitely help Jojo come in first. Jiang Nanqing scoffed disdainfully. Jojo can't possibly come in first. Dudu looked at Jiang Nanqing with tearful eyes. You don't believe me? Jiang Nanqing gently squeezed Dudu's shoulder. Just watch. Beside Jojo was a massive plastic bag containing her crafty. Jiang Nanqing approached with a mischievous smile and discreetly stepped on the plastic bag. Jojo, catching sight of Jiang Nanqing's silhouette, quickly grabbed Jiang Nanqing's ankle with remarkable speed and strength, toppling her over. Jiang Nanqing cried out in dismay as she hit the ground. Fuming, Fu Qingzhou, did you push me? Jojo replied, you almost stepped on my craft. Jiang Nanqing, sitting on the ground and clutching her injured elbow, retorted, which of your eyes saw me step on your things? You pushed me on purpose. Jiang Nanqing knew that Jojo was naturally strong, yet she was astonished that Jojo could topple her, weighing over 100 pounds. Jojo, Jiang Wanyue, noticing Jiang Nanqing arguing with Jojo, rushed over. Upon seeing Fu Hanchuan arrive, Jiang Nanqing immediately complained, I lost my balance, and your daughter suddenly grabbed my ankle and toppled me. If I hadn't reacted quickly, my head would have hit the ground. Jiang Nanqing exaggerated the perilous nature of the situation, and Fu Hanchuan was aware of his daughter's strength. Jojo apologized to Nanqing. The authority of a father was undeniable. Jojo's face flushed with anger. It was my aunt who almost stepped on my craft. Jiang Nanqing countered, did I really step on it? You were clearly targeting me. Jiang Wanyue pulled Jojo close, and Jojo clung to her leg like a fledgling bird, with a defiant expression. She glared at Jiang Nanqing. Jiang Huanyue looked up at the ceiling and said to Fu Hanchuan, "Let's wait for the surveillance footage to determine who is right or wrong." She then instructed the teacher to check the footage. Teacher Zhou promptly retrieved the surveillance, holding an iPad. "I've reviewed the footage. It was indeed Miss Jiang who almost stepped on Xingzhou's craft." Teacher Zhou showed the video to Jiang Huanyue and Fu Hanchuan. Jiang Huanyue raised her chin, indicating Jiang Nanqing. "Apologize to my daughter." Jiang Nanqing protested. "Huanyue, do you really need to go this far? I didn't ruin Zhou's things." Jiang Nanqing placed a hand on her back. Her features contorted in distress. "Zhou, you hurt me when you knocked me down. I won't blame you." Zhou, her face stoic, retorted, "The space is so large, my aunt insisted on stepping on my craft. It was clearly malicious intent." "Zhou, how can you think of me that way? I demand an apology from my aunt." Jiang Nanqing sneered. "I won't stoop to your level." "Apologize to Zhou." Fu Hanchuan's voice cut through the air coldly. Catching Jiang Nanqing off guard, "Hanchuan, do you also think I did it on purpose?" Jiang Nanqing felt wronged. "Even if I did it on purpose, did Zhou suffer any loss?" Zhou, fuming, demanded, "Are you going to apologize or not?" "Zhou, you need to prepare to go on stage." Teacher Zhou reminded. Jiang Nanqing laughed. "If you come in first, I'll apologize to you. How about that?" Zhou readily agreed. "And, you can't go back on your word. If I come in first, you still have to apologize to my craft." Alright, whatever you say." Jiang Nanqing replied, entirely dismissive of Zhou. Competition in the prestigious kindergarten was fierce, with many children crafting better than Zhou's and writing superior speeches. Jiang Nanqing had already surveyed the other excellent projects, believing the odds of Zhou coming in first to be slim. Zhou, carrying her craft, walked onto the stage, clad in a white long-sleeve shirt and a red plaid skirt. With her hair styled in two round buns, Zhou's features were sweet and lively, her long eyelashes accentuating her dark, sparkling eyes. However, as Zhou stepped onto the stage, some parents whispered among themselves, "Isn't this young lady from the Fu family a bit chubby? Is this what you call a bit chubby?" Two parents exchanged knowing glances and chuckled. The wealthy mothers had raised their daughters to be exquisite, each slender and delicate, while Zhou appeared robust, a rare sight among the girls at her school. Zhou showcased her craft to the parents and judges below, a replica of the yellow crane tower constructed from plastic straws. "This is a project I completed with my mommy." Yellow crane tower. "We scaled down the real yellow crane tower by 100 times." Just as Zhou finished speaking, the teleprompter behind the camera went black. Jiang Huanyue noticed the change in Zhou's expression and turned sharply, seeing the black screen and a middle-aged woman approaching her. Jiang Huanyue instinctively opened her mouth to say "Mom," but the word was suppressed. "Director Yi." "Mom." Jiang Huanyue and Fu Hanchuan spoke in unison. After greeting her former mother-in-law, Jiang Huanyue headed towards the control area to inquire about the teleprompter's malfunction. The old lady Fu suddenly grabbed Jiang Huanyue's wrist. "I had someone turn off the teleprompter." Jiang Huanyue was taken aback. "Director Yi, why would you do that? What will do to think if Zhou wins?" "Huanyue, as a mother, don't you understand the importance of fairness?" The discontent and disappointment in the old lady Fu's gaze were palpable. "If fairness means letting Zhou suffer injustice and humiliation, I would rather overturn that bowl of water." Jiang Huanyue shook off the old lady Fu's hand. The old lady Fu lowered her voice to admonish her. "Jiang Huanyue, is this how you behave as a mother and a lady of the Fu family?" At that moment, Zhou's voice echoed through the auditorium via the microphone. The yellow crane tower is perched atop Snake Hill, overlooking the vast expanse of the Yangtze River. The main structure of the tower is an octagonal form encased in a square frame, featuring 5 layers of flying eaves and a spire adorned with golden glazed tiles, supported by 72 round columns. As Jiang Huanyue suddenly turned her gaze towards the stage, Zhou faced the pitch-black teleprompter. Continuing her speech with unwavering poise, the parents in the audience gasped in astonishment, wondering if Fu Qingzhou had delivered an impromptu speech. "How remarkable she is! If my son were to read such a speech, he would stumble over his words." Has Jiang Huanyue truly cultivated her daughter to such a level? It is indeed terrifying. The ancients have long since departed on the yellow crane, leaving only the tower behind. In Zhou's melodious voice, Fu Hanchuan gazed at Jiang Huanyue's profile. She was entirely focused on her daughter, her bright eyes sparkling with brilliance. "The yellow crane has flown away and will never return." Jiang Huanyue smiled, and Fu Hanchuan seemed to hear the sound of wings fluttering in his ears. "The birds that left the Fu family have ventured into a broader world, and they shall never return." Chapter 11. Zhou kicks down Jiang Nanqing. The children's speeches concluded, and without a hint of surprise, Zhou claimed first place for her ability to recite her speech from memory. The principal personally adorned her with a small red flower. Dudu stood in the audience, gazing up at the stage where Zhou was receiving her accolades. This was the first time in his life that he left a kindergarten event empty-handed. Feeling humiliated and ridiculed, tears brimmed in Dudu's eyes as he searched for Jiang Huanyue among the crowd. "My dear grandson." The old lady Fu approached and embraced Dudu. "Grandma," he cried out in distress. The old lady comforted him gently. "Do not cry, my dear grandson. In my heart, you will always be the first." Dudu sniffled, "But Zhou has a small red flower." "Grandma, please bring Mom back to help me with my homework." Otherwise, I will leave home with her." He was well aware of the old lady's favoritism towards him, and such a threat was quite effective. The old lady's tone grew serious. "If you leave home, you will not be able to attain the title of campus all-rounder." She wiped Dudu's face with a tissue. Since his enrollment, he had consistently received the highest honors each semester, although Jojo's achievements matched his. Only Dudu was awarded the all-rounder certificate every semester, the old lady reminded him. "Because you are the young master of the Fu family, you are entitled to the title of campus all-rounder." "Are you certain you wish to leave the Fu family with your ungrateful mother?" Dudu pressed his lips together and once more plunged into the old lady's embrace. He believed that even without his mother's assistance, the highest honor in the school was rightfully his. As Jojo descended from the stage and approached Jiang Nanshang, she raised her little face defiantly. "Apologize to me." Jiang Nanshang laughed dismissively. Chastising Jojo. Girls who are overly calculative are rather unappealing. Jojo, adopting a tone she had learned from somewhere, elongated her words. "Auntie, could you perhaps be more straightforward like a gentleman?" Jiang Nanshang's expression became noticeably uncomfortable. "Jojo, where did you learn such sharp words?" Jojo lifted her handmade creation, speaking firmly. "I apologize to the Yellow Crane Tower," Jiang Nanshang arrogantly retorted. "If I don't apologize, what can you do about it?" Jojo narrowed her almond-shaped eyes. "Since Auntie does not keep her word, I shall demonstrate a bit of my own strength." With that, Jojo kicked Jiang Nanshang's calf. Jiang Nanshang fell to the ground in a heap. Letting out a pained cry, the other parents in the auditorium turned their attention towards them. Jiang Nanshang lay on the floor, wailing, as the dull pain forced tears from her eyes. "Hanchuan. Hanchuan, my leg hurts so much." Jojo watched as her father strode forward. Fu Hanchuan helped Jiang Nanshang up, inquiring with concern, "Which leg is injured?" Jiang Nanshang, her eyes brimming with tears and her face pale, pointed to her right leg. As Fu Hanchuan reached out, before his hand even touched Jiang Nanshang's calf, she began to scream in agony. "My calf must be fractured. Jojo, how could you harm Shanggu?" Dudu, like a little cannonball, rushed over and shoved Jojo with all his might. Jojo stood her ground, and despite Dudu's full effort, he could not budge her. "You hurt Shanggu." In a fit of rage, Dudu trampled over the makeshift Yellow Crane Tower made of straws. Jojo stood frozen, her creation destroyed in an instant, feeling as if a part of her heart had collapsed. This was the Yellow Crane Tower her mother had painstakingly crafted for so long. Jojo's eyes turned red with fury as she charged at Dudu, shoving his shoulder. Dudu lost his balance and fell into the old lady Fu's arms. "Oh dear, my precious grandson." The old lady Fu quickly scooped up Dudu, who turned and leaped into her embrace. "Grandma, Jojo hit me again," he sobbed. Jojo clenched her fists at her sides, her innate strength overwhelming her, as she had unintentionally hurt Dudu on several occasions when they were younger, leading the old lady to keep a close watch on her ever since. Dudu knew to seek his grandmother's support, for she was always on his side. The old lady approached with a stern expression, removing the small red flower from Jojo's chest. "Fu Qingzhou, you are fighting in school. You do not deserve this flower. I will have the teacher revoke your eligibility for awards this entire academic year." Dudu, still clinging to the old lady's leg, feigned crying out. He covered his face with his hands, then turned to sneak a glance at Jojo. She stood rooted to the spot, her vision gradually blurring. Tears accumulated. She did not wish to cry, yet found herself utterly unable to control it. The Yellow Crane Tower she had built with her mother was irreparably damaged. Jojo's heart ached as if she stood amidst ruins, feeling utterly lost. Suddenly, a graceful figure shielded her from behind. It was her mother. "Director Yi, it was Fu Guidu who first destroyed the Yellow Crane Tower, and Chang Zhou merely retaliated." The old lady Fu pointed at Jiang Nanshang, who was still kneeling on the ground, unable to rise. "Your daughter not only laid hands on her own brother, but she also kicked someone else over." Although the old lady did not favor Jiang Nanshang, she seized the opportunity to chastise Jiang Wanyu regarding Jiang Nanshang's injury. Jiang Nanshang harbored her own thoughts. She desired Fu Hanchuan's sympathy while not wishing to be perceived as weak. A 5-year-old girl had kicked her down, and if her friends found out, where would she hide her face? Jiang Wanyu spoke firmly. The surveillance footage captured it. Jiang Nanshang intentionally stepped on Changzhou's Yellow Crane Tower, and many people heard the wager between Changzhou and Jiang Nanshang. If she secured first place, Jiang Nanshang would apologize. Jiang Wanyu raised her voice. "Jiang Nanshang, where is your apology?" Jiang Nanshang rubbed her calf. "Now it's time for Fu Qingzhou to apologize to me." Jiang Wanyu, enough. Fu Hanchuan crouched beside Jiang Nanshang, looking up and coldly reprimanding her. "Jojo has been led astray by you." After Fu Hanchuan's definitive statement, the old lady agreed. "You aim to cultivate Fu Qingzhou as a refined young lady, Jiang Wanyu, and look at what you've turned her into." Dudu continued to whimper, his low murmur evoking the old lady's protective instincts. The old lady Fu stated sternly, "Fu Qingzhou, you must apologize to your brother today, or I will expel you. I will not allow anyone to threaten the heir of the Fu family in this school." Previously, Dudu would merely report to the old lady when Jojo hurt him. The old lady, concerned for her grandson, had never witnessed it herself. Now, having seen Jojo lightly push Dudu, sending him sprawling like a piece of paper, the old lady felt a sense of alarm. Jiang Wanyu remained calm. Old Lady Fu, while you are indeed one of the school's directors, you have no authority to expel a student. As for what just transpired, regarding who was right or wrong, I trust the audience can see clearly. Jiang Wanyu looked toward the direction of the camera not far away. Just moments ago, Jiang Nanshang had been standing in front of the camera speaking to Jojo, and their every action was visible to those online. The speech competition, originally a showcase for the Little Guardians, was a live broadcast program by the provincial children's station. The director, noticing Jojo delivering her speech without notes, had requested the camera to follow her closely for greater visibility. Jiang Wanyu had already witnessed Jojo kicking Jiang Nanshang down and had confirmed the content captured by the surveillance camera. The old lady was momentarily speechless, while Jiang Nanshang's expression shifted dramatically. Like a kaleidoscope, changing endlessly. Chapter 12, Resignation from the Board of Directors. The other parents in the auditorium began to check their phones, seeing the public outcry online. Our school is trending. Director Ye's identity has been revealed so quickly. The eyes of the public are indeed sharp. They may not know that President Fu is divorced, but they can discern that Jiang Nanshang is a mistress. I also do not like Jiang Nanshang. Always cozying up to my husband. The other night, when I went to pick up my drunk husband, I saw Jiang Nanshang sitting on Pei Xiao's lap, even taking off her inner clothes and draping them over Su Xiao's face. My husband insisted they were just playing around. Parents murmured amongst themselves, and the old lady Fu scolded the director of the provincial station. Shut down the live broadcast immediately, if the Fu family's reputation is tarnished. I will sue you. The provincial station's director was drenched in sweat. Director Yi, I have already turned off the broadcast. The events that had transpired left the director momentarily stunned. By the time he regained his composure, he hurriedly instructed the cameraman to cease the live broadcast, yet the old lady's demand to expel Jojo had already been aired. The principal's phone had been bombarded with calls, and he approached to mediate. Let's just call it a day. Everyone disperse. The principal gestured for the other teachers to guide the parents out of the auditorium. Madame Fu let out a cold huff. After all, Jojo was her granddaughter. She would not hold it against Jojo, but she would certainly not let Jiang Wanyu off the hook. Jojo, I know you feel reluctant to part with the Fu family. I shall grant you another chance to choose. Do you wish to stay with your mother or your father? Jojo's gaze became clear as she declared, I want to be with my mother. The old lady shot Jiang Wanyu a frosty glare, silently warning her not to exert psychological control over Jojo. Jojo, you only feel sorry for your mother leaving the Fu family, don't you? Upon learning that Fu Hanchuan and Jiang Wanyu had signed the divorce agreement, Madame Fu erupted in fury. Shattering several items in her home, she had specifically come to the school today to teach Jiang Wanyu a lesson. No, Jojo denied without hesitation. I understand that you don't want to upset your mother in front of her. The old lady remarked, wearing an expression that suggested she comprehended everything. Jojo's voice was resolute. Mother is very tired and pitiful at home, but I left with her because I don't like that family either. In the auditorium, people came and went, many pretending to pass by casually while secretly straining to eavesdrop on the gossip surrounding the Fu family. The old lady's expression darkened instantly. You are the precious daughter of the Fu family. From the moment you were born, you have been pampered. How has the Fu family ever wronged you? Her glare at Jiang Wanyu was fierce. It was widely suspected that Jojo's dislike for the Fu family was a notion instilled by Jiang Wanyu. Jojo turned to Dudu. I don't feel treated fairly at home. Huff, Madame Fu exclaimed, laughing out loud. Has our family ever deprived you of food or clothing? Jojo questioned them. Both Dudu and I are daddy's children. Why is only Dudu being groomed as the heir? The old lady replied emphatically, because you are a girl. She deemed Jojo's question foolish. Dudu, apart from attending school, had various teachers at home on weekends and holidays to tutor him. While she was not afforded the same opportunity, when I tried to attend a class, Dudu even chased me away. Before Jojo could finish, Dudu shouted, because your presence distracts me. Madame Fu was displeased. If you wish to attend classes, we have allowed you to do so, Haven Tiwi. But in the classroom, the teacher only focused on Dudu. When I sought help, the teacher said, you don't need to understand so much. You are just a girl. The teacher showed you understanding, and yet you failed to appreciate it. Madame Fu's expression turned sour. Jojo grasped Jiang Wanyu's hand and exclaimed, I want to stay with mummy. She can teach me so much that my private tutor 1T. The old lady laughed, thinking her granddaughter too naive. After following your mother, you might not even be able to pay for your tuition. She was aware that Jojo could not possibly anticipate the hardships she would face in the future. The old lady's gaze towards Jiang Wanyu was filled with resentment. I shall see what you, a mere undergraduate, can cultivate Jojo into. Jojo remained oblivious to the fact that her life had already plummeted to rock bottom, and an insurmountable chasm lay between her and Dudu. No matter how hard she tried, Jojo could never ascend to the social class that Dudu inhabited. Jiang Wanyu spoke calmly. My two children emerged from the same womb, so whatever Dudu possesses, Jojo should have as well. Since the Fu family cannot treat them equally, I shall take Jojo with me to help her grow according to her wishes. As Jiang Wanyu prepared to leave with Jojo, She noticed several individuals carrying briefcases entering the auditorium. The leading middle-aged man wore an inexpensive white shirt and black trousers. Jiang Wanyue's pupils constricted in recognition. What a coincidence, an acquaintance, director, the principal exclaimed in shock. As everyone turned to look towards the auditorium entrance, it was Director Bai from the Education Bureau. Why is Director Bai here after the competition has concluded? The principal and other school committee members hurried to greet him. Welcome, Director Bai, to our school. The principal wore a cheerful expression, believing that the recent environmental ambassador presentation had been quite successful, garnering even the attention of the director who had been on a business trip to U City. As the principal was about to lead Director Bai towards the podium, Bai's icy voice interrupted. I called you, but you didn't answer, so I had no choice but to come in person. The principal broke into a cold sweat. I apologize, my phone ran out of battery. The director was not interested in his explanation and simply asked, with such a major incident trending online, how do you plan to handle it? The principal responded lightly, oh, it was really not a big deal. The parents are calm and no longer arguing. However, rest assured, Director, I will ensure that such incidents never occur again. Director Bai's expression darkened, standing before the principal. He caught sight of Jiang Wanyue out of the corner of his eye. Old Lu, if you want to prevent the school board from targeting parents and students, you must take concrete action. Chongde is a key school in the capital, one of its showcases. Do you know what is being discussed online? That the school board of Chongde favors boys over girls and threatens parents. Upon seeing the director's arrival, Madame Fu took Dudu's hand and approached Director Bai. This is my grandson Fu Gidu. Since enrolling, he has received annual recognition from the school. He is the most outstanding student at Chongde. Although Dudu had not received a little red flower, she still wanted to present her grandson favorably before the director. Ms. Yi, you should voluntarily resign from your position on the school board. The smile on Madame Fu's face froze entirely. What did you say? The old lady felt certain she had misheard. You've already trended on social media, didn't you see? Director Bai inquired coldly, or do you wish to receive a dismissal notice from the Education Bureau? Madame Fu's complexion shifted from red to pale in an instant. She quickly lowered her stance. Director Bai, I was just a bit too emotional earlier. I will apologize to the students and their parents right away. Madame Fu shot a glance at Jiang Wanyue, indicating for her to apologize, though she was still reluctant. However, the public nature of her reprimand of Zhou had attracted the Education Bureau's attention, leaving Madame Fu no choice but to concede. I believe an apology is unnecessary. Director Bai's voice turned even colder. You have no awareness of where you went wrong. You only realize that you are about to face consequences. Chapter 13, you had a miscarriage. Why didn't you tell me? A Director Bai addressed the principal. I just got off the plane and rushed here from the airport to handle this matter. If she does not step down, you can forget about enrollment at Chongde. I doubt you will even be able to retain your current students. The principal looked panicked at Madame Fu. She signaled to him. Old Lu, our Fu family is the largest sponsor of Chongde. The principal appeared conflicted. On one hand, he did not wish to lose the Fu family's financial support, and on the other, he did not want to offend the Education Bureau. Mom, enough. Fu Hanchuan's voice could freeze the surrounding air. Do you still think this isn't humiliating enough? He addressed Director Bai. I will take over my mother's position on the school board. The man's commanding presence brooked no refusal. Director Bai's gaze swept between Fu Hanchuan and Jiang Wanyue, and he smiled. I believe that young Master Fu will surpass your mother. Jiang Wanyue gently said to Zhou. Let us go. Jiang Wanyue. Fu Hanchuan's voice rang out behind her, but she chose to ignore it. Alas, Hanchuan, Madame Fu gasped, watching her son stride after Jiang Wanyue as she exited the auditorium. The principal observed that Director Bai continued to gaze in the direction Fu Hanchuan had departed. Young Master Fu is an outstanding talent in our capital. With him assuming the position on the school board, Chongde is bound to reach new heights under his leadership. She was once an even more remarkable person. Director Bai reflected. The principal was momentarily taken aback, failing to grasp the director's implication, yet he did not dare to inquire, fearing he would be perceived as foolish. As Fu Hanchuan reached the kindergarten parking lot, he saw Jiang Wanyue waiting for Zhou to get into the car before she closed the rear door. Just as she was about to walk around the front of the car to the driver's seat, Fu Hanchuan approached her, dressed impeccably in a suit. He was tall and slender, strikingly handsome, yet he always wore a stern expression. As he walked towards Jiang Wanyue, he seemed like a collector of debts. Jiang Wanyue did not halt her steps. She slid into the driver's seat and was about to close the door when she felt resistance. Looking up, she saw Fu Hanchuan standing at the door, his large hand gripping it firmly. His eyes were enveloped in frost. By taking Zhou away from the Fu family, you will only ruin her. Jiang Wanyue's gaze was as cold as water, sweeping over Fu Hanchuan's face. A chill swept through his chest. When Jiang Wanyue loved him, her eyes shone with an intense brightness. Therefore, when her gaze no longer held light or hope, it left Fu Hanchuan with a sensation akin to plummeting from a great height. Dudu had an allergic reaction the night of his birthday, didn't he? Jiang Wanyue suddenly recalled an incident from several days prior. So you knew? Fu Hanchuan snapped coldly. Jiang Wanyue reminded him, I merely wanted to inform you that if you continue to neglect your responsibilities as a father, Dudu will be ruined. Fu Hanchuan seemed to see through her intentions. You clearly still care for Dudu, yet you feign indifference. Do you think you can use this cold shoulder to extract remorse from Dudu? He is just a 5-year-old child. I never intended to look back after leaving the Fu family, she declared resolutely. The man inhaled deeply, the frigid air that filled his lungs transforming into sharp ice within him. Fu Hanchuan retrieved a deep blue gift box from his suit pocket and extended it through the car window. Take it, it's my selection. Jiang Wanyue, seated in the driver's seat, shook her head and laughed at the sight of the box in the man's hand. Aside from our marital joint assets, I shall accept nothing further from you, Jiang Wanyue. If you continue this commotion, I might truly seek a divorce. The man expressed his annoyance. I do not hold you accountable for Nan Sheng's injury. After all, Wuzhuozhui is merely a child, yet you are not a 5-year-old. Fu Hanchuan released his grip, causing the gift box to tumble onto Jiang Wanyue's lap, akin to a sovereign's bestowal upon a subject. She opened the box to reveal a sapphire bracelet nestled within. With a furrowed brow, she inquired, "What is the measurement of this bracelet?" 14.2, he replied without hesitation. Jiang Wanyue chuckled, a bittersweet taste lingering in her throat. "That is Nan Sheng's size." She extended her hand out of the window, and the shimmering sapphire bracelet slipped from her palm. Fu Hanchuan's brow furrowed slightly, emotion stirring within his dark eyes. "You are envious of Nan Sheng. Which is why you are causing such a ruckus. I have known Nan Sheng for over 20 years. If there were anything between us, would you still have a place in it?" Jiang Wanyue seemed to be stirred by his words. Evoking distant memories, the rearview mirror reflected her fractured smile. Do you recall that night 3 years ago when you left abruptly to find Jiang Nan Sheng, leaving me to go to the hospital alone? I had a fever of 39 degrees, our family doctor was on leave, and the servants had gone home. I was counting on you to drive me. As Jiang Wanyue recounted her experience, Fu Hanchuan's memory resurfaced. Did you not take a taxi to the hospital? He wondered why she clung to such trivial matters. I went to the hospital and called you several times, but you did not answer. Nan Sheng was intoxicated and had run to the seaside. It was pitch dark, and I was busy searching for her. This Fu Hanchuan scoffed, bemused by how Jiang Wanyue always seemed to compare herself to Jiang Nan Sheng. A woman's jealousy rendered her unappealing. Jiang Wanyue's gaze remained fixed ahead, her vision blurred. Fu Hanchuan, I was at the hospital waiting for you to sign the consent form for the termination of my pregnancy. The man paused, clearly taken aback. You had a miscarriage. Why did you not tell me? Jiang Wanyue lowered her thick lashes, unwilling to confront her reflection in the mirror at that moment. For 7 years. Her abundant love had been worn away, leaving only lingering resentment. Do you remember why I had a fever back then? His eyes narrowed. He recalled the incident vividly. Dudu was playing and spilled the glass beads from his wish jar all over the lake. That was your sister's keepsake. He had been furious, causing the servants to fall silent. He ordered Jiang Wanyue to retrieve all 32 glass beads from the lake. She spent the entire night in the water. And when dawn broke, she rushed to prepare breakfast for the children without resting. After a long day, while supervising the children's homework that evening, she had collapsed into a state of exhaustion. Fu Hanchuan. I stopped loving you 3 years ago. Now, I will no longer foolishly wait for our son to come to me. She did not expect anyone to rescue her, nor did she yearn for even a modicum of pity from Fu Hanchuan or their son. In the midst of the man's distraction, Jiang Wanyue forcefully shut the car door and pressed down on the accelerator. She moved forward, resolute in her decision to not look back. Fu Hanchuan remained rooted in place. Watching as Jiang Wanyue drove away, leaving him enveloped in the lingering fumes of her departing vehicle, Jiang Nan Sheng limped out, approaching the man and resting her hand on his shoulder for support. Did you send out the gift you personally selected? His cold gaze fell upon the bracelet lying on the ground. Jiang Nan Sheng followed his line of sight and exclaimed, Why did you discard the bracelet? She hurriedly picked it up. I understand your predicament. Appeasing a woman can be quite troublesome. Perhaps if you stop trying to placate her, she might come running back to you. As Jiang Nan Sheng turned to see Fu Hanchuan striding away. She called out, Hanchuan, wait for me. He meanwhile was on his phone instructing his assistant, look into all the medical records of Jiang Wanyue from 3 years ago. Chapter 14. Fu Hanchuan perused Jiang Wanyue's medical records. His attention lingered on the phrase termination of pregnancy. He felt as though he were drowning, struggling to breathe. The computer screen seemed to echo the rapid heartbeat of a fetus. Suddenly the heartbeat ceased, and an invisible blade pierced his chest, causing him to double over in pain as his body seized. Just then, his phone rang. Fu Hanchuan grasped for his phone, his hand trembling, nearly dropping it. His features remained as cold as ancient ice. Impervious to warmth. Mr. Fu, Madam is inquiring when the funds stipulated in the divorce agreement will be transferred. Transfer them now, Fu Hanchuan commanded, his voice disconcertingly detached. On the other end, the secretary hesitated. Mr. Fu, the agreement states that you are to pay your wife 60 million in a lump sum. Give it to her, he insisted, his tone brooking no argument. Jiang Wanyue came from humble beginnings. A one-time payment of 60 million would be an overwhelming burden for her. Fu Hanchuan was confident that once she received this money, She would soon come seeking him out. Jiang Wanyue parked her car by the roadside, receiving a notification from the bank regarding the transfer of 60 million into her account. This constituted half of the assets outlined in her divorce agreement with Fu Hanchuan. Of course, the wealth he had amassed over the past 7 years far exceeded this amount, but if Jiang Wanyue were to claim half of what he earned, it would be a perilous endeavor. Now, with such a substantial sum entering her account, she contemplated not only this money but also the valuable property she had acquired. With George was set to start elementary school soon, she needed to determine the best location for a school district residence. Jiang Wanyue planned to gather information on various properties before making a decision. Her stock market analysis program predicted a significant rise in stock prices over the next month. She intended to invest this money in the stock market for half a month. However, after being ensnared in the Fu household for 7 years, her social circle had shrunk considerably. Although she was aware of Fu Hanchuan's friends, she could not fully trust them. From her bag, she retrieved a black gold-embossed business card. Shannon, given that he was the son of her teacher, Jiang Wanyue decided to give him a call. In the conference room, Shannon lounged casually against the back of his chair. His deep-set eyes and high nose exuding an air of charm. When he smiled, the dimples on his cheeks added to his allure, presenting an image that was both roguish and handsome. I just learned that lawyer Chen, despite his physical limitations, writes reports with his feet. If you threw this report on the ground, the farmers would eagerly pick it up and proclaim it a great find. Seated across from him, Lawyer Chen blushed furiously, wishing to bury his face in his chest. Shannon then turned his attention to the intern sitting beside Lawyer Chen. Your ability to organize materials is commendable, akin to an elderly woman burrowing into bed. It has certainly amused me. The intern's expression was one of near tears. Shannon consoled her. Quickly finish organizing the remaining documents, and you can redo them afterward. Just then, his phone rang. Shannon casually glanced at the screen. It was an unfamiliar string of numbers. He paid it no mind, but moments later, the numbers began to feel familiar. Suddenly, he realized why they seemed recognizable. He had memorized them long ago. He had not saved the number to avoid bringing trouble to the owner. Shannon immediately picked up the phone, inhaling deeply before pressing the answer button. His colleagues, observing his serious demeanor, grew tense as well. Hello, who is this? A deep, magnetic voice resonated through the connection, reaching Jiang Wanyue's ears. The interns, resembling quail in their seats, were astonished to hear Shannon's voice, which was entirely different from how he had addressed them. Is Shan, the lawyer possessed by a ghost? Who is this man radiating such undeniable charm? Mr. Shan, I am Jiang Wanyue. I apologize for the intrusion. Shannon's smile was as clear as water, reverberating in Jiang Wanyue's ears. Has Miss Jiang finally decided to seek my counsel for a lawsuit? I have already signed the divorce agreement with Fu Hanchuan. Upon hearing Jiang Wanyue's response, Shannon's lips curled into a pleased smile. Jiang Wanyue succinctly conveyed her purpose, expressing her desire for his assistance and recommending a reliable brokerage manager. Inquiring if he knew anyone fitting that description, Shannon readily agreed, stating, "All right, I'll have the client manager from Huadai Securities give you a call shortly." Jiang Wanyue graciously replied, "Thank you for your trouble." Shannon casually mentioned, "My father has been quite a lately. Just the other day, I heard him murmuring your name in his sleep." A heaviness settled in Jiang Wanyue's heart as she asked, "I plan to visit Professor Shan tomorrow. Would that be convenient for him?" "Let me check," he replied. The other lawyers noticed Shannon canceling several meetings scheduled for the following day on his iPad. Moments later, his voice came through, "Tomorrow happens to be my day off. Please give me a call before you head to the Shan residence." "All right," Jiang Wanyue responded melodiously, while Shannon's smile widened to the point of almost reaching his earlobes. After ending the call, Shannon tilted his head and saved Jiang Wanyue's number with a small moon emoji as a note. Chapter 15. I shall not allow anyone to belittle her. Chen Lu noticed that Shannon was in remarkably good spirits. "A major client?" he inquired. "Indeed," Shannon confirmed. Chen Lu, curious, pressed on, "Just how significant is this client to make you so elated?" Shannon replied, "If I win this case, I shall return home to marry." The room filled with astonished stares. Shannon was renowned in Beijing circles as a golden bachelor, a man allergic to women and averse to romantic entanglements. Given his profession, neither men nor women dared to engage in any schemes with him. For those who had attempted such tactics found themselves facing legal repercussions. The entire conference room buzzed with excitement. What kind of formidable client and case could prompt Shannon to embark on a new chapter in his life? Before long, the manager from Huadai Securities called Jiang Wanyue. "I have 60 million in funds that I intend to invest in the stock market." The manager was taken aback. 60 million, Miss Jiang, you must come to our office to open an account in person." Jiang Wanyue, accompanied by her child Zhao Zhao, entered the Huadai Securities building, where Zhao Zhao curiously surveyed her surroundings. Manager Hong escorted them to a private VIP room and facilitated the account opening process. Zhao Zhao watched as Jiang Wanyue negotiated the commission rate with Manager Hong. Witnessing a side of her mother she had never seen before, she was astonished to see her mother shine like a fierce eagle. Ultimately, Manager Hong offered Jiang Wanyue the lowest commission rate he had ever given in his career. "Miss Jiang, how do you plan to allocate your funds?" Manager Hong inquired. Jiang Wanyue handed him a note. "Please assist me in purchasing these stocks tomorrow." Manager Hong took the note and, initially glancing at it casually, His extensive experience with stocks immediately brought their recent trends to mind. Suddenly, his expression shifted. You intend to invest all 60 million in the stock market? Yes, she affirmed. Are you not considering any other options? Not at all, she replied. Manager Hong took a deep breath. I must warn you, the market is currently unfavorable. It's possible that within a week, your 60 million could dwindle to less than 10 million. Jiang Wanyue smiled gently. In a week, I anticipate those stocks will increase by approximately 20%. Manager Hong's eyes widened, and he chuckled, the kind of laugh that suggests he had no desire to waste words on a fool. As long as Miss Jiang can bear the potential losses, that's all that matters. Just don't go hanging around the brokerage building after you incur losses. As soon as Jiang Wanyue left, Manager Hong called Shinan. Shin, you have introduced me to a significant client. Before Shinan could respond, Manager Hong continued, that Miss Jiang intends to invest 60 million in the stock market. Would you not agree she is being foolish? She is not foolish, you cannot fathom her intelligence. Shinan promptly corrected him. Of course, she has made foolish decisions in the past, but I will not permit anyone to belittle her. The manager chuckled. In a week, you shall see just how foolish she truly is. Shinan's voice came through. Which stocks has Jiang Wanyue invested in? I wish to buy a few shares myself. Manager Hong hesitated. He was aware that Shinan was eager to spend money and would not deter him, and he could earn a commission from this transaction. After hanging up, Manager Hong then called Fu Hanchuan's assistant, who promptly connected him to Fu Hanchuan. Miss Jiang has invested all 60 million in the stock market. Fu Hanchuan inquired from the top floor of a business building, gazing down at the steel jungle below. Shrouded in clouds, indeed. I advised Miss Jiang against it, but she insisted on proceeding. Fu Hanchuan's lips curled into a cold smile. It seemed Jiang Wanyue's return to the Fu family would be hastened. A woman who had spent her life in a county town had never handled such a large sum of money in 7 years, even after marrying into a wealthy family, and now, with newfound wealth, Jiang Wanyue believed she could thrive. In less than 2 weeks, she would be regretting her decisions to the point of contemplating drastic measures. Understood, Fu Hanchuan acknowledged, preparing to end the call, but he casually asked, how did Jiang Wanyue manage to contact you? Manager Hong respectfully replied, it was Lawyer Shin who introduced me to Miss Jiang. Fu Hanchuan lifted an eyebrow, shadows flickering in his dark eyes. Shinan. Manager Hong nodded, yes, that's correct. Fu Hanchuan fell silent, a chill radiating from his striking visage. When Jiang Wanyue returned to the Jiang family home, the servants had already prepared dinner. Having divorced, she felt it necessary to discuss the matter thoroughly with her parents. After taking Zhao Zhao upstairs to change clothes, she emerged to find her father and mother in the living room. Our daughter is back, her mother, Tang Xinbo, exclaimed, leaning against Jiang Xingtian's chest in a manner reminiscent of a princess being cradled. Tang Xinbo possessed a delicate, youthful face, appearing to be in her 30s, though she was actually 46. Since her return to the Jiang family, Jiang Wanyue had rarely seen her mother venture outside. Tang Xinbo always donned pristine white dresses, appearing fragile, like a newborn nestled in Jiang Xingtian's embrace. Jiang Xingtian, over 50, was tall and slender, his handsome features now exuding a mature charm. After years of life's trials, mother Jiang Wanyue greeted them coolly. How dare you show your face here? Jiang Shengtian rebuked sternly. Tang Xinbo shivered slightly, akin to a frightened cat, nuzzling against the man's chest. Oh no, Xingtian, you frightened me. Jiang Shengtian diverted his attention back to Tang Xinbo, gently cradling her as he descended the stairs, treating her as if she were a fragile glass ornament. Carefully placing her in a high chair, Jiang Wanyue entered the dining room, forcibly redirecting her gaze away from her parents. She and Zhao Zhao took their seats across from them. A baby bowl sat before Tang Xinbo, who bit down on her spoon, glancing over at Zhao Zhao. Why doesn't Zhao Zhao use a baby bowl? Tang Xinbo inquired. Zhao Zhao picked up her chopsticks, declaring, I need to grow, and the baby bowl is no longer sufficient for me. Tang Xinbo blinked, playfully pouting at Jiang Shengtian. In our home, I am the only baby now. Jiang Shengtian gazed at her with eyes full of affection. Tanger will always be my baby. Jiang Wanyue lowered her gaze, pretending not to hear her parents' affectionate banter. Her mother had been nurtured by Jiang Shengtian since childhood. In her world, he was her sky, her lifeline. Jiang Nancheng had already taken her seat at the dining table, extending her hand toward Tang Xinbo. Mother, do you think my bracelet is beautiful? The sapphire bracelet sparkled under the lights. Jiang Wanyue remained unresponsive, while Zhao Zhao gasped, realizing that her aunt's bracelet resembled the one their father had gifted their mother. Jiang Nancheng had been waiting for this reaction, blinking innocently. Oh really? I had no idea. Jiang Wanyue laughed softly. Are you suggesting that you picked up something discarded off the ground and brought it home? She gently reminded Zhao Zhao, don't follow your aunt's example, don't pick up things off the ground. Zhao Zhao nodded obediently. Auntie, things on the ground are dirty. We must be careful of germs. Jiang Nancheng sat beside Tang Xinbo, prompting Jiang Shengtian to suddenly change his demeanor. Jiang Nancheng, who taught you to pick up things from the ground? Quickly take that off and wash your hands. Dad, Jiang Nancheng protested, displeased. Sister, go wash your hands. Tang Xinbo chimed in. Jiang Nancheng had deliberately hidden the bracelet, intending to show off in front of Jiang Wanyue. But now she found herself in a predicament. The bracelet was a gift from Hanchuan. Jiang Nansheng proclaimed triumphantly, laughing. Sister Wanyue, you've already divorced Hanchuan. He gave me a present. You won't be angry, will you? Besides, you have no right to be upset. The smile in Jiang Nansheng's eyes grew even more pronounced. Chapter 16. Watching Jiang Nansheng's reputation collapse, Jiang Wanyue replied with a grin, there's plenty of trash I've discarded. Take your time picking it up. Even if Jiang Nansheng lay naked on Fu Hanchuan's bed, Jiang Wanyue would feel no anger. She would merely watch as Jiang Nansheng's reputation crumbled, learning that the bracelet had been a gift from Fu Hanchuan. Jiang Shengtian felt a sense of relief. It indicated that Jiang Nansheng still held Fu Hanchuan's affections. At the dining table, Jiang Shengtian turned his attention to Jiang Wanyue. The fact that Fu has divorced you suggests you must have done something wrong to provoke his anger. I advise you to reconcile your marriage at once. The Jiang family has no divorced women, he continued. Really, don't you feel ashamed, a 30-something woman with a child, who would want you in the future? Jiang Wanyue ate her meal leisurely, occasionally monitoring Zhaozhao's dining habits. Of father, do you not wish to inquire why I intend to divorce Fu Hanchuan? What is there to question? You cannot even retain a man. Are you aware that my marriage into the Fu family was something I sought after with great humility? It appears that you have become too comfortable with your life and have begun to act in a despicable manner. Father Jiang Wanyue's expression turned frosty. Before she could speak, Tang Xinbo interjected, Sister, you should hastily apologize to your brother-in-law and seek his forgiveness this once. After your divorce, you will find it impossible to discover a better match than him. Zhang Shinting's gaze was filled with disdain. Perceiving those from the countryside as lacking sophistication, he pointed at Jiang Wanyue and said to Tang Xinbo, she is clearly not one we have kept close. She didn't even inform us of her divorce in advance, Jiang Wanyue replied. Had I told you in advance, I would not have been able to proceed with the divorce, Jiang Shinting snorted coldly. Casting a glance at Jiang Nansheng, and asked Jiang Wanyue, I have heard that you signed a divorce agreement with the young Master Fu, effectively seizing his assets. His tone became increasingly forceful. With such a substantial sum of money, you wouldn't foolishly deposit it into a fixed account, would you? Transfer it to Jiang's company account, and I can still provide you with dividends each year. Money, I have already invested it in the stock market. What did you say? Jiang Shinting's voice suddenly turned frigid. Jiang Wanyue, understanding that her father had a hearing impairment, repeated, the 60 million that Fu Hanchuan gave me is all in the stock market. Jiang Wanyue, have you lost your mind? How is that any different from burning money? Jiang Shinting slammed the table in frustration. His daughter had divorced and then invested all the money she had obtained from the Fu family into the stock market, without him receiving a single cent. Jiang Shinting's anger erupted like a volcano. Father, 7 years ago, you already received a sum for selling your daughter. Are you still not satisfied? Before Jiang Wanyue could finish her sentence, Jiang Shinting's eyes widened in disbelief. He could not tolerate anyone defying him. He seized the bowl in front of him and hurled it at Jiang Wanyue. Jiang Wanyue had no time to evade. Instinctively shutting her eyes, however, she felt no pain as the bowl struck her face. When she opened her eyes, she saw George was standing on the chair, her tiny hand steadily catching the bowl thrown by Jiang Shinting. Rice scattered across the table as George Wood exclaimed, Grandfather, we must not waste food. Being chastised by a 5-year-old child infuriated Jiang Shinting, who shouted, You two worthless creatures do not deserve to eat at the Jiang family's table. Jiang Shinting then grabbed the stir-fried tomatoes and eggs before tossing it at Zhuozhui. Jiang Wanyue sprang to her feet, lunging toward Zhuozhui. Zhuozhui's expression hardened, her hands gripping the edge of the table, and she flipped the 2-meter-wide rock dining table over. The stir-fried tomatoes and eggs collided with the stone surface, causing sauce to splatter onto Jiang Shinting. Tang Xinbo screamed in terror. The moment the round table was overturned, Jiang Shinting scooped up Tang Xinbo, retreating several steps in a panic. Seeing this, Jiang Wanyue rushed to embrace Zhuozhui and dashed towards the nearest kitchen. Boo, Shinting, I am so frightened. Tang Xinbo clung tightly to Jiang Shinting's neck, who gently patted her shoulder, saying, Don't be afraid, let me give them both a slap, and they will behave. Tang Xinbo shrank back slightly. A smile radiated from Jiang Nansheng's face. Since Jiang Wanyue returned to the Jiang family, she had not yet faced Jiang Shinting's wrath. The sight of him striking his daughter and granddaughter was indeed amusing. Jiang Wanyue, come out this instant. Jiang Shinting marched toward the kitchen, unbuckling his belt. He drew out the belt, akin to a well-trained prison guard. At that moment, Jiang Wanyue's figure appeared at the kitchen door, brandishing a sharp knife. She instructed Zhuozhui to hide in the kitchen and positioned herself at the doorway. Adopting a stance of defiance, Jiang Wanyue's eyes were filled with a fierce resolve as she saw the belt in Jiang Shinting's hands, igniting her maternal instincts and fighting spirit. She had once longed to experience familial affection from her biological parents after an 18-year separation, but now she understood that to ensure she and Zhuozhui could live well, she must sever this already tenuous bond of kinship. Father, shall we compare whether your belt is faster or my knife? Jiang Shinting, towering and robust from years of exercise, faced Jiang Wanyue, a mere homemaker worn from toil. Would he fear her knife? Yet, in Jiang Wanyue, He sensed the aura of someone willing to fight to the death, like a hunter in the jungle facing a mother lion. To protect her cub, a mother lion would be prepared to perish alongside her foe. Jiang Shinting felt the hair on his body stand on end uncontrollably. Do you dare to use a knife against me? Jiang Shinting roared, yet he stood his ground, showing no inclination to advance. Jiang Wanyue noticed his hesitation. At that moment, Jiang Shinting dared not act recklessly. She extended one hand backward, and Zhuozhuo rushed forward, hugging Jiang Wanyue's arm. Jiang Wanyue remained facing Jiang Shinting, pulling Zhuozhuo's hand as they retreated toward the front door. Jiang Shinting sensed her intentions, declaring, "If you dare to leave the Jiang family today, do not expect to return." Jiang Wanyue, holding Zhuozhuo's hand, quickened her pace. Jiang Shinting exhaled through his nostrils, and upon seeing them approach, he let out a lion-like roar. "From this day forth, I shall no longer acknowledge Jiang Wanyue as my daughter. If she dares to return home, do not let her in." Shinting, Tang Xinbao, terrified, leaped into Jiang Shinting's embrace. Trembling, "Does that mean you no longer want sister?" Jiang Shinting gently patted her shoulder, saying, "If I do not drive her away, how will she return to the Fu family? I want Jiang Wanyue to understand that having left both the Jiang and Fu families, she would have nowhere to go." Jiang Nansheng watched the scene with a frigid gaze, a cold snort escaping her throat. Jiang Wanyue returning to the Fu family in such a disheveled state would only invite Fu Hanchuan's disdain. Zhuozhuo sat closely beside Jiang Wanyue in the taxi. She had been particularly brave in facing Jiang Shinting, but as they left the Jiang family and gazed at the dim, boundless sky outside, waves of fear washed over her. Chapter 17. The child has been weaned, but why haven't you? Mommy, did I do something wrong just now? I shouldn't have flipped the table. She was still too young. Believing that it was her action that led to her and Jiang Wanyue being expelled from the Jiang family, Jiang Wanyue asked her, "If given another chance, would you still flip the table?" Zhuozhuo nodded without hesitation. "I wanted to protect mommy." Jiang Wanyue smiled warmly as Zhuozhuo did what she could. "You are mommy's hero." "Mommy is Zhuozhuo's hero." Zhuozhuo nestled in Jiang Wanyue's embrace. Receiving Jiang Wanyue's praise, Zhuozhuo's eyes sparkled, though she shyly added, "But I used a lot of strength, and this doesn't seem very ladylike. You were born a girl, but girls can be all sorts of things. There is no rule that dictates how a girl must be." Jiang Wanyue hugged Zhuozhuo tightly, saying, "Zhuozhuo, you possess innate strength and the ability to protect yourself. Mommy is happy for you and proud of you. If a girl is too weak, she can only depend on others, but mommy also hopes you do not abandon your identity as a woman. You can be whoever you wish to be." Zhuozhuo was ignited with courage by Jiang Wanyue's words. "Mommy, I have always wanted to learn boxing. I want to become stronger." While at the Fu family, she wanted to attend soccer and combat classes with Dudu, but was stopped by the old lady, who said girls should not run around and shout outside. "Well, your uncle is opening a gym. I will have him find you a boxing instructor. Mommy is the best." Zhuozhuo rested her head on Jiang Wanyue's shoulder, lifting her head with curiosity, asking, "Where are we going now?" Jiang Wanyue caressed her silky black hair. "We are going to Bihai Qinglan." She had signed the divorce agreement with Fu Hanchuan, and aside from securing financial compensation for herself, she retained all their properties. This was rightfully hers. Naturally, she was also looking for a new place, and once she made a profit in the stock market, she could take Zhuozhuo to move into a new home. For now, if Fu Hanchuan had properties under his name, they could stay there for the time being. Bihai Qinglan was the premier residential area in the capital. Upon disembarking from the taxi, Jiang Wanyue and Zhuozhuo were greeted by the community manager. "Madam, welcome home." Jiang Wanyue smiled. "It's time for you to change how you address me." The community manager sighed. "Miss Jiang." Jiang Wanyue nodded, and the community manager stood still, watching as Jiang Wanyue and Zhuozhuo entered the villa. Shortly after, Fu Hanchuan received word that Jiang Wanyue had moved into Bihai Qinglan. He noticed a tennis ball left in the corner of his study and felt displeased. Why hadn't Dudu tidied up her belongings? He picked up the tennis ball, struck it against the wall, and it bounced back into his hand. Fu Hanchuan curled his lips. What difference was there between Jiang Wanyue and this tennis ball? She was a parasite residing in his property, waiting for him to lower his head and admit fault. Unfortunately, Fu Hanchuan was not one to placate others. Purchasing a sapphire bracelet and personally gifting it to Jiang Wanyue was the greatest concession he could offer. If he lowered the bar for her, she would not step down, thus she would have to roll away or crawl back. "Sir, the hot water is ready." The voice of the servant came from outside the door. Fu Hanchuan stripped off his clothes and entered the bathroom. His skin was pale and cool. He prioritized fitness, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, and his abdominal muscles were distinctly defined. He stepped into the bathtub, only to be instantly scalded. Fu Hanchuan gasped. Quickly turning on the cold water tap with a grim expression, he submerged himself in the bathtub, enduring the high temperature. He had informed the servant numerous times that the water temperature should be 43 degrees. In the bathroom, the incense must be lit 10 minutes prior to his entrance. Fu Hanchuan leaned against the leather cushion at the edge of the bathtub, realizing that the lighting in the bathroom was also improperly adjusted. For 7 years, Jiang Wanyue had never made such a simple mistake. Fu Hanchuan took a deep breath, reminding himself to wait a few more days. Jiang Wanyue would soon return the following morning. Jiang Wanyue picked up her phone and saw a message from manager Hong. Miss Jiang, are you sure you want to invest the entire 60 million into the stock market? Jiang Wanyue replied, I am certain, please make the purchase as soon as the exchange opens, understood, Manager Hong cautioned. Just make sure you don't regret it. Jiang Wanyue opened her computer and accessed the stock trend analysis program she had developed. After inputting the data into her model, she felt confident that the domestic stock market was poised for a rebound. As the market opened, the stocks that Jiang Wanyue had instructed Manager Hong to purchase began to rise. Just as she shut down her computer, her phone chimed again. Jiang Wanyue glanced at the screen. An unknown number was calling. Having recently applied for several positions, she pressed the answer button to avoid missing any calls from HR. Hello, madam, it's me, came Wang Ma's voice from the phone. Do you know where the master's red cat's eye cufflinks are? Before Wang Ma could finish her sentence, Jiang Wanyue abruptly hung up. Why should she concern herself with Fu Hanchuan's cufflinks? Jiang Wanyue headed to the children's room to check Zhuo's homework. Shortly thereafter, the landline in the living room rang, its sound echoing unsettlingly in the empty space. Rising, Jiang Wanyue promptly unplugged the phone line. Before she could return to the children's room, the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, she found the community manager waiting, who handed her his phone. Reluctantly, Jiang Wanyue answered the call, and a chilling male voice echoed in her ear. Where is the replacement for the shower gel I usually use? Fu Hanchuan was displeased that Jiang Wanyue had not replaced the shower gel before it ran out. Cold River, have you found the shower gel? I can just use soap to wash myself. It seemed Jiang Nancheng had only just realized Fu Hanchuan was on the line. Are you calling Wanyue? She will definitely misunderstand. Never mind, I won't wash. On the other end, Fu Hanchuan continued. Nancheng is accompanying Dudu for breakfast and got his clothes dirty. He was both explaining and reminding Jiang Wanyue that she had neglected her responsibilities as a mother. Fu Hanchuan, we are divorced. Could you please refrain from calling me? Jiang Wanyue replied impatiently. The man countered. The Fu family's nanny has left, and there is still a 3-month transition period. In moments of silence, one can truly laugh. Fu Hanchuan, do you look down on me? Why did you marry me? Jiang Wanyue retorted. You brought me into your world to toil for you, to pledge my loyalty, all while coldly observing my foolish love for you, despising my identity, my knowledge, mocking my efforts as if they were utterly worthless in your eyes. Once you find a new wife, let her handle the transition with me. What a colossal infant, what a simpleton, what did you say? If you can't find the shower gel, perhaps you should submerge your head in the bathtub and shake it a bit. With all those bubbles in your head, it should be enough for the entire family to wash. As for the cufflinks, you might as well gouge out your own eyeballs to use as them. Are you out of your mind? The child is already weaned. How come you still haven't weaned off? Chapter 18. Tempting her Hanchuan, Jiang Nancheng noticed that Fu Hanchuan's earlobes were flushed red. The expression on his face was one she had never witnessed before. What is Sister Wanyue shouting about on the phone? The look on the man's face was intriguing. She was still throwing a fit. Fu Hanchuan began to doubt whether the person who had just scolded him was truly Jiang Wanyue. Sister Wanyue might be going through menopause. Jiang Nancheng chuckled. I heard that women who have given birth age quickly. After unleashing her fury, Jiang Wanyue hung up and handed her phone to the community manager, who stood frozen in place. Jiang Wanyue raised her hand slightly, and the manager hurriedly took the phone and dashed away, fearing that staying even a moment longer would earn him Jiang Wanyue's wrath. All Jiang Wanyue wanted was to leave the Bihai Qinglan villa, so she invited Zhuo. Shall we go visit mommy's mentor? Sure. Before departing for the Shen residence, Jiang Wanyue called Shen and she stopped by a flower shop to buy flowers and then visited Zhu to select the Xian paper that Shen Tenghua had previously favored. Arriving at the gates of the Shen residence, she found no sign of Shenan. Instead, a servant came to greet her. The servant led Jiang Wanyue inside, and as she passed the side hall, she caught sight of a whiteboard displaying a math problem. The servant instructed her to wait in the corridor. After a short while, the servant emerged from Shen Tenghua's room, looking rather awkward. The master just took his medication and is feeling a bit fatigued. Perhaps, Miss Jiang, you could wait a moment longer. Jiang Wanyue's heart sank. It was clear Shen Tenghua did not wish to see her. All right, she replied, and the servant led her to the side hall. Jiang Wanyue sat there with Zhuo for quite some time. Her gaze was drawn to the problem on the whiteboard. 10 minutes later, she approached and picked up a marker, beginning to write. It felt as if she had been transported back to her student days. The hot wind blew outside, the leaves of the phoenix trees rustled, and the sound of students' footsteps echoed from the corridor. She became completely immersed in the sea of problems until a male voice thundered from behind. What are you doing? The voice interrupted Jiang Wanyue's thoughts, and she instinctively turned around to see 4 or 5 young men standing there. A boy wearing black-rimmed glasses strode up to Jiang Wanyue. Are you the new nanny? How dare you touch our things? He snatched the pen from her hand. Jiang Wanyue stepped back, apologizing. I'm sorry, I didn't know this was yours. Clearly, you were just the new nanny. Don't touch anything here. If even a single sheet of calculation paper goes missing, you won't be able to afford it. The boy with the glasses was aggressive, while the others urged, forget it, forget it. Let us see if we've lost anything. A few boys began to tidy up their belongings on the desk by the whiteboard. Jiang Wanyue took Zhuo's hand and led him to the corridor. Waiting for Shin Tunghua. One of the boys picked up the eraser and was about to wipe away the formulas Jiang Wanyue had written, but the next moment, he halted his actions. Senior, come look. It seems she has solved the problem. What did you say? The boys quickly gathered around, eyes wide as they stared at the whiteboard for a long while. Wow, someone exclaimed, was that written by that nanny? She solved Professor Shin's problem. The boys rushed to find Jiang Wanyue. Excuse me, how did you solve this problem? Are you a student of Professor Shin? Someone immediately dismissed the claim, saying, Professor Shin doesn't accept female students. She can't possibly be one, Jiang Wanyue confidently replied. Why wouldn't Professor Shin accept female students? He has no gender bias. Since the 2020 cohort, Professor Shin has stopped accepting female students. Previously, when female students under his tutelage dropped out to marry into wealthy families, he became the laughingstock of the academic community. Shoo, keep your voice down. The entire corridor fell silent in an instant. Jiang Wanyue followed everyone's gaze and saw Shin Tunghua leaning against the doorframe. Looking at her, it felt as though an invisible noose tightened around Jiang Wanyue's neck, stealing her breath away. Shin Tunghua was dressed in a dark blue cotton linen home outfit. He appeared frail, his hair completely white, and he hunched over. Jiang Wanyue opened her mouth, instinctively wanting to call out teacher, but she realized she had long since lost that qualification. She was unworthy. Instantly, her vision blurred. Hello, Grandpa. Zhuo's innocent voice rang out like a spring breeze. You are the learned and talented educator, the outstanding mathematician Shin Tunghua, whom my mommy often speaks of, right? Shin Tunghua gazed at the round and adorable Zhuo, and the sternness on his face softened slightly. Your daughter, yes, Jiang Wanyue quickly affirmed. This is my daughter, Zhuo. Nearby, someone excitedly exclaimed, Professor Shin, she solved the problem you set. Shin Tunghua paused for a moment before walking toward the side hall. Jiang Wanyue noticed that Shin Tunghua's steps were steady. Contrary to what Shinan had claimed about his declining health, standing before the whiteboard, Shin Tunghua examined the solution Jiang Wanyue had written, and his emaciated shoulders trembled slightly. Everything I taught you. You haven't forgotten. The more she remembered, the more melancholy Shin Tunghua felt, increasingly reluctant to forgive this foolish girl who had given up her promising future. Jiang Wanyue looked at the whiteboard and said, I thought I had long forgotten the knowledge I learned in university, but when standing before the whiteboard those formulas came rushing back into my mind. She truly was the professor's student, the boys standing nearby whispered among themselves. She isn't, Shin Tunghua stubbornly denied it. On the day Jiang Wanyue gave up her direct doctoral program, he had made her promise that when asked who her university mentor was, she would not speak his name. Jiang Wanyue left the school with her undergraduate diploma, and their teacher-student bond had vanished without a trace. The students quickly fell silent, and Shin Tunghua coldly looked at Jiang Wanyue, his voice dropping. Come in and talk to me. Speaking to Jiang Wanyue in front of these students was beneath him. Jiang Wanyue followed Shin Tunghua into the living room, and as he took a seat, he asked, I heard you divorced that man from the Fu family. Jiang Wanyue lowered her gaze. Yes, I have left the Fu family. What are your plans for the future? I am currently seeking employment. Jiang Wanyue confided her unspoken struggles, lamenting that she only possesses an undergraduate degree and has been a housewife. Once she was held in high regard by Shin Tunghua, only to eventually disappoint him. His students are all exceptional individuals, each one of them recognized as national talents and outstanding members of society. Yet, after becoming Shin Tunghua's prized pupil, she stubbornly chose to marry for love, distancing herself from the workforce for 5 years. As a divorced mother with a child, she finds it challenging to secure even a physically demanding job. Shin Tunghua scoffed disdainfully, remarking, This is your own doing. Jiang Wanyue responded, Indeed, this is my own choice. She forced a bitter smile and added, I came here today to ask for your assistance. Shin Tunghua immediately adopted a stern expression, questioning what face Jiang Wanyue had to request anything from him. I have a few patents that I hope to sell for a good price. Although her research patents had no shortage of interested buyers, as a mere housewife, she lacked the qualifications to negotiate. Only by leveraging Shin Tunghua's reputation could her patents gain wider recognition. Shin Tunghua dismissed her request with a click of his tongue, stating, I will not assist you in selling your patents. Jiang Wanyue lowered her eyelashes, fully anticipating his refusal. He possessed his own integrity and pride, refusing to bow to financial temptations of father. Why are you sitting here? Let me help you to bed. A deeply magnetic, sultry male voice interrupted, causing Shin Tunghua's brow to twitch in confusion. He soon noticed his son approaching, radiating vitality. Shinan walked past Jiang Wanyue without sparing her a glance. Jiang Wanyue noticed that the fabric on the man's back and waist was slightly damp. His sheer white t-shirt clung to his healthy skin, revealing a faint blush. Chapter 19. He was indeed clothed, yet appeared more exposed. Shin Tunghua's brow furrowed tightly, on the verge of uttering words of moral decay. What have you done to yourself? Shinan, though dressed, seemed more exposed than if he were not wearing anything at all. Shin Tunghua's thick brows twitched with agitation. Caught in the rain, came the light-hearted reply. Shinan brushed his wet hair off his forehead. From Jiang Wanyue's perspective, he displayed a perfectly proportioned profile, with a high nose that resembled a slide, stirring her senses, his side profile, with a charming dimple. was particularly captivating. Shin Tunghua, aided by Shinan, could not help but raise a hand to shield his eyes. He required sunglasses. The radiance emanating from his son was blinding. Father, let me help you to bed. Do not push yourself. What am I pushing myself for? It is clearly you who are overdoing it. You have transformed into a flamboyant peacock. As Shin Tunghua's words fell, he noticed Jiang Wanyue casting a concerned glance his way. Before Shin Tunghua could comprehend the situation, Shinan pressed him down onto the bed. Shinan vigorously fluffed the pillow, sending dust flying, prompting Shin Tunghua to cough. Jiang Wanyue hurried to fetch him some water. Professor, would you like a drink? She approached with a cup of water, her expression filled with worry. Just moments ago, Shin Tunghua had been full of vigor, yet now he was coughing incessantly. As he coughed, Shin Tunghua attempted to converse with Jiang Wanyue, but Shinan restrained his father's hand, taking the water cup from Jiang Wanyue. Allow me. His icy fingertips inadvertently brushed against Jiang Wanyue's delicate skin. Like a dragonfly skimming the surface of water, leaving no trace. Father is not in a condition to drink water. He will feel better after some rest. Saying this, Shinan took the water that Jiang Wanyue had prepared and brought it to his own lips. Shin Tunghua nearly choked on the breath he struggled to catch. Shinan leaned closer to him, blocking Jiang Wanyue's view, which caused her to miss what Shin Tunghua was saying. Shinan nodded at Shin Tunghua, affirming, I understand that he knows nothing. Shin Tunghua cursed inwardly, for he had not divulged anything to Shinan. Shinan straightened up and informed Jiang Wanyue, my father gave his students an Olympiad math paper today. If you can solve all the problems on it, he will forgive any past grievances between you. Just as Shin Tunghua attempted to rise, Shinan forcefully pushed him back down, causing him to cough once more. The moment he coughed, Shinan began patting his chest, making it impossible for Shin Tunghua to cease coughing. Professor Grandpa, I'll help you pat it too. Zhuozhua too felt sympathy for Shin Tunghua. Shinan pointed at the pillow, urging pat here. Zhuozhua earnestly used both hands to alternate patting the pillow, sending fine fluff into the air, nearly causing Shin Tunghua to faint. When had he ever said he would forgive Jiang Wanyue? This was all Shinan's fabrication. Never mind. After being a housewife for 7 years, if she could solve the problem he had just posed, that would already be commendable. None of his students had managed to complete all the questions on his paper. To expect him to forgive Jiang Wanyue was out of the question. Shin Tunghua closed his eyes, and Zhuozhua exclaimed, Grandpa has fallen asleep. Let me see if he still breathes. Shinan bent down to check Shin Tunghua's breath, only to have Shin Tunghua swat his hand away with a grimace. Gratitude surged on Jiang Wanyue's face. Alright, I will go solve the paper right now. It was truly wonderful that Shin Tunghua was willing to give her a chance. For the past 7 years, whenever she thought of Shin Tunghua, guilt would wash over her. Apart from her adoptive parents, she felt she had wronged her teacher, who had once placed such high hopes in her. Jiang Wanyue bowed to Shin Tunghua, saying, Professor, please rest well. Lying on the bed, Shin Tunghua sighed helplessly, waving his hand to signal Jiang Wanyue to leave. After Jiang Wanyue took Zhuozhua away, Shin Tunghua instantly sprang up, seizing the nearby cane and striking it against Shinan's leg. Father, be gentle. Shinan did not evade, enduring the blow from Shin Tunghua. Shin Tunghua jabbed the cane at the damp fabric clinging to Shinan's waist. Could you not exercise some restraint? This is utterly disgraceful. Have you been possessed by a vixen? You. What are you doing to entice others? Lower your voice. Shinan quickly cautioned, I should indeed lower my voice. This is what you call radiant? Shin Tunghua felt his aged face burning with shame. Shinan responded, if someone overhears, how will I entice her then? Shin Tunghua rolled his eyes in exasperation, on the verge of losing his composure. Jiang Wanyue gathered several comic books for Zhuozhua and borrowed paper and colored pens from the maid. Zhuozhua was remarkably composed, able to sit quietly for hours, reading and drawing. Hello, Professor Shin asked me to complete a paper, he said. After settling Zhuozhua, Jiang Wanyue approached Shin Tunghua's students to request an Olympiad math paper. A male student inquired, are you also a student at Qingda? He hesitated, glancing at the 5-year-old Zhuozhua. I graduated from Huaca University. The male student further asked, are you in graduate school, or are you pursuing a doctorate? Jiang Wanyue smiled, I graduated with my bachelor's and have not pursued further studies. Sitting at the rectangular wooden table, several students looked up, curious about their conversation. The male student who handed Jiang Wanyue the paper remarked, then you won't be able to complete this paper. Professor Shin's questions require at least second-year graduate-level knowledge. A bespectacled male student quietly mocked, an undergraduate attempting Olympiad questions. She looks like she has no experience with advanced mathematics, given that her child is already this old. Someone gently nudged the elbow of the mocker. But Jiang Wanyue had solved the problems on the whiteboard that Professor Shin had posed. We studied for a week and wrote out our solution strategies, only to be scolded by Professor Shin. The bespectacled male student looked at Jiang Wanyue with skepticism, thinking it might just be a fluke. Mere luck. Jiang Wanyue tuned out the noise and sat down with the paper. She could use the internet and mathematical programs to assist in solving the Olympiad problems set by Shin Tunghua. He even permitted students to post the questions online to seek help, yet, even with such assistance, few could answer the questions. Jiang Wanyue placed her phone aside, quickly scanning through the paper, selecting the types of questions she excelled at. and began tackling them. As she immersed herself in the sea of problems, she felt a long-lost sensation. She reveled in the challenges, the knowledge she had once learned resurfacing from the depths of her mind. Undiminished by time, she felt as if her brain had been cleansed by a clear spring, her problem-solving mindset sharpening. After completing several questions she was proficient in, Jiang Wanyue looked up to see Shannon accompanying Zhuozhuo in drawing. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Wanyue felt a wave of nostalgia. This had once been the image she longed for in her marriage, yet Fu Hanchuan had scarcely spent time with their child. As she daydreamed, nearby students curiously glanced at her paper. You have solved so many questions?" A low exclamation from one student startled the others. No way, in just an hour, she has completed half the paper. She must have written it carelessly. How could that be possible? Several students surrounded Jiang Wanyue. Just because the paper is densely filled with writing does not equate to solving the problems. Watching you tackle Professor Shen's Olympiad questions feels like observing a vocational school student claiming to have proven the Goldbach conjecture. The bespectacled male student could no longer tolerate it. Jiang Wanyue was attempting the same paper as them. This was a blatant insult to their group of doctoral students at Qingda. He snatched the paper from Jiang Wanyue's hands, preparing to ridicule her thoroughly. Chapter 20. Daddy is naughty, Uncle Shen is good. All of Shintunghua students gathered around, many wearing expressions of amusement. Humph, look at what she has written. The bespectacled male student began mocking the formulas beneath the questions, line by line. Yet, as he scanned through the paper, he found himself at a loss for words. She has proven it. Jiang Wanyue's proof is more straightforward and comprehensible than his. The boy can't help but slap his forehead in disbelief. How could he not have thought of this approach? How is it possible that her writing is inherently correct? Another student snatched the paper from his hands, while others craned their necks, fixated on Jiang Wanyue's proof steps, momentarily rendered speechless. Not only did she write quickly, but she also solved all the problems proposed by Shintunghua. As several boys glanced back at Jiang Wanyue, their expressions shifted entirely. Senior, your speed in solving problems is astonishing, one exclaimed. I spent 2 days on this paper, and you've already solved more problems in under an hour. They were utterly flabbergasted. Jiang Wanyue replied, since this is an Olympiad paper, it should be tackled within the competition's timeframe. No one writes as quickly as you do. During the Olympiad, Jiang Wanyue was always the first to submit her paper. Her prowess in competitions left Shintunghua feeling particularly regretful. He even harbored resentment towards her for squandering her talent so frivolously. Does the senior really only hold an undergraduate degree? I've participated in competitions before and have considerable experience in problem solving, she explained. The students regarded Jiang Wanyue as a professional in Olympiad mathematics. Senior, could you share the thought process behind your proof for this problem? Zhuozhuo unconsciously lifted her head, witnessing Jiang Wanyue standing before the whiteboard, elucidating concepts to the students from Peking University. Wow, Zhuozhuo's mouth fell agape, emitting a muffled gasp of admiration. Typically Jiang Wanyue would sit beside her and Dudu gently guiding them through their homework. Back then, she spoke in hushed tones, yet now Zhuozhuo observed a completely transformed Jiang Wanyue. It turned out that her mother could shine brightly, exude confidence, and garner admiration from so many adults. After listening to Jiang Wanyue's explanation, several students couldn't help but applaud, although Zhuozhuo was unaware of the context. She joined in the clapping. Mommy is so amazing, right, Uncle Shen? Zhuozhuo turned to see Shen and looking at Jiang Wanyue with fervent admiration. She froze, although Uncle Shen was undeniably handsome in her eyes. Her father was the most handsome man in the world, yet she had never seen her father look at her mother with such radiance. Shannon lowered his head, acknowledging Zhuozhuo's earlier comment. I know your mommy is remarkable. Zhuozhuo beamed with joy. That's wonderful. Now there's another person who knows how great mommy is. Dudu always thinks my aunt is the best, but I know mommy is 1,000 times, no, 1,000,000 times, better. A warm smile graced Shinan's lips. She was a pearl, merely obscured by dust, which led some to mistake her for a mere imitation. Only Jiang Wanyue could brush away that dust. Senior, you must be participating in next month's ALI mathematics competition, right? Jiang Wanyue paused, then quickly inquired, is it still possible to register for the ALI mathematics competition? It should be. Today is the last day for registration. Jiang Wanyue hastily opened her computer, verifying that the ALI mathematics competition allowed public participants without any educational restrictions. Just in time, she submitted her completed registration form at the very last moment. In recent years, the ALI Group's mathematics competition has garnered the highest attention and prestige nationwide. Securing a rank would significantly ease her job search. I thought you had already registered for the ALI competition. One student remarked. Jiang Wanyue felt a pang of shame. I haven't participated in a competition for 7 years. Her experience reshaped the students' perceptions. A boy wearing black-framed glasses scoffed through his nose. We look forward to seeing you compete with us. He taunted. If you rank at the bottom, that would be quite amusing, the boy's derision echoed. Since the ALI mathematics competition does not restrict public participants, many submit blank papers, resulting in a significant number of zero scores on the annual ranking list. Along with the publication of participants' names and identities, you should prepare yourself mentally. Jiang Wanyue remained unfazed, smiling as she replied, if I rank higher than you, you must wear a shirt proclaiming that I ranked below you in the ALI competition for an entire week. What do you think? This could be considered the utmost humiliation for a student living in an ivory tower. He would have to wear such a shirt while navigating the Peking University campus. The boy in black framed glasses was stirred by Jiang Wanyue's challenge. Fine, but let me tell you, I don't expect you to rank lower than me, as long as you place outside the top 200. You won't be allowed to study with us at Professor Shin's home. Well, she managed to solve 3 problems in an hour. Nearby students attempted to reason with him. What does it matter if she can write the solutions? In competitions, we need to respond using latex. Did she even learn that in college? Others reassured him, but the boy sat down, still muttering, a housewife participating in a math competition is just a waste of societal resources. Jiang Wanyue focused her mind back on the paper, undeterred by others' scorn. She knew the path she was on was difficult, yet she had once scaled its heights. All she needed to do was return to that pinnacle. Time slipped away for Jiang Wanyue as she remained blissfully unaware. After conquering a significant problem, her heart swelled with fulfillment. She exhaled deeply, lifting her gaze to see Shin and gently cradling the sleeping Zhuozhua. Just as she prepared to rise, she noticed the man silently mouthing, I'll take her inside. Jiang Wanyue watched as Shin and carried Zhuozhua into Shin Tunghua's room. Shin Tunghua had already risen from the bed. He was not ill but simply unable to remain lying down. Shinan, with tender movements, placed Zhuozhua at the edge of the bed and retrieved a blanket to cover her, observing Zhuozhua sleeping soundly. Shin Tunghua nearly unleashed a reprimand for Shinan, but it transformed into a sarcastic comment. You really care for this child, why the rush to play the role of a father? Shinan knelt beside Zhuozhua, whispering softly into her ear, Daddy's bad, Uncle Shin is good, Daddy's bad, Uncle Shin is good. Shin Tunghua's temples throbbed, and he picked up his cane, ready to lash out again. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the students from Peking University bid farewell to Shin Tunghua. Jiang Wanyue informed him of her intention to participate in the ALI mathematics competition. Shin Tunghua clasped his hands behind his back and cast a sidelong glance at his son. With a huff of cold air from his nostrils, his voice was as rigid as his demeanor. In that case, come here to work on problems in the coming days. After all, you are one of my students. You must not embarrass me in the competition. Jiang Wanyue's eyes sparkled with joy, akin to brilliant stars twinkling in the night sky. Thank you, Professor. She bowed deeply to Shin Tunghua, after Jiang Wanyue departed. Shin Tunghua turned back to review her paper once more, releasing a long sigh as tears welled in his eyes. Shinan held Zhuozhua as they walked out the door. Let me take you home. Jiang Wanyue, cradling the sleeping Zhuozhua, prepared to hail a taxi. No need, my older brother will come to pick us up. Shinan was taken aback as a military green SUV approached. The vehicle stopped before them, and the window rolled down to reveal a strikingly chiseled face. Shinan's expression hardened. This was Jiang Wanyue's brother from her adoptive parents' family. Lu Fang, Chapter 21, Fu Hanchuan, must we be enemies? Upon spotting Shinan holding Zhuozhua, Lu Fang opened the car door and stepped out. Standing nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall, Lu Fang's muscular frame was accentuated by a snug black t-shirt. Give her to me, he said, extending his hand. His muscular arm rippling, Shinan had no choice but to hand Zhuozhua over to Lu Fang. Lu Fang effortlessly cradled Zhuozhua and turned to Jiang Wanyue. Let's go. Jiang Wanyue bid farewell to Shinan and climbed into Lu Fang's vehicle. Lu Fang placed Zhuozhua in the back seat, then closed the door and walked to the driver's seat, casting a cold glance at Shinan. Shinan ignored Lu Fang, directing his gentle gaze solely at Jiang Wanyue. Be careful on the road. He smiled mildly, the warmth of his expression devoid of excessive familiarity, instead carrying a hint of distance. Shinan watched as the SUV drove away. Lu Fang glanced into the rearview mirror and inquired, who was that? Professor Shin's son. Shinan. Lu Fang pondered, I've seen him at your school before. Jiang Wanyue shrugged it off. He might have come to find his father. As far as Jiang Wanyue knew, Shinan was not a student at Peking University. Lu Fang recalled visiting Peking University to find Jiang Wanyue, where he had spotted a man wearing a black mask and a baseball cap sitting at the back of Jiang Wanyue's classroom. The individual had made a deliberate effort to remain inconspicuous, yet Lu Fang, having served in the military, was particularly attuned to those who tried too hard to blend in. He sensed that the stranger's gaze was always fixed on Jiang Wanyue. He's a creep. Be cautious in the future. Lu Fang's voice turned cold, causing Jiang Wanyue to momentarily falter, struggling to reconcile the refined and graceful figure of the 4 young elites of the capital with the notion of a creep. Lu Fang shifted the topic away from Shinan and asked, what are your plans moving forward? He was already aware of Jiang Wanyue's divorce from Fu Hanchuan. At that moment, Zhuozhua stirred awake. Daddy's bad, Uncle Shin is good. Lu Fang's eyes widened in surprise. Just then, the traffic light ahead turned red, prompting him to hit the brakes and glance back. Zhuozhua blinked her bright, dark eyes, revealing a look of confusion. Hut! Zhuozhua felt a sense of curiosity as she touched her ear. Jiang Wanyue, surprised, inquired why Zhuozhua had suddenly made such a statement. Zhuozhua shook her head, saying, I seem to have had a dream where a voice told me, Daddy is bad and Uncle Shin is good. I think Uncle Shin is really nice. A sweet smile spread across Zhuozhua's face at the mere thought of Shinan. The expression of a daughter is never deceptive. Jiang Wanyue gently pinched Zhou's cheek. I never expected Mr. Shin to be so adept with children. Liu Fang placed his hands on the steering wheel. Contemplating, it's possible that dreams and reality are opposites, that Uncle Shin might actually be a bad person. Jiang Wanyue reminisced about the scenes at the Shin residence, chuckling, even if Shinan is a bad person. A pervert, he is undeniably a handsome one, a beautiful pervert. The following day, Jiang Wanyue took Zhou to Lu Fang's gym. She requested Lu Fang to find a boxing coach who had once been part of the national team for Zhou. Upon seeing the chubby Zhou, the young coach blurted out, "Why is it a girl?" Lu Fang retorted lightly, "She is my niece. Help her train well." The coach crouched down, scrutinizing Zhou. "Boxing is tough." "You mustn't cry." Zhou, with a serious expression, replied in her high-pitched voice, "I won't cry." The coach smirked, suggesting, "Let us have your brother help you lose some weight." He then picked up a boxing pad and instructed Zhou. "Put all your strength into this punch, coach. Make sure you stand firm." Zhou replied in her sweet voice. She raised her arm, and just as Jiang Wanyue was about to caution her to hold back, Zhou had already thrown her punch. The boxing coach was sent flying, losing his balance and collapsing to the ground, his mind blank. "Coach, are you alright?" Zhou rushed to his side. The coach felt himself being hoisted by an overwhelming force. Coughing incessantly, he clutched his chest while Zhou gently patted his back. Undigested breakfast spewed from the coach's mouth, scattering across the floor. "Tsk," Lu Fang scoffed, displaying a look of disdain. Jiang Wanyue hurried to fetch a mop to clean up the mess. Not far away, someone was covertly filming Jiang Wanyue with a phone and sent the video to Jiang Nancheng. "Is that your cheap sister?" Jiang Nancheng stared at the video on her phone for a while before bursting into laughter. She turned and entered a private room, the door slamming against the wall, drawing the attention of the dozen or so men inside, dressed in a fitted black sports jacket and sharkskin pants that accentuated her long legs. Jiang Nancheng tossed her hair and plopped down beside Fu Hanchuan. "Hanchuan, you need to talk to Wanyue. She is actually working as a cleaner at the gym." Jiang Nancheng showed Fu Hanchuan the video of Jiang Wanyue mopping the floor. She could distinctly sense the chill emanating from the man, and Jiang Nancheng mused, "Wanyue, after all, was raised in a poor family." Just as Jiang Wanyue returned the mop to the supply room, her phone rang. Glancing at the screen, she saw an unfamiliar number. "Recently on a job hunt." She didn't want to miss any calls and answered, "Wanyue, it's me." Jiang Wanyue had long since blocked Jiang Nancheng's number, and now she was using someone else's phone to call her. With a frosty expression, Jiang Wanyue was about to hang up when she heard Jiang Nancheng say, "I heard you're looking for a job. Coincidentally, Jinhui Entertainment needs a barmaid. The shift starts at 10 in the evening with a base salary of 8,000, and diligent workers can earn 20 to 30,000 a month. Don't you think this job suits you perfectly? During the day, you can take care of Zhou, and once she is asleep, you can go to work." Jiang Wanyue found it amusing. "You're suggesting this job to me. Does Fu Hanchuan know?" The voice responding to Jiang Wanyue was Fu Hanchuan's. "The job Nancheng is recommending is certainly better than being a cleaner at the gym." Jiang Wanyue felt her blood run cold, sensing a piercing chill. "Fu Hanchuan, does our 7-year marriage have to devolve into enmity? You suggest this job as if it's a cup of boiling water. No one would willingly drink such a bitter brew." His voice was even colder than hers. "You had everything going for you as Mrs. Fu, yet you chose to work as a cleaner at the gym." Jiang Wanyue, "That is quite pathetic." Jiang Wanyue laughed, saying, "Nancheng has always been idle. Let her take this great job selling drinks at entertainment venues. I have the 60 million you gave me along with real estate and stock options, which are enough to keep me comfortable. I kindly ask you, my ex-husband, not to meddle." Jiang Wanyue hung up, still feeling unsatisfied. She borrowed a laptop from Lu Fang and, in 10 minutes, crafted a resume in Fu Hanchuan's name to send to the Mail Public Relations Department at Jinhui Entertainment. After successfully sending the email, Jiang Wanyue noticed an advertisement for heavy monetary rewards for children in the bottom right corner of the webpage. She clicked on it and filled in Fu Hanchuan's phone number. Chapter 22, Fu shoutouts on his wife without bounds. Tsk. Fu Hanchuan set his phone down, displeased, realizing Jiang Wanyue was still competing with him. "Oh, don't worry about Wanyue," Jiang Nancheng exclaimed, casually draping her arms around Fu Hanchuan's neck and playfully patting his chest. The man made no move to resist her. Jiang Nancheng clung to Fu Hanchuan as they returned to the private room, where the young heirs were discussing the rise of several stocks in the market that day. "I heard through the grapevine that the Fu family invested 60 million in Huadai securities a couple of days ago." These young heirs were quite well informed. They couldn't overlook Jiang Wanyue's 8-figure transaction with Huadai securities. Countless gazes fell upon Fu Hanchuan. He paused for a moment, feeling that Jiang Wanyue had merely stumbled upon a stroke of luck. The man lounged casually in his chair, indifferently stating, "My wife is just lucky." He even began to suspect that Jiang Wanyue had overheard some insider trading information when she entered his study. Otherwise, how could she have the audacity to invest all the money she had into the stock market? But market fluctuations are fleeting. For now, Jiang Wanyue was merely making money on paper. Whether she could truly profit from that 60 million remained uncertain, given her perspective as a cleaner. The thought alone made Fu Hanchuan chuckle. I have the 60 million you gave me along with real estate and stock options, which are enough to keep me comfortable. I kindly ask you, my ex-husband, not to meddle. Zhang Wanyue's voice echoed in Fu Hanchuan's ears. Did she think everything she possessed was truly hers, money, properties, stock options? If he wished, even with her name on them, he could reclaim them all, someone cautiously inquired. I heard you two are divorced. Oh, Fu Hanchuan's expression darkened. She is just throwing a tantrum. It's merely the 7-year itch. You give her some money, let her have her fun, and she'll return. Laughter erupted in the room. Fu Xiao dotes on his wife. Truly to the point of absurdity, Jiang Nancheng exclaimed, women are just dramatic. If I had such a wonderful husband, I wouldn't act out. Enough about women, it's tiresome. Come on, cheers. Jiang Nancheng stood up, raising her glass. Just then, Fu Hanchuan's phone rang again. Sir, the young master refuses to attend his extracurricular classes, and he hasn't completed his school assignments in days. The tutor who was supervising his studies has already been dismissed. And Wang had called Fu old madam, who said that if Dudu didn't want to go to the extracurricular classes, it was because those teachers were inadequate. She would find someone new for Dudu. As for the tutor, it was just a matter of finding another one. However, during this transitional period without a tutor, Aunt Wang and the other household staff had to persuade Dudu to complete his assignments. Dudu had just thrown a tantrum, smashing things and hitting Aunt Wang on the head, causing a large bump. If this were to reach the old lady's ears, she would side with her grandson and would only end up dismissing Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang could only bear the pain on her forehead and call Fu Hanchuan for help. I want to go to the amusement park. Take me to the amusement park. Jiang Nancheng heard Dudu shout through Fu Hanchuan's phone. Fu Hanchuan's expression turned icy. Have Fu Gita take the call. Jiang Nancheng quickly said, let me speak to Dudu. She took Fu Hanchuan's phone, and Dudu's reluctant voice came through. Hello, Daddy. Dudu, it's me, Sister Nancheng. Dudu's voice brightened instantly. Jiang Nancheng coaxed him. Can you please go do your homework first? In an hour, I'll take you out to play. When Jiang Nancheng took him out to have fun, the activities would be quite different: racing, shooting games, roller coasters, hamburgers, chips, and cola. Jiang Nancheng even took him to a bar for a taste of the world, something his mother would never do. Yay, Sister Nancheng, I'll wait for you. Dudu happily hung up. Jiang Nancheng shot Fu Hanchuan a triumphant look. What do you think? I'm impressive, right? Your son listens to me now, Fu Hanchuan cautioned. Just don't let him do anything dangerous. I know, I have it under control. Dudu will become a real man with me. As Jiang Wanyue returned to the boxing gym, the coach had already been training Jojo for over half an hour. Jojo wore pink boxing gloves and had her hair styled in adorable pigtails. She was rhythmically punching the sandbag, while the coach, responsible for holding it, bore the brunt of her relentless strikes. The coach was drenched in sweat, looking as though he had just emerged from water. Breathing heavily, he asked, Are you alright? Do you need a break? Jojo, with her fair skin unblemished by sweat, confidently declared. I can still hit it 100 more times. 1, 2, 3. The spirited shout of Jojo reverberated with vigor. An hour later, the boxing coach, cradling the heavy punching bag, lay despondently on the ground. Jiang Wanyue approached, intending to inquire about Jojo's well-being, but the words that escaped her lips were, Coach, are you alright? The coach's eyes had lost their luster as he lamented, What do you usually feed your daughter? Sneaking in protein powder, are we? I do not provide my child with supplements. Jojo typically consumes light and simple fare. Jiang Wanyue replied. She then asked, Is my daughter suited for learning boxing? The coach, still sprawled on the floor, gazed at the ceiling and, with a trembling arm, held up 2 fingers. Just 2 points of suitability. Jiang Wanyue felt a surge of anxiety. After 2 more classes, let us send her to the city team. I have nothing more to teach her. Afternoon, a black modified motorcycle roared to a halt beneath the gym. Dudu sat before Jiang Nancheng, lifting his helmet's visor just in time to see Jiang Wanyue and Jojo exit the gym. Jojo, still invigorated from her boxing class, had enough energy to throw a few punches at the air as they walked. Upon spotting Dudu, she exclaimed, What are you doing here? Dudu, puzzled, asked, Why are you here? The response came from Jiang Nancheng, relishing the moment. Your mommy is cleaning at your uncle's gym. Didn't he? She had specifically driven Dudu to witness Jiang Wanyue mopping the gym floor. Unfortunately, they had arrived a moment too late. Jiang Wanyue had already finished her shift. Presently Jiang Wanyue appeared quite disheveled, devoid of makeup, dressed in a modest Uniqlo quick-dry outfit and straight-leg trousers, having broken a sweat. Her hair was not particularly neat, and in Jiang Nancheng's eyes, she bore the unmistakable visage of a diligent cleaner. I only have my little uncle, not a big uncle. My little uncle is Jiang Beiwang, the president of the Jiang Corporation. Dudu protested. At merely 5 years of age, he already understood the hierarchy of work and the distinctions among relatives. Dudu, your big uncle is incredibly impressive, Jojo interjected just as Dudu retorted. Grandma says I'm different from you now. You have poor relatives, but I do not. Dudu scoffed, beseeching Jiang Nancheng. Brother Shang, let us leave. I don't want a cleaning mother. How embarrassing. The helmet concealed Jiang Nancheng's smug grin as he revved the motorcycle. Hang on tight, Brother Shang will treat you to something delicious. Dudu, you've gone too far, Jojo shouted in anger, chasing after him as Jiang Nancheng rode off into the distance. Jojo turned back. Worry etched on her face. Mommy, please don't be angry. Jiang Wanyue shook her head. I'm not angry. Dudu has already begun living the life he desires. This was the indulgent life her son had always longed for. And as for the price of such a lifestyle, Dudu would gradually come to understand, yet, the cost would manifest that very night. In the dead of night, Fu Hanchuan was jolted awake by the forceful banging of the door. Sir, it's terrible, young master is unconscious. Chapter 23, Fu Hanchuan takes away all that he has given. Fu Hanchuan rushed into the children's room and found Dudu sprawled on the bed. Covered in red rashes, he was having another allergic reaction. He called for the family doctor. Fu Hanchuan's brow furrowed deeply. The maid, however, sensed the urgency. Young master's condition is critical. We might not have time to wait for the doctor. Fu Hanchuan swiftly scooped up Dudu and dashed to the garage. As he emerged from the car, the director and pediatrician were already waiting at the hospital entrance. Fu Xiao, the director, greeted Fu Hanchuan with utmost respect. Fu Hanchuan laid Dudu on the stretcher as the nurse pushed it into the elevator, and the doctor loosened Dudu's collar to check his pulse. Does the young master have any drug allergies? The doctor inquired. Fu Hanchuan glanced at Wang Ma. I don't know. Wang Ma, bowing her head, replied softly. Madam knows. Fu Hanchuan ordered. Call Jiang Wanyue. Wang Ma appeared distressed. Madam has already blocked my number. Fu Hanchuan instructed a nurse. Hand me your phone, he asked Wang Ma. What is Jiang Wanyue's number? The nurse's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this man not remember his own wife's number? Wang Ma provided the number. And Fu Hanchuan pressed the dial button. Moments later, the cold voice of an automated message echoed from the phone. The number you dialed is currently unavailable. In the ascending elevator, an oppressive silence enveloped them. Eventually, Wang Ma retrieved Dudu's medical records from the family doctor. The doctor gasped upon seeing them. For allergic reactions in 10 days. Mr. Fu, is he really your son? Fu Hanchuan's frown deepened. I am not aware of his recent allergies. The doctor, understanding Fu Hanchuan's busy schedule, suppressed his frustration and asked, does this child have a history of drug allergies? Fu Hanchuan looked to Wang Ma once more. Wang Ma's voice trembled with anxiety. Only Madam knows. Jiang Wanyue was awakened by the incessant knocking at the door. She opened it to find the community manager standing outside. Miss Jiang, this is Fu Xiao's phone. Please make sure to answer it. The manager handed the phone directly to Jiang Wanyue and activated the speakerphone. Fu Hanchuan's icy voice resonated. Dudu is allergic and is currently at the hospital. The doctor needs to know what drugs he is allergic to. Jiang Wanyue stood at the door, wrapping her scarf tightly around herself to ward off the chill. Since Dudu was born, I have compiled all his medical records into a file for Wang Ma. Fu Hanchuan's gaze turned frigid as it pierced through Wang Ma. Wang Ma nervously clutched the fabric of her skirt. If you want me to search the storage room, I wouldn't find anything. Madam, please just tell the doctor what the young master is allergic to so they can administer the appropriate medication. Fu Hanchuan echoed. Yes, please just inform the doctor. Jiang Wanyue's voice came through the phone. 1 million. What did you say? Before I left the Fu household, I handed over all the documents related to Dudu to Wang Ma. I have fulfilled my duty as a mother. I even instructed Wang Ma to provide you with Dudu's medical records. Mr. Fu, have you reviewed them? Fu Hanchuan. Had he been aware of his son's medical records beforehand, he would not have called Jiang Wanyue at this moment. Jiang Wanyue informed him. You woke me in the middle of the night, forcing me to speak with you. If you want information about your son's medications, then you must pay me. Fu Hanchuan's fury surged like a blade towards the other end of the phone. In the consultation room, silence reigned. Jiang Wanyue, Dudu is your son. Does Dudu not know what he can or cannot eat? His hospitalization is precisely because he has never regarded me as his mother. Fu Hanchuan reprimanded coldly. Are you really arguing with a child now? Dudu was experiencing throat swelling. The situation is dire. Mr. Fu, it takes only 3 seconds to transfer 1 million. Cold air escaped Fu Hanchuan's nostrils. He loathed feeling cornered. Jiang Wanyue, you are truly heartless. You are unworthy of being a mother. In the midst of his words, Fu Hanchuan transferred 1 million to Jiang Wanyue. Upon receiving the notification, she quickly relayed Dudu's allergy history to the doctor through her phone. Fu Hanchuan. Jiang Wanyue's voice emanated from the phone. The man scoffed. What, have you had a change of heart after receiving the million? Forget it. I intended to remind you, but I find it unnecessary. Jiang Wanyue abruptly ended the call. She had wanted to inform Fu Hanchuan that if Dudu had to be hospitalized, he would need to use his own pillows, sheets, and pajamas from home. These were all tasks she had managed in the past. Driving Dudu to the hospital while the household staff paid no mind to such details. Surely Fu Hanchuan was unaware of these necessities. Jiang Wanyue felt no inclination to speak further. Let him endure the trials that Dudu would impose upon him. After administering medication, Dudu's condition stabilized rapidly. In the deep of night, Dudu tossed and turned in the VIP ward, utterly unable to sleep. He began to cry, demanding to go home, leaving Fu Hanchuan utterly exhausted, who had no choice but to take Dudu home from the hospital. The black Maybach halted before the villa at Bihai Qinglan, and Fu Hanchuan gazed through the car window at the villa, the moonlight casting a delicate veil over his chiseled features. Fu Hanchuan ordered an investigation into Dudu's dietary intake throughout the day. Jiang Nancheng had fed him a plethora of dairy products. Had Jiang Wanyue been the one taking care of Dudu, such a situation would have never arisen, yet that woman was playing her cards against him, waiting for him to placate her before she would consider returning. Fu Hanchuan's gaze turned colder as he looked upon the independent villa at Bihai Qinglan. Jiang Wanyue continued to revel in all that he had provided. It was time for Jiang Wanyue to understand that without the protection of the Fu family, she and Zhou would struggle to survive in the outside world. Dealing with Jiang Wanyue was akin to training a dog. Only through hunger and cold would she learn to be truly obedient. Only then could she recognize who the true master was, the one who provided her with sustenance, warmth, and shelter. In the blink of an eye, the ALI mathematics competition commenced. This competition employed an online answering format, allowing participants to choose their own time to respond. However, once they began, they could not leave the computer camera for an extended period. After sending Zhou to kindergarten, Jiang Wanyue returned to Bihai Qinglan, opened her computer, entered her examination number, and began answering questions. 2 hours later, the room was suddenly plunged into darkness. The computer displayed, Wi-Fi connection failed. Jiang Wanyue hastily grabbed her phone, attempting to connect to the mobile hotspot, only to discover that her phone had no signal either. How could this happen? She could no longer answer the questions. Jiang Wanyue immediately grabbed her laptop and dashed outside. To her dismay, the entire Bihai community was experiencing a power outage. She sought out the community manager. The power company had not mentioned any scheduled maintenance for today. What could possibly be the cause of this disruption? I am not quite sure. Jiang Wanyue inhaled deeply and inquired, when will the power system be restored? I am unsure. The community manager looked at her with a complex expression. Miss Jiang, the entire Bihai community was developed by the Fu family. Have you ever considered that you might be causing trouble for the residents? Jiang Wanyue's eyes widened in realization. The power outage was a deliberate act by Fu Hanchuan to target her. Chapter 24. This farce of a divorce must come to an end. Jiang Wanyue swiftly turned and headed out. Time waits for no one. She needed to find a place with internet access to participate in the online math competition. She hurried to a nearby CAF, only to discover that it too had no signal. Jiang Wanyue pressed the emergency call button and dialed Lu Feng. Brother, may I come to your gym to connect to the internet? I have no signal here. Lu Feng's voice responded, I'm sorry, Wanyue, but the gym is currently closed due to fire safety reasons. What? How could this happen? Lu Feng also found it strange. My rental property lost power today as well. I'll call the power company. No need. Jiang Wanyue replied, I'm sorry for the trouble, brother. Lu Feng quickly realized why Jiang Wanyue felt guilty. His expression grew serious. Did Fu Hanchuan do this? Is he blocking your signal? Brother, I have something very important to do. I believe everything will turn out fine. Jiang Wanyue had no time for further conversation. She hung up the phone, clutching her laptop, and stepped into the rain. The fine drizzle fell upon her, and she wrapped her coat tightly around the computer. Turning back for a moment, she noticed a white car following her slowly. An antenna was mounted on its roof. Jiang Wanyue's hair stood on end. That was a signal jamming vehicle. She quickened her pace, but the jamming car stalked her like a shadow. Fu Hanchuan was using this method to demonstrate that he could intrude upon her life at will. Even after they had signed the divorce agreement, he still had the power to control Jiang Wanyue, and even to destroy her. After walking 2 kilometers, she found a landline phone in an old convenience store. She called Shen Tunghua to explain her predicament. After hanging up, Jiang Wanyue stood at the store's entrance, gazing at the torrential rain outside. Shen Tunghua had promised to send a car for her. She dared not take a taxi, fearing that Fu Hanchuan could easily bribe the drivers. If she randomly got into a car, she would have no idea where it might take her just then. The store owner called out to her. Ma'am, your husband is on the line. Jiang Wanyue felt a chill run through her. She was in such a wretched state, resembling a drowned rat, with her wet hair sticking to her forehead and her cold clothes clinging to her frail shoulders. She stood before the landline and answered the call. At that moment, Fu Hanchuan, dressed in an expensive custom suit, sat on a leather sofa gazing down at the swirling clouds outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. He appeared like a god standing on the edge of the heavens, capable of crushing the ants at his feet with a mere gesture. Have you calmed down after moving out of the Fu family for 3 weeks? It seemed she had merely run away out of anger. The divorce agreement she presented was nothing more than a pile of laughable waste paper in Fu Hanchuan's eyes. Get into that white car and return to the Fu family. I will pretend this divorce drama never occurred. Fu Hanchuan issued his ultimatum to Jiang Wanyue. He had continually offered her chances. If she failed to seize this opportunity and climb the ladder, she would have no one to blame but herself when regret consumed her later. The money in Huadai securities, the properties in Bihai, and all options and titles will be reclaimed by me. The man delivered his notification in a detached tone, his thick eyelashes casting a shadow over his eyes, where a malicious smile flickered. Scalding blood rushed to Jiang Wanyue's head. Fu Hanchuan, you are so fickle. The man sneered in her ear, everything you have is given by me. I can give it to you or take it back. Fu Hanchuan, you signed the divorce agreement. Jiang Wanyue protested weakly. The man's tone hardened. I can render all signed contracts void. You can take me to court and let the judiciary decide how much I owe you after 7 years of marriage. He was intent on making Jiang Wanyue understand that the money he had provided her previously was out of his benevolence. When he chose not to give, he would ensure she understood the harshness of reality. At that moment, Jiang Wanyue faced the tempest and felt an unprecedented calm, for her heart was resolute. Fu Hanchuan. I know that power and class will always exist, but you shall not remain on high forever. In the president's office, Fu Hanchuan was momentarily stunned, almost believing he had misheard. He found it absurd. Was she still dreaming? Jiang Wanyue, after 30 years of effort, you could never stand on equal footing with me. The chasm of disparity in status was predetermined from birth. He looked down upon her. A country girl who had only arrived in the capital at 18. What did it matter if she had the halo of the youth class at Huaca University? Countless students from humble backgrounds sought to claw their way into the Fu family. If it were not for Jiang Wanyue's adoptive father's kindness toward him, he would not have considered her. He had repaid the kindness through marriage, yet Jiang Wanyue failed to recognize his generosity. He had no time to indulge her. This farce of a divorce must come to an end. Jiang Wanyue, your experience as a wealthy woman expires today. The man laughed mockingly. If you wish to fight for property division, I will accompany you to the bitter end. He had the best legal team in the country and could ensure Jiang Wanyue received a meager 3,000 yuan in monthly alimony. He could also watch her helplessly as Zatsa was expelled from the elite preschool due to unpaid tuition. Jiang Wanyue was forcing him to discard his polished facade, revealing his cold and cruel nature. Fu Hanchuan abruptly ended the call as Jiang Wanyue stood before the landline, momentarily stunned. After a while, the phone rang again. She had a strange feeling that this call was also meant for her. Answering, she heard the community manager's voice. Miss Jiang. I have received instructions from young Master Fu to change the door password for Bai Hakingland. He has given you 1 hour to remove all your personal belongings. Before the manager could finish, Jiang Wanyue interjected, just throw everything away. What? The manager was taken aback. Jiang Wanyue declared, Zatsa and I will not be returning. She hung up the phone and stood at the convenience store's entrance, waiting for the car to arrive. Jiang Wanyue bought a soft peach, wiped it on the inside of her clothing, and took a bite. Fu Hanchuan and Duda loved crunchy peaches. Their household shopping always revolved around them. Once, Jiang Wanyue had bought a bag of soft peaches, only to be chastised by Madame Fu for buying something no one at home would eat. Mom, I want to eat it. Madame Fu had laughed, deriding her for being greedy and frivolously spending money for her own desires. They were a wealthy family, and they had never regarded her as a person. What right did she have to express her preferences in the Fu family? Jiang Wanyue savored the juicy peach. She believed that once she overcame this hurdle, an endless supply of peaches would await her. In the distance, the roar of racing engines reached her ears. Following the sound, Jiang Wanyue caught sight of a black modified sports car emerging through the rain. Her pupils constricted in shock. It was as if time had warped. She saw her 7-year-old self driving the same car, racing toward her. The window lowered, revealing Shenan's face. His bright eyes sparkled, lips curled into a smile, his dimples deepening. His grin was carefree and charming. Get in. Chapter 25. What are she and Shannon doing? Jiang Wanyue found herself in the passenger seat, feeling somewhat disoriented. This car, I bought it at Christie's auction 7 years ago. I bid on it without hesitation. The term bid without hesitation was an auction phrase, meaning that no matter how much others offered, the person who bid without hesitation would outbid them. To bid without hesitation represented the buyer's determination to acquire the item. This sports car had made headlines at the auction 7 years ago, setting a record price that shocked the world. Jiang Wanyue smiled. So you are the one who bought it. She reached out, nostalgically caressing the car's body. You know this car is. Before she could finish, Shannon interjected, I know, you were the first owner of the Sun Crown. He not only knew but had also witnessed Jiang Wanyue driving the car, conquering the racetrack. He had seen her remove her helmet, her spirit radiant. Nothing could pierce the heart quite like her smile. Shannon gazed ahead through the misty rain and asked Jiang Wanyue, do you still hold on to your dreams? Jiang Wanyue's eyes widened, glistening like freshly washed obsidian, as her damp fingers repeatedly stroked the Sun Crown's door. She had thought she would never see the Sun Crown again, nor relive the days of racing on the track. A soft sob escaped her throat. I will earn the money to redeem it. I wonder if young Master Shin would be willing to part with it. Shannon smiled. I'll wait for you. Jiang Wanyue entered the Shin residence, disregarding the rainwater soaking her. She sat at the desk, opened her laptop, connected to the internet, and applied to the organizers of the ALI math competition to continue answering questions. The organizers, in consideration of fairness and justice, provided her with version B, allowing her to complete it within the remaining time and submit her answers. Shannon leaned against the doorframe with his arms crossed in a relaxed posture. Gazing intently at Jiang Wanyue, who was engrossed in her task, she focused on the computer screen, her fingertips flying across the keyboard. No matter how he looked at Jiang Wanyue in this moment, he could never seem to get enough of her. At the headquarters of the Fu Group, Mr. Fu, Madam has taken young Master Shenan's car and gone to the Shin residence. Upon hearing his secretary's report, Fu Hanchuan was both amused and infuriated. Does she know if the password for Bihai Qinglan has been changed? The secretary nodded. The community manager at Bihai Qinglan just called. Madam instructed that all her and Miss Jojo's personal belongings be discarded. Fu Hanchuan scoffed. She has found a new benefactor, no wonder. At that moment, Fu Hanchuan's phone vibrated. He answered it, and a male voice came through. Little Fu, you've made it through the preliminary selection for our male escort department at Jinhui Entertainment. With your looks and physique, you'll be ready to take clients tomorrow. At that instant, a surge of blood rushed to Fu Hanchuan's head, the veins at his temples throbbing violently with his anger. Do you know who I am? The person on the other end clearly had no idea. Little Fu, come to Jinhui Entertainment tonight. It's 30,000 a month plus commission. Not be. By the way, do you have abs? Send me a few photos of your abs. Fu Hanchuan angrily hung up, a cold fury escaping his nostrils. He commanded his secretary, contact the owner of Jinhui Entertainment and have them fire the HR for the male escort department. But how could an HR from the male escort department have his personal number? Fu Hanchuan recalled that he had recently mentioned Jinhui Entertainment during a call with Jiang Wanyue. She must have turned his information into a resume and submitted it to the male escort department. She was practically dancing on her own landmine. Fu Hanchuan pressed his hand to his forehead, his expression dark as night. Jiang Wanyue sat before the computer, writing fervently as the daylight faded. At the kindergarten, Jojo, with her backpack on, sat quietly on a chair, her hands resting on her thighs. Other students were picked up by their parents, and Jojo raised her hand to bid them farewell. Dudu, sitting beside her, had long lost his posture, sprawled across the chair with his legs stretched out. Where is brother Shang? Why hasn't he come yet? Dudu couldn't help but complain. Dudu, Zhang Nanqing's voice rang out, and Dudu instantly sprang to his feet. Brother Shang, why are you late? Because I went to buy you this. Zhang Nanqing produced a mechanical crossbow from behind her. Wow. Dudu's eyes sparkled at the sight of the all-black crossbow. Zhang Nanqing felt a sense of pride. She knew Dudu loved such things, while Jiang Wanyue wouldn't even let him touch the crossbow. With this mechanical crossbow, you'll look so impressive. Dudu eagerly grabbed the crossbow, striking a heroic archery pose. Brother Shang, where are the arrows? Give me the arrows. Zhang Nanqing handed him a bucket of finely crafted, sharp metal arrows. Dudu cherished the cold metal arrows, thrilled that they were no longer plastic. Brother Shang, I really like you so much. Boys should play with real crossbows and arrows. That is how you build masculinity. Dudu couldn't wait to load the metal arrow onto the crossbow, excitedly aiming it around. Zhang Nanqing noticed Jojo and asked Jojo, why hasn't your mother come to pick you up? Jojo didn't look at Zhang Nanqing, replying, Mommy is busy with something, she will come to get me soon. Your mommy really has no sense of responsibility. Zhang Nanqing stepped outside to call Fu Hanchuan. It's so late, and Sister Wanyue hasn't come to pick up Jojo. I can hear your daughter's stomach growling. I can't reach Sister Wanyue either. Should I go look for her at her brother's gym? No need, I'll go pick up Jojo right now. Fu Hanchuan's voice was as cold as winter snow. Chilling to the bone, Zhang Nanqing knew it was unlikely she would encounter Jiang Wanyue at the gym. Once Jiang Wanyue entered the Shin residence, she had not come out again. What could Jiang Wanyue and Shinan be doing? How could they forget to pick up Jojo from kindergarten at the Shin residence? Jiang Wanyue managed to complete her answers just before the time was up. She had started on version B nearly 3 hours later than the other candidates. Staring at the computer screen, she clicked submit, and a wave of relief washed over her. She had made it. She felt acutely aware that she was taking charge of her own destiny, after submitting her answers. Her life was about to undergo a monumental transformation. Before she could relax, she caught sight of the time displayed on the computer screen, and she instantly leaped from her chair. Jojo was still at kindergarten. She had to go pick her up. Jiang Wanyue didn't even have time to shut down the computer as she hurried out, and Shinan, carrying a cup of freshly brewed milk, approached, finished with the questions. Yes, Jiang Wanyue replied while heading toward the entrance. Shinan asked, are you going to pick up Jojo? My phone was on silent. Jojo called me, but I didn't answer. Jiang Wanyue was putting on her shoes, her voice laden with urgency. She had initially planned to drop Jojo off at kindergarten and then return home to participate in the math competition. Expecting to submit her answers by 3 in the afternoon, however, due to the sudden power outage at Bihai Qinglan, she had lost nearly 3 hours. The thought of Jojo waiting for her at kindergarten made Jiang Wanyue anxious. I had someone contact your brother, the one named Lu, to see if he had picked up Jojo, Shinan interjected, and Jiang Wanyue looked up sharply. My brother went to pick up Jojo? The man smiled gently. Yes, while you were answering questions, I didn't want to disturb you. Just as Jiang Wanyue began to feel relieved, Shinan's phone rang. He answered, and the warmth in his expression instantly froze. Oh, why is he here? Alright, I see. After hanging up, Shinan turned to Jiang Wanyue and said, Fu Hanchuan is at the kindergarten now. He won't let Lu take Jojo. Jiang Wanyue's expression hardened. I am going to the kindergarten right now. I'll go with you. Jiang Wanyue wanted to refuse. After all, this was her personal matter. Shinan handed her the keys to the Crown. You drive. Alright, I want to sit in the passenger seat. Chapter 26. So close, almost didn't hit him. 7 years later, Jiang Wanyue found herself once again in the driver's seat of the Crown. It felt as though countless cells in her veins were reviving, awakening with the roar of the engine. Jiang Wanyue trembled slightly, hearing her heart pounding violently. She felt as though she had been reborn. Shinan sat in the passenger seat, reveling in the exhilarating rush of speed. The crown, under Jiang Wanyue's command, was reborn anew. Even if I speed, the ticket will be on me. Jiang Wanyue suppressed her inner restlessness. No, if I get caught speeding, they'll deduct points from my license. The crown sped down the highway, its roar turning heads. Did something just fly past? Was it a swallow? It zipped right in front of me. What swallows are around it this season? I think you're seeing things. Passers-by on both sides of the road murmured. Jiang Wanyue encountered a group of wealthy youths playing with Jiang Nanqing again. Their modified cars blared music, and the neon lights on their vehicles shone brightly on the dim road. The crown weaved effortlessly through the chaotic traffic, overtaking the group of affluent youngsters in the blink of an eye. Wow, what was that? Someone in one of the cars exclaimed. Someone immediately pulled up the dashcam footage. That's the crown. No way, I just saw the crown alive, the first female driver from the country to break into the top 3 of the international rally. Her racing car is the crown. Excitement spread as some began making calls, eager to check the road surveillance to track the crown's whereabouts. I heard the original owner sold the crown ages ago. 7 years ago, it was auctioned for 700 million, bought by a Chinese buyer. The speed we just saw was that of a professional racer. A regular person would have crashed by now. I must meet the owner of the crown. Just let me touch the crown's body. It would be worth it for my entire life. Hey, Nanqing, I just saw the crown. It's real, although I didn't see it clearly. The dashcam caught it. In the kindergarten parking lot, Dudu and Jiang Nanqing were seated in Fu Hanchuan's Maybach. Dudu was fiddling with the mechanical crossbow in his hands. Jiang Nanqing was on the phone. Really, I think you're just drunk and seeing things. Her modified motorcycle was also called the Crown, modeled after the car that achieved the best results in the international championship by a Chinese driver. 7 years ago, when the Crown was auctioned, everyone in the circle thought it had become a mere toy in a collector-esque garage, but who would have thought it would make a comeback? There are plenty of cars in the capital that mimic the Crown's appearance. You must have seen it wrong. Before Jiang Nanqing could finish, she spotted a sleek black sports car entering her view. The parking lot was filled with vehicles, and the black sports car backed into a parking space with fluid grace, devoid of any unnecessary movements of the Crown. Jiang Nanqing exclaimed, "What a stunning sports car!" Originally nestled against the backrest of the seat, Dudu suddenly straightened up, completely losing interest in the mechanical crossbow in his hands, his eyes gleaming as they fixated on the sleek black sports car. The car doors ascended like wings. Jiang Wanyue and Shinan emerged from the vehicle. "Mommy," Dudu exclaimed, and Jiang Nanqing's expression shifted instantly. "Mommy is driving an ultra-cool sports car. You must be mistaken. She isn't the one driving." Jiang Nanqing immediately retorted, noting that such a sports car is imported from abroad. With the driver's seat on the right, Jiang Nanqing's gaze turned icy. How could Jiang Wanyue be disembarking from Shinan's car? "I want to see that sports car," Dudu insisted, eager to exit the vehicle. Jiang Nanqing replied, "I am good friends with the owner of that sports car. If you wish to see it, you may do so at any time." With a playful glint in her eyes, she continued, "Dudu, at this hour, even the mice are out. Would you like to use the mechanical crossbow to shoot some mice and rid the world of pests?" "Yes." Dudu nodded vigorously. Jiang Nanqing then led him out of the car. Jiang Wanyue hurried towards the kindergarten's teaching building. At the classroom entrance, a dozen bodyguards surrounded Lu Fang, while Fu Hanchuan stood at the base of the steps. Exuding an intimidating presence, he gazed at Lu Fang as if he were a deity surveying mere ants at his feet. "Zhozhou, come here, let's go home with Daddy." Fu Hanchuan's tone was commanding. As Zhozhou approached Lu Fang, he was already losing patience with his daughter. Zhozhou shook her head at Fu Hanchuan. "I want to go home with Uncle." Fu Hanchuan let out a cold, disdainful laugh. "Where can he take you? Does he even have a home? Zhozhou, if you follow him, you'll end up sleeping on the streets." "Zhozhou," Jiang Wanyue's voice rang out. Zhozhou, upon seeing Jiang Wanyue, waved joyfully, surrounded by the bodyguards summoned by Fu Hanchuan. She was momentarily unable to reach Jiang Wanyue. "Mommy," Jiang Wanyue felt a pang of guilt and sorrow. "I'm sorry, Zhozhou." Mommy got held up. "I promise I won't let you wait in the kindergarten anymore." Zhozhou, understanding, replied, "I know, Mommy has something very important to do, something that can change her life. I won't be a burden." Zhozhou's words struck Fu Hanchuan's ears differently. What could possibly be more important than picking up his daughter? What matter required him to be kept away from her? Could it truly change Jiang Wanyue's life? Fu Hanchuan's gaze fixated on Jiang Wanyue's back. Why was Shinan here too? His eyes filled with hostility. After Jiang Wanyue was taken away by Shinan, they both rushed to the kindergarten at such a late hour. "Jiang Wanyue, we haven't finalized our divorce yet." Anger coiled within Fu Hanchuan's chest. "Are you that eager? I can't wait to have you out of my life." "Fu Hanchuan, we are divorced. Could you not behave like a corpse and stay out of my affairs?" This man had almost derailed her participation in the math competition. He was indeed quick to find a replacement. The man sneered. Jiang Wanyue replied, "I've certainly found a new home. Have a conscience and please do not make things difficult for your daughter." Did he think that by driving her and Zhozhou out of Bihai Qinglan, They would end up on the streets. Before they officially moved into a new home, hotels were plentiful on the streets. Fu Hanchuan's eyes widened in icy disbelief, the temperature around him plummeting. He saw Jiang Wanyue standing beside Shinin. And it stung his eyes. "Seize her," he ordered. "Bring my daughter back." A dozen bodyguards surged forward. "Brother, don't touch Zhozhou." Jiang Wanyue sensed that if Lu Fang clashed with the bodyguards to protect Zhozhou, Fu Hanchuan would have Lu Fang thrown into the police station. "Let Zhozhou come to me," Jiang Wanyue shouted, asserting her capability to handle the situation. Zhozhou, resembling a round little tank, charged at the towering bodyguards. She managed to knock one off balance. The bodyguards, in their efforts to subdue Zhozhou, hesitated to use excessive force against her. What were they doing? Dudu observed the bodyguards attempting to capture Zhozhou. Jiang Nancheng stood behind Dudu. "If you subdue Zhozhou, your father will surely be proud of you." Dudu's eyes lit up, but he quickly faltered. "Zhozhou is so strong, I can't subdue her." "But you have the mechanical crossbow now. You are the unbeatable little sharpshooter." Jiang Nancheng's heart raced with excitement. Dudu raised the mechanical crossbow and closed one eye. He had never been able to retaliate against Zhozhou, but now it was different. "Zhozhou, witness my prowess," Dudu declared as he pulled the trigger. The metal arrow flew forth. Jiang Wanyue, focused entirely on Zhozhou, suddenly felt a chill at the back of her head. She turned around to see Dudu brandishing the mechanical crossbow. Her face turned pale, and as she turned back, she saw Shinin cradling Zhozhou. Collapsing to the ground, the metal arrow had embedded itself in Shinan's back. With only the fletching protruding from his clothing, Shinan's complexion rapidly drained of color, and he grimaced in pain. That was close, it almost struck him. Chapter 27, Is Fu Zong attempting to put me to death? Shinan, Jiang Wanyue gasped in alarm. Zhozhou, held in Shinan's embrace, had yet to comprehend what had transpired. Shinan, concerned, asked, "Is Zhozhou hurt?" Zhozhou, with her big, round eyes, shook her head at Shinan rising from the ground. She finally noticed the metal arrow lodged in Shinan's back. Zhozhou's eyes widened in shock as she gasped. She looked up and instinctively hid the mechanical crossbow behind her back upon seeing Dudu. She recognized the arrow as one Jiang Nancheng had given to Dudu. Fu Hanchuan had not anticipated Dudu would act in such a manner. His countenance froze in shock that he was more concerned about Shinan's selfless act than his son's misdeed. Fu Hanchuan's fists clenched tightly at Dudu. "Come here." Dudu trembled, slightly frightened. "I wanted to help Daddy. It's Zhozhou's fault for being disobedient." Zhozhou gazed at Dudu, her shoulders trembling. He had become a stranger to her. Fu Hanchuan seized the mechanical crossbow from Dudu's hands and smashed it down onto the ground. "How dare you shoot at Zhozhou? Do not let me see you touch these things again." He lifted his head and saw Jiang Wanyue assisting Shinan. The tall figure of Shinan leaned against Jiang Wanyue's slender frame. "Mr. Shin, are you alright? I'll call for an ambulance." "It's nothing, I can still walk. Just take me to the hospital." Liu Fang stepped forward, addressing Jiang Wanyue. "I'll help him," Shinan interjected. "Miss Jiang is shorter than I am. If I lean on her, it won't pull at my back." Injury. Shinan had been injured while protecting Zhozhou, prompting Jiang Wanyue to tell Lu Fang, "I'll help him." Zhozhou stayed by Shinan's side, holding onto his other hand. "Uncle Shin, are you okay? Does it hurt?" Shinan's tone was lighthearted. "As long as Zhozhou holds my hand, I won't feel any pain." Zhozhou clutched Shinan's hand tightly, unwilling to let go. A roar of a motorbike echoed as Jiang Nancheng arrived before them, clad in black knee-high boots, her long legs straight and slender. "Sister Wanyue, are you taking Shinan to the hospital? He has a back injury." "Even if he lies on the back seat, the wound will be aggravated." Jiang Wanyue halted, asking, "So what do you propose?" Jiang Nancheng volunteered, "I'll take Shinan to the hospital." Shinan coldly replied, "No need, I'm not accustomed to being transported by strangers." Jiang Nancheng felt somewhat embarrassed. "We spoke before you went abroad." Shinan's expression was listless. Who are you?" Jiang Wanyue sensed him growing weaker, his strength waning. "Jiang Nancheng, get off the bike," she commanded directly. Jiang Nancheng, displeased, asked, "Why should I get off?" Quickly realizing Jiang Wanyue's intent, she scoffed. "Sister Wanyue, you don't mean to say you want to ride the bike and take Shinan to the hospital, do you? Riding a motorcycle is not the same as riding an electric scooter. You obviously lack a motorcycle license, right? Would you like me to throw your driver's license in your face?" Jiang Wanyue was losing patience with Jiang Nancheng's taunts. She displayed her electronic driver's license on her phone. "Open your eyes and see clearly. I obtained my driver's license when you couldn't even ride an electric scooter." Fu Hanchuan approached. "I'll take young Master Shin to the hospital. My son caused your injury. It is my responsibility to take you." Fu Hanchuan's tone lacked genuine remorse. His gaze was colder than ever, as if countless arrows sought to pierce Shinan, who leaned against Jiang Wanyue. Shinan felt an electric tension coursing through him. With a half-smile, he remarked, "The two of us big men squeezed onto such a small motorcycle, I might fall off of this." Made Lu Fang, who also wanted to volunteer, silently retreat. Fu Hanchuan inhaled deeply, his impatience palpable. "I will have the hospital send an ambulance." Shinan sighed. "By the time the ambulance arrives, I might bleed to death." "Is Fu Zong trying to put me to death?" Shinan's condition was critical, and Jiang Wanyue was unwilling to prolong the matter with Jiang Nancheng. "Get off, stop dawdling and whining. If anything happens," before Jiang Nancheng could finish her sentence, she suddenly felt an invisible pressure enveloping her. locking her in place. Meeting Jiang Wanyue's gaze, her hair stood on end, and she nearly lost her balance on the motorcycle. Jiang Nansheng had never before felt such a suffocating and chilling aura emanating from Jiang Wanyue. A shiver ran down her spine. Sister Wanyue, I advise you not to overexert yourself, for this timid demeanor is certainly uncharacteristic of you, Jiang Nansheng remarked, pouting. She thought to herself that if Jiang Wanyue wished to end her life, she would not intervene. It would be best if she were to fall flat on her face, shattering her nose and teeth in the process. Dismounting from her motorcycle, Jiang Wanyue extended her hand towards her. Hand over the keys. Jiang Nansheng tossed the keys nonchalantly, and Jiang Wanyue caught them deftly. Jiang Wanyue then instructed Lu Feng, brother, please take Zhuozhua to the hotel. Zhuozhua interjected, I wish to go to the hospital. I am worried about Uncle Shen, even though I can't really be of any help. Shenan's voice was gentle, as long as Zhuozhua is by my side, I shall not feel any pain. Jiang Wanyue then turned to Lu Feng, please take Zhuozhua to the second hospital. Lu Feng nodded and led Zhuozhua to his rugged vehicle. Zhuozhua, Fu Hanchuan called out to her. Come over here, my dear. Zhuozhua's black and white eyes regarded Fu Hanchuan with wariness, much like a small beast on guard. She shook her head. Daddy, what must I do to completely rid myself of you? Fu Hanchuan felt as though he were on a free-fall ride to gravity pulling him downwards. Zhuozhua, why would you say such a thing? Zhuozhua's demeanor dimmed. Shinan had been injured while saving her. The arrow that struck him had come from her very own kin, Dudu. Countless emotions weighed heavily upon her small frame. She was far too young to understand how to alleviate them. Zhuozhua was lifted into the rugged vehicle by Lu Feng. Fu Hanchuan then turned to the other side. Jiang Wanyue mounted her motorcycle and glanced back, instructing Shinan and Mr. Shen, please hold on tight, I shall get you to the hospital as swiftly as possible. Shenan's soft voice replied, Miss Jiang, I beg your pardon. The man's strong arms encircled Jiang Wanyue's slender waist, and he instinctively held his breath as his thick lashes fell. The pain in his back seemed to dissipate entirely. For this moment, he would willingly bleed dried out. Fu Hanchuan witnessed Shenan's actions, and his temples throbbed violently, veins bulging on the back of his clenched fist. Be careful, Sister Wanyue, don't fall, Jiang Nansheng shouted. If you're unable to manage, let me take over. Just as Jiang Nansheng was about to step forward, Jiang Wanyue revved her motorcycle, enveloping Jiang Nansheng in a cloud of exhaust fumes. Jiang Wanyue sped away with Shinan in tow. Dudu's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene. His mother could ride a motorcycle. Jiang Nansheng spat derisively, her hands on her hips. Your mother is always trying to be strong, never considering others. She chased after Fu Hanchuan. My bike has been commandeered by Sister Wanyue. Hanchuan, please take me back. The man halted, his frigid gaze sending shivers down Jiang Nansheng's spine. During this time, minimize your contact with Dudu. Jiang Nansheng bristled with anger. What, do you think I am a bad influence on Dudu? Dudu hung his head, standing awkwardly to the side. Jiang Nansheng glanced at Dudu before addressing Fu Hanchuan. Dudu means no harm to Zhuozhua. He merely wishes to assist you. Dudu gazed longingly at Fu Hanchuan, who alone could comprehend his genuine intentions. He desperately sought his father's approval. Fu Hanchuan's icy demeanor induced trepidation in Dudu. Come with me to the hospital and apologize to Zhuozhua. Chapter 28. I no longer bear the surname Fu. I wish to share my mother's surname. Dudu trembled under Fu Hanchuan's oppressive aura, tears welling in his eyes. Jiang Nansheng quickly reassured him, Dudu, you and Zhuozhui are siblings. She will surely forgive you. Jiang Nansheng turned her gaze to Fu Hanchuan, her tone light-hearted as she teased, I have always thought that Shinan has quite an affable face, yet his temperament is even colder than yours. His self-sacrificing act of saving another is truly rare. Extending her words, she continued, I just saw Sister Wanyue disembarking from Shenan's vehicle. When did they become so close? Hey, Hanchuan, wait for me. Jiang Nansheng noticed Fu Hanchuan turning to leave. Seemingly oblivious to her words, she hurried after him. In the hospital, Shinan was wheeled into the operating room. He lay on the table and addressed the lead surgeon, add 2 zeros to my surgical fee. I intend to have Fu skin me alive for reimbursement. The surgeon, familiar with him, teased as he sliced open Shenan's shirt. It appears you are the one doing the skinning. Should I exaggerate your injuries to make the woman who brought you here cry her eyes out? Shinan intertwined his fingers, resting his chin on the backs of his hands. No need for that. I wouldn't want her to feel guilty, let alone shed tears. Goodness, your words are sharper than a viper's fang. Let me touch the serpent's blood. Hey, it's warm. Shinan turned his head, narrowing his eyes with a smile as he warned the surgeon, are you looking to get reported? Choose between a 3-year license suspension or a complete departmental overhaul. The surgeon scoffed, be careful, or I might just stitch your arrow wounds into a rear end. Jiang Wanyue stood outside the operating room, gazing at the closed door with reddened eyes. Clutching Jiang Wanyue's hand in confusion, just as Jiang Wanyue was about to comfort her daughter, Fu Hanchuan arrived with Dudu in tow. He commanded his son, who had behind him, to apologize to Zhuozhua. Dudu was reluctant to step out from behind Fu Hanchuan. What good would an apology do? Mommy would only lecture him, confiscate his crossbow, and spank him. He detested his mother's incessant nagging. Fu Hanchuan barked. Fu Gidu, step forward this instant. Hanchuan, Dudu has already acknowledged his mistake. Jiang Nansheng interjected. Dudu, grumbling, immediately turned and clung to Jiang Nansheng's thigh. It was still brother Shang who was better. He was Dudu's safe haven. Jiang Nanqing's heart swelled with joy as she gently patted Dudu's back. He was only acting out for the sake of their family. If Sister Wanyue had not stirred up a divorce drama with Zhuozhua, none of this turmoil would have arisen. The crossbow was a gift from you, wasn't it? Jiang Wanyue inquired. Jiang Nanqing sensed Fu Hanchuan's frosty gaze upon her. Boys are naturally mischievous, Sister Wanyue. After all, he is your son. Jiang Wanyue gazed at Dudu's fluffy black head. This was the child she had carried for 10 months, the son she had tirelessly nurtured. She had once loved him with all her heart. The arrow Dudu had shot at Zhuozhua had also pierced Jiang Wanyue's heart, causing her anguish to convulse within her. The bond that had once tied them together had been irrevocably severed in that moment. I do not have such a child. I have long since wished to be rid of him. Dudu clung to Jiang Nanqing's leg, glancing back at Jiang Wanyue's expression. Her countenance remained indifferent, a thin veneer of frost enveloping her features. Why did Mommy refuse to even glance at him? Dudu bit his lower lip, still grappling with whether or not to apologize to Zhuozhua. Brother Shang had said he had done nothing wrong. It was Zhuozhua's fault, Dudu exclaimed. It was Zhuozhua who upset Daddy. Even if my arrow struck her, she deserved it. Zhuozhua stood frozen in place, her tender heart shattered by the impact. Had she truly erred, if she had obediently returned to the Fu home with Daddy, Uncle Shin would not have been injured. Yet, the arrow that had struck her had come from her own blood relative. Dudu, they had once shared such camaraderie. Gradually, as their physical differences became more apparent, Dudu's attitude towards her deteriorated. She realized that within the Fu household, aside from Mommy treating both her and Dudu equally, even Daddy favored Dudu more. Dudu, even if you apologize, I shall never forgive you, Zhuozhua cried out. She turned to Fu Hanchuan. Daddy, may I not be your daughter anymore? What must I do to ensure I never return to the Fu home? She yearned to break free from her restraints but did not know how. Fu Hanchuan's expression hardened, as if encased in a block of ice. Fu Qingzhou, you bear the Fu surname, you will forever be my daughter. A member of the Fu family, then. Can I no longer bear the Fu surname? Can I take my mother's surname instead? Zhuozhua inquired. A shadow of despair enveloped Fu Hanchuan. Jiang Nanqing crossed her arms, scoffing. Sister Wanyue, you have raised quite the daughter. She dares to betray the Fu family, even denying her own father. She then cautioned the boy clinging to her leg. Dudu, do not follow Zhuozhua's example. Jiang Wanyue stepped forward, standing behind Zhuozhua, placing her hands on her shoulders to offer support. At that moment, the operating room door swung open, and the doctors wheeled Shinan out on a gurney. The crowd instinctively recoiled. Shinan, bare-chested, revealed broad, muscular shoulders, his physique well-defined and relaxed, devoid of any excess flesh around his waist. Uncle Shin, are you alright? Zhuozhua fretted for Shinan. Shinan turned his head, smiling at Zhuozhua, his dimples softening the hearts of those present. Who is the patient's family member? I need to discuss the postoperative care. Jiang Wanyue had already informed Shin Tunghua of Shinan's injury. He was en route to the hospital. Speak to me. Jiang Wanyue approached the doctor. Shinan had saved Zhuozhua, and thus she owed him a debt of gratitude. Fu Hanchuan's gaze bored deeply into Jiang Wanyue's back, and unbeknownst to him, his brow was furrowed in frustration. Shinan was pushed into a hospital room by other doctors. Zhuozhua wished to follow, yet, upon meeting Fu Hanchuan's gaze, she dared not approach. I hope you are fully aware of what you just said, Fu Hanchuan declared as he entered the room with Dudu in tow. Shinan lay on the hospital bed, gesturing towards the doctor to hand the bill to Fu Hanchuan. The doctor dutifully passed Shinan's surgical bill to Fu Hanchuan, reminding him to settle the payment at the front desk in a timely manner, given that Dudu had injured Shinan. Fu Hanchuan had already resolved to cover all of Shinan's medical expenses. He did not even glance at the bill. Such trivial costs were beneath his consideration. Go and apologize to Shin Xiao, Fu Hanchuan commanded Dudu with her eyelashes lowered. Dudu stepped forward and spoke in a clear, small voice. Uncle Shin, I'm sorry. Despite her tender age, she was acutely aware of Shinan's esteemed status, understanding that he was not someone to offend. You've hurt me, and now I must trouble Wanyue to take care of me. Of course, her care is not due to you, yet I find myself thanking you instead. Dudu was somewhat bewildered by Shinan's words. Yet Fu Hanchuan grasped the underlying message. Shinan's remarks were directed at him. He had speculated about the relationship between Shinan and Jiang Wanyue, but he did not anticipate that this man, even while prostrate upon a hospital bed, would audaciously provoke him. Rather than being incensed, Fu Hanchuan found it amusing. Chapter 29. This is the Jiang Wanyue I adore you, Shinan, Jiang Nanqing exclaimed incredulously. Present in the room, with a mischievous glint in her eye, she inquired, are you interested in my sister herself, or is it Fu Hanchuan's wife that piques your curiosity? Wanyue and Hanchuan are still embroiled in a divorce. Do you not think that in such a scenario you could relish the thrill of illicit pleasure without fearing excessive reproach? Jiang Nanqing wore a knowing expression, as if she had seen through Shinan. At that moment, the entire hospital room felt as though it had turned into a freezer, with the oppressive aura emanating from Fu Hanchuan causing Dudu's legs to tremble. Shinan's exquisitely drawn phoenix eyes took on a cold hue. You hail from Dunhuang, do you not? There are so many murals, Jiang Nanqing retorted. How could anyone so openly express their true thoughts? Flustered, she weakly countered, you're speaking of yourself, aren't you? You understand it well, Shinan remarked. casting a wry smile at Fu Hanchuan. Your constant association with such a person is no surprise. It is entirely expected that Jiang Wanyue would choose to divorce you. You are simply not of her caliber. Fu Hanchuan's eyes widened in disbelief, turbulent waves roiling within their depths. Since the news of his impending marriage to Jiang Wanyue had broken, the circles had been rife with lamentations, asserting that Fu Hanchuan could have allied himself with a prominent family heiress from a prestigious business dynasty. Yet he chose the daughter of the Jiang family. Although the Jiang family was wealthy, they were not considered a top-tier aristocracy. Jiang Wanyue had indeed struck gold. Marrying up, everyone remarked that he had shown utmost benevolence. Moreover, Jiang Wanyue had only been officially recognized by the Jiang family after her 18th birthday. Fu Laotai had invested considerable effort into grooming Jiang Wanyue as a suitable daughter-in-law for high society. Yet Shinan had the audacity to declare that Fu Hanchuan was unworthy of Jiang Wanyue. How ludicrous! Perhaps the doctor had injected saline solution into Shinan's brain. Truly, love makes one blind. Jiang Nanqing folded her arms, reflecting on the absurdity. Fu Hanchuan let out a cold, mocking laugh, surprised to discover that Shinan was a man who relished the remnants of another's feast. Turning around, Fu Hanchuan spotted Jiang Wanyue standing at the doorway of the hospital room, uncertain of how much of their conversation she had overheard. Striding towards her with Dudu in tow, he declared, "Next Monday, the cooling-off period for the divorce will be over. I've scheduled an appointment at the Civil Affairs Bureau for 2:30 in the afternoon. Jiang Wanyue, do you dare to come?" The divorce was Jiang Wanyue's proposal. Yet it was Fu Hanchuan who questioned her resolve to follow through. His patience with this woman had worn thin. He would no longer allow her to dally. He yearned to be rid of Jiang Wanyue as quickly as possible. Eagerly anticipating the regret that would wash over her once she obtained the divorce certificate. Meeting Fu Hanchuan's strikingly handsome visage, Jiang Wanyue felt no stir of emotion within her. "Very well, next Monday afternoon, at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, we shall meet and part ways." The aura radiating from Fu Hanchuan grew increasingly frigid as he departed with Dudu and TOW. As Jiang Nanqing passed by Jiang Wanyue, she cast a knowing glance her way. Upon entering the hospital room, Jiang Wanyue maintained her composure. "Professor Shin has arrived. He is currently conversing with your attending physician," the doctor explained. "Shinan's injury is located behind the heart. Had it not been for the metal buckle on his jacket shielding him from the arrowhead, the mechanical crossbow's power could have potentially penetrated his body." Zatsa placed her hands on the hospital bed, her black and white eyes filled with concern. "Will it hurt, Uncle Shin?" "It does hurt," he replied. "Let me blow on it for you," Zatsa offered, tiptoeing to blow gently on Shinan's bandaged back. "It seems to hurt less now," Shinan remarked. Zatsa beamed, revealing her pearly white teeth. Shinan's gaze drifted towards Jiang Wanyue. "Aren't you curious about what Fu and I discussed earlier?" He had noticed that Jiang Wanyue had lingered at the doorway for a while. Even if she hadn't caught the earlier part of their conversation, she could glean the essence of their exchange from the latter's snippets. Jiang Wanyue shook her head. She could probably surmise what Shinan had said that triggered Fu Hanchuan's ire, compelling the man to shed his dignified facade. "I never expected Shinan to be one who relishes leftovers." To Fu Hanchuan, she was akin to the rice that had already been consumed at the dining table, flavorless yet too good to discard. She candidly conveyed to Shinan, "I believe the best way to retaliate against a man is not to marry another man, flaunting my allure to show others that at 27 I still have suitors. My worth should not be measured by whether or not I have a man vying for my attention." Jiang Wanyue smiled, adding, "To avenge anyone who has ever harmed me, regardless of their gender. I believe the most effective method is to make them long for me from afar." She would no longer remain in the shadows, a quiet woman behind the man. She aimed to stand shoulder to shoulder with Fu Hanchuan. No, to ascend even higher, to a realm beyond Fu Hanchuan's reach. Jiang Wanyue snapped back to reality, noticing the man's intense gaze fixed upon her. A fleeting look of panic crossed her features. Shinan withdrew his gaze, remarking, "You have returned to your former self. This is the Jiang Wanyue I cherish." He lay on the bed, his voice muffled, and Jiang Wanyue could not decipher his words. Shinan lowered his eyelashes, a lazy smile gracing his lips. "If you find it difficult to address the issue of the young master of the Fu family using dangerous equipment in kindergarten, you may leave it to me to resolve. After all, I am the victim." Jiang Wanyue nodded. "As the victim, it is your rightful claim to seek compensation and an apology from the Fu family and the kindergarten." Jiang Wanyue glanced at her daughter, recognizing that while adults could manage their emotions, children could not. Allowing Zatsa and Dudu to remain in the same kindergarten would inevitably lead to conflict, even if Zatsa were to transfer classes. She and Dudu would still cross paths. Next year, Zatsa would be entering elementary school. According to the Fu family's plans, Zatsa and Dudu were set to advance to the Chengde primary school, but Jiang Wanyue wished to transfer Zatsa to the best elementary school in the capital, which, aside from Chengde, was Sekang Primary School. Shinan picked up on Jiang Wanyue's unspoken thoughts. Sekang was the colloquial term for the steel and artillery factories, where, during tumultuous times, the children of esteemed families in the capital would attend for their compulsory education. Nowadays, entry into Sekang Primary School was not merely a matter of wealth. Shinan, however, found the situation manageable. "Let me ask my father to write a letter of introduction." Jiang Wanyue chuckled. "There's no need to trouble the professor. Akang Primary School has special recruitment for exceptionally talented students. Zatsa has recently joined the city sports team for training, which is why I considered transferring her. Shinin was intrigued. What sport is Zatsa training in with the city sports team? Zatsa leaned over the bed, counting on her fingers: boxing, swimming, weightlifting, discus throwing, and just yesterday, I learned table tennis. Speaking of her daughter, Jiang Wanyue could not hide her pride. Zatsa picked up skills with remarkable speed, and all her coaches remarked that she was a innate sports prodigy. To ensure her potential was not squandered, the city's coaches were particularly cautious about which sport she should delve into. Shinin noted, in 6 months, the Summer Olympics will be held in Paris. We could take Zatsa to the venue to experience the event firsthand. Zatsa had also sensed the atmosphere of Olympic preparations within the city sports team. She raised her small fist, brimming with enthusiasm. Let me shine in Paris. Jiang Wanyue laughed as she tousled her hair. You'll be there to watch. It's still too early for you to shine on the field. Shinin, however, disagreed. If you could gain admission to Huaca University at 14. Why can't Zatsa dazzle at the Olympics at 5.5? Hospital payment window, 810,000. Fu Hanchuan confirmed with the staff at the window once more. Yes, the patient utilized exclusively high-end imported materials. And insurance cannot be applied. Fu Hanchuan was speechless. This was not merely an issue of insurance. He distinctly felt Shinin was extorting money from him, and yet he had no recourse but to dutifully settle the bill. Chapter 30, Dudu's tiny body when flying the next day arrived in a flash. A black heavy-duty motorcycle roared down the street, drawing the attention of passers-by. Jiang Nanchang halted her vehicle, her young passenger clad in a black denim coat and helmet. Jiang Nanchang lifted the visor of the helmet, revealing a mischievous grin. His sister Wanyue, do you need my assistance? Accompanying Dudu, she had come to Lu Fangkai's gym just in time to spot Jiang Wanyue descending the stairs with 2 large bags of trash. Dressed in a simple beige sweatshirt with the sleeves rolled up to her elbows, Jiang Wanyue had tied her hair back haphazardly with a rubber band, a few strands cascading down her porcelain-like cheeks. The diminutive figure seated before Jiang Nanchang called out, why do you bother with her? That was Dudu, who felt utterly embarrassed upon seeing Jiang Wanyue in such a state. A cold, mocking smile flickered in Jiang Nanchang's eyes. She had brought Dudu along to witness Jiang Wanyue's misfortune once more. She noticed Jojo descending the staircase, cradling a box of mineral water, her arms strong and sturdy. Liu Fang and the moving company employees emerged from the elevator, together hauling heavy exercise equipment onto a large truck. Fu Hanchuan had forcibly acquired the premises of the gym from the landlord at 3 times the price and commanded the landlord to ensure that Lu Fang cleared out all the gym equipment within a day. The scene unfolding before Jiang Nanchang was far too amusing for her sister Wanyue. Might you be a calamity? If you hadn't sought out your elder brother, he wouldn't have been dragged into this predicament. Leading to the gym's closure, Jiang Nanchang taunted Jiang Nanchang, if you're unwell, stop coming to me. I'm not a veterinarian, Jiang Wanyue retorted as she disposed of a trash bag. Neither Jiang Nanchang nor Fu Hanchuan were aware that the owner of the 5-story commercial building behind her was Lu Fang. After acquiring the building, Lu Fang had rented it out to several sub-landlords for easier management. Previously, upon noticing one sub-landlord's wife was gravely ill, he had rented the space from the sub-landlord to establish a gym. Now, in gratitude for his kindness, the sub-landlord had transferred 3 times the rent into Lu Fang's account. When Lu Fang heard Jiang Nanchang's derisive remarks, he strode purposefully towards her, even before he arrived. His shadow loomed over Jiang Nanchang, who felt engulfed by an oppressive aura, causing even Dudu to feel uncomfortable. Go tell Fu Hanchuan that I will not be defeated by him. I have already begun negotiations with the landlords of Baiyue and Xingweiqing. If he has the capability, he should offer a better price to deter them from renting the premises to me. Jiang Wanyue stood behind Lu Fang, stifling a laugh. The 2 places Lu Fang mentioned were part of his holdings, and he would be more than pleased if Fu Hanchuan spent more money. Jiang Nanchang silently boasted to herself that she would have Fu Hanchuan purchase the vacant premises in those 2 malls. Yet, in reality, Jiang Nanchang felt intimidated by Lu Fang's imposing presence, her voice faltering. Mr. Lu, no one wishes to oppose you. If only Sister Wanyue would cease provoking Hanchuan, you could live peacefully in the capital. Dudu tugged at Jiang Nanchang's clothing, urging, let's hurry, stop talking to them. The aura emanating from Lu Fang was truly daunting. Dudu found it difficult to breathe. However, he lacked the courage to remove his helmet and confront Lu Fang directly. Jiang Nanchang glanced towards Jiang Wanyue and asked Dudu, aren't you going to greet your mommy? From a distance, Dudu caught a whiff of the garbage can stench. Upon hearing Dudu's disdainful remark, Lu Fang's fists clenched. I don't want a smelly mommy. I only want Brother Shang. Brother Shang, let's go for a ride. It stinks here, you little brat, Lu Fang growled, causing Dudu to hastily retreat into Jiang Nanchang's embrace. Liu Fang, if you truly frighten Dudu, Hanchuan will make you leave the capital. Jiang Nanchang shouted at him. The exhilaration of wielding Fu Hanchuan's name to gain the upper hand was intoxicating. Sister Wanyue, if I recall correctly, today marks the last day of your cooling-off period before the divorce. After your divorce from Hanchuan, he will still be the most sought-after bachelor in the capital. While you, Jiang Nanchang's scornful gaze swept over Jiang Wanyue from head to toe. Disdain evident in her expression. You still haven't found a decent job, our parents should never have taken you back, you should have remained in the gutter forever, farewell, my unfortunate and impoverished sister, Dudu echoed in his heart. Goodbye, my pretentious mother. Jiang Nanqing's light, mocking tone was drowned out by the roar of the motorcycle engine as she swung the heavy machine around in defiance of traffic. Suddenly, a vehicle approached head-on. Jiang Nanqing swerved in panic. Bang! A loud crash resounded as her iron steed collided with the roadside barrier. Dudu, seated in front of her, was flung from the motorcycle. Chapter 31, After you receive the divorce certificate. Do not regret. Jiang Nanqing donned her helmet, concealing the panic-stricken expression beneath. Fortunately, her motorcycle had just begun to accelerate, and the speed was not excessive. Dudu's small form crashed against the fuel tank, his helmet hitting the dashboard. Ugh, cough, cough. Dudu coughed painfully, having been jolted. Dudu, really, what Jiang Nanqing admonished, you must sit properly and hold on tight, understand? Seeing that Dudu was unharmed, she let out a silent sigh of relief. She grasped the fabric of Dudu's back and lifted him up to ensure he sat correctly. Dudu adjusted his helmet and exclaimed loudly, I'm fine. He shouted this for Jiang Wanyue and Zhou's benefit. Honestly, how could you drive like that? Jiang Nanqing complained. The vehicle that had nearly collided with her had also come to a halt. The driver, gripping the steering wheel, shouted out the window, You're driving the wrong way. Didn't you see I had a child in the car? Damn it, driving a modified motorcycle with a kid aboard is just asking for trouble. Jiang Nanqing responded with an obscene gesture. Dudu mimicked her, also gesturing rudely at the driver. Jiang Nanqing struggled to maneuver the motorcycle out from among the damaged barriers, her heart sinking as she noticed the broken headlights. She had come to witness Jiang Wanyue's ridicule, only to find herself the subject of mockery instead. With no desire to argue with the driver, she promptly revved the engine and sped away. Watching them depart, Jiang Wanyue's heart, which had been racing moments ago, returned to calm. She turned to Zhou and said, Let's go upstairs to move our things from this point on, no matter what befell Dudu. It was none of her concern. Observing Dudu's dependence on Jiang Nanqing, she had already prepared herself for the worst. During this period, Jiang Wanyue had been residing in a hotel with Zhou. She was tirelessly searching for a house. Even renting was no easy task. The location, layout, and the quality of the residents and the community were all factors under consideration. After much effort, she finally settled on a small unit. Intending to purchase it directly for Zhou's future schooling convenience, upon logging into the Huatai Securities app, she discovered that her nearly 80 million assets in the stock market had been frozen. When manager Hong received Jiang Wanyue's call, he immediately stated, Miss Jiang, I received notice this morning that due to a report, you may be implicated in insider trading. The stock exchange has frozen your funds exceeding 79 million. This sum originates from President Fu. The Regulatory Commission believes that this substantial transfer to you indicates he is guiding you to invest in various stocks, which may involve speculative violations. You will need to wait until the Regulatory Commission completes their investigation and confirms the legitimacy of your transactions before they will unfreeze your funds. Jiang Wanyue explained, I used my own stock analysis program to predict which stocks would rise in value during economic adjustments. Manager Hong chuckled, Do you think the Regulatory Commission will believe a housewife like you? Even if you present that program, can you prove that you independently created it? Jiang Wanyue's voice rang out, If I place well in the ALI mathematics competition, wouldn't that validate my capabilities? Manager Hong was amused. Do you know that the ALI mathematics competition is the most prestigious contest in the country? Miss Jiang, you place well? Don't jest. You likely can't even comprehend the competition problems. Jiang Wanyue insisted, I will provide proof to the Regulatory Commission. The preliminary results for the ALI mathematics competition will be announced next Tuesday. Only with a reputable competition ranking could she demonstrate to the Regulatory Commission that her stock trading was solely her own endeavor. On Monday, at the Civil Affairs Bureau, Fu Hanchuan alighted from his vehicle and immediately spotted Jiang Wanyue. A flicker of surprise crossed his features. Had she applied makeup, her lips glistened with a lustrous gloss. Her fair complexion flawless and radiant, she had secured her long hair into a bun with a sharp clip, a few strands artfully cascading yet appearing unruffled, dressed in a cashmere long dress. She exuded an elegant grace, one hand clutching a leather document folder while the other held a mobile phone. Fu Hanchuan rarely took her to social events, so at this moment, he could hardly recall how she looked in formal attire. Upon seeing Fu Hanchuan, she did not approach him but instead ascended the steps directly. As they were headed to the same destination, the man followed closely behind, his voice deep and husky, You could ask me to assist you in providing a statement to the Regulatory Commission, enabling them to swiftly unfreeze your account. He was aware of her predicament yet maintained a condescending demeanor. To Fu Hanchuan, 60 million was a trifling amount. However, Jiang Wanyue was in dire need of those funds to purchase a home. She did not turn back to acknowledge him. His voice rang out once more, That significant expenditure has drawn attention from all sides. You're fortunate to have entered the market just before the stock surged. However, during turbulent times, the Regulatory Commission seeks to set an example, and if someone provides them with incriminating evidence, even if they mistakenly target you, they will not easily let you off the hook. Jiang Wanyue halted, turning to face Fu Hanchuan. So, it is your rivals who reported me to the regulatory commission. Fu Hanchuan nodded slightly. Jiang Wanyue smiled. They wish to report me. You surely must have received word of it. Yet you take pleasure in this, eager to see me fall. The man's handsome features tightened, as he was accustomed to being the one who saw through others. As Jiang Wanyue stood upon a higher step, scrutinizing him and piercing through Fu Hanchuan's thoughts, an inexplicable discomfort washed over him. I have informed you that your experience as a wealthy mistress has come to an end. I can offer you 60 million. Yet I can just as easily reclaim it. It all depends on my whims. Fu Hanchuan, you have affixed your signature to the divorce agreement. You have failed to adhere to the stipulations outlined in the document. What grounds do you have to negotiate terms with me? The brazen mockery felt like a multitude of needles, piercing Jiang Wanyue's visage with relentless precision. Love cannot be quantified into currency. Her desire for compensation rests entirely upon Fu Hanchuan's mood, reliant on his moral awakening. Should he choose to bestow it upon her, it would be a reward and a gift from him to Jiang Wanyue, for which she ought to be eternally grateful. Bowing in appreciation. Fu Hanchuan found her naivety both amusing and absurd. In his eyes, she was worth neither 60 million nor a mere house. If you disagree, you may pursue legal action against me, and then you shall discover just how much a housewife, a full-time wife, is valued in the eyes of the judge. Suddenly Fu Hanchuan thought of a certain individual. Lawyer Shin might be able to assist you, but consider this. Do you believe the court would permit him to serve as your defense attorney? Jiang Wanyue's eyes widened in shock. As she sought to escape the confines of the Fu family name, Fu Hanchuan was already contemplating how to make her pay a price. He intended to seize Jiang Wanyue by the throat, rendering her breathless, compelling her to kneel and plead for his forgiveness. From her countenance, he derived the fear he desired. Only through fear could she submit to him. Fu Hanchuan planned to deliver a final blow. I have your medical records and consulted a doctor who revealed that you had a miscarriage previously, making it exceedingly difficult for you to conceive again. Do you truly believe Shin would marry you? His inquiry, which he presumed to be a devastating strike, succeeded in eliciting a laugh from Jiang Wanyue. She had lost a child, yet he was concerned about her ability to conceive again. In a marriage, a man must either provide me with wealth or affection. If you offer neither, then you may as well depart. The two sat before the staff, who were reviewing their submitted divorce documents. The staff informed them that their divorce materials had been approved. Fu Hanchuan's deep voice resonated beside Jiang Wanyue. Have you thought this through? Do not regret it. Chapter 32, Zhu takes my surname. Jiang Wanyue smiled lightly. Mr. Fu, you do not wish to part ways with me, do you? Fu Hanchuan scoffed. After the divorce, you would still cling to me. That would truly be bothersome. Jiang Wanyue mimicked his tone, dismissively stating, you are worrying unnecessarily. The staff handed the divorce certificate to the two of them. Upon seeing her name on the certificate, Jiang Wanyue's smile blossomed radiantly. She satisfiedly curled the corners of her lips. Fu Hanchuan took the divorce certificate without a glance and rose to leave. Mr. Fu, please wait a moment, Jiang Wanyue called out, causing the man to halt, with one hand tucked into the pocket of his suit pants. He turned his head, coldly sneering. Regretting so soon, Jiang Wanyue informed him that he must remain to sign for Zhu, as Zhu would be taking her surname. The smile on the man's handsome face quickly froze. Jiang Wanyue exited the reception room, where Lu Feng accompanied Zhu in the hall. Upon seeing Fu Hanchuan, Lu Feng nearly suppressed a grin. He had successfully acquired the storefronts at Baiyu Hui and Xinghua Chang from Fu Hanchuan at favorable prices. Mommy, Zhu leaped from her chair and scampered to Jiang Wanyue's side. She looked up at Fu Hanchuan and said, Uncle, although she did not yet grasp the meaning of the word divorce. She understood that from this day forward, her address would change. Fu Hanchuan felt a whirlwind of emotions. It was as if a wad of paper had lodged in his throat, making it impossible to swallow or spit out. He told Zhu that when she turned 18 she would have the opportunity to change her surname back. Zhu shook her head at Fu Hanchuan, expressing, I really like the new name Mommy gave me. Fu Hanchuan's expression shifted. You no longer go by Qingzhou? Yes, I want to be called Yingzhou Jiangyingzhou. Although the strokes of Ying are somewhat numerous, it symbolizes the vastness of the ocean. Fu Hanchuan murmured, isn't the name Qingzhou quite lovely as well? Qingzhou, a small boat. The names Zhu and Du had been predetermined by their father long ago. The name Fu Du carried the weight of inheriting the responsibilities of the Fu family. Hoping the boys of the family would venture forth 1,000 miles, bravely overcoming challenges, returning in glory without forgetting their lineage, they urged the boys to strive and explore, while the girls were merely likened to small boats. Destined to seek a dependable man, Zhu declared, but a small boat cannot traverse treacherous mountains. I want to grow into a great ship, sailing the seas and braving the winds and waves. Fu Hanchuan gazed blankly at his daughter, perplexed as to why Zhu, a well-bred scion of the Fu family, would choose to endure hardship alongside Jiang Wanyue, yet she was his daughter. If she wished to change her name, then so be it. When she matures, she will understand the significance of the surname Fu. Fu Hanchuan cast a warning glance at Jiang Wanyue, implying that if she desired to revert to her original name, he advised against obstructing her. Jiang Wanyue replied with a smile, if Zhu wishes to reclaim the Fu surname, she will inform you herself. Jiang Wanyu facilitated the new household registration for Zhu Zhu, where she became the head of the household, and Fu Qingzhou was recorded as Jiang Yingzhou's former name, exiting the Civil Affairs Bureau with the divorce certificate in hand. Fu Hanchuan found Jiang Wanyu holding Zhu Zhu's hand. Trailing behind him, they beheld Jiang Nanshang, clad in a black fringed leather jacket, arms crossed over her chest, leaning against a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Besides the black G-Class, several modified motorcycles and sports cars were parked nearby. Jiang Nanshang straightened up, exuberantly raising her arms. "Everyone look over here, everyone pause for a moment." Her call drew the attention of those nearby. Halting their movements, Jiang Nanshang directed the crowd's gaze toward the windshield of the G-Class, where the characters for marriage were inscribed. With a snap of her fingers, the driver of the G-Class pressed a button, and the windshield wipers danced to erase the word marriage. Jumping onto the hood of the G-Class, she squatted down, spray painting the words divorce onto the windshield. Casually discarding the spray paint can, she stood on the hood and proclaimed, "Let us congratulate this gentleman. Free from his delicate wife, joyously single, happy divorce." Jiang Nanshang led her companions, raising a banner celebrating Fu Hanchuan's divorce, while arrangements had been made for horns to sound and confetti to be sprayed. "Mommy, what is my aunt doing?" Zhu Zhu expressed her confusion. "She is embarrassing your uncle Fu." Jiang Wanyu took Zhu Zhu's hand and walked around to avoid the scene, seeing Jiang Wanyu's retreat. Jiang Nanshang smirked triumphantly. Fu Hanchuan, bracing himself, approached Jiang Nanshang. "What are you doing?" Jiang Nanshang rose onto her toes, wrapping an arm around Fu Hanchuan's shoulder. "We're celebrating your divorce with the boys." Fu Hanchuan's face contorted in distaste as he muttered, "Is this truly celebratory?" Jiang Nanshang, however, remained unfazed, elated by Fu Hanchuan's divorce from Jiang Wanyu. "Come on, your father has prepared a venue for you. Today is a splendid day for you, it must be celebrated." That evening, within a private room at a club, Jiang Nanshang raised her glass high. "Let us celebrate Hanchuan's return to singlehood." Wishing him a life free from familial constraints, surrounded by endless beautiful women and an abundance of alcohol. "Hooray for singlehood," the others echoed in unison. "Han Goat happy divorce." Jiang Nanshang shook her shoulders, mimicking a gorilla's call. Fu Hanchuan sat on the sofa, shrouded in an inescapable shadow. He lifted his glass and drank silently, his expression dark and inscrutable. Why did his chest feel so heavy? After 7 years of marriage, he had never harbored feelings for Jiang Wanyu. She had taken the divorce certificate and left, and he should feel liberated. The strong liquor burned as it slid down his throat. Jiang Nanshang, clutching a whiskey bottle, settled beside him. To celebrate your newfound singlehood, I've arranged for a few lovely ladies. Trust your father's judgment, each one is more stunning than the last. The crowd erupted in cheers, calling out to Jiang Nanshang, "We want ladies too." Jiang Nanshang shouted, "Call me daddy, and I'll get you some ladies." Laughter and playful banter filled the room. Just then, the door to the private room swung open, and several heavily made-up women entered. Jiang Nanshang, brimming with enthusiasm, urged Fu Hanchuan, "Look quickly, is there anyone you fancy? I can have them stay and attend to you." Jiang Nanshang pointed at one of the women with a grin. "This one has a generous bosom, as if stuffed with 2 balls. She then ordered another woman, come, turn around and let me see." Wow. Quite a shapely rear. Jiang Nanshang's carefree demeanor stood in stark contrast to the other women, who were garishly dressed and heavily adorned with makeup. Amidst this crowd, Jiang Nanshang appeared distinctly different. Dressed casually in a loose baseball jacket and ripped jeans, her chestnut hair cascading loosely behind her, sporting minimal makeup that led the boys to believe she was completely bare-faced. As Jiang Nanshang poured more whiskey into Fu Hanchuan's glass, the man casually glanced at a girl standing in the corner, his gaze sharpened slightly. Jiang Nanshang followed Fu Hanchuan's line of sight, and her expression instantly shifted. The girl in the corner was entirely unlike the other women, who were accustomed to the nightlife, adorned in flamboyant attire and exuding sensuality. She donned a simple, pristine white gown, her inky black hair cascading down her shoulders like a waterfall, exuding an aura of awkwardness and constraint. From the moment she entered the private room, a sense of disorientation enveloped her. The girl resembled a little white rabbit that had unwittingly stumbled into a wolf's den. She desperately sought to conceal herself but inadvertently drew the attention of every man present. Jiang Nanshang's expression swiftly turned icy. She was acutely aware of why Fu Hanchuan had taken notice of this girl. It was because upon their first encounter, Jiang Wanyu had also been adorned in a white dress. Chapter 33, Dress like this, who are you trying to entice? That white gown was the finest attire Jiang Wanyu had at the time. Jiang Nanshang greeted her with a boisterous voice. "Miss, come here and join us for a drink." The girl, filled with trepidation, shook her head in panic. I don't know how to drink." A cold chuckle escaped Jiang Nanshang's throat as she queried the other men present, "Isn't this exactly your type?" Innocent and harmless, even I, Shangyi, feel a pang of sympathy for her. This little rabbit is indeed quite endearing. If she has caught Hanchuan's fancy, let us not snatch her away. The smile on Jiang Nanshang's lips widened. "Don't be afraid, dear, come sit beside me. I won't bully you." The girl, sensing a lessening of her defenses, approached Jiang Nanshang. Jiang Nanshang thrust a glass of alcohol into the girl's hand, saying, "Here, offer a toast to Master Fu." With a gentle push on her back, Jiang Nanqing propelled her towards Fu Hanchuan. Trembling, the girl gazed at the man's unapproachable profile, her voice quavering. Fu Yi, she extended the drink towards him upon recognizing her face. Fu Hanchuan's anger flared suddenly. It wasn't her. What had he truly expected upon seeing that white dress? Get lost. He swept the glass from the table, spilling its contents across the girl's face. The girl shrieked in shock, and the atmosphere in the room fell silent, as if a spell had been cast. The group of men made no move to assist her, leaving the girl to sob quietly. Jiang Nanqing stood, gently patting the girl's back. Oh dear, don't cry, your tears tug at my heartstrings. Let me escort you out. Jiang Nanqing led the girl away from the private room. As they made their way toward the restroom, the girl's emotions gradually settled. Thank you for taking me out, otherwise I wouldn't have known what to do. That Fu Yi is quite intimidating. My name is Wenisong. What's yours? The girl's gaze towards Jiang Nanqing held a hint of affection. The dim lighting in the corridor concealed the tumultuous emotions swirling within Jiang Nanqing's eyes. What, you want to be friends with me? The girl nodded eagerly. I think you're a good person. Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Nanqing slapped her across the face. The girl was left stunned, her ears ringing as Jiang Nanqing questioned her sharply. Do you think you deserve it? Jiang Nanqing waited until they reached the restroom before making her move. She shoved the girl inside. The girl, unsteady in her high heels, lost her balance and fell to the ground. Jiang Nanqing raised her foot and kicked her in the abdomen. Witnessing the pristine white gown sullied by her blackened footprint brought Jiang Nanqing a twisted sense of satisfaction. Filthy wretch, don't you dare consider who you are. Before the girl could let out a scream, Jiang Nanqing clamped a hand over her mouth, pressing her head against the wall. With her other hand, she reached into her pocket, emerging with a set of tiger claws designed for combat. The metal claws collided heavily with the girl's chest and abdomen. Dressed like this, who do you think you're trying to seduce? Bah, despicable, Jiang Nanqing spat in her face. Once she had vented her pent-up frustrations, she stood, removed the tiger claws, and turned on the faucet to wash her hands. The girl, bruised and battered, sat on the floor, hugging her knees as her body trembled uncontrollably. As Jiang Nanqing dried her hands, she warned the girl, if you still wish to make a living in the capital, I advise you not to provoke me. The 13 young masters of the capital are all my brothers. With just a flick of their fingers, they could end you. After Jiang Nanqing finished speaking, the girl flinched, her body trembling in fear. Jiang Nanqing was pleased with her reaction. After leaving, the girl, hunched over in pain, emerged from the restroom like a zombie. Shinan, clad in a tailored suit, awaited her outside, his expression devoid of emotion. Wenisong handed him a memory card she had clutched tightly. She didn't recognize me, the girl, with her bruised face, forced a smile. I'm counting on you. I want her to suffer. I want revenge for Nwanchi. Shinan took the memory card, turning away apathetically. Wenisong called out to him, I'm curious, why is lawyer Shin suddenly willing to seek justice for me? Previously, no matter how I pleaded, you looked down on this case. Shinan toyed with the small memory card between his fingers. Because I wish to win the favor of a woman. The black Maybach glided into the Fu family garage. Jiang Nanqing reached out, draping Fu Hanchuan's arm over her shoulder. Fu Hanchuan, regaining consciousness, instinctively withdrew his arm. Hanchuan, let me help you out of the car. No need. Fu Hanchuan's voice was hoarse as he pushed open the door on his side and stepped out. Jiang Nanqing hurriedly followed. Be careful, you've had quite a bit to drink. She tried to grasp his hand only to find Fu Hanchuan moving swiftly. Once inside, he sank into the sofa, rubbing his temples, which were tight with tension. It had been a long time since he had drunk to excess. Get me some lemon water, he murmured to the air. Jiang Nanqing entered, having not quite heard his words. What did you say? Fu Hanchuan's eyes widened slightly, a sense of inexplicable emptiness settling in his heart. Jiang Wanyue had been gone from the Fu household for an entire month, and he still had not adjusted to life without her. The servants of the Fu family were equally unaccustomed to her absence. And even the matriarch, Mrs. Fu, had begun to voice her complaints more frequently. Fu Hanchuan pressed his hand against his stomach, his brows furrowing as he let out a low groan of discomfort. Hanchuan, what's wrong? Jiang Nanqing inquired, concern lacing her voice. Fu Hanchuan gritted his teeth, suppressing the pain within him. Call Jiang Wanyue and have her bring me some stomach medicine. Jiang Nanqing's expression shifted at once, and she worked to keep her tone from sounding sardonic. She has long since blocked our numbers. Jiang Wanyue is quite heartless. Fu Hanchuan retrieved his phone, convinced that under the circumstances, Jiang Wanyue would not ignore his call. Battling dizziness, he found the front desk number for the hotel where Jiang Wanyue was staying. When he called, the hotel staff answered in a businesslike manner. Please hold. The front desk employee hung up, following protocol, and called Shin Xiao. A gentleman claiming to be Miss Zhang's husband wishes for us to transfer his call to her room. Shinan replied, please transfer the call to me. Understood, please hold. Fu Hanchuan heard the line reconnect. Jiang Wanyue, my stomach hurts. If you're ill, go to the hospital. Does Fu Zong have a tumor on his neck? Shinan's disdainful voice pierced Fu Hanchuan's ears, and he widened his eyes in shock. The alcohol he had consumed now felt like 1,000 needles stabbing at his stomach. Chapter 34, back again. Yet afraid to disturb him, Jiang Nanqing was startled by the cold aura radiating from Fu Hanchuan. She noticed the murderous expression on his face. What's wrong? Did Sister Wanyue say something to upset you? Fu Hanchuan ground his molars, spitting out two words, Shinan. My Jiang Nansheng was momentarily taken aback. In the deep of night, Shinan's mocking laughter nearly pierced Fu Hanchuan's eardrums. You're in Jiang Wanyue's room? Fu Hanchuan's voice dropped an octave. Jiang Nansheng stared at him in astonishment, her jaw dropping in disbelief. I just divorced Jiang Wanyue today, and you're so eager to spend the night with her at the hotel? At that moment, Fu Hanchuan resembled an enraged lion, yet Shinan spoke leisurely. Wanyue is staying at my hotel, in the dead of night. How could I allow my guests to be disturbed? Besides, he paused. Does she need to mourn for 3 years just because she divorced you? The smile on Fu Hanchuan's handsome face grew increasingly frigid, his fists clenched tightly on his thighs, veins bulging. Shinan, have you long harbored such feelings for Jiang Wanyue? Previously, on my childless birthday, you returned from abroad after a 12-hour flight, rushing over just for Jiang Wanyue, didn't you? Fu Hanchuan recalled every meeting he had with Shinan. And Jiang Wanyue had always been present. It dawned on him that the young master of the Shin family had no intention of forging a bond with him. Shinan had been using his invitation to gaze at Jiang Wanyue. The more Fu Hanchuan thought about it, the more frustrated he became. To covet another man's wife, Shin Shao truly lacks character. Shinan scoffed. And you, Fu Zone, what position do you hold to reprimand me? Just because she was once my wife, but the one who betrayed true feelings must swallow 1,000 needles. Fu Hanchuan stood frozen, as if an invisible hand was gripping his stomach, its nails digging in deeply. Drawing blood, cold sweat beaded on his pale forehead. Fu Zone, for the sake of virtue, let Wanyue have a peaceful night's sleep. Shinan terminated the call. Fu Hanchuan set his phone down, and Jiang Nansheng, unable to contain her curiosity, eagerly inquired, is Shinan sharing a room with Sister Wanyue tonight? Before Fu Hanchuan could respond, Jiang Nansheng lamented on his behalf. Sister Wanyue divorced you in the morning and now, in the evening, has taken Shinan to a hotel. Suddenly recalling something, she gasped dramatically, as Zhuozhuo was still by her side, concerned that her behavior might lead Zhuozhuo astray. Fu Hanchuan tossed his phone aside, his expression weary, and muttered, do not let me hear the name Jiang Wanyue again. The man rose, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. Hanchuan, Jiang Nansheng rushed forward, steadying his arm. He pushed her away, the alcohol casting a pallor over his otherwise handsome features. You should go back. I wouldn't see you off, Jiang Nansheng exclaimed. How can I leave you like this? I'm going to drive out and get you some stomach medicine. Without waiting for Fu Hanchuan to stop her, she dashed out. An hour later, Fu Hanchuan, lying drowsily on the bed, was awakened by Jiang Nansheng's voice. Hanchuan, I brought the medicine. He opened his eyes to see her turning on the bedroom light, and his head throbbed painfully. Struggling to prop himself up, drenched in sweat, he thought to himself that if Jiang Wanyue were there, she would have changed his clothes, wiped his body down, and tucked him in, ensuring his comfort for sleep. Fu Hanchuan felt irritable as he tugged at the buttons of his shirt collar. Jiang Nansheng rummaged through a plastic bag, pulling out several boxes of medicine. Take a look. Which one do you need? Fu Hanchuan frowned. None of these are the stomach medications I usually take. You could have asked Weini Yui. As the words left his mouth, his expression darkened further. Jiang Nansheng, feeling dissatisfied, retorted, I rode out and visited several pharmacies. How was I to know which one you preferred? I bought a variety, and surely one of them will suffice. I'm not in pain anymore. You should go back. Fu Hanchuan, unwilling to engage further, coldly commanded, turn off the lights. A chill emanated from him, and Jiang Nansheng could only gather up the large bag of stomach medicines, conceding, all right, you should rest well. She turned back several times, reluctant to leave Fu Hanchuan's bedroom. In moments like these, she felt even more compelled to show Fu Hanchuan who truly cared for him. Jiang Nansheng then noticed that Fu Hanchuan's bedroom was merely separated from Jiang Wanyue's by a sliding door. She pushed it open and, upon seeing the mistress's room, smirked with satisfaction. The next morning, Fu Hanchuan awoke. As he sat up and looked up, he saw that the sliding door, which separated his room from Jiang Wanyue's, was ajar. A jolt of surprise coursed through him. Had Jiang Wanyue returned, the weariness on his face vanished, replaced by a hint of a smile. She must have regretted her decision and returned stealthily, not daring to disturb him. Chapter 35, Regret over the divorce. Fu Hanchuan scoffed disdainfully, and as he got out of bed, he felt considerably lighter. After taking a shower, he wrapped himself in a bathrobe and emerged from the bathroom. He looked up to see Jiang Nansheng, her sleepy eyes rubbing against the doorframe like a cat. She stretched languidly, revealing her toned waist. Hanchuan, you're up quite early. Fu Hanchuan was taken aback, the towel he had been using to dry his hair slipping from his grasp. He paid no mind to his damp slippers and rushed into Jiang Wanyue's bedroom. He flung the covers aside, then turned to survey the room, as if convinced Jiang Wanyue was hiding within. With a swift motion, he yanked open the wardrobe, revealing a collection of high-end custom garments. When Jiang Wanyue left the Fu household with Zhuozhuo, she had taken only a single suitcase, filled mostly with clothing she had bought for Zhuozhuo. The entire Fu family believed they had treated Jiang Wanyue well over the past 7 years. Look at how many high-end garments, luxury bags, and expensive jewelry Jiang Wanyue possessed. All these items were purchased under the Fu family's name, registered in Fu Hanchuan's and the elder Mrs. Fu's names. If Jiang Wanyue had taken them without permission, it would be considered theft. Even she was a reflection of the Fu family's lavish spending meant to uphold their reputation. Seeing Fu Hanchuan's actions, Jiang Nancheng asked in confusion, "Hanchuan, what is wrong?" The man stood before the wardrobe, abruptly turning to gaze at Jiang Nancheng, who was clad in Jiang Wanyue's pajamas. Everything fell into place for him. "You spent the night in Wanyue's room." Even after the divorce, he still heard her calling her name. Jiang Nancheng thought to herself, "How ridiculous, you're still calling her Wanyue." Aloud, she responded, "Of course, you were suffering from terrible stomach pains. How could I just leave you? Besides, Wanyue's room was unoccupied, so I slept there to take care of you." A thin layer of frost formed on Fu Hanchuan's face. Jiang Nancheng suddenly realized something. Her voice faltering, "You don't think Wanyue has returned, do you?" She pressed urgently, "Hanchuan, you regret divorcing Wanyue, don't you? What nonsense are you spouting?" Fu Hanchuan decisively denied it, only instructing, "From now on, remember to stay in the guest room." Jiang Nancheng retorted, "Am I a guest? I'm your sister. You've divorced Wanyue. What is wrong with me sleeping in her room?" Fu Hanchuan replied coldly, "I'll have her room dismantled." Jiang Nancheng countered. "Then when I come to the Fu household, I'll sleep in Nuashi's room." Hearing Jiang Nancheng mention Fu Nuashi, Fu Hanchuan's gaze softened slightly. Nuashi's room remained untouched. Jiang Nancheng had been her closest friend in life, and letting her stay in Nuashi's room would surely please Nuashi's spirit. Fu Hanchuan changed into his suit and descended the stairs. Jiang Nancheng was already sitting with Dudu enjoying breakfast. Dudu, upon seeing Jiang Nancheng, beamed with delight. "Sister Shang, are you going to live with us from now on?" Jiang Nancheng waved her hands. No, last night was an exception. I just slept next to your father." Dudu recalled that Fu Hanchuan's adjacent room was Jiang Wanyue's. He glanced at his father and excitedly said to Jiang Nancheng, "If only you could be my mom." Jiang Nancheng chuckled. "How many times must I say it? I only want to be your dad." Fu Hanchuan, with an icy tone, reminded Dudu, "Eat your breakfast." He further warned, "Make sure you aren't late for school again." Dudu insisted, "I want Sister Shang to take me to school." "Take the family car," Fu Hanchuan replied, not negotiating. He instructed Jiang Nancheng, "Do not allow Dudu to ride your motorcycle again." Jiang Nancheng playfully stuck out her tongue, agreeing cheerfully, "Got it." She then winked at Dudu, who immediately grasped her meaning. Jiang Nancheng would secretly ride him to school on her motorcycle. During this time, he enjoyed the thrill of arriving at school on her motorcycle, much to the envy of his classmates. At the Baozi shop, Zhuozhu relished a basket of dumplings, sipping down her soy milk. Her enthusiasm for eating was infectious, prompting a nearby elementary school student, wearing a red scarf, to stuff more sweet buns into his mouth. Once Zhuozhu finished her breakfast, Jiang Wanyue handed her some wet wipes. "Let us go to school." Upon hearing the word school, Zhuozhu's bright eyes dimmed instantly. Jiang Wanyue, sensing her daughter's mood shift, asked, "What is wrong, Mummy? I don't like school that much anymore." Jiang Wanyue inquired, "Did something happen at school?" Zhuozhu shook her head. Recently, she had noticeably felt that the other children were less inclined to play with her. Yet she reassured herself, not wanting to worry her mother. "It is fine. Even though I'm not fond of school anymore, I still have my good friends there, and I'm happy to be with them every day." Though her daughter had not specified the reason, Jiang Wanyue could clearly sense the underlying issues. Chengde was an elite school, and the students' attitudes towards Zhuozhu were likely influenced by their parents. Jiang Wanyue and Zhuozhu hopped into a taxi. Shortly after, her phone rang. She answered, "Hello, is this Ms. Jiang Wanyue?" "Yes, this is she. I am a staff member from the ALI Mathematics Competition Committee, calling to congratulate you on achieving first place in the preliminary round." Jiang Wanyue was taken aback at first. "Are you sure there is no mistake?" The staff member's voice was filled with excitement. "Indeed, Miss Jiang, your score is 89. She had intentionally controlled her score. 89 points, and that South first place in the preliminaries? Is there truly no worthy competitor among the participants?" "Miss Jiang, from the information you provided, we learned that although you graduated from Huazhong University of Science and Technology, you have been a full-time housewife for 7 years. The committee is very curious about your high score and participation in the competition. Furthermore, reporters from CCTV have also heard about your achievements and would like to interview you. Would that be convenient for you?" Jiang Wanyue replied, "I'm currently on my way to drop my daughter off at school." The staff member eagerly asked, "Which school does your daughter attend?" "Chengde. She is in the kindergarten senior class." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanyue could hear the sound of keys clacking on the keyboard. The staff member asked, "CCTV reporters would like to conduct a brief interview at Chengde's entrance. Would you be willing?" Jiang Wanyue glanced at her daughter. Zhou remained oblivious to the unfolding events, her innocent eyes locking with Jiang Wanyue's eye in her heart. Jiang Wanyue silently resolved, "Very well, I am willing to accept the interview." She set her phone aside and gently caressed Zhou's soft hair. "Zhou, Mummy will not allow anyone to belittle you. I will do everything in my power to alter our fates." Dudu dismounted from Jiang Nancheng's motorcycle, greeted by several friends he usually played with, who awaited him at the school gate. Upon spotting Dudu, they chorused in unison, "Young Master Fu, good morning." This title had been imparted to them by Jiang Nancheng. Dudu, filled with pride, scoffed and marched confidently toward them. Just then, a child pointed behind Dudu, exclaiming as if discovering a new continent, Why is Fu Qingzhou arriving at school in a taxi? Dudu and Jiang Nanqing turned to look, revealing Zhou and Jiang Wanyue stepping out of a taxi. These children from affluent families were accustomed to being chauffeured. They regarded a classmate emerging from a taxi with disdain. She is taking a taxi, yuck, Fu Qingzhou must smell awful. Jiang Nanqing, spotting the yellow taxi, couldn't suppress a derisive laugh without the backing of the Fu family. Jiang Wanyue had indeed become a pauper. She knew that the 60 million given by Fu Hanchuan to Jiang Wanyue had been frozen by the supervisory committee. How many more times could Jiang Wanyue afford to take a taxi? Likely next time Jiang Wanyue would have to ride a shared bicycle to bring Zhou to school. Chapter 36. Without Hanchuan, you are no longer of our class. Dudu wore a sullen expression. Warning his entourage, you are all forbidden from playing with Fu Qingzhou. The children lined up, saluting Dudu in unison. Yes, sir. Jiang Wanyue noticed Zhou's expression turned serious as she gazed toward the school gate. Zhou, she softly called her daughter's name. Zhou tightened her grip on her backpack straps, striving to sound cheerful. Oh mummy, I'm off to school, bye-bye. Spotting her usual playmates, Zhou joyfully dashed over. Mu Yuxuan glanced at Zhou, lowering her head and quickening her pace. Zhou caught up with her, excitedly sharing. Yuxuan, guess what? I've changed my name. I'm no longer Fu Qingzhou, I'm Jiang Yingzhou now. Taking my mother's surname. Don't talk to me, Mu Yuxuan retorted, distancing herself from Zhou. Zhou stood frozen, shaken. Yuxuan, what's wrong? Mu Yuxuan hesitated, feeling a pang of sympathy. Fu Gid has said, any child who plays with you will become the enemy of the whole school. Zhou was left in shock. Jiang Wanyue had not moved, standing a short distance away, watching her daughter's silhouette. It was evident that Zhou was troubled, and she could not hide it from her mother. Wanyue, someone called. Jiang Wanyue turned to see Fu Qingru holding her daughter Fu Pan'er's hand. Fu Qingru was Fu Hanchuan's cousin, having married into the Fu family from a humble background. Clutching her Hermes bag, Fu Qingru's eyes sparkled with shrewd amusement. Is it true that you've divorced Hanchuan? Indeed, Jiang Wanyue replied, her gaze settling on Fu Pan'er, slightly furrowing her brow. Fu Pan'er was the same age as Zhou but resembled a child from a younger class, raised as a vegetarian by Fu Qingru. Fu Pan'er's frail frame and pale complexion resembled that of a wisp of paper. When Jiang Wanyue was with the Fu family, she would secretly give Fu Pan'er some meat, but now that was no longer an option. Have you found a job yet? Fu Qingru inquired eagerly. Not yet, Jiang Wanyue answered honestly. A glimmer of schadenfreude flickered in Fu Qingru's eyes. I don't understand, you married Hanchuan and lived as Mrs. Fu in a luxurious mansion, driving fancy cars. Look at you now. Taking a taxi to school with Qingzhou. Why would you reduce yourself to such a shabby state? This will only make Qingzhou unable to hold her head high at school. Jiang Wanyue told her that if children discriminated against Zhou due to their mode of transportation, it reflected the failures of their parents and the education system. Furthermore, my daughter has now taken my surname. She is Jiang Yingzhou. Fu Qingru clicked her tongue in disdain. Everyone else takes their family's private car to school. Without Hanchuan, you are no longer of our class. Changing your surname to Jiang Ha, even my husband knows how significant the Fu surname is. Auntie Fu Pan'er murmured, biting her finger. Fu Qingru immediately scolded her. You don't need to greet her if you see her again. Hurry to school. Fu Pan'er, somewhat bewildered, turned to leave, still quite fond of Jiang Wanyue, who would sometimes bring meat for Zhou to share with her at school. At that moment, a loud shout echoed from a distance. Fu Qingzhou, what are you doing? Let go of Dudu. Zhou suddenly bolted out, grabbing Dudu by the collar, though she was slightly taller than Dudu. Their physiques had diverged significantly. With just one hand, Zhou lifted Dudu effortlessly. Enraged, she demanded, Fu Gidu, why won't you let Yuxuan talk to me? Yuxuan is my best friend. Dudu, suspended in the air, kicked his legs in a futile attempt to break free. Zhou extended her arm, preventing his short legs from reaching her. White-eyed wolf, put me down, fuming. Zhou retorted, what did you just call me? Dudu shouted back, Grandma said our family has raised you for nothing. We are no longer siblings. You and that pretentious woman are like rats in a stinking gutter. We refuse to share a classroom with rats. Dudu's entourage pinched their noses in response. Fu Qingzhou, let young Master Fu down. She smells awful, so disgusting. My mother told me not to talk to Fu Qingzhou. She no longer deserves to be in the same class as us. Zhou gritted her teeth and raised her other hand. Realizing Zhou was about to strike, Dudu called to his followers behind him, come help me. No one dared to assist Dudu. Jiang Nanqing leaned against her motorcycle, capturing the entire scene of Zhou lifting Dudu on her phone. As she observed Zhou raise her hand to strike, Jiang Nanqing grinned, her amusement growing. Go on, hit him. I'll send this video of you attacking Dudu to Fu Hanchuan and the old lady. In the next moment, the grip on his collar vanished, and Dudu fell to the ground. Letting out a cry with his hands behind him, he looked up at Zhou, who stood tall and formidable, her aura overpowering. The shadow cast by Zhou loomed over Dudu. Fear coursed through Dudu, causing his teeth to chatter. His followers, witnessing Zhou's fierce demeanor, were paralyzed with fright. Zhou raised her fist once more. Wah! Dudu realized that his followers would not come to his aid. Resigned, he turned his face away and tightly shut his eyes. However, the anticipated pain never came. I will not bully the weak, Zhou declared, lowering her fist. There was no satisfaction in beating someone defenseless. Jojo, what transpired? Jiang Wanyue approached. Dudu, pointing at Jojo. Why and she hit me? Jojo, incensed, replied. Dudu 1T, let the other kids play with me. Dudu said whoever plays with me becomes the enemy of the whole school. Jiang Wanyue fixed a cold gaze upon Dudu. I will have the teacher summon your father to the school. Before Jiang Wanyue could finish her statement, Dudu shouted defiantly, my dad is a school board member. I'll have him expel Jojo. Realizing that Jiang Wanyue would no longer mediate between them, Dudu's fury reached its peak. Ms. Jiang, teacher Zhou hurried out, seeing Dudu seated on the ground. Yet he did not appear to be injured, which relieved her slightly. Children, do not linger at the school gate, head to your classrooms. Jiang Wanyue inquired of teacher Zhou regarding the previous incident involving Fu Gida using dangerous equipment at school and what disciplinary action had been taken. Teacher Zhou chuckled. Fu Gida was a well-behaved student. How could he possibly use dangerous equipment at school? That simply did not occur. Jiang Wanyue furrowed her brow as teacher Zhou gently nudged her arm. Miss Jiang, it would be best not to pursue Fu Gida's actions. Your daughter has already lost the Fu family's support. Do you wish for her to be expelled from school? Teacher Zhou cautioned softly. Just then, murmurs arose around them. The principal is coming. Principal Changda, along with other school leaders, strode in with an air of authority. Upon seeing this, Dudu burst into tears. Wah, she hit me. The principal, closely allied with the old lady Fu, had been instructed to protect Dudu at school. With a stern expression, he addressed the assembled crowd. Ms. Jiang, your daughter has assaulted a fellow student at the school gate. I must expel her to uphold the school's integrity. Jiang Nansheng stepped forward to assist. Dudu beamed with delight, his grin wide as he reveled in the situation. Chapter 37, Mummy will secure a brighter future for you. Jojo lowered her head, her fingers twisting the hem of her shirt. She did not believe she had done anything wrong, yet her impulsiveness had brought trouble to her mother. Jiang Wanyue placed a hand on Jojo's shoulder, serving as her invisible support. My daughter did not assault anyone. She did. Dudu cried out, flailing his arms and pointing at Jojo. Jojo hit me. Bad woman, biased witch, you are blind to the truth. Failing to see that I have been assaulted, Jiang Wanyue's tone was resolute as she demanded a review of the surveillance footage at the school gate. Students who slander and frame others should be the ones facing punishment. Her gaze towards Dudu was akin to that of a stranger. The principal shrugged, explaining that the cameras were malfunctioning. Little Fu Guidu has been awarded the title of campus star for 3 consecutive years. He is a paragon of virtue and an exemplary student. I trust his words, he asserted. He then turned to the parents present, asking, did any of you witness Fu Qingzhou strike Fu Guidu? Many parents averted their eyes from the principal. I saw it. Fu Qingru stepped forward. I witnessed Fu Qingzhou hit Fu Guidu. Fu Qingru, Jiang Wanyue hissed, have you lost your mind? Fu Qingru shot Jiang Wanyue a disdainful glance. You are no longer Mrs. Fu. The child bearing your surname is unworthy of attending Chongde. Observing the Fu family's blatant rejection of Jiang Wanyue, other parents began to chime in. Miss Jiang, your daughter has already been cast out by the Fu family. Is it appropriate for you to still pursue a place for her in a prestigious school? They noted that the Fu family had dismissed Fu Qingzhou, clearly perceiving that she resembled her mother, a crude and unrefined individual. It's the first time I've seen a girl raised so roughly. I fear my son might be beaten by her. Jiang Wanyue surveyed her surroundings, scrutinizing each parent who wished for Jojo's expulsion. She aimed to discern their true natures, committing their appearances to memory. After leaving the Fu family, the facade of decency these individuals wore would be stripped away. Contempt and discrimination surged towards her like a flood. They sought to trample Jiang Wanyue and Jojo underfoot, ensuring they would never rise from the mire. The principal stood tall, emboldened by the support of so many parents in favor of expelling Fu Qingzhou. He instructed his secretary to retrieve Fu Qingzhou's academic records from the archives. Yes, sir. Jojo's eyes reddened as she grasped the gravity of the situation. Mommy, I'm sorry, Jojo, you haven't done anything wrong. Jiang Wanyue knelt down, gently reassuring her. Chongda's ethos is flawed. We shall leave this place to shield you from further discrimination and harm, but we will not remain silent. Jiang Wanyue addressed the principal. I will ensure the Education Bureau is informed of the events that transpired today at Chongde. The principal chuckled at her words. Jiang Wanyue, do you still consider yourself Mrs. Fu? With your current status, you cannot even enter the doors of the Education Bureau. Jiang Wanyue's intent to report him was met with derision. A mere flick of his finger could crush the woman before him. For your daughter's future, think carefully. You wouldn't want to see every kindergarten in the capital refuse your daughter, would you? Jiang Wanyue's eyes widened in shock. The principal was indeed threatening her. If she reported to the Education Bureau, the principal of Chongde would ensure that other schools rejected Jojo's admission. Sister Wanyue. Jiang Nansheng elongated her tone in glee. I captured the entire incident of Jojo confronting Dudu on video. Jiang Wanyue was well aware of Jiang Nansheng's character. You only recorded the parts favorable to Dudu. Jiang Nansheng beamed brightly. So what? Who told your daughter to let me grab her braid? Seeing Jiang Wanyue and Jojo in such a predicament, Jiang Nansheng had already chuckled to herself several times. The secretary hurriedly approached with a file in hand. Here are Fu Qingzhou's academic records. The principal took the records from the secretary and tossed them carelessly to the ground. His demeanor cold and unfeeling. Removing this girl from Chongde is also the intention of the matriarch of the Fu family last night. She specifically called me, since Fu Qingzhou had taken Jiang Wanyu's surname. The matriarch no longer wished to financially support another's daughter. She was eager for Fu Qingzhou's departure from the school, fearing her precious grandson might be led astray by Fu Qingzhou's influence. Jiang Wanyu bent down to retrieve her daughter's academic records. Zhouzhou, seeing her mother stoop, wept large uncontrollable tears. Jiang Wanyu brushed the dust off the file and turned to her daughter. Her smile remaining gentle yet resolute. Zhouzhou, do not be afraid, you are no longer connected to Fu Qingzhou. What lies on the ground is Fu Qingzhou, but standing tall and proud is Jiang Yingzhou. Jiang Wanyu rose, extending her hand to Zhouzhou. Your life will not end due to a single expulsion. With mother by your side, I will secure a brighter future for you. The onlooking parents parted ways. Granting Jiang Wanyu and Zhouzhou a clear path, the school gate was heavily guarded, leaving only the route of exit from Chongde available to the mother and daughter. Zhouzhou had ceased her tears. Her youthful visage still stained with remnants of sorrow, she clasped Jiang Wanyu's warm, tender hand, feeling the reassuring energy flowing from her mother's palm. As long as her mother was by her side, her heart would find peace. She had left behind only what belonged to Dudu, the birthday banquet, the entrapment of the Fu family, and the exploitative Zheng family. Back then, the sky had been darker than today. Yet Jiang Wanyu had held her hand, guiding her through the shadows, and Zhouzhou felt warmth and security. She followed Jiang Wanyu's footsteps, knowing that her mother would lead her to a place illuminated by light. Suddenly, a petite girl clad in a beige t-shirt and jeans dashed out, brushing past them with an angry yet resolute gaze. You are going too far, you are unworthy of being the principal of Chongde. She yelled at the principal. The principal scrutinized the petite girl from head to toe, noting her unbranded attire, and disdainfully inquired, what grade and class is your child in? How dare an ungrateful parent speak up for Jiang Wanyu? I am not married, but I will never allow my child to attend a school like Chongde. The principal chuckled. Do you know how much our tuition is at Chongde? The girl raised her badge proudly, declaring, I am a reporter from CCTV News. My colleagues captured the entire conflict between that girl and boy. She did not strike anyone, and as principal, you are unfit to expel students without investigation. The principal's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. What, you are from CCTV? He snatched the identification from around her neck, scrutinizing it. I haven't received any notification of a CCTV interview at our Chongde. I suspect you are a fraud. At that moment, several business cars halted across the street, and numerous individuals disembarked, rushing towards Jiang Wanyu. Wonderful, Miss Jiang, I've finally found you. I am a reporter from Jing University News. Before the first could finish, another pushed through. I'm from the New Beijing Evening News. Miss Jiang, would you be willing to grant me an exclusive interview? The petite girl turned around, seeing Jiang Wanyu surrounded by reporters, and shouted in frustration, Hey, we from CCTV arrived first. We have already scheduled an interview with Miss Jiang. Chapter 38. Dudu, your mommy has become a star. The principal was utterly bewildered. How had so many reporters suddenly appeared at the school gate? They were all surrounding Jiang Wanyu. Could it be that she had summoned them? However, a discarded woman from the Fu family had no such power to summon reporters. The principal, perplexed, thought, I didn't receive any notification of an interview. Those earlier events were merely theatrics. What you captured on camera is not genuine. The principal smiled at the petite girl. Ladies, please come inside. I will personally show you around the school and explain the history of Chongde. The petite girl was too preoccupied to pay attention to the principal. We are not here to interview you. We simply cannot stand idly by and witness your actions. The principal, confused, asked, Then what are you doing at the school gate? Before he could finish, he saw the petite girl rush into the circle surrounding Jiang Wanyu. What is going on? Fu Qingru exclaimed. Did Jiang Wanyu call the reporters for support? Zhang Nanshang had already posted a video of Zhouzhou lifting Dudu's arm in their group chat with both her and Fu Hanchuan. She raised her phone again, aiming the camera at Jiang Wanyu and the reporters. After just 2 seconds of recording, she sent the video to the group, tagging Fu Hanchuan. Something big has happened. Sister Wanyu has gathered many reporters. She is making a scene at the school gate like a shrew. Her brother in the group chimed in. This is outrageous. A country bumpkin cannot change her ways. Can she? Jiang Baba, Zhang Nanshang added. My sister has completely lost it since her divorce. She is inciting her daughter to attack my son. The wealthy young heirs in the group quickly joined in to insult Jiang Wanyu. Zhang Nanshang raised her phone again, directing the camera at Jiang Wanyu. A male staff member dressed in a blue suit stood before Jiang Wanyu, solemnly handing her a red envelope. I am a representative of the ALI Math Competition Committee, Miss Jiang Wanyu. Congratulations on achieving first place in the preliminaries and earning a ticket to the finals. Jiang Wanyu had anticipated that only one reporter would come to interview her. Your presence is quite overwhelming. At least a dozen media outlets have come to Chongde to interview me, due to your remarkable journey and having triumphed over numerous competitors to secure first place in the preliminaries. Every reporter desires to be the first to interview you, the staff member reiterated. When I hand you this admission ticket, the ALI group will officially announce the preliminary ranking list to the entire network. Jiang Wanyue opened the envelope, revealing her score and ranking. The cameras instantly focused on the invitation to the finals in her hand. What were they discussing? The surrounding parents craned their necks, filled with curiosity. I overheard them mentioning something about the ALI mathematics competition. Oh, that is an extremely prestigious mathematics competition, held once every 3 years. What connection does Jiang Wanyue have with this mathematics competition? Did you not hear? She secured first place. First, is that true? So many reporters have come to cover her. Jiang Wanyue is on the verge of fame. More and more parents gathered around to watch Jiang Wanyue, upon hearing their discussions. Jiang Nanqing quickly put down her phone. Could she have misheard? When did Jiang Wanyue participate in a national competition, and she won first place? That's impossible. We have already learned from Huaca University that Miss Jiang was admitted to the youth class at the age of 14. May I ask, where is Miss Jiang working after graduating from Huaca University? Facing the reporter's inquiries, Jiang Wanyue humbly responded, as noted in my resume, I have been a housewife for 7 years. Dudu, noticing the crowd surrounding Jiang Wanyue, was perplexed. What was happening? A little child rushed over to him, exclaiming, your mommy is amazing. She won first place in the national mathematics competition. My mom said your mommy's name is trending. She has become a big star. Wow, Fu Gidu, I envy you so much. The children gasped in awe, while Dudu instantly scowled, pouting, muttering, what's so impressive about that? My daddy has been interviewed too. Is mommy trying to win him back in this way? This is simply a bid for attention. As my grandmother says, women should not seek the spotlight. With so many cameras pointing at her, Jiang Wanyue is nothing but a clown. She is just a ridiculous bumpkin. A bad woman, so pretentious and insufferable. Dudu pouted, bent down, and shouted in anger. He intended to expose Jiang Wanyue's true nature in front of everyone. The reporters were startled by Dudu's outburst. Whose child is this? So lacking in manners, Miss Jiang, do you know him? Jiang Wanyue smiled and shook her head. I do not recognize that child. Of the reporters redirected their attention to Zhao Zhao. Is this your daughter? Yes, she is my daughter. Named Jiang Yingzhou. The reporters were astonished. Your daughter shares your surname. Jiang Wanyue nodded. Indeed. Then may I ask, what about your husband? Jiang Wanyue beamed brightly. I am divorced. My ex-husband is of no significance. A reporter asked Zhao Zhao. Jiang Yingzhou, would you like to accept our interview? Zhao Zhao nodded eagerly. Sure. The petite female reporter asked Zhao Zhao, why did you just tug on that little boy's collar? He wouldn't let the other children play with me. Not even my best friend could talk to me. I was very angry. Zhao Zhao looked at her palm. I didn't expect I could lift Dudu so easily. He is so light. Earlier, the CCTV cameraman was astonished when he saw Zhao Zhao effortlessly pick up Dudu. Little Jiang Yingzhou, I will place the camera on the ground. Let's see if you can lift it. A professional camera weighs at least 20 kilograms. The cameraman placed the camera on the ground. And Zhao Zhao lifted it with one hand, laughing. This is much lighter than a barbell. The cameraman was left utterly speechless. Little Jiang Yingzhou, your mommy achieved an impressive first place in the ALI mathematics competition preliminaries. What would you like to say to her? While exercising her arm strength by holding the camera, Zhao Zhao responded to the reporter. My mommy is already super outstanding. I want to see her spread her wings and soar to even greater heights. Jiang Wanyue looked at Zhao Zhao with gentle eyes, warmth flooding her heart. Other children stood nearby, gazing with envy at Zhao Zhao, who was surrounded by reporters. Wow, Fu Qingzhou is going to be on television. Dudu crossed his arms defiantly, sulking, kicking the cement ground. We've all been on television. What's so special about that? His little follower chimed in. We were only on the children's channel of Jing City, but my mommy said there are over a dozen media outlets interviewing Fu Qingzhou and your mommy. When the interviews air, all the children in Jing City will know Fu Qingzhou, and they will also know that Fu Qingzhou has an exceptionally intelligent and remarkable mommy. Dudu stared blankly at Jiang Wanyue and Zhao Zhao. The mother and daughter were surrounded by reporters standing right before Dudu, yet he felt they were so far away. I couldn't care less. What if that woman becomes famous, even if she begged me to leave the Fu family with her? I would never go with her. Jiang Nanqing stood beside her sleek black heavy motorcycle as many parents dropped off their children at school, reluctant to leave, each one listening intently to Jiang Wanyue's interview. The petite female reporter asked Jiang Wanyue, earlier, I heard the principal of Chongda say that they plan to expel Jiang Yingzhou. Which school do you intend to enroll your daughter in next? The principal cautiously approached. Ms. Jiang, you won first place in the ALI mathematics competition. Why didn't you inform me sooner? Parents from the middle school, high school, and even elementary school have come to ask if you can give a mathematics lecture for the students. The principal continued, after thinking it over, if you can conduct 30 free mathematics lectures for the students, I will not expel your daughter. Jiang Wanyue scoffed. You are complicit in wrongdoing, slandering my daughter. I will not allow her to remain at Chongda. The principal's face turned awkward, harboring resentment towards Jiang Wanyue. He had offered her a way out, yet she remained so ungrateful. No wonder the Fu family would not keep her. The best kindergarten in Jing City is at Chongda. If you take your daughter away, where else can she attend a better kindergarten? Ms. Jiang, I am asking you to give lectures to the students because I hold you in high regard. The principal pointed at the student registration file in Jiang Wanyue's hand. Squinting with a smile, have you thought it through? I have given you an opportunity. Sometimes you must set aside your pride. I have thought it through. Jiang Wanyue's expression was resolute. Even if you change your mind now and allow my daughter to re-enroll at Chengde. You are the greatest tumor in festering sore of Chengde. I will not let my daughter remain at a school under your leadership. In front of so many reporters, Jiang Wanyue unapologetically criticized him. The principal's face fluctuated between white and red, his breathing becoming rapid. He pointed at Jiang Wanyue, addressing the reporters. You all see, it is Jiang Wanyue who does not want her daughter to stay at Chengde. It is not I who forced her to leave, so do not report falsely. The number of vehicles parked at the school gate was overwhelming, with parents and media personnel alike, that several business vehicles arriving went unnoticed. Inside a car, Director Bai snapped back to reality. Looking outside to see the grand school gate, he widened his eyes and urgently asked the driver, "Why did you bring the car here?" Turning back, he noticed other departmental vehicles had also stopped behind him, causing him to feel even more anxious. The driver, bewildered by Director Bai's question, replied, "Mr. Shin told me you were coming to Chengde." Director Bai's eyes widened as he looked at Shinan, who sat beside him, clad in a suit. Shinan appeared composed, the morning light filtering through the car window, casting a shimmering outline along his profile. He casually turned his head to meet Director Bai's irritated gaze. The director's good manners prevented him from scolding out loud. "We have arrived at Chengde. You may disembark. It is you who should get off." Shinan replied. Director Bai flustered, exclaimed, "Shinan, do not play tricks on me. Why should I get off? The discipline inspection department personnel have all been brought to Chengde by you." Director Bai regretted offering Shinan a ride when he saw him at the municipal government. Knowing Shinan was also heading to the procuratorate, he had enthusiastically offered to give Shinan a lift. On the way, he had pulled out the principal's file from Chengde, asking Shinan for his insights. He had thought he could leverage a few kilometers for a free consultation from a prominent lawyer for 10 minutes, yet Shinan had unexpectedly directed the driver to the school. The personnel from the discipline inspection department were seated in the business vehicle behind, believing Director Bai's car was leading them, and they had blindly followed. Shinan handed his phone to Director Bai. The preliminary rankings of the ALI mathematics competition have been announced. Director Bai was not paying attention to Shinan's words. He was instructing the driver, "Hurry, drive to the procuratorate." Shinan continued. Jiang Wanyue secured first place in the preliminaries. Waves of emotion rippled through Director Bai's eyes, his square face remaining stoic. Shinan's gaze drifted past Director Bai, looking out the window. "Look, she is currently at the school gate, being interviewed by reporters. So many cameras are focused solely on her, and she has not let you down." Director Bai slowly turned his head, spotting Jiang Wanyue amidst the crowd. She was conversing with the principal, her aura commanding and her expression resolute. While the principal appeared visibly flustered. "You came to Chengde because of Jiang Wanyue." Director Bai expressed his judgment. Shinan pressed a file folder onto the back of Director Bai's hand. "You know, today the principal of Chengde will make things difficult for her daughter. Rather than going to the prosecutor's office to submit a report against the principal of Chengde, I would prefer to see you stand before her and personally turn the situation around. Just as you once did when you protected her as a child during your tenure at Huaca University." A veil of mist clouded Director Bai's gaze, and memories from the past surged forth in an instant. He tilted his head to look at Shinan, resentment glimmering in his eyes. How could this member of the Shin family so easily pierce his heart with just a few words? Director Bai picked up the file folder containing the report against the principal of Chengde. He smiled, saying, "Unlike your father, I truly regard her as my daughter, and now that she is divorced, I must step forward and assure her that she is not alone." Director Bai pushed open the car door and alighted. Chapter 40. The principal kneels with a thud. "Old Lu, I have brought your file." A deep male voice resonated. Everyone turned to look upon seeing Director Bai arrive with a group of people. The principal was startled this time. Director Bai had brought quite a crowd to Chengde. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the principal hurried to greet him. "Director Bai, what brings you here?" The principal attempted to shake hands with Director Bai, but what he received was a brown paper file. The principal's name was inscribed on the folder. "Director Bai, what is this?" In a somber tone, Director Bai commanded, "Bring your file and get out of Chengde." The principal's hand trembled, causing the file to fall to the ground. His legs buckled, and he could scarcely remain standing. "Director Bai. What have I done wrong?" The principal glanced at Jiang Wanyue and quickly added, "If this is about Fu Qingzhou's expulsion, it was all a misunderstanding. I have humbly extended a formal invitation for Fu Qingzhou to re-enroll." Director Bai raised his chin, urging, "Open your file and see what's inside." The principal untied the string of the folder and pulled out the papers within, his squinted eyes widening in shock. The topmost sheet bore the transcript of his conversation with old lady Fu from the previous night. Every word exchanged between them had been meticulously recorded. At that moment, a thin check slipped out. Upon seeing it, the principal's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. A throng of reporters had gathered at the school gate, their instincts sharp. They immediately sensed that Director Bai's arrival was anything but ordinary. One reporter aimed their camera at the scattered documents on the ground. Principal Lu has been monitored. Could he be involved in misconduct? Director Bai spoke. Old Lu, take a good look at these receipts from all the kickbacks you've accepted over the years. You colluded with old lady Fu to marginalize other board members. Following her orders to expel students at will. I am not here solely to dismiss you. I have come to guide the disciplinary committee, ensuring that no parasite within the education system escapes scrutiny. The principal remained slumped on the ground, utterly unable to rise. Desperately, he turned to Jiang Wanyue and pleaded, "It was Director Yi who instructed me to expel Fu Qingzhou. Director Yi has always helped me so much." "I was merely following her orders," Jiang Wanyue replied coldly. "Apologize to my daughter." The principal knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head to Zhou and Jiang Wanyue. "I understand now. I shouldn't have listened to Director Yi." Jiang Wanyue's expression was indifferent as Principal Lu made a complete turnaround in attitude, putting on a show for the media. Did he really believe that by feigning enlightenment, he could escape unscathed? His continued references to old lady Fu were merely attempts to drag her down with him. A spectacular dog-eat-dog drama was about to unfold. The warmth had vanished from Jiang Wanyue's eyes. She told Zhou, "When someone apologizes to you, you may choose not to forgive, for their remorse may not be genuine. They are simply trying to save face. Apologizing is what they ought to do. As for forgiveness, it depends on the price they are willing to pay for their mistakes." Director Bai could no longer tolerate Principal Lu's tearful display before the cameras, as if his theatrics could somehow mitigate his guilt. "Go and sincerely repent to your colleagues in the disciplinary committee." Point 2 Uniformed officers seized Principal Lu by an arm and began to escort him away. Some reporters were relentless, directing their cameras at Lu's wan face. Snapping away, "Principal Lu, how much in kickbacks have you accepted? Principal Lu, what kind of dealings do you have with old lady Fu?" The surrounding clamor seemed distant to Jiang Wanyue as she stood still. Locking eyes with Director Bai. Previously, when Director Bai had visited the school, they had crossed paths but exchanged no words. When she enrolled at Huaka University, Director Bai had been the secretary of the university's administrative department. She had once been his most promising student. At just 14, she had sought part-time work to ease the burden on her foster family, even lying about her age. Secretary Bai had summoned her back, urging her to focus on her studies, assuring her that with her talents, she could achieve wealth beyond her wildest dreams. The year Jiang Wanyue pursued her doctorate at Jingda, he had also been promoted. He had stood at the university gate, waving goodbye to her, saying, "Lu Wanyue, I will see you off here. I know you will reach heights I can only dream of. When you stand atop the summit and look down upon the mountains, you will see me cheering for you." 6 years later, they met again as Director Bai arrived, surrounded by admirers, to inspect the school. After dropping her 2 children off at school, Jiang Wanyue rushed to the shopping mall to pick up the suit Fu Hanchuan would wear to the evening gala. Needing to match it with an appropriate tie and lapel pin, the housekeeper sent her today's grocery list, which she meticulously reviewed, confirming each item. The old lady and the old gentleman were coming over for dinner that night, and she needed to prepare the suitable tableware and decorations in advance. While sitting in the car, she ate a sandwich with coffee while coordinating a small meeting with the chef. It was then that she recalled her brief encounter with Secretary Bai at the school gate that morning. After 6 years apart, she dared not revisit the words he had shared with her when she left campus. In subsequent chance meetings, Jiang Wanyue had never mustered the courage to greet Director Bai. The once promising Lu Wanyue had vanished. She was now Madame Fu, the mother of 2 children, and her student-teacher relationship with Director Bai belonged to the past. Jiang Wanyue snapped back to reality as she saw Director Bai smile at her. "I heard you secured first place in the ALI mathematics competition," Jiang Wanyue humbly replied. "It was only the preliminary round. The finals are still to come." "Congratulations," Director Bai said earnestly, witnessing Jiang Wanyue's willingness to step out of the shadows of the Fu family and live her own life, even if it was just a small step, brought him great comfort. He turned to the gathered reporters and said, "If you wish to learn more about Wanyue, feel free to interview me. I was her counselor when she was admitted to Huaka University at the age of 14. The reporters were elated, for securing an interview with Director Bai was no easy feat, and sat in the car gazing at Jiang Wanyue through the window. He watched as she was surrounded by others, saw Director Bai pointing her out with a smile before speaking to the reporters. A smile crept across Shenan's lips, his dimples making him particularly charming. He thought, "This is not enough. I want to see the moon hanging high in the sky." Revered and worshipped by all. Qingzhou's mother, a timid voice called out to Jiang Wanyue. She turned to see several parents who had previously supported Zhou's expulsion now approaching her with smiles. Qingzhou's mother: "We truly apologize for earlier. We were misled by Principal Zhang." As the parents spoke, they cast furtive glances toward Director Bai. Previously, when Director Bai visited the school, she had never seen Jiang Wanyue converse with him. She had hidden her connection with him well. "I never imagined you would secure first place in the ALI mathematics competition. You are truly remarkable. I heard my husband mention that those who make it into the top 20 of the ALI mathematics competition are highly sought after by firms both domestically and internationally. You are so exceptional. Not only are you a hot commodity for companies, but even the news agency from Jingda came to interview you. I just heard that reporter from Jingda wanted to invite you to give a lecture there." Qingzhou's mother, please let your daughter stay at Chengda's chapter 41, mommy truly wants to reconcile with him, he doesn't care. Jiang Wanyue asked her daughter Zhou, do you still want to study at Chengda? Zhou looked toward Mu Yuxuan and Fu Pan'er, who stood in the crowd gazing at her eagerly. They had initially entered the school gate, but the uproar at the entrance had led to the principal's arrest. And the disciplinary committee was searching the school. Many school directors and teachers were summoned for questioning, especially the little ones in the kindergarten, who were too distracted to focus on class. They stood at the gate, craning their necks to see the excitement. Even though they couldn't comprehend what was happening, Zhou turned to the parents and said, "You must sincerely apologize to me and my mother. Only then will I be willing to return to Chengda." Though she was only 5 years old, she could clearly sense the malice directed at her by the teachers, classmates, and parents since she had become Jiang Yingzhou. When these parents had sided with Principal Zhang to expel her, she felt deeply hurt. She hadn't done anything wrong. Why was becoming Jiang Yingzhou something they scorned? The parents softened their voices. "My name is Jiang Yingzhou." Several parents pursed their lips, raising their heads to glance at Jiang Wanyue, who stood beside Zhou, wholeheartedly supporting her daughter. One parent could not resist the urge to reprimand her but was halted by the others. The remaining parents smiled warmly and bowed slightly. "Little Jiang Yingzhou and Ms. Jiang, we apologize for our previous remarks. Truly, I hope that little Yingzhou can remain at Chengda. My daughter is also your good friend. And you wouldn't want to be separated from her, would you?" The one thing Zhou cherished the most was the friends she made at Chengda. She then asked Jiang Wanyue, "Mommy, is there a way to help them realize their mistakes and sincerely repent?" Jiang Wanyue pondered for a moment and replied, "I recall that several of the ladies have personal accounts. In order to prevent my daughter from facing discrimination in the Chengda campus, you could clarify the bullying incident involving little Jiang Yingzhou on your personal accounts and issue an apology." One parent immediately adopted a serious expression. "I have hundreds of thousands of followers on my Xiaofan book." Before she could finish, another parent elbowed her. "How foolish, they can create a secondary account to apologize to Jiang Yingzhou without tarnishing their well-cultivated affluent lady image." Jiang Wanyue smiled and said, "Ladies, I am well aware of your social media accounts. Mrs. Zhang, please use your Xiaofan book account to apologize. Mrs. Wang can do so through her Douyin account, and Mrs. Guo can use her Weibo account. Miss Jiang, do you truly expect us to make a grand public apology, drawing the attention of the entire internet? Aren't you afraid of backlash from netizens being drowned in their spittle?" One affluent lady expressed her dissatisfaction, feeling as if Jiang Wanyue was riding on her head. Do you think the netizens will say that Zhou was merely attacked by a group of parents and asked to withdraw from school? She hasn't suffered any substantial harm. Am I making a mountain out of a molehill? Exactly. Other parents chimed in. "Even if we apologize now, my followers will not let this go. Don't come crying to us about online bullying later." Jiang Wanyue spoke clearly, "I am not afraid of rumors. I want your actions of bullying the weak to be nailed to the pillar of shame, and I believe." Taking a deep breath, Jiang Wanyue earnestly stated. Most netizens have discerning eyes. Several ladies took out their phones, bowing their heads to write apology letters. After they composed the letters and showed them to Jiang Wanyue, she instructed them to read each word aloud to Zhou. The parents felt immense resentment, and as they posted their apologies online, they muttered to themselves that since they could not handle Jiang Wanyue, who had the backing of Director Bai, they would let the vast netizens deal with her instead. One by one, the apology letters were sent online, and Jiang Wanyue glanced at the comments, all filled with netizens condemning these affluent ladies for bullying a 5-year-old child. The parents saw their accounts flooded with private messages and a rapid decline in their follower counts. Their hands trembling as they held their phones. Mu Yuxuan approached Zhou and asked her, "Zhou, can we still be good friends? I shouldn't have listened to Fu Gitu. My best friend is you." "You are my best friend too." The two children embraced, with Zhou effortlessly lifting Mu Yuxuan and spinning her around. Fu Pan'er ran over shyly and said to Zhou, "I am your best friend too." Zhou held Fu Pan'er in one arm and Mu Yuxuan in the other, twirling around with her two best friends. When Fu Qingru saw this scene, she exclaimed, "Fu Qingzhou, what are you doing? Put my daughter down." However, the response was the joyful laughter of the three girls. Jiang Wanyue feared that Zhou might swing Mu Yuxuan and Fu Pan'er like lead balls, so she gently patted Zhou's back. "It's time to go to school." Zhou set down Mu Yuxuan and Fu Pan'er. Both of her friends were slightly sweaty, while she remained unfazed, her round, dark eyes fixed on the document bag in Jiang Wanyue's hand. "My student record has been taken out. Can it still be put back?" Jiang Wanyue informed her. "You have changed your name. Mommy is here to apply for a revision of your student record." Jiang Wanyue squatted down and solemnly told her daughter, "Zhou, if you are reluctant to leave your friends at Chengda, Mommy supports your decision. Although other parents may hold back, you and Dudu will be in the same classroom." "Mommy, I will not back down." Zhou's gaze was particularly earnest. "I will let Dudu know that I am Jiang Yingzhou, whom he cannot bully or look down upon." Jiang Wanyue's smile was like a gentle spring breeze. "Good, this is the path my daughter wishes to take. I will give her the freedom to soar." Zhou held Fu Pan'er with one hand and Mu Yuxuan with the other, and the three children hopped joyfully into the school. Jiang Wanyue turned around and saw Dudu standing not far away, staring at her intently. Sensing Jiang Wanyue's gaze, Dudu immediately turned his face away. Mommy really wants to reconcile with him, but he couldn't care less. Goodbye Chenggu, Dudu waved farewell to Jiang Nancheng. Bye you Dudu, this afternoon your father and I will come to pick you up. Dudu's face could not hide his elation. Indeed, Chenggu was the most formidable, the one capable of persuading his father to come to the kindergarten to fetch him was the most capable person in the world. Jiang Wanyue had already averted her gaze. Teacher, I will see you out. Jiang Wanyue followed Director Bai, who was walking toward his designated vehicle, a cryptic smile appearing on his face. Shanan's thoughts could not be concealed. She was curious to see how he would handle the situation with Jiang Wanyue. Jiang Wanyue opened the car door for him, and Director Bai noticed the empty interior. Teacher, what happened? Jiang Wanyue observed Director Bai's evident hesitation. Director Bai shook his head, smiling. Someone has taken it upon themselves to emulate Lei Feng, doing good deeds without seeking recognition. Jiang Wanyue was even more perplexed. Who was Director Bai referring to, as Director Bai settled into the car? He looked out the window at Jiang Wanyue and said, if you encounter any difficulties, please do not hesitate to speak to me. Fu Hanchuan descended from the car and took out his phone. Noticing a video shared by Jiang Nancheng in the group. He clicked on the first video and saw Jojo lifting Dudu effortlessly. A cold frost instantly enveloped his handsome features, even his dark eyes were encased in ice shards. Jiang Wanyue had taken Jojo away for a month and had corrupted her. It must be Jiang Wanyue who incited Jojo to act this way. The secretary trailing behind Fu Hanchuan suddenly felt the chill enveloping him. He shivered slightly and heard Fu Hanchuan coldly click his tongue. The secretary thought to himself that Fu Hanchuan must have encountered something quite displeasing. He instinctively held his breath, lowering his presence. Fu Hanchuan was cloaked in coldness as he entered the Fu Corporation building, only to be obstructed by a sign indicating the exclusive elevator was under maintenance. The gloom surrounding him deepened. Ever since he had visited the Civil Affairs Bureau and obtained the divorce certificate, his mood had never improved. Why was he constantly beset by misfortunes? The secretary was now drenched in sweat. President Fu, your exclusive elevator is out of order. It will take at least half an hour to resume normal operation, the secretary added. I will clear the staff elevator for you right away. No need. Fu Hanchuan coldly refused, striding toward the staff elevator where the employees hurriedly bowed in greeting. Good morning, President Fu. Fu Hanchuan nodded coolly. Standing amidst a crowded elevator filled with a dozen employees, he towered above them. His chilling aura emanating a clear message of do not approach, causing the employees to keep their distance. As the elevator ascended, the employees held their breath, not daring to utter a word. They avoided looking at Fu Hanchuan. All pretending to be busy, their heads bent low, engrossed in their phones. Suddenly an employee exclaimed, wow, the first place in the preliminary round of the ALI math competition is held by an unemployed housewife. Chapter 42, Fu Hanchuan publicly humiliated. His voice quickly captured everyone's attention. Is that true? Let me see. Below this unemployed housewife were students from Princeton University, Stanford University, and Caltech. Gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the elevator. The secretary, drawn into the conversation, maintained his composure better than the employees. He smiled at Fu Hanchuan and said, it must be that the organizing committee of the ALI math competition recorded the participants' information incorrectly. In previous years, the winners of the ALI math competition were either top-notch elites returning from overseas or well-known scholars from domestic universities. How could a housewife participate in a math competition and even take first place? If this is the case, wouldn't ALI Group be undermining its own reputation? Before the secretary could finish, an employee read aloud from their phone, the first-place contestant in the preliminary round is Jiang Wanyue, 27 years old, a graduate of Huazhong University of Science and Technology, who has been a housewife for 7 years. This information could be found by logging onto the official ALI Group website. This highly publicized math competition served as a springboard for participants to enter major corporations or pursue further studies at prestigious institutions, which is why contestants publicly shared their resumes, allowing major companies and top universities to contact them conveniently. Among the top 100 contestants, only Jiang Wanyue is an undergraduate. The other participants have received countless awards over the years, with some overseas students boasting impressive work experience. In stark contrast, Jiang Wanyue's resume is devoid of accolades. Her 7 years succinctly summarized as housewife. The secretary's mind buzzes as she asks, what is the name of the first place winner? Her name is Jiang Wanyue. See here, Secretary Yan. Employee hands their phone to Secretary Yan, who stares in disbelief, as if trying to pierce through the screen with her gaze. A hollow chuckle escapes her lips. What a remarkable coincidence. Secretary Yan, filled with trepidation, glances at Fu Hanchuan. He recalls that Jiang Wanyue graduated from Huazhong University of Science and Technology. A full-time housewife for 7 years, could it truly be her? Impossible. He quickly dismisses the notion, acknowledging that while Jiang Wanyue was a prodigious talent a decade ago, her 7-year hiatus from mathematics would have rendered her knowledge obsolete. If it was indeed his ex-wife who claimed first place in the ALI mathematics competition preliminaries, it must be a clerical error. At that moment, a male voice interjects, "May I see the information of the contestant named Jiang Wanyue?" The employee, responding to the voice, quickly presents the phone. "Director Gao, here you go." The speaker is Gao Yu, the technical director of Fu's R&D department. Renowned for his expertise, many employees recognize his name even if they do not work in the same department. Gao Yu opens the contestant's resume on the ALI official website. Although there is no photo, he confirms his suspicions through the enrollment date. Gao Yu smiles. "She is my senior. The employees express disbelief. Noting her age is younger than Director Gao. She entered Huazhong University's Young Talent Program at 14 and received her undergraduate degree at 18. I only entered Huazhong University at 18. Gao Yu explains, prompting awe among the staff. "She was a remarkable figure at our university. At 16, she participated in the International Olympiad, sweeping first place in mathematics, physics, chemistry, biology, and information technology. Her achievements reverberated throughout the academic world. Top-tier universities and Nobel laureates extended offers to her. Harvard and Stanford even promised her a personal tutor should she choose to enroll, and she could have obtained U.S. citizenship immediately, yet she chose to pursue her Ph.D. Under Professor Shen Tunghua, a leading figure in contemporary mathematics in China." The employees gasp in astonishment, the elevator halting with no one willing to exit. But what happened afterward? Her resume clearly states she only holds an undergraduate degree. Gao Yu's tone turns somber. "By the time I heard news of Senior Jiang again, she had already withdrawn from her studies and married." Professor Shen, feeling betrayed, faced a significant setback and vowed never to accept female students again. Had she persevered in her doctoral studies and pursued a career in research, her accomplishments would surely surpass mine. "What a top-tier, extraordinary woman," someone exclaims. "She should have written on her resume that she spent 7 years foraging for wild vegetables. Heaven bestowed upon her unparalleled intellect, yet she chose to dedicate herself to her family." Why has Director Gao's senior returned to participate in a mathematics competition? Gao Yu, perplexed, can only lament, "I hope one day to work alongside Senior Jiang." As the elevator doors open, the employees spill out, chattering about how Jiang Wanyue's sudden entry into the mathematics competition must signal troubles in her marriage. What if her husband is actually supporting her participation in the ALI competition? Someone counters. "If he truly supported her, how could he allow her education to stop at an undergraduate level? Don't revolve around a man. Without education or love, in the end, one must carve out their own future." As the employees exit, one grumbles, "The air conditioning in this elevator is quite strong." Only Fu Hanchuan and Secretary Yen remain inside, the latter avoiding eye contact with him throughout. The first place in the ALI mathematics competition preliminaries undoubtedly belongs to the president's wife. This group of employees is reckless. They speak indiscriminately. With one hand in his trouser pocket, Fu Hanchuan strides out of the elevator towards the conference room, where shareholders have been awaiting his arrival. "President Fu, congratulations, your wife has secured first place in the ALI mathematics competition." "President, your wife has made headlines. I heard reporters from CCTV are already interviewing her." "Hanchuan, keep the good fortune within your family. Bring your wife into the company." They express their astonishment. Who would have thought she has such talent in mathematics? Have her join the technical department. Even the president of IBM has taken note and is eager to invest an additional 6 billion into our technical team. As Fu Hanchuan lifts his gaze, he sees the president of an M-country investment firm on the large screen, attending the meeting from across time zones. "Congratulations, Hanchuan, your wife has outperformed my highly paid technical consultant in the preliminaries." The admiration from the M-country president is palpable. As the room fills with laughter and encouragement, yet Fu Hanchuan's expression remains as inscrutable as ever, his demeanor cold and profound. "It's merely the preliminaries," he states humbly. My wife is still inexperienced in competitions. She doesn't realize that during preliminaries participants often conceal their true abilities, merely aiming to secure qualifying scores and conserve their time for solving problems. Fu Hanchuan expresses disdain, yet she has foolishly scored so high. Becoming the standout, the M-country president chuckles. "You Chinese are always so modest." One shareholder, holding a phone, exclaims, "I managed to get a video of the CCTV interview with Mrs. Fu, let us watch it together." The shareholders eagerly anticipate IBM's decision to confirm the additional investment of 6 billion into Fu's technical department. Eager to showcase Jiang Wanyue's excellence before the president of IBM, "I'm very interested in Mrs. Fu's interview video. Please project it into the online conference room. I understand a bit of Chinese and can follow along." The IBM president requests. Fu Hanchuan's lips part slightly, instinctively wanting to intervene, yet he finds himself oddly apprehensive, a sentiment that strikes him as amusing. What could he possibly fear? Jiang Wanyue's participation in the ALI mathematics competition seems like an attempt to prove her capabilities to him. Historically, many top 20 participants of the ALI competition have secured significant roles within Fu's company. Jiang Wanyue's involvement in this competition may still be her way of waiting for Fu Hanchuan to humble himself and plead for her return to the Fu family. To the company. A derisive snort escapes his throat as he hears Jiang Wanyue's voice echoing through the expansive conference room. Does your daughter take your surname? Yes, then may I ask? What about your husband? I'm divorced. My ex-husband is unworthy of mention. Chapter 43. President Fu faces embarrassment internationally. The interview with the journalist continues, plunging the conference room into an eerie silence. Throughout the subsequent interview, Jiang Wanyue refrains from mentioning Fu's company or uttering Fu Hanchuan's name. On the large screen, the IBM president retrieves an English idiom dictionary, searching for a phrase that piques his interest. He reads aloud the English definition of unworthy of mention, indicating something trivial or insignificant. Oh, the IBM president exclaims, Hanchuan, you are of little importance to your wife. He gestures towards Fu Hanchuan through the computer screen. Your wife refers to you as her ex-husband. You and the winner of the mathematics competition are divorced. The atmosphere in the conference room shifts dramatically, with shareholders growing increasingly unsettled. President, how did you and your wife come to be divorced? She referred to you as her ex-husband. Did you truly separate? Weren't you just saying she was merely in a quarrel over divorce? Is there any chance of bringing her into your company now? Fu Hanchuan's demeanor turns icy as he prepares to respond when Secretary Yan hastily hands him his phone. President, your wife. She has officially announced the divorce on her social media. Fu Hanchuan, oblivious to the cold sweat beating on Secretary Yan's forehead, fixates on the screen displaying Jiang Wanyue's announcement. Instantly tension tightens his jawline, and a steely aura envelopes him. He retrieves his own phone, only to realize he cannot view Jiang Wanyue's social media posts as she has long since blocked him. At that moment, his notifications overflow with unread messages, the majority congratulating him on his wife's achievement in the national competition. A small portion, however, queries about the authenticity of Jiang Wanyue's announcement. Did she and Fu Hanchuan truly part ways? Fu Hanchuan feels as though an invisible force is tearing him apart. He clicks on the screenshot of Jiang Wanyue's post, revealing an image of her bright red divorce certificate, accompanied by the words, "A joyous occasion." Those 4 words pierce Fu Hanchuan's heart like countless needles, breaking his capillaries and leaving him feeling drenched in anguish. In a classical rose garden, an afternoon tea gathering unfolds among the elite ladies of the capital. This gathering is not hosted by Madame Fu, yet she has always been a distinguished guest at such events. Is it true that President Fu has indeed divorced? The esteemed ladies present were utterly taken aback by the news. Of course, would I ever deceive you? As soon as Lady Fu took her seat, she publicly announced her son's divorce. With a sense of pride, Lady Fu declared, "This marriage was terminated splendidly. That country girl leaves with nothing. Not a single penny or a house was taken from our family." A certain lady cautiously inquired, "I have heard that Miss Jiang desires a daughter, not a son." Lady Fu scoffed, fully aware that she could not take away her precious grandson. Sipping her tea, she spoke with a tone that suggested she had seen through the fleeting clouds of the past. "A daughter, you see, is like water spilled. No matter how you nurture her, she will never be truly grateful. If she wishes to suffer alongside her mother, I will pretend I never raised that granddaughter." Lady Fu issued her commands, and the other elite ladies began to calculate their responses, knowing how to treat Zhuozhua, who was still studying at Changde. Lady Fu observed their reactions with keen interest and raised the corners of her lips, showcasing her prowess. "I have already instructed Principal Lu to remove Fu Qingzhou's enrollment from Changde. Out of sight, out of mind. It is not that I lack familial affection, I simply fear that the ungrateful wretch will lead my beloved grandson astray." "You are absolutely right, Director Yi. Your considerations are most thoughtful," the ladies chimed in, flattering Lady Fu, who basked in their praises. She continued, "I have long wished to rid myself of that country bumpkin, Jiang Wanyue. I never held the Jiang family in high regard. It was merely my husband's kindness that prevented him from neglecting the loyal subjects who once aided him in his conquest. As for Jiang Wanyue's adoptive father, what kind of favor does he possess to coerce Hanchuan into marrying that woman? And now, splendidly, that unworthy countrywoman has finally been cast out by my Hanchuan." With that, Lady Fu donned a warm smile, welcoming the springtime glow. "Ladies, do help me keep a vigilant eye out for suitable young ladies from reputable families for Hanchuan's courtship. My precious grandson must not lack a mother's love during his formative years." The other ladies instantly perked up, inquiring about Lady Fu's preferences for a daughter-in-law. Just then, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, Jiang Wanyue has been interviewed by a reporter from CCTV. She's quite something, having secured first place in the preliminary round of the ALI mathematics competition." Upon hearing Jiang Wanyue's name, Lady Fu's expression soured. The other elite ladies began to discuss excitedly, noting the high prestige of the ALI mathematics competition. Those who made it to the top 20 finalists are sought after by prestigious enterprises, government agencies, and renowned universities. I recall that Jiang Wanyue only holds an undergraduate degree. How could she possibly achieve first place in a mathematics competition? Could it be that the organizing committee, knowing she is a member of the Fu family, awarded her that position out of favoritism? Surely not. The organizing committee is composed of learned scholars from esteemed universities. Moreover, Jiang Wanyue stated in her interview that she is divorced. She cannot possibly benefit from Lady Fu's prestige. As Lady Fu pondered, a realization dawned upon her. ALI Group collaborates with the Fu family. I shall have Hanchuan reach out to the people at ALI Group. They must not extend any favors towards that woman due to our family's influence. With that thought, Lady Fu chuckled. The organizing committee may have elevated that woman to first place due to the Fu family, yet she shamelessly accepted an interview from CCTV. Does she not realize how her own abilities measure up? Whether she distances herself from the Fu family or not, once the final results are announced, she will surely find herself in utter disbelief. The grand stage provided by CCTV will only magnify her embarrassment. Hearing Lady Fu's words, the other elite ladies nodded in agreement. At that moment, Lady Fu's phone rang. She glanced at the screen. It was her assistant calling, and she answered. Director Yi, they have entered. The assistant's voice was frantic. What? Lady Fu's brow furrowed, dissatisfied with the lack of clarity. Who are they? Ms. Yi Yunju. A male voice fell upon Lady Fu like a heavy shroud. It had been ages since anyone had addressed her by her full name. Leaving her momentarily disoriented, she looked up to find a group of uniformed officials standing before her. The leading prosecutor presented his credentials, stating, "You are suspected of involvement in Lu Jingxiang's corruption case. Please accompany us." The elite ladies present watched in silent shock as Lady Fu was taken away by the prosecutor, each one rendered speechless, their expressions a mix of emotions. In the office of the Fu Corporation's president, Fu Hanchuan reclined on a sofa. Seemingly lost in thought, the cold light of day cascading over his exquisitely sculpted features. The IBM Group had originally intended to increase their investment in Fu Corporation's technology department, but this plan was scrapped following his divorce from Jiang Wanyue. The shareholders expressed their dissatisfaction, having hoped to flaunt Jiang Wanyue's recent media attention before the president of M country, only to have it backfire spectacularly. Furrowing his brow, Fu Hanchuan pressed his hand against his temple. If Jiang Wanyue were to perform well in the final round, he might reluctantly find himself coaxing her with a few flattering words. Chapter 44. Is your ex-husband a trash bag? How can he contain so much? Fu Hanchuan opened his eyes and picked up his phone, discovering that there were over 99 unread messages in the Jingbang brothers group chat established by Jiang Nansheng. Although Jiang Nansheng often engaged in trivial banter with the sons of prominent families in the capital city. At this moment, Fu Hanchuan sensed that today's lively discussions were likely related to him. He opened the group chat to find someone had shared the preliminary list of participants in the ALI mathematics competition. Tagging Jiang Nansheng, the first place winner is your sister. Brother Nan, is your sister really that clever? How come I've never heard you mention it? Others chimed in, eager to stir the pot, just after her divorce. She clinches the title of first place in the nation's most prestigious mathematics competition. Now we invite her ex-husband Fu Hanchuan to share his thoughts. At this point, Jiang Nansheng interjected, tagging Fu Hanchuan, do you remember that on the 7th? Sister Wanyue appeared with Shinan. That was the same day as the ALI mathematics competition preliminary round. Jiang Nansheng asked in confusion, but wasn't Sister Wanyue leaving by Heikinglan that day? Didn't you say you cut off her internet connection? How could she possibly participate in the mathematics competition? Fu Hanchuan replied, she went to the Shin family. She stayed there for an entire day. Jiang Nansheng sent a shocked emoji. No way, she participated in the mathematics competition at the Shin family? Shin Tenghua is the dean of the Mathematics Institute at Jing University. This unexpected revelation sent the group into a frenzy of speculation. Could it be that Jiang Wanyue had guidance from Dean Shin during the competition? Jiang Bada, Jiang Nansheng, who knows? As far as I know, the ALI mathematics competition is conducted online, but the rules permit participants to search for information online, as long as they do not disclose the questions or discuss them with anyone. However, there must be loopholes in online competitions. The discussion in the Jingbang group heated up. The truth must be this way, she has been a full-time housewife for 7 years. How could she possibly remember so much mathematical knowledge? It is quite likely that she received assistance from Shin Tenghua while participating in the competition. Jiang Nansheng added, I just remembered Dean Shin was Sister Wanyue's university professor. After making this statement, she quickly attempted to retract it. Oh no, I meant to delete that message. I can't believe I said that. Surely the dean of the esteemed Jing University Mathematics Institute would not resort to assisting a student in cheating. She thought, however, the implications of her words lingered in the minds of the listeners, and the chat fell into an eerie silence, no one daring to discuss Jiang Wanyue's first-place achievement any further. Shortly thereafter, Fu Hanchuan's phone rang. It was Jiang Nansheng calling. Hanchuan, do you really think Sister Wanyue could have cheated? I don't believe she would have the audacity to do such a thing. Jiang Nansheng was probing for Fu Hanchuan's stance on the matter. His cold response was chilling. She had the courage to divorce me. Does she lack the courage to cheat? Jiang Nansheng suppressed a smile. So you suspect Jiang Wanyue cheated? Fu Hanchuan did not deny it. Disdain evident in his tone, pandering for fame, he scorned the Shin family, particularly Shin Tenghua, the dean of the Mathematics Institute, whom he believed should possess integrity but instead aided Jiang Wanyue in achieving a position she could never have reached on her own. On the other end of the line, Jiang Nansheng defended Jiang Wanyue, saying, Sister Wanyue just wants to prove herself quickly, but as a housewife, she likely has no idea of the consequences of cheating in such a prestigious national competition. Let Jiang Wanyue embarrass herself in the public eye. Fu Hanchuan thought, resolute in his decision not to extend a helping hand. Secretary Yan entered, his expression grim. Fu Hanchuan hung up the phone and set it down. Listening as Secretary Yan reported, President Fu, the old lady has been taken away by the prosecutor's office. Fu Hanchuan's demeanor shifted, his dark and deep-set eyes swirling with a tempestuous storm. As the entire internet buzzed with excitement over the housewife who had achieved first place in a mathematics competition. Voices of skepticism began to emerge. The name Jiang Wanyue has dominated the trending searches for an entire day, following an interview by CCTV News that propelled her into the spotlight. In the evening, a prominent online influencer revealed that Jiang Wanyue's instructor is Shin Tunghua, the dean of the mathematics department at Peking University. This blogger, boasting millions of followers, disclosed insider information that on the day of the preliminary mathematics competition, Jiang Wanyue was at Shin Tunghua's residence, participating in an online exam. The influencer speculated that after Jiang Wanyue disclosed the questions to Shin Tunghua, he solved them on a whiteboard and provided her with the answers to copy, thus allowing her to achieve a stunning first place in the preliminaries. A housewife of 7 years could not possibly score so highly in the ALI mathematics competition. It defies logic, as this influencer raised doubts. Public opinion online began to shift. A netizen shared satellite images showing Jiang Wanyue near Shin's residence on the day of the competition. Peking University students also leaked information online, claiming that Jiang Wanyue was Shin Tunghua's most promising student. In fact, Shin had once clashed with a professor from Huazhong University of Science and Technology just to recruit her. Soon, a student from the Peking University mathematics department joined the discussion on the campus forum, stating that Jiang Wanyue frequently visited Shin's home to study with them, and she had less than a month to prepare for the ALI competition. Professor Shin indeed took special care of her. And even after Jiang Wanyue had disappointed him by dropping out to marry, he still welcomed her to attend his classes at his home. To substantiate his claims, this Peking University student posted a candid photo of Jiang Wanyue at Shin's residence, providing undeniable proof of their close association. Within 10 minutes, an anonymous account commented on this post, speculating that this housewife, Jiang Wanyue, had attracted such immense attention, with Shin Tunghua acting as the mastermind behind it all. He sought to create a miracle to secure his position as the dean of the mathematics department. Prompted by this account, suspicions regarding Shin Tunghua's involvement in cheating began to swell. For years prior, Shin had accused Professor Jiang Qiming of plagiarism without providing any evidence, leading to the latter's disqualification from a selection process. It was only 2 years later that Professor Jiang managed to establish himself at Peking University with 3 published papers in SCI journals. This year, he emerged as the hottest candidate for the deanship, posing the most significant threat to Shin Tunghua. Shin, known for his rigid teaching style, has received poor reviews. Attending his classes is notably arduous, often leaving students confused and disheartened. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, he is expected to step down from his deanship this year. Shin Tunghua aims to achieve a globally recognized accomplishment to validate his teaching capabilities. Hence his choice to assist Jiang Wanyue in cheating during the mathematics competition. Jiang Wanyue's participation in the competition at Shin's residence should be rendered null and void, as public sentiment intensified. The term cheating associated with Jiang Wanyue ascended to the top of trending searches. The tide of online opinion shifted, leading several parents who had previously apologized to Jiang Wanyue on various platforms to delete their posts. One parent even shared a screenshot of the ALI mathematics competition logo on their social media account, inscribed with bold red text, "Is the competition fair?" Media outlets that had interviewed Jiang Wanyue swiftly suppressed their footage to avoid backlash from netizens. Subsequently, dozens of competitors in the mathematics contest collectively petitioned for the annulment of Jiang Wanyue's results. Historically, participants in mathematics competitions have either been students from top institutions or elite professionals. A housewife should have been filtered out during registration. Housewives have no qualification to compete in mathematics contests. The ALI competition committee's phone lines were overwhelmed following the announcement of the preliminary results. This marked the most significant credibility crisis the ALI group has faced since its inception of the mathematics competition. As online scrutiny of Jiang Wanyue's results grew louder, the committee convened an emergency meeting. After years of online competitions, with 5 cameras monitoring participants from multiple angles, did they really believe our proctoring team was incompetent? A motley crew, claiming to represent the petition, had no participant willing to publicly support them. They merely bore the names of their institutions. Did they truly represent their schools? They brought shame upon their institutions. Our proctoring team has reviewed Jiang Wanyue's answering process 3 times without detecting any cheating. This online mob has bitten off more than they can chew. Chairman Xia, please speak up. The 70-year-old Chairman Xia Shangyu, feeling likened to a harmless character, slammed his fist on the table and issued a directive. We owe the public an explanation. Contact all major platforms. Tomorrow, we will release the full surveillance of Jiang Wanyue's competition performance for all to see whether she cheated. In the dead of night, Jiang Wanyue received a call from a CCTV reporter. Miss Jiang, have you seen the trending searches? There are continuous doubts being cast on your preliminary results, Jiang Wanyue replied calmly. Yes, I have seen them. The reporter then inquired, did you really complete the preliminary exam at Professor Shin Tunghua's house? Jiang Wanyue truthfully answered, yes, the reporter gasped on the other end of the line. This reporter, named Chi Fei, was the one who had stood up for her in Zhou outside the Chengde school. Jiang Wanyue explained, there is no evidence to suggest that being at Professor Shin's house implies he assisted me in cheating. This incident has indeed cast a negative shadow on Professor Shin, but at that time, I had no other choice but to go to his house to study. Chi Fei pressed further, why did you have to go to Professor Shin's house for the mathematics competition? Jiang Wanyue chuckled, you might not believe this, but my ex-husband cut off the internet at my residence on the day of the preliminaries. I wanted to find a nearby CAF to connect to the internet. But he sent a signal-jamming vehicle to follow me. Chi Fei gasped, is your ex-husband a garbage bag? How much can he hold? The professionalism of a seasoned journalist kept Chi Fei from losing her composure. And her innate news instinct drove her to continue probing. Miss Jiang, why did your ex-husband do this? Jiang Wanyue, seated on the sofa, was bathed in warm yellow light, illuminating her gentle face. At that time, I truly had some miscalculations. I shouldn't have resided in a house under my ex-husband's name. Everything he provided me was merely a mirage. It was then that I truly understood not to place my conscience in the hands of a man. I could only rely on myself. Now the prevailing online sentiment is quite unfavorable towards you. Miss Jiang, what are your plans? More than being surrounded by rumors, I fear the silent, desolate days at the Fu family. Her voice was soft and soothing, yet Chi Fei sensed an unyielding strength emanating from the other end of the phone. Reporter Chi, regardless of the circumstances, I shall not retreat, even if hundreds of thousands doubt and scorn me. I fear not, nor do I regret. I believe the results of the finals will vindicate everything. After concluding her call with Chi Fei, Jiang Wanyue opened her phone's contacts. Her gaze fell upon the name Shin Tunghua. Although he was implicated due to her actions, it was too late to disturb him. Just as Jiang Wanyue hesitated, her phone vibrated unexpectedly. Startled, she saw the name Shin on the screen. Chapter 45, Evidence of Jiang Wanyue's cheating found. Reward of 100,000. Jiang Wanyue pressed the answer button. Young Master Shin, her distant yet polite tone dispelled the ambiguous atmosphere of the late-night call. The man's deep, magnetic voice responded, I've seen the trending searches. Jiang Wanyue quickly inquired, is Professor Shin alright? He is already asleep. Relieved that Shin Tunghua remained unaffected by the online rumors, Jiang Wanyue let out a breath. Shin continued, to ensure he could sleep. I secretly administered 2 sleeping pills. Jiang Wanyue, that she timidly asked, is Professor Shin angry upon seeing the online comments? What infuriates him is not the accusation of assisting you in cheating, but rather the resurfacing of the conflict with Jiang Qiming from 4 years ago. Everyone believes he is envious of talent and intentionally suppressing Jiang Qiming. After Jiang Wanyue dropped out of Peking University, out of guilt and moral unease, she instinctively blocked all news related to the university. Leaving her completely unaware of Shin Tunghua's experiences during that time. I happen to know Jiang Qiming. Jiang Wanyue stated, Jiang Qiming is Fu Qingru's husband. I've seen him a few times at family gatherings. That man always wears black-framed glasses, is of above-average appearance, dresses plainly, speaks little, but is adept at reading people's emotions and acts diligently, leaving no room for criticism from the Fu family's elders, compared to Jiang Wanyue, who has the Jiang family's background. Jiang Qiming is truly impoverished. He hails from a 4th-tier city in the north, grew up in poverty, studied diligently to enter Harbin Normal University, and then worked hard to gain admission to Peking University for his doctorate, eventually staying on to teach there. Fu Qingru was utterly enamored with his brilliant mind. Earlier this year, Fu Qingru boasted to everyone that Jiang Qiming's position as dean was secure. He would become the youngest dean at Peking University. Jiang Wanyue recalled that Jiang Qiming also studied mathematics. What transpired between Jiang Qiming and Professor Shin? You likely have not encountered the paper published by Jiang Qiming 4 years ago, have you? I can send it to you for your perusal. Jiang Wanyue felt a wave of confusion as her laptop lay within reach, displaying a document sent by Shin, and she clicked on Jiang Qiming's paper and, having read less than a quarter of it, her hand trembled violently over the mouse. How could this be? Her complexion gradually faded in the cold glow of the computer screen. Each line she read felt like a sharp blade slicing through her heart. How could Jiang Qiming's paper bear such a striking resemblance to her own doctoral thesis from years past? When Jiang Wanyue saw that Jiang Qiming had directly utilized her research data in his paper, an invisible hand seemed to clutch her heart, squeezing it until the blood surged forth, robbing her of her breath. Jiang Wanyue forgot that she was still on the phone with Shinan. And when his voice pulled her back to reality, she felt an icy chill throughout her body, her fingers numb. My father discovered that Jiang Qiming's paper was a mere rehash of your doctoral thesis, and he was furious. He pointed out that Jiang Qiming had plagiarized his student. He attempted to call you, only to find your phone unreachable. Jiang Qiming informed my father that you were related and that you intended to return to your husband and raise children. thus relinquishing your academic achievements to him. As the saying goes, the fat water does not flow to outsiders. My father was so enraged that he was hospitalized, and he forcefully pressed down on Jiang Qiming's application for a professorship, consequently offending many. 6 months later, Jiang Qiming's paper was indexed by SEI, and he subsequently rose to fame. I did not give my paper to Jiang Qiming. Jiang Wanyue felt as though her voice was no longer her own, a heart-wrenching wail escaping her throat. He stole my thesis. It wasn't until 4 years later that she realized her research findings had been pilfered by Jiang Qiming after her paper was rewritten. It was published in an SEI journal, propelling Jiang Qiming to great heights. She finally understood that Shen Tunghua harbored not only prejudice against her but also a deep-seated grudge. He had been betrayed by a student and assumed Jiang Wanyue had indeed given her research results to Jiang Qiming. Thus 5 years later, when Shen Tunghua encountered Jiang Wanyue once more, his emotions were particularly complex, akin to a thorn lodged in his throat. Shen inquired, "Do you still have the old draft of your thesis?" Jiang Wanyue raised her hand to shield her aching eyes. "That old laptop of mine was ruined by spilled milk, and after it crashed, it could never be opened again. Later, it was discarded as trash by the maid." At that time, Dudu was still quite young, and when Jiang Wanyue held him, he accidentally knocked over the milk, which spilled onto the laptop's keyboard. Jiang Wanyue's first instinct was to move the child away from the computer to ensure he was not scalded. And it took some coaxing before Dudu was willing to leave her embrace. Only after that did Jiang Wanyue return to clean the laptop, only to discover it had blue-screened. She hastily sought assistance from Fu Hanchuan, hoping he could find a tech expert to help recover her computer. "The technical personnel I employ are not here to fix your computer. You must find someone else. All the research achievements from my university days are stored in that computer. You have already dropped out. Do you think the work of an undergraduate qualifies as research achievements?" The man's voice, soaked in alcohol, became increasingly rich and languid, accompanied by Jiang Nanshang's hearty laughter nearby. "Hanchuan, who called you?" Telemarketer. Hot tears cascaded down her cheeks as the call ended. Jiang Wanyue, with her crashed laptop, ventured out to find a repair shop. Each technician who inspected her computer shook their heads in dismay. As she hurried to the 4th repair shop that night, her phone rang. It was an urgent call from old lady Fu. "Where have you been gallivanting? Why aren't you at home caring for the child?" "There are servants at home," Duda cries when he cannot see you. "I don't care what you are doing right now. Come back immediately." Jiang Wanyue sat in a chair, her arms wrapped around her bent legs. Once, the child was something she could never part with, but now Jiang Wanyue couldn't help but question herself. What has marriage and motherhood brought her? Her silk-like black hair cascaded down like a waterfall as she rested one cheek against her knee, inhaling the dampness of her nostrils. "I have failed, Professor Shen." Jiang Wanyue bit her lower lip, knowing full well that Jiang Qiming had stolen her research accomplishments, yet she possessed no evidence. Shenan's voice, imbued with warmth, reached her ears. "Do not mourn over the spilled milk." However, Jiang Qiming ascended, "You must find a way to bring him down." Early the next morning, the ALA Group Mathematics Committee released a 5-hour-long video of Jiang Wanyue's preliminary match on their official Weibo account. The post stated, "This is the surveillance of Jiang Wanyue during the preliminary match. Should anyone find evidence of her cheating, the committee will award a prize of 100,000 within a minute of the video's release." The number of viewers surpassed 100,000, with numerous netizens taking up magnifying glasses. The mathematics competition committee mandated that participants must be monitored by 5 cameras at the competition site, with strict regulations dictating the placement and distance of each camera. Under the watch of these 5 cameras, contestants were exposed in a 360-degree view, with some cameras set 5 meters away to ensure no one could provide answers to the participants. Naturally, the contestants' computer screens were also monitored in real time by the proctoring team. Such stringent regulations ensured the authority of the ALI mathematics competition. The committee's offer of 100,000 reward attracted many well-known bloggers to livestream their search for evidence of Jiang Wanyue's cheating. Countless netizens rolled up their sleeves, determined to pick apart even the minutiae. Amidst the public scrutiny, Jiang Wanyue, who participated in the competition that day, appeared on camera. "Wow, a beauty. Why has no one ever mentioned that Jiang Wanyue is such a stunning woman?" Jiang Wanyue's appearance was the first thing to assault the netizens' retinas. Countless viewers were left speechless, their minds blank, as those who had initially intended to criticize Jiang Wanyue found themselves at a loss for words. Some adjusted their glasses, leaning closer to the screen. Others, seeing Jiang Wanyue's face, could not suppress the upward curve of their lips. Captured from 5 camera angles, Jiang Wanyue sat at a long wooden table. Her coat was visibly drenched from the rain. Yet she had no time to change, her damp strands of hair clinging to her forehead. She rubbed her hands together, warming them with her breath before she began to type. She resembled a snowman frozen in place. Yet within her burned a fierce flame. The viewers heard Jiang Wanyue report her situation to the committee. "Due to a power outage at my residence in Bihai Qinglan, I am temporarily completing the problems at Professor Shen Tunghua's home." Jiang Wanyue did not conceal from the committee her situation of working at Shen Tunghua's residence. "Jiang Wanyue, given that you are facing an uncontrollable circumstance, the committee has agreed, after discussion, to allow you to continue participating." We will provide you with the B paper. However, the examination time has already elapsed for 3 hours, and you will not receive additional time. You must submit your paper along with the other contestants in 5 hours. Alright, I understand, Jiang Wanyue calmly accepted. She then began to work on the problems, her gaze never straying from the computer and her scratch paper. During this time, staff from the ALI committee visited Shin Tunghua's home to check on Jiang Wanyue's competition environment. Aside from a brief trip to the restroom, Jiang Wanyue remained in the view of the cameras. She glanced at the bottom right corner of her computer screen, aware that her answering time was running low. Bloggers eager to uncover evidence of Jiang Wanyue's cheating meticulously analyzed her micro-expressions. Logically, she should have been unable to answer all the questions. The preliminary round lasted 8 hours, meaning participants should focus on the questions they were adept at, aiming for a score that would secure them a place in the finals. I checked Jiang Wanyue's information. This should be her first time participating in the ALI competition, and she is not well versed in competition strategies. The bloggers rationally dissected the situation, while most netizens seemed to forget the task of finding evidence from the surveillance footage. How could someone look so breathtaking even under the lens of a laptop camera? I slapped my own face. I wish I could cut off my fingers. I regret it so much. I shouldn't have insulted her. She raced against time, sparing not a single second, with Jiang Wanyue's tenacity. She could succeed at anything. Who says a housewife cannot secure first place in a competition? I will fight for you. My sister had bad luck marrying a blind husband, but it's alright. In this life, I will cherish you. The number of viewers watching Jiang Wanyue's problem-solving video surged rapidly. Netizens scrutinized the footage repeatedly, yet they failed to find any evidence of cheating in the 5-hour surveillance. In an instant, public opinion shifted. The first to panic were the wealthy parents who had deleted their apology posts and had previously mocked Jiang Wanyue. They woke up to find their social media accounts overwhelmed by negative comments from netizens. I told you not to rush to delete the apology post. What are we going to do now? Those wealthy ladies urgently convened in a group chat. Even if Jiang Wanyue did not cheat, she might not secure a place in the finals. Did you not see those bloggers analyzing that it was other participants who controlled the scores during the preliminaries, allowing Jiang Wanyue to take first place? Let us play dead for a few days. Once Jiang Wanyue is defeated by those doctoral students in the finals, she will be ridiculed by everyone. Yesterday, numerous media outlets sought to be the first to publish an interview with Jiang Wanyue, only to discover a swift shift in the online discourse, prompting them to hastily withhold the interview footage. The official Weibo account of CCTV was the first to release Jiang Wanyue's interview video. Accompanied by a special report, the director even included the audio recording of Chifei's phone call with Jiang Wanyue from the previous night in the video. Upon learning the true reason behind Jiang Wanyue's visit to Shin Tunghua's residence for the competition, netizens erupted in outrage. Some even unearthed evidence that on the day of the preliminary round, Bihai Qinglan indeed experienced a sudden power outage. I want to toss Jiang Wanyue's ex-husband into a pot of oil and watch it splatter. What a wretched man he is. In a moment of nostalgia, she reflected that her ex-husband's name only warranted 2 words. It was all the fault of her sister for being too young. Unable to discern between man and beast. In an instant, the term Jiang Wanyue ex-husband soared to the trending searches. Although netizens failed to uncover the identity of Jiang Wanyue's ex-husband, this did not deter them from vehemently denouncing his entire lineage. The Fu Group, Fu Hanchuan sneezed as he entered the exclusive presidential elevator, with Secretary Yan trailing behind, engrossed in his phone. As the elevator descended, Secretary Yan's complexion grew increasingly pale. The trending term Jiang Wanyue ex-husband loomed high on the trending list, causing Secretary Yan's eyes to widen in alarm. This was dire. He cast several furtive glances at the back of Fu Hanchuan's dark head. Surely Fu Hanchuan remained oblivious to the ridicule he was facing online. Yet, how could he broach this topic with Fu Hanchuan? Upon reaching the first floor, Fu Hanchuan stepped out. The lobby buzzed with employees fervently discussing the matter, their voices drifting into Fu Hanchuan's ears. Jiang Wanyue's ex-husband is utterly despicable. Fu Hanchuan came to an abrupt halt. Secretary Yan, positioned behind him, slammed on the brakes, beads of cold sweat trickling down his face. Truly, it was like a beautiful flower planted in cow dung. Her ex-husband was even worse than cow dung, which at least nourished flowers. A portion of the employees noticed Fu Hanchuan. Hello, President Fu. Men like Jiang Wanyue's ex-husband, petty and small-minded, would remain single for life in our village. A different group of employees snapped back to reality, greeting Fu Hanchuan. Thank you for your hard work, President Fu. Yet others continued to enthusiastically lambaste Jiang Wanyue's ex-husband. A woman is a flower at 30. While a man is just an old cucumber. People can improve their grades through study, undergo surgery for looks, but a vile heart is beyond redemption. Fu Hanchuan covered his nose and sneezed again, plunging the room into silence, all eyes turning toward him. Chapter 47. Duda starts the motorcycle. The employees exchanged bewildered glances with Fu Hanchuan. Is President Fu unwell? President Fu, should you see a doctor? Your complexion looks poor, your brow is dark. The concern from the employees only deepened Fu Hanchuan's frown. Secretary Yan was about to step forward to reprimand the employees, but Fu Hanchuan had already headed straight for the exit. Secretary Yan hurriedly followed, opening the car door for him. President Fu, I will ensure this group of loafers in the lobby is noted and have their wages deducted. Fu Hanchuan settled into the car. Radiating an icy demeanor, he raised his gaze, a chilling aura directed at Secretary Yan. What, do you wish to broadcast that I am the blind ex-husband of Jiang Wanyue? Sweat the size of soybeans dripped from Secretary Yan's forehead. He stood frozen, his lips trembling. I never thought that. It's just that there are many unfavorable comments about you circulating online. Secretary Yan handed his phone to Fu Hanchuan. Fu Hanchuan glanced at the trending topic. Jiang Wanyue ex-husband, he scoffed disdainfully. He could never have imagined that he would one day gain notoriety because of Jiang Wanyue. Fu Hanchuan chose not to delve into the comments beneath the trending topic. The masses beneath him were not worth a glance. If only Jiang Wanyue could secure a position in the finals. Fu Hanchuan mused that perhaps he could generously invite Jiang Wanyue to join his company, offering her $1 million annual salary for her diligent work. At that moment, Fu Hanchuan's phone rang. Seeing it was a call from Jiang Nansheng, he answered. Hanchuan, there's a motorcycle race at Zhongxiashan tonight, and I want to take Dudu to witness it. Fu Hanchuan's voice turned cool. You shouldn't go, Hanchuan. If you're worried about me taking Dudu on the mountain roads at night, then you should come too. Do you remember what day it is today? Jiang Nansheng's words stirred Fu Hanchuan's emotions. Today marked Fu Nuoxi's birthday. Years ago, due to Fu Nuoxi's passion for racing, Fu Hanchuan had invested in organizing the Zhongxiashan off-road race. We can race on the ground. Nuoxi will see us from above, Jiang Nansheng said, her eyes shimmering with determination. She understood that Fu Nuoxi's death was a deep, unhealable wound for Fu Hanchuan, and merely mentioning Fu Nuoxi could melt the frost that had long enveloped him. Fu Hanchuan, weighed down by pent-up frustration, desperately sought an outlet. Coincidentally, today was also the anniversary of his sister's passing. He acquiesced to Jiang Nansheng's suggestion. Fine, I'll take Dudu there. We'll leave in half an hour. On the other end of the line, Jiang Nansheng and Dudu chorused. Yet Fu Hanchuan knew that Dudu had once again latched onto Jiang Nansheng, recently due to the scandal involving Principal Lu's bribery case. Although the elderly matriarch of the Fu family had withdrawn from the situation, Fu Hanchuan had advised her to maintain a low profile to avoid any potential pitfalls. Currently, the matriarch was preoccupied and unable to manage Dudu, while the household staff were powerless against the little troublemaker. If Dudu accompanied Jiang Nansheng for a bit of harmless fun, Fu Hanchuan would allow it. Setting his phone down, he contemplated how long it had been since he last engaged in racing. Tonight, he would indulge himself for half an hour. Jiang Nansheng perched atop the motorcycle, brimming with delight. Your father agreed to take you to Zhongxiashan for the race. Dudu sat excitedly before Jiang Nansheng. Sister Shang, you're the best. I never dared to dream that my dad would take me to see a race. He pouted. You're way better than that country bumpkin. Jiang Nansheng chuckled, her brows arching in mirth. Did you know, your mother has been criticized by many online? Dudu swiftly corrected her. That woman is no longer my mommy. Jiang Nansheng's smile deepened. Dudu, curious, asked, why is she being criticized? Sister Wanyue cheated to secure first place in the preliminary math competition, and now netizens have exposed that her results were fabricated. With her abilities, she could never have achieved such a rank. Jiang Nansheng, as she spoke, opened Weibo to read some of the disparaging comments directed at Jiang Wanyue, only to find the top trending topic was Jiang Wanyue's ex-husband. Stunned, she scrolled through the comments, realizing that prominent voices who previously accused Jiang Wanyue of cheating had issued apologies, admitting their misjudgments. Searching for more trending comments related to Jiang Wanyue, she found half praising her beauty while the other half expressed sympathy for her unfortunate encounter with a petty ex-husband. Jiang Nansheng's breath caught in her throat, her hand trembling as she held her phone at Sister Shang. Dudu tentatively called out, witnessing Jiang Nansheng's unusually fierce expression, her eyes glinting with a ferocity that seemed ready to leap into the screen and confront someone. Suddenly snapping back to reality, Jiang Nansheng smiled sweetly at Dudu, asking, do you think your mommy is beautiful, or am I more beautiful? Dudu was momentarily taken aback, sensing Jiang Nansheng's demeanor darkening in an instant. Sister Shang is the prettiest. Receiving the answer she desired, Jiang Nansheng felt a sense of relief. She set her phone down, turning to Dudu. Shall we try letting you drive the motorcycle yourself? Dudu's eyes widened, excitement bubbling over. Can I really drive the motorcycle? But the front is so heavy. Jiang Nansheng patted her chest confidently. With Sister Shang here, what is there to fear? We'll ride together, and once the motorcycle is steady, you'll take control of the handlebars. Then, you will experience the exhilarating sensation of flying. Dudu could hardly contain his excitement. Yay, Jiang Nansheng was indeed the one who treated him the best in the world, willing to let him try anything. Unlike that countrywoman who always constrained him. After leaving the Fu family, Jiang Nansheng took Dudu out of school to ride motorcycles and experience the thrill of speed. She even took him to a bar, introducing him to drinking. Jiang Nansheng taught him how to fight, and Dudu thought it was incredibly cool. He was determined to learn how to fight well, so he could stand up to Jojo. As Jiang Nansheng sped down the highway on her motorcycle, another bike rode alongside her. A third motorcycle, equipped with a camera, captured the entire scene of Jiang Nansheng and Dudu riding together. When the motorcycle reached a speed of 100 miles per hour, Jiang Nancheng instructed Dudu, who was sitting in front of her, to grip the handlebars and take control. Dangerous behavior. Previously, there were instances on Douyin of children riding electric scooters at high speeds. While art is derived from reality, please do not attempt to replicate such actions. Chapter 48, she takes first place in the finals. You stand on your head and defecate during this time. Jiang Nancheng recorded numerous videos of herself and Duda riding the motorcycle, sharing them on Douyin. Despite having her account for 5 years, she had only garnered a little over 2,000 followers. However, her dynamic motorcycle videos attracted likes from her circle of friends, who continuously supported her endeavors. When Jiang Nancheng first shared a video of herself and Duda riding a motorcycle on her account, she quickly realized that she had gone viral that very night. From then on, she frequently took Dudu along for rides, and each of their videos consistently garnered millions of views, aspiring to become an internet celebrity. She diligently updated her content for a month, resulting in a surge of over 1 million followers. Naturally, the voices of skepticism grew louder, yet Jiang Nancheng remained unfazed, for those voices were merely expressions of jealousy. Only she had the audacity to ride a heavy motorcycle with her 5-year-old child. However, this past week, Jiang Nancheng noticed a decline in views. Her videos featuring Duda riding had plummeted to 200,000. The audience had grown weary of such content. Thus, after discussing with her friends, she decided to create something spectacular. As the motorcycle sped along, she crossed her arms over her chest, allowing the 5-year-old to steer. Suddenly, Jiang Nancheng produced a bottle of red wine and a goblet from seemingly nowhere. Perched on the motorcycle, she poured wine into the goblet, shaking it as she sped down the road, epitomizing a sense of freedom. Her friend captured this moment and exclaimed into the headset, "Perfect. I bet this video will earn at least 100,000 likes." Meanwhile, Jiang Wanyue's life unfolded as usual. After dropping Jojo off at school, she returned home to tackle various subjects. She had arranged her studies to mirror her university curriculum, racing against time to reclaim the knowledge she had missed over the past 5 years. In the evening, after dining with Jojo, she took him to the Shin residence. She organized the problems she encountered during the day, eager to seek guidance from Shin Tunghua in person. Upon entering the Shin household with Jojo, they found a group of students from Peking University seated in the living room, typically warm towards Jiang Wanyue. Their demeanor had shifted since the scandal erupted online regarding Shin Tunghua allegedly assisting her in cheating. Even today, they had watched her preliminary competition video repeatedly, though they found no definitive evidence of malpractice. Nonetheless, the closeness between Jiang Wanyue and Shin Tunghua was undeniable. It was perplexing for a mere housewife with an undergraduate degree to excel in the preliminaries. Was it possible that Shin Tunghua had secretly leaked questions to her? After all, several senior professors on the ALI Mathematics Competition Committee were well acquainted with him. "Jiang Wanyue, we invite you to join us in the finals at Peking University next week to complete the exam together. Are you willing to accept?" The glances directed at Jiang Wanyue from the Peking University students turned malicious. The examination hall would be monitored by 5 invigilators, and the entire process would be streamed live online. Furthermore, to eliminate any appearance of impropriety between you and Professor Shin, you must not have any private interactions with him. Seated nearby, Shin Tunghua's hand, gripping his cane, revealed bulging veins. "You've been watching me all day. Is the surveillance becoming sentient, following me even to the restroom? What right do you have to restrict my freedom?" Jiang Wanyue felt her breath quicken. How could they treat Shin Tunghua this way? The ringleader among the students, Fang Weian, the bespectacled boy from before, had always treated Jiang Wanyue unfavorably. "Professor Shin, this is a necessary measure. After all, Jiang Wanyue is your prized student." They were unafraid of Shin Tunghua calling the police. Should he do so, they would escalate the situation regarding his alleged favoritism towards Peking University students. Fang Weian, with an air of righteous indignation, declared, "All 200 finalists desire fairness. As a teacher, are you not willing to make a small sacrifice for the future of these promising students?" Fang Weian observed the slight tremor in Shin Tunghua's hand gripping his cane, relishing the sensation of having the dean under pressure. If Jiang Wanyue withdraws from the ALI mathematics competition, then Professor Shin would no longer have to endure such indignities. At this moment, Fang Weian's malicious gaze fell upon Jiang Wanyue. He attempted to morally manipulate both individuals, waiting to see who would falter first. "What a farce!" Shin Tunghua exclaimed. "Professor," Fang Weian replied, frowning in displeasure. "You're nothing but a scheming villain. Why hasn't the nation utilized your face for research on bulletproof vests? Ha, and you dare suggest she withdraw?" The implications were clear. Jiang Wanyue would not withdraw. With her abilities, she was sure to win a gold medal. Fang Weian chuckled. "Professor, you might not be aware, but at the request of numerous participants, an additional segment has been added to the finals. The top 20 contestants can challenge each other to answer questions." The other students regarded Jiang Wanyue with expressions of anticipation, eager to witness her downfall. "Your prized pupil faces a formidable challenge to win the contest. A housewife claiming a gold medal. Dream on." Jiang Wanyue spoke up. "Fang Weian, if I secure the gold medal, you and everyone who has disrupted Professor Shin's life must publicly apologize to him." Fang Weian crossed his arms defiantly. You're just bluffing. If you truly manage to defeat everyone in the challenge and claim the gold medal, I'll twist my own head off and kick it like a ball. Jiang Wanyue laughed. Let us keep it realistic. What punishment can you actually fulfill? One of Fang Weian's peers scoffed. If Jiang Wanyue wins the gold medal, Weian would be able to perform a handstand while spinning. Jiang Wanyue grimaced at the thought. The imagery was too grotesque to bear. Fang Weian felt as if he were being pushed into a pit of flames by his classmates that he turned away. Muttering, "What nonsense are you spouting?" his classmates prodded. As the president of the street dance club, surely a handstand while spinning isn't beyond your capabilities. Fang Weian's face flushed with embarrassment. This isn't about ability. If I actually did that, people would be calling the police. I support that. Shinan entered the room after standing at the entrance for quite some time. Approaching Shin Tunghua. Dad, have you ever witnessed a handstand while spinning? Would you like to see one? Shin Tunghua rubbed his nose, hesitating at the thought of witnessing such a scene. It was terrifying to even imagine. Jiang Wanyue interjected, I wouldn't want to see it either. Shinan then addressed the other Peking University students. If Wanyue wins the gold medal, you all will form a circle and record a video of Fang Weian, then send it to us. It is settled. Why should I listen to you? Wu Fang Weian's face flushed with anger. Jiang Wanyue chimed in. If I don't win the gold medal, of Fang Weian quickly cut in. I want Professor Shin to publicly apologize and admit his teaching failures. Along with resigning from his position, Jiang Wanyue's gaze snapped to Shin Tunghua. She realized that this group of Peking University students primarily aimed to target him, yet there was no direct conflict of interest between them and Shin Tunghua. How would his voluntary resignation benefit them? Upon hearing Fang Weian's words, Shin Tunghua chuckled, the wrinkles on his face deepening into a smile. Very well, let us agree upon IT to ITSA deal. His hawk-like gaze swept over each student from Peking University, many of whom lowered their heads under the weight of his penetrating stare. I look forward to seeing you all covered in the consequences of Fang Weian's actions. A servant approached, distributing documents to the students. Shinan remarked, I have the lawsuit prepared. The court summons will arrive shortly. Upon realizing that Shinan intended to sue them for illegal entry, Fang Weian flung the lawsuit to the ground, defiantly shouting, don't think you can bully us. The other students quickly restrained Fang Weian, urging, let us leave. They dared not escalate matters to court, knowing Shinan could make them pay dearly. The group departed in a huff. Finally leaving the Shin household in peace, Jiang Wanyue turned to Shin Tunghua, eager to speak. Professor, Shin Tunghua replied sternly, what you must focus on now is securing the gold medal. I believe in you. You can certainly achieve it. Remaining in the Shin household, Jiang Wanyue dedicated herself to her studies. After more than an hour, she rose to use the restroom. Exiting, she inadvertently caught a glimpse of the man's muscular back as she passed by Shinan's room. He was applying medication to an injury on his back, but managing it alone was rather cumbersome. Jiang Wanyue noticed the liquid dripping down, missing the wound entirely and soaking the pristine fabric of his clothing. Chapter 49. How would you like me to repay you? Such a perfect form. 4 words sprang to Jiang Wanyue's mind. Shinan turned to meet her gaze, his eyes seemingly penetrating her thoughts. In an instant, Jiang Wanyue felt as though she had been caught in a compromising situation. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she quickly approached him, saying, let me help you. Shinan's heart soared with delight. Ever since Jiang Wanyue entered the restroom, he had been repeatedly mimicking the act of applying medication to his back, ensuring it was perfectly timed for her notice. As she focused on him, he deliberately let the medication drip onto his pants. Jiang Wanyue took the bottle from his hand, dipped a cotton swab in the liquid, and gently applied it to the injury on his back. The doctor who had stitched up his wound displayed exceptional skill. Had it not been for the faint redness at the surface, one would hardly suspect he had sustained an injury. Apologies. As the evening waned, Jiang Wanyue sincerely remarked, you saved Zhou, and I have yet to properly express my gratitude. With a smile, she turned to Shinan and inquired, may I treat you to a meal, if dining out does not appeal to you? I could prepare a feast at home instead. Feel free to request any dish. I am quick to learn new recipes. Shinan, already harboring thoughts of his own, replied, but you must promise me one thing. The man leisurely donned a white shirt, capturing Jiang Wanyue's attention, yet he only revealed half of his thoughts. As he bent to fasten his buttons, Jiang Wanyue felt her breath hitch, as if the very air in the room had ceased to flow. She couldn't shake the suspicion that Shinan was deliberately slowing his movements. Positioned sideways, he displayed the robust curvature of his chest, while the defined muscles of his abdomen extended into the sharp lines of his pants. Instinctively, Jiang Wanyue held her breath, overwhelmed by a surge of potent hormones. He was doing this on purpose. As he continued to button his shirt, he subtly guided her gaze downward, just as Jiang Wanyue was momentarily distracted. Shinan suddenly looked at her, his gaze innocently pure, as if the notion of seduction was merely a figment of her imagination. Startled, Jiang Wanyue listened as Shinan spoke. Tonight, there is a car race atop Zhongshuo Mountain. I had previously placed a bet, but now, due to my injury, I can't participate. I require a driver. Should you win the race, we shall split the prize money. What do you think, rather than witnessing her confined in a cramped kitchen? Surrounded by smoke, Shannon preferred to see Jiang Wanyue racing freely across the open fields. Jiang Wanyue was taken aback, suspecting that Shannon was aware of her current financial constraints. She had hoped that performing well in the preliminaries would enable her to secure a job. But now her results were under scrutiny, and companies were still hesitating. Jiang Wanyue had even registered as a food delivery rider, yet this man was pulling her back. She nodded in agreement, all right, with a smile. She assured Shannon, I will give it my all. The race was scheduled for 9 o'clock in the evening, and the Shan family's servants volunteered to look after Jojo. Initially, Jiang Wanyue considered sending Jojo to Lu Feng. But given that Lu Feng was a man, and there were female servants at the Shan residence, it would be more convenient for them to attend to Jojo's needs during the night. After bathing, Jojo snuggled into bed, and Jiang Wanyue buried her face in the nape of Jojo's neck, inhaling her sweet fragrance. Mama has work tonight. Be a good baby and sleep well. Jojo nodded, saying, Mommy, don't work too hard, come back early, I will miss you. Alright. A wave of warmth washed over Jiang Wanyue's heart, and she pressed a gentle kiss on Jojo's tender cheek. The sleek black supercar roared towards the race venue, its engine's growl echoing like a beast reverberating through the valley. Seated in the driver's seat, Jiang Wanyue caught sight of several familiar faces through the car window. Unsurprisingly, she spotted Jiang Nansheng, clad in work trousers and a black patent leather-studded trench coat, with a short knitted tank top revealing a glimpse of her fair waist. Jiang Nansheng, carefree and bold, perched herself atop a deep gray Aston Martin. Jiang Wanyue's gaze sharpened. She recognized that vehicle from the Fu family's garage, a car that Fu Hanchuan had forbade her from even touching. Soon after, she noticed Fu Hanchuan himself, impeccably dressed in a suit, with Dudu solemnly trailing behind him like a miniature adult. The crowd gathered at the venue consisted of the elite offspring of the capital's supercar club. The appearance of the sun's rays captured their attention as the passenger door of the sun chariot lifted like a pair of wings. Shannon stepped out, prompting exclamations from the wealthy youths. So it was young Master Shan who purchased the sun chariot back then. You truly kept it under wraps. Jiang Nansheng craned her neck, eager to glimpse the person behind the wheel. This is the sun chariot, young Master Shan. Who is driving your car? Chapter 50. Fu's car wash service. Shannon replied, I am injured, so I specifically hired a professional driver. Upon seeing Shannon, Duda scurried behind Fu Hanchuan as if he were a mouse evading a cat. The race atop Zhengxiu Mountain, though an amateur event, was organized by the top-tier circle of the capital and featured the best facilities, rewards, and staff. The elite participants had invested hundreds of thousands to millions over the course of a year to modify their high-end racing cars, necessitating the presence of a professional driver to have any hope of finishing in the top 3. For these privileged youths, securing a ranking was a matter of pride, naturally, to feel a sense of involvement. These wealthy heirs often occupied the co-pilot seat, acting as navigators for the drivers. Jiang Wanyue recognized everyone present at Zhengxiu Mountain. However, after 7 years of marriage to Fu Hanchuan, she had never realized he would also participate in off-road racing. The crowd brimmed with curiosity about the driver of the sun chariot. Jiang Nansheng was the first to speak up. Young Master Shan, let your driver come down and greet us. Yet, Jiang Wanyue remained seated in the car, showing no inclination to exit. One wealthy young man called out, Young Master Shan, is your hired driver too high and mighty to acknowledge us? Shannon scoffed dismissively. Luna certainly looks down upon this rabble. The mention of Luna caused many to widen their eyes in disbelief, some even questioning whether they had misheard the previously lively conversation among participants. Spectators and staff abruptly fell silent, their expressions reflecting utter astonishment as they turned to Shannon and the sun chariot. What, young Master Shan, who did you say your professional driver is? The man squinted, his long lashes casting shadows beneath his eyes. Luna, there is only one in the racing world, the moon goddess in Roman mythology. Luna signifies the moon, and on the off-road racing circuit, this name is synonymous with legendary prowess. The elite youths buzzed with excitement. Incredible, young Master Shan, you splurged on the sun chariot and even brought the former owner along. No way, is Luna really in the car? What have I done to race alongside her? Duda looked up curious about the surrounding reactions to Is Luna a remarkable driver, a wealthy young man eagerly explained to Dudu. Luna set the best record for female drivers in international competitions. She emerged like a comet, invincible in her driving of the sun chariot. Why have I never heard of her before? Dudu, or racing enthusiast, was well versed in international events. Luna retired before you were born. The young man's eyes clouded with regret as he spoke. If she hadn't retired, perhaps. Alas, that she was like a shooting star, brilliantly streaking across the sky, yet fading in an instant. Dudu prodded, why did Luna retire? To return home and raise a family, I suppose. The wealthy young man lamented. A woman's career is fleeting. The investment in Luna by the Chasing Moon Club has become a cautionary tale in business schools. Duda struggled to grasp the latter half of the young man's words. He stretched his neck, gazing at the sun chariot. His interest in Luna piqued. If we could defeat Luna, she ought to come down and toast each of us in apology. Jiang Nansheng observed her comrades, noticing their excitement at the mention of Luna, and her smile grew increasingly frosty. In every racing event within the capital, Jiang Nansheng had always been the center of attention. While there had been other female drivers in the past, none had overshadowed her. Even if some female drivers were exceptionally talented, they either did not return for subsequent races or encountered accidents beforehand. Over the years, Jiang Nancheng had established herself as a well-known female racer within the circle. Upon Shenan's declaration of Luna's presence, Jiang Nancheng maintained a facade of amusement, concealing her disdain. How remarkable, the once top female driver in Huagua still believes she holds the crown. She won T-lose. Shenan's gaze swept over everyone present, pausing momentarily on Fu Hanchuan, his smile deepening. Not a single one of you stands a chance against her. Turning, he strode towards the sun chariot. Jiang Nancheng crossed her arms, calling after him, if Luna doesn't take first place, may I borrow the sun chariot for a spin? Noticing Shenan halt, Jiang Nancheng felt a surge of satisfaction. However, as Shenan turned, his handsome features suddenly grew cold, the mountain breeze causing goosebumps to rise on Jiang Nancheng's neck. A toad yawning. He couldn't even spare her a glance. What did you say? Jiang Nancheng didn't comprehend, as laughter erupted around her. Ha, young Master Shin, you've got quite the audacity. Shut your mouth. Jiang Nancheng kicked her foot towards her good friend. Shenan casually slipped his hand into his pants pocket, tilting his head towards Fu Hanchuan. And now that Luna is here, will President Fu increase the prize? The first place prize for this racing event was a Lamborghini Veneno valued at 80 million. Fu Hanchuan didn't mind Shenan leveraging Luna to extract more from him. If Luna secures first place, she may select 3 vehicles from my garage. The other wealthy young gentleman gasped in astonishment. Exclaiming, President Fu was quite generous, Shenan scoffed disdainfully, emitting a derisive snicker through his nostrils. 3 cars, plus a personal car wash service by President Fu himself. What do you think of that? Jiang Nancheng immediately defended Fu Hanchuan, stating, isn't that a bit excessive? Fu Hanchuan was acutely aware that Shenan was targeting him, yet he harbored his own intentions very well. He readily acquiesced to Shenan's conditions. Jiang Nancheng, alarmed, exclaimed, Hanchuan, how can you demean yourself by washing someone else's car? Fu Hanchuan strode purposefully towards his modified vehicle, the Black Hole. Shenan curled his lips in a smirk, turning to meet Jiang Wanyue's gaze, who was seated in the driver's seat of the Sun Crown. He vaguely discerned Jiang Wanyue giving him a thumbs-up. Clad in racing suits and equipped with communication headsets, Jiang Wanyue could hear Shenan's words directed at Fu Hanchuan. Jiang Nancheng followed closely beside Fu Hanchuan. Still lamenting Fu Hanchuan, he is utterly outrageous, he is humiliating you, how could you agree to such terms? As Fu Hanchuan settled into the driver's seat of the racing car, he recalled that it was Luna whom Fu Wancher had ardently idolized. Jiang Nancheng's impending words were stifled. She whispered, Luna has been retired for 5 or 6 years. Wancher admired her during her peak as the foremost female racer of Chinese descent. Fu Hanchuan remained silent. Donning the heavy racing helmet, though he did not dislike the adrenaline-fueled sport, he had resolutely turned away from anything that might provoke an adrenaline surge in his life. As the head of the Fu family, he needed to maintain clarity and rationality at all times. Aware of the addictive nature of racing, he had chosen to abstain. However, Fu Wancher adored the sport, particularly after Luna's emergence on the scene. Leading Fu Wancher to insist on taking Luna as her mentor, his free-spirited sister was able to pursue what he could not. Fu Hanchuan spent lavishly to modify a car capable of rivaling the Sun Crown. Intending to gift the Black Hole to Fu Wancher for her 18th birthday, tragically he was met with the lifeless body of Fu Wancher. From that moment forth, the Black Hole was sealed away in the garage. Until today's race, which coincidentally fell on Fu Wancher's birthday, Jiang Nancheng settled into the passenger seat, fastening her seatbelt with determination. She enthusiastically encouraged Fu Hanchuan, let us defeat Luna in this race, and show Wancher just how formidable her brother truly is. Chapter 51, Jiang Wanyue showcases her skills. Dudu becomes a fanboy. Fu Hanchuan harbored no particular obsession with winning or losing this race, he was not a professional driver. He drove the Black Hole on the track as a tribute to Fu Wancher's spirit. Shenan took the passenger seat of the Sun Crown. Noticing Jiang Wanyue gazing intently at the Black Hole, what's wrong? Shenan inquired. Jiang Wanyue blinked, her expression hidden beneath her helmet. I don't fancy that car. Shenan's voice was languid and carefree. If you secure first place, you can select 3 cars from Fu Hanchuan's garage. At that point, you can take the Black Hole and send it to the junkyard. Jiang Wanyue chuckled, the gloom that enveloped her dissipating entirely. Initially in the Fu family's garage, she found herself captivated by the Black Hole. Upon discovering the unlocked door, she entered the driver's seat. As she touched the interior, Fu Hanchuan yanked her out. At that time, she was pregnant with twins, her belly protruding as she plopped onto the ground. The man loomed over her, casting a condescending gaze, his icy demeanor constructing an impenetrable barrier around him. Don't dirty my car, Hanchuan, I am your wife. She wanted to argue that she possessed a certain understanding of racing, never anticipating that a modified supercar would be in the Fu family's garage. She felt elated to encounter a kindred spirit. When she beheld that car, she imagined it racing alongside the Sun Crown. After all, she was his wife. What was wrong with sitting in Fu Hanchuan's sports car within the Fu family garage? The Black Hole is worth far more than you, Jiang Wanyue. Do not let me catch you touching that car again, he coldly warned his wife. Fu Hanchuan locked the car door and walked past Jiang Wanyue. Showing no intention of helping her up, Jiang Wanyue raised her hand to brace herself against the car door, attempting to rise, but was met with a chilling aura that pierced through her. Akin to a sharp arrow. As she sat on the ground, Jiang Wanyue glanced back to see the man standing by the elevator, not straying far. He stood proudly in front of the elevator doors. His dominating presence still looming over Jiang Wanyue, her fingertips trembled, and she retracted her hand, suppressing the urge to reach out. Struggling, she placed one hand on her belly and the other on the ground. Exerting considerable effort to stand, I was just reviewing the route book. The racecourse is quite complex, and I might. Jiang Wanyue collected her thoughts and expressed her concerns, having not participated in off-road racing for 6 years. Racing differed from mathematics. While the latter allows for gradual contemplation, racing relies on instinctive reactions. A delay of even a millisecond could lead to catastrophic consequences. I will guide you through every curve. Forewarn you of each ascent and descent. Jiang Wanyue, as long as I am by your side, I will not let you lose. Shannon fastened his safety belt, and at the starting line, the preparatory lights for the race illuminated. With the countdown timer on the screen counting down, Jiang Wanyue's keen, contrasting gaze was fixed ahead as the horn sounded, and dozens of racing cars surged forth like tigers descending the mountain. The crowd erupted in cheers. Go daddy, go brother Shang. Duda waved his flags, cheering for them. The Sun Crown accelerated fiercely, the intense thrust feeling as if it would launch the occupants into the sky in less than 3 seconds. 2 cars simultaneously flanked the Sun Crown, evidently trying to force it off the track. In racing, even a moment's hesitation could render one unable to recover, yet, amidst the dual onslaught, if they did not decelerate, a collision was imminent. Jiang Nansheng sat calmly in Fu Hanchuan's car, a smirk playing on her lips as she observed the 2 racing cars closing in on the Sun Crown. The wealthy young competitors understood the importance of strategy. With so many participants, some cars had to be sacrificed for victory. Beneath the heavy helmet, Jiang Wanyue's clear eyes reflected no signs of tension or fear. She adeptly shifted gears, her right side wheels lifting off the ground. Shannon felt his vision heighten dramatically. He widened his eyes, his heart pounding with fervent echoes in his chest. This was a one-sided maneuver. The front and rear wheels on the right side of the racing car completely lifted off the ground. The entire vehicle racing forward at a 45-degree angle. The driver of one of the cars attempting to flank the Sun Crown felt a dark shadow envelop him. The wealthy young man in the passenger seat turned. Witnessing the ominous black chassis beside him, it resembled a monstrous beast lurking in the swamp, ready to devour them whole. The black tires spun ominously above their vehicle, like swords suspended overhead. They had entered the lion's den. With their car's roof perilously close to collision with the tires. Holy cow, oh my god, even though these affluent youths relished racing, they had never encountered such a spectacle. The previously raucous crowd collectively gasped in shock. This was the skill of stunt racing. How high must the driver's skills be to dare showcase such prowess amidst peril? The sight of the Sun Crown leaning sideways struck Duda's little worldview like a tidal wave. Goosebumps erupted across his skin, and he trembled uncontrollably, his dark eyes wide with astonishment. Meanwhile, as the racing car on Jiang Wanyue's side attempted to close in, the young master in the passenger seat also witnessed the Sun Crown's tilted roof and its raised wheels. Holy crap! The wealthy young man's mind went blank, instinctively urging him to retreat. If he pressed on against the Sun Crown, the tires it had lifted would crash onto the roof of another car. The consequences would not merely be a minor scrape. It would be catastrophic. This was a psychological battle, a game of cowardice. Faced with the specter of death, the 2 racing cars had no choice but to concede. They quickly retreated from the Sun Crown, which lowered its side tires and continued to race at full speed. The 2 cars that had failed to force the Sun Crown off were left far behind. And the young men in the passenger seats were still in shock, gasping for breath. Gong Xiao, are you alright? Gong Xiao was seated in the very car that had almost been crushed by the Sun Crown's tires. Damn it, I nearly wet myself. Under the threat of death, Gong Xiao's legs trembled uncontrollably, having lost all will to fight. Slumping in the passenger seat like a puddle of mud, Duda stood on the viewing platform. Still dazed from the shock imparted by the Sun Crown, the night breeze ruffled his small head, prompting him to snap back to reality. Duda lifted his gaze to the large screen, his eyes fixated on the Sun Crown. Glowing with admiration, was this the power of Luna, the foremost female driver of Huagua? In the wake of Luna's stunning display, the skills showcased by other professional racers paled in comparison. Dudu had completely forgotten that his father and Jiang Nansheng were also participating in the race. He hopped with excitement, cheering alongside those around him. Go Luna, Luna for the win. Chapter 52. He makes one wanna kiss him. A full throttle, left turn, the right 3, prepare for downhill, ease off the throttle. Although Jiang Wanyu endeavored to commit the off-road segments to memory through the route book. As a race car driver, there was scarcely time to contemplate amidst the whirlwind of speed. In such moments, Shannon became her brain knot. He issued concise and incisive commands, constructing a 3D model of the intricate off-road course in his mind. Like a master strategist surveying the chessboard, he directed Jiang Wanyu's course. Hanchuan, charge forth, Jiang Nansheng exclaimed, noticing Fu Hanchuan accelerating, her excitement palpable. The navigator's route book had long since slipped from her memory. Discarded somewhere, she occupied the passenger seat merely as Fu Hanchuan's companion. Fu Hanchuan did not require Jiang Nanshang's navigation, he had unwavering faith in his own judgment. He had also participated in planning and designing the racing venue alongside Zhong Xiushan. Possessing a deeper understanding of the complex terrain than anyone else, the black hole raced parallel to other cars situated in the second tier. As the Corona left them in its wake, the Corona executed an almost flawless U-turn on a wide bend. Fu Hanchuan's dark pupils widened in astonishment. He had witnessed the Corona's prowess on the track before. The previous owner of the Corona was remarkably discreet. Fu Hanchuan knew only that her name was Luna and that she was a female driver. Beyond that, even after conducting an investigation, he could uncover no further details about her appearance or background. He had never anticipated the day he would find himself in competition with the Corona. "Brother, you must recruit Luna into our team. I wish to learn from her." Fu Nuanxi's voice echoed in Fu Hanchuan's ears. However, when he sought Luna's contact information through intermediaries, he was met with the news of her impending retirement. Later, when the Corona was auctioned, Fu Hanchuan was present. He intended to acquire the Corona, but as soon as the bidding commenced, someone raised the stakes. As a businessman, even though he had a passion for racing, purchasing the Corona at a price exceeding market value was an unwise venture for him. He would not engage in a losing proposition. Thus, after raising his bid a few times, Fu Hanchuan withdrew from the competition for the Corona. To his surprise, the individual who ultimately secured the Corona was none other than Shinan, who, after 5 years, managed to invite the original owner, Luna, back to the racetrack. Shinan was indeed the formidable rival Fu Hanchuan had long wished to surpass. Once Fu Hanchuan set his sights on a goal, his speed intensified, and Jiang Nanshang sensed his newfound seriousness. The Corona had ignited within him a fierce competitive spirit, akin to a lion pursuing its prey across the vast wilderness. In the next moment, Fu Hanchuan's vehicle entered the blackout zone, a specially designated track in the off-road race where not a single light graced the path. Under the towering tree's canopy, not even a sliver of daylight could penetrate through the leaves. "Hanchuan, turn on the headlights," Jiang Nanshang urged, but Fu Hanchuan showed no intention of illuminating the way. A dozen vehicles entered the blackout zone, yet none activated their headlights. To do so would reveal their direction to their opponents. Fu Hanchuan had memorized every turn of this stretch of road, relying on his instincts as he pressed the accelerator in the impenetrable darkness. 300 meters right, 400 meters left. Left 3 over the hill, 300 meters after the hill, cut the corner. In the enveloping darkness where the path was invisible, Jiang Wanyu surrendered herself entirely to Shinan Bang, even through her helmet. Jiang Nanshang could hear the sounds of nearby collisions. In this pitch-black void, numerous cars were undoubtedly meeting with mishaps. A chill ran down her spine as she clutched her helmet, feeling as though she and Fu Hanchuan were trapped within a sealed cabin, surrounded by peril with no escape. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Corona, Jiang Wanyu's body seemed to meld with Shinan's mind, executing his commands without hesitation. Shinan mentally traversed the entire off-road segment, a smile playing at the corners of his lips as a glimmer of joy sparkled in his eyes. "The path ahead is clear, Luna, charge ahead." The Corona, racing at full speed in the darkness without headlights, placed its complete trust in Shinan and finally broke free from the shadows. Glimpsing the light ahead, the roar of engines grew louder, and the spectators waiting at the finish line craned their necks in anticipation. Once the race entered the blackout zone, the giant screen behind the audience was shrouded in darkness, creating a suspenseful atmosphere. No one knew which vehicle would emerge first from the blackout zone and re-enter the normal track. Duda stood on the railing, peering intently into the distance amid the chilly winds. Suddenly, a sleek black race car materialized before their eyes, and the screen flickered to life, prompting cheers and screams from the crowd. It was the Corona. Upon exiting the blackout zone, it secured the lead, followed closely by Fu Hanchuan's black hole. "Luna, Daddy," Dudu exclaimed, his voice cracking with excitement, fervently praying for his father and Luna to claim victory. As light illuminated Fu Hanchuan's jet-black pupils, the Corona loomed before him, igniting a fierce desire to win. He had maintained composure amidst the pressures of the business world, yet in the pursuit of the Corona, adrenaline surged within him, and he was wholly consumed by primal instincts. The facade of self-restraint was torn away, revealing a beast driven solely by the desire to seize its prey. However, they were less than 2 kilometers from the finish line. Whoosh! The Corona burst through the finish. The crowd erupted in applause, colorful streamers cascading like golden rain upon the vehicle. "Wow!" Duda gasped in awe, his heart solely captivated by the Corona. He clutched his chest, as if struck by a golden arrow, utterly enchanted by Luna and the Corona's triumph. The Corona had triumphed over the black hole. Luna had outperformed his father. From this day forth, Luna would forever remain an unattainable deity in his eyes. The black hole, driven by Fu Hanchuan, came to a halt by the roadside. He removed his helmet and unzipped his racing suit but lacked the strength to free himself from the seatbelt. Fu Hanchuan slumped against the seatback, gasping for breath. It felt as if someone had injected adrenaline into his chest. Even though the race had concluded, his blood still boiled, and the violent instincts within him clamored for battle and conquest. It had been a long time since he had experienced such exhilaration. Jiang Nansheng turned her head, only to find Fu Hanchuan drenched in sweat. His hair was soaked, sweat twisting it into strands clinging to his forehead. Beads of perspiration streamed down his chiseled features, cascading along his sculpted jawline. The man resembled an addict, his obsidian eyes shimmering with a mesmerizing hue, displaying a blend of joy and exhaustion. Jiang Nansheng had never witnessed him sweat so profusely, nor breathe so heavily. His breath was enchanting, and the air within the confined space became thick with heightened hormones. Jiang Nansheng felt her own pulse quicken as she beheld a Fu Hanchuan entirely transformed from the one she knew. Her gaze grew dreamy, captivated by his alluring presence, akin to a potent elixir that stirred an irresistible urge to kiss him. Unable to restrain herself, Jiang Nansheng leaned in closer, but a sudden gust of cold wind caused her to shiver. She snapped back to reality, realizing Fu Hanchuan had already opened the car door and exited. "Hanchuan," Jiang Nansheng called out. Unable to summon him back, she watched as the tall figure strode towards the Corona, helmet in hand. Chapter 53. It had been a long time since anyone had made his heart race so rapidly. When the Corona crossed the finish line, Jiang Wanyu remained momentarily dazed. Gripping the steering wheel, she struggled to process the moment. "Luna, you won." Jiang Wanyu turned in astonishment, seeing Shinan, who had removed his helmet, his captivating eyes sparkling with joy. He reached out and lifted Jiang Wanyu's helmet, her silky black hair cascading down like satin. Jiang Wanyu struggled to steady her breath after the exhilarating rush of extreme sports. She lifted her gaze to find Shinan's crystalline eyes reflecting only her image. "Luna, welcome back." In Shinan's eyes, she was a treasure. "You have always been the champion in my heart," Shinan asserted with unwavering certainty, still reveling in the exhilaration of their close encounter, his chest rising and falling rapidly as the cabin's temperature rose. Jiang Wanyu gazed at him, her expression earnest. "Since I first encountered the Corona, I've harbored a question. Shin, how did you know I am Luna?" Before Jiang Wanyu was recognized as a member of the Jiang family, she had been known as Lu Wanyu, and her racing license bore that name. She had always believed she had concealed her identity as a driver quite well. Shinan casually rested his left shoulder against the seat back, a charming smile gracing his lips. "Because I am the owner of the Chasing Moon Racing Club." Jiang Wanyu's eyes widened in revelation. "So it was you who recruited me into the Chasing Moon Racing Club?" "Indeed," he replied, his eyes narrowing playfully, a charming smile illuminating his face. Jiang Wanyu stared at Shinan in wonder. "You made me who I am as Luna." At the time Jiang Wanyu joined the club, she had one condition. She wanted the club to protect her privacy and not disclose her appearance or real name. She had not yet achieved fame, and female drivers in the racing world were scarce, leaving few willing to invest in her. It was the owner of the Chasing Moon Club who extended an olive branch to her. By then, Jiang Wanyu had already attained financial independence through the stock market, and to indulge her passion for racing, she invested all her earnings, ultimately crafting the invincible Corona. In her youthful exuberance, she devoted herself entirely to her dreams, loving each and everything with fervor. She believed that loving someone was similarly straightforward. As long as she loved passionately, there would be a resonance in return. Jiang Wanyu lowered her head, her soft ink-black hair cascading like a mist, obscuring the emotions on her face. "I'm sorry, you owe me nothing. There is no need to apologize. The Moon Chasing Club exists because of you. Without you, it ceases to exist. My choice to pursue you was merely to validate my discerning eye. Among the myriad of souls, you are the most extraordinary." However, Shinan's voice trailed off when he inscribed his name on Jiang Wanyu's retirement application. An uncontrollable wave of negative emotions surged within him, leaving his heart feeling hollowed. It was then that Shinan realized, in his youthful ignorance of love and hate, that by the time he recognized the stirrings of his heart, it was already too late. From that moment onwards, he could only conceal the moon deep within his heart. A knock on the window of the car broke the silence, and Jiang Wanyu looked up to see Fu Hanchuan standing by the door. As the window descended, she sat in the driver's seat, clad in a helmet, her bulky racing suit obscuring her figure. Fu Hanchuan regarded Jiang Wanyu with the intensity of a predator sizing up its prey. Though his breathing steadied, his heart raced with an unfamiliar fervor. It had been ages since anyone had made his heart race so fiercely, the swift flow of blood causing his veins to swell. Fu Hanchuan produced his business card, inscribing the Fu family address upon it, and extended it through the window. "Miss Luna, you are welcome to retrieve the car from the Fu residence at any time." Jiang Wanyu reached out, pinching the card between her fingers, but as Fu Hanchuan released his hold, the luxurious gold-embossed card slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground, collecting dust. The sight caused Fu Hanchuan to frown. A professional racer should not be unsteady with a mere card. At that moment, Duda dashed over, standing beside the car door, his eyes brimming with admiration. He clasped his hands earnestly and said, "Hello, Luna, I am Fu Gedu. I was in awe of your performance. May we get acquainted?" As a young master nurtured by the Fu family, accustomed to grand figures and spectacles, he felt his heart race in nervousness as he addressed Luna. However, the occupant within the car offered no response. "Luna," Dudu tiptoed, peering curiously into the vehicle. Jiang Nancheng emerged from the car, and upon seeing both Fu father and son at the door, a sense of crisis ignited within her. Striding forward, she exclaimed, "Luna, right? It's a pleasure to finally meet you. I hear you ride heavy motorcycles as well. I'm also a rider. How about a friendly competition, just the two of us, having lost to Luna?" Jiang Nansheng was determined to reclaim victory for Fu Hanchuan. She knew Luna was a professional racer, but she presumed that Luna's motorcycle skills did not reach a professional level. Moreover, after the cross-country race, Luna's stamina would be significantly depleted. Jiang Nansheng believed her chances of winning against Luna were substantial. The woman in the car remained unresponsive. Jiang Nansheng, feeling dissatisfied, insisted, "Don't be so aloof, you came here. So let us have some fun." Dudu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Luna can ride motorcycles too." His admiration for her intensified. Jiang Nansheng smirked, knowing that if Luna were to lose to her, Dudu's attention would shift back to her. Fu Hanchuan lowered his gaze to the business card lying at his feet. A woman, oblivious to the world, had been cherished by Shinan, leading her to forget herself. "I'll give you $1 million if you accompany Nansheng for a round," he proposed, accustomed to wielding his wealth to conquer all. Jiang Wanyue nearly laughed aloud. Had Fu Hanchuan truly reached such depths of indulgence for Jiang Nansheng? The man produced his phone, displaying a payment QR code. Urging Jiang Wanyue to scan it, ignoring him, she leaned toward Shinan, whispering a few words into his ear. Fu Hanchuan's brow furrowed at their intimate exchange. After listening to Jiang Wanyue, Shinan nodded and addressed Fu Hanchuan. "Luna has agreed to participate in the motorcycle race. Should she win, this gender-ambiguous individual must dismount and run back to the finish line, covering the distance by which he lost to Luna." "Who is gender-ambiguous?" Jiang Nansheng seethed, exhaling sharply as she turned her ire towards Jiang Wanyue. "Hey, take off your helmet and look properly." "I'm oh man." Jiang Nansheng reached into the car window, attempting to remove Jiang Wanyue's helmet. Shinan's gaze sharpened, and he pressed the button to close the car door. The window rose swiftly, pinching Jiang Nansheng's arm. "Ah!" she shrieked, her face flushing a deep crimson. The window lowered once more, and Shinan leaned against the driver's seat, his expression steely, clearly adopting a protective stance over Jiang Wanyue. "Uncultured wretch," Shinan rebuked without restraint, causing Jiang Nansheng to tremble, intimidated by the aura he exuded. Instinctively she took a step back, clutching her injured arm, her eyes reddening as she turned to Fu Hanchuan, seeking his support. After a harrowing experience, Fu Hanchuan found himself craving a cigarette. He lit one, the glowing ember casting a crimson hue against his chiseled features, lending him an air of reckless charm. "Do you wish to challenge her?" Fu Hanchuan queried Jiang Nansheng, willing to wager. Jiang Nansheng flicked her wrist, declaring, "Fine, I'll compete with her, Luna, if you lose to me. You must dismount and crawl to the finish line." Jiang Wanyue swung open the car door and stepped out. "Agreed." To avoid Fu Hanchuan and Jiang Nansheng recognizing her voice, she spoke in English. Altering her tone and cadence, Duda lifted his little face, staring blankly at Jiang Wanyue's silhouette. He scratched the back of his head and murmured, "Mommy." He had heard Jiang Wanyue speak in English before. Chapter 54, One-Sided Domination. Someone went down on their knees upon hearing Dudu's words. Jiang Nansheng couldn't help but chuckle dismissively, while Fu Hanchuan paid little heed to his son's remark. Duda stared in disbelief at Luna's retreating form, convinced it must be a figment of his imagination. Mistaking Luna for his overly dramatic mother was an affront to her, as several wealthy youths overheard Jiang Nansheng's challenge to Luna for a motorcycle race. They eagerly began to promote their own bikes to her. "Luna, ride my bike. Luna, take mine." The affluent youths surrounding her were all familiar to Jiang Wanyue. She knew that if she removed her helmet, their enthusiasm would wane. They were close friends of Jiang Nansheng, and upon her return to the Jiang family at 18, they had regarded her with hostility. However, after she became Mrs. Fu, it was expected that they would show her some courtesy for Fu Hanchuan's sake. Yet Fu Hanchuan's attitude dictated their treatment of Jiang Wanyue. As Jiang Nansheng wheeled her prized motorcycle out, she noticed her former friends gathered around Luna, and her eyes turned to slits filled with animosity. Confident in her riding skills, Jiang Nansheng was now a well-known female rider online, and since Luna was riding someone else's bike, she felt her chances of winning were even greater. She glanced up toward the spectator stand, where a girl gestured to her. Jiang Nansheng nodded in acknowledgement, her eyes shimmering with pride. In 10 minutes she would dethrone Luna. Jiang Wanyue's gaze drifted over the crowd until it landed on Shinan, who was pushing a modified motorcycle toward her. He glanced at the sleek black machine and said, "Use this." Jiang Wanyue approached, noticing a crescent moon painted on one side of the bike. Her heart skipped a beat. Had this bike been custom-made for her? Quickly dismissing her sentimental thoughts, she thanked Shinan. "The prize money will be divided 70-30. I'll take 30." Shinan chuckled, "If you win, it will be the best tribute to both me and this motorcycle." He lightly patted the seat, adding, "I named it Moonchaser." The moon-chasing racing club of yore was no longer in existence. In his spare time, he had meticulously crafted this heavy motorcycle by hand. He had once sat on the ground, carefully etching the moon he held in his heart onto the bike's frame. Originally, he believed this motorcycle would remain hidden in the garage, never to see the light of day. Now, he would let the moon shine brightly for all to witness its brilliance. A tempest of emotions surged within Jiang Wanyue's throat. She mounted the motorcycle, joining Jiang Nansheng at the starting line. Dudu excitedly dashed to the viewing area, standing alongside Fu Hanchuan. Daddy, who do you think will win, Brother Sheng or Luna? Dudu's question went unanswered by Fu Hanchuan, who remained silent. Dudu continued, I hope both Brother Sheng and Luna win. Before long, Dudu's voice was drowned out by the blaring horn signaling the start of the race. Jiang Wanyue and Jiang Nanqing took off from the starting line, engaging in a head-to-head competition purely based on speed. Their small racing track spanned 3.6 kilometers per lap, and they would race 3 laps to determine the victor. At the onset of the race, Jiang Nanqing, familiar with the course, gained a slight lead. On the track atop Zhangjiashan, Jiang Nanqing had raced for the past 2 to 3 years, while Jiang Wanyue was experiencing it for the very first time. Moreover, Jiang Nanqing was piloting her own motorcycle, one she had long mastered, whereas Jiang Wanyue had only just begun to acclimatize to her new bike during the race. A triumphant smirk curled at the corners of Jiang Nanqing's lips as she cast a glance in the rearview mirror. The so-called top female racer of Huagua, Luna, was nothing extraordinary. Tonight, she would surpass Luna, and by tomorrow, her name would echo through the land. As the first curve approached, whoosh, a sleek black motorcycle effortlessly soared past Jiang Nanqing, creating a considerable distance between them. Jiang Nanqing was taken aback. How had Luna gained such a lead in the blink of an eye? She pushed her motorcycle to its limits, desperately trying to catch up. Yet with each subsequent bend the gap only widened. Holy smokes, Luna navigated the turns without losing speed. Incredible, this was her first time on this racing circuit, and she hadn't even had a warm-up. This was the prowess of Huagua's premier female racer. It was terrifying. Jiang Nanqing felt her back teeth grind. No matter how hard she tried, she could not overtake Jiang Wanyue. Her only hope now lay with her friends. From the stands, a plastic water bottle plummeted from above, crashing onto the track. At such high speeds, even a small stone protruding from the surface could spell disaster. As the heavy motorcycle roared past, the audience instinctively braced for the inevitable. Jiang Wanyue's bike would surely crush that bottle, resulting in catastrophe. Even if the bottle didn't obstruct her path, it would pose a distraction, forcing Jiang Wanyue to slow down. When there was still about 3 meters to the bottle, the heavy motorcycle suddenly tilted 30 degrees to the side. Jiang Wanyue reached down and snatched the bottle off the ground. The spectators were momentarily stunned. And then, with a resounding crash, the bottle was hurled into a large trash bin outside the track. As the racer sped away, realization dawned on the crowd about what Jiang Wanyue had just accomplished. Holy moly, some were so astonished they slapped their foreheads, mouths agape as if they could swallow a goose egg. Others felt their legs weaken, nearly kneeling in reverence to Luna. My goodness, what did I just witness? Replay, quick replay, the wealthy young men shouted, while the control room staff played the footage captured by high-speed cameras along the track, now at a slower pace on the big screen. Damn, I lack the words to express how impressive that was. What a masterful maneuver, executing a lean while simultaneously tossing the bottle. Is this truly something a human can accomplish? Luna, the goddess, I want to learn how to toss water bottles at high speeds. The race continued, and no one paid any further attention to Jiang Nanqing. Even her staunch supporters were now cheering enthusiastically for Jiang Wanyue. Duda stood beside Fu Hanchuan, his mouth wide open in disbelief. He glanced up at the big screen, where Luna had completely distanced herself from Jiang Nanqing. The high-speed cameras focused solely on Luna, leaving Jiang Nanqing out of the frame. Duda jolted back to reality. Hearing the deafening cheers from the crowd, Luna, Luna, he too jumped up, shouting at the top of his lungs, disregarding his hoarseness. Luna, Luna, damn it, Jiang Nanqing was about to grind her back teeth to dust. She could no longer see Luna at all. Jiang Nanqing had participated in numerous racing competitions, including various amateur events in the capital, and her countless victories had given her the confidence to challenge Luna. Yet she never anticipated that this four-wheel professional racer could so easily leave her in the dust on 2 wheels. Moreover, during their race Luna had the energy to perform motorcycle stunts. Whoosh, a shadow zipped past Jiang Nanqing. Underneath her helmet, her pupils dilated as her breath hitched. She was a whole lap behind Luna. Chapter 55. Do you want to be my daddy's wife? After years of riding motorcycles, this was the first time Jiang Nanqing felt utterly powerless. Realizing the vast chasm separating her from Luna, this was a one-sided domination by Luna over Jiang Nanqing. Dudu had been watching Luna for quite some time before finally noticing Jiang Nanqing. With arms crossed and cheeks puffed out in discontent, he remarked, "Shenggu, you're so slow, turtle speed." Fu Hanchuan, seated in a chair clad in a heavy racing suit, which hung open to reveal his robust chest rising and falling with each breath, kept his keen gaze fixed on Luna. No one had ever commanded his attention in such a manner. Perhaps it was the allure of extreme sports that rendered him unable to look away. Jiang Wanyue completed 3 laps first, halting at the finish line to signal to Shinan. Shinan instructed someone to contact the staff at the control room. The staff's voice rang in Jiang Nanqing's ear. "Miss Jiang, Luna has finished the race. Please adhere to our previous agreement and dismount." Running on foot to the finish line, Jiang Nanqing trailed Jiang Wanyue by a lap and a half, meaning she had nearly 5 kilometers to run. Yet Jiang Nanqing paid no heed to the staff's words. She refused to stop, continuing to ride. Unbeknownst to her, the staff's announcement echoed throughout the venue. The audience began to chant, get off the bike. Get off the bike, a bet is a bet, how sly, do you think that riding a little longer will spare you from running? Jiang Nanqing's friends, seated among the audience, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them as they heard the crowd's jeers. A wealthy young man rushed to the control room, contacting Jiang Nanqing through a special channel. Jiang Nanqing, stop the bike, everyone is cursing you. Jiang Nanqing froze momentarily, finally stopping her motorcycle and removing her helmet. Only to be bombarded by the audience's relentless shouts, crashing over her like a tidal wave. Can't take a loss, hup, get off the bike, you have the guts to challenge Luna but not to admit defeat? Instantly Jiang Nanqing's face flushed a deep crimson. She had hoped that by riding a few extra seconds, she could reduce the distance she would have to to make her dismount and run to the finish line was simply too humiliating. However, the wager she had made with Luna was now public knowledge. If she did not use her own legs to reach the finish line, she would be scorned and derided by all. Damn it, Jiang Nanqing was so furious she slammed her helmet onto the ground through her Bluetooth earpiece. She contacted the staff in the control room. Luna's motorcycle is superior to mine, that's why I lost. Her close friends, standing at the control room, urged her, a loss is a loss. Jiang Nanqing, what is the big deal about running a bit? You lost to the legendary female racer of Huagua, there is no shame in that. Jiang Nanqing felt utterly humiliated. What did running a bit even mean? She still had 4 kilometers to go. She refused to embarrass herself by trudging to the finish line. Jiang Nanqing slowly pushed her motorcycle forward. Though this counted as accepting her defeat, pushing such a heavy bike for 4 kilometers soon left her breathless and disheveled. As Jiang Wanyue dismounted, she turned to see Fu Hanchuan and Dudu approaching her. Dudu dashed towards her, beaming, Luna, how are you so amazing? Do you have kids? Being your child must be incredibly happy. If I were Luna's child, I would be over the moon. Luna, my daddy is a big CEO. Do you want to be my daddy's wife? Jiang Wanyue looked at Dudu through her helmet. After raising him for 5 years, Dudu had never regarded her with such admiration. Within 3 days, come to the Fu residence to pick up the car. Fu Hanchuan's voice cut through the air, his deep, inky eyes filled with keen interest in Luna. If Luna does not personally come to the Fu family's garage to collect the car, our wager is null and void. A smile tugged at the corners of Jiang Wanyue's lips as she suppressed her laughter. Her ex-husband remained as domineering as ever. Fu Hanchuan was a man who played by his own rules. And everyone was obliged to comply. Black Hole, Bugatti Chiron, Aston Martin Valkyrie. Jiang Wanyue articulated the names of the cars she desired in English, the 3 most expensive vehicles in Fu Hanchuan's garage. In an instant, the man's gaze sharpened, as though he could pierce through the helmet obscuring Jiang Wanyue's face. How do you know that my garage contains a Chiron and a Valkyrie? Fu Hanchuan's aura was overwhelmingly commanding. Had it been anyone else, they would have quaked in fear. However, after being around him for so long, Jiang Wanyue was no longer affected by his low-pressure demeanor. If Mr. Fu can create a racing car as perfectly designed as the Black Hole, then you must be a true car enthusiast. I merely guessed that these 2 high-performance supercars are in your garage, Mr. Fu. Would you be willing to part with them? Luna's reasoning seemed sound. As a professional racer, she could deduce the types of cars in Fu Hanchuan's garage with just a guess, yet, the man's gaze remained intensely fixed on Luna. You know me well. He felt an inexplicable sense that he and Luna were already acquainted. Fu Hanchuan yearned to remove her helmet and see what kind of woman she truly was beneath the racing gear. You may come to the Fu residence to collect the car at your convenience within 3 days. He wished for a private meeting with Luna, eager to unveil the woman behind the helmet and racing suit. Jiang Wanyue exhibited no trepidation in his presence. Now, can President Fu hand me the key to the Black Hole? She inquired in English, her voice transmitted through the helmet, sounding slightly different from her usual tone. Yet, before her stood the man who was her husband, alongside their son, bound to her by blood. The very individuals who had once been closest to her had so thoroughly neglected her that they could no longer even distinguish Jiang Wanyue's voice. Gradually she had learned how to engage in a battle of wits with Fu Hanchuan. Fu Hanchuan was akin to a ravenous wolf. She understood that her current actions were tantamount to snatching food from the jaws of a tiger. He retrieved the key to the Black Hole and tossed it casually. The oval key traced a perfect arc through the air before landing in Jiang Wanyue's hand. The Black Hole was crafted for Fu Hanchuan. And if Fu Hanchuan were to know that the racing driver she idolized, Luna, was behind the wheel of the Black Hole racing across the track, it would surely bring her some solace. Shannon approached and stood beside Jiang Wanyue. Fu Hanchuan's brow furrowed instantly. An expression of displeasure etched across his features as he found Shannon's presence next to Luna quite irksome. Jiang Wanyue handed the car key to Shannon, instructing him to send the Black Hole to the repair shop. She spoke in a tone audible to Fu Hanchuan, dismantle the Black Hole and sell it for parts. The Black Hole's production cost exceeded that of the Corona, yet it lacked any notoriety. No collector would be willing to purchase such an extravagant vehicle, thus, it would have to be dismantled piece by piece to realize its value. Jiang Wanyue estimated that the engine alone could fetch several million. A chilling aura enveloped Fu Hanchuan's face. You intend to destroy the Black Hole, President Fu. A wager is a wager. Jiang Wanyu and Shenan's voices harmonized in unison, both uttering the same phrase. Jiang Wanyu's heart skipped a beat. During the race, their minds had synchronized with a shared frequency, and it appeared this connection had not yet dissipated. Beneath the skin on Fu Hanchuan's temples, veins throbbed. He yearned to tear Shenan's lips apart. Shenan, with his extraordinarily handsome visage, beamed with delight as he turned his head to address those following him. A staff member approached, offering Fu Hanchuan a bucket and cloth for washing the car. President Fu, this is what you'll need for washing your car shortly. The staff member dared not draw close to Fu Hanchuan. For Joyam, this man resembled a tiger baring its fangs. The staff member squatted a meter away from Fu Hanchuan, placing the bucket on the ground and sliding it toward him before swiftly retreating. Fu Hanchuan chuckled, readily agreeing. I would be delighted to service the Corona. Who said you were washing the Corona? Jiang Wanyu and Shenan chimed in unison once more, exchanging glances, their thoughts aligning once again. Fu Hanchuan inhaled deeply, pondering the situation. The more he gazed at Shenan, the more unsettled he felt. Chapter 56. Luna removes her helmet, revealing Jiang Wanyu's face. Shin Shao, which car do you think President Fu should wash? Jiang Wanyu's voice carried a hint of playful mockery. Confident that Shenan would not disappoint her, Shenan instructed the staff to bring over the car President Fu wished to wash. A garbage truck slowly approached. Only a handful of spectators had departed the stands, with the majority still seated, curiously peering in the direction of Luna. They remained because Luna had not left. As the dirty garbage truck drew near, the audience craned their necks to observe the spectacle. At this moment, a staff member at the control panel received a note and announced into the microphone, according to our prior agreement, Luna has won the championship. Our esteemed President Fu, in addition to gifting Luna 3 cars, will also transform into a car washer, providing personal car washing services. The staff member's voice was amplified through the $1 million sound system. Tonight, President Fu will wash a garbage truck for Luna. Let's all give a round of applause for President Fu. After delivering this announcement, the staff member wiped his forehead, feeling the pressure. The Shin family was a long-standing prominent family in the capital, and he could not afford to offend the Fu family. Internally, he muttered, for every grievance, there is a debtor. If President Fu is angry, let him seek Shin Shao. Please spare this humble worker. The staff member stirred the atmosphere, prompting the audience to clap in unison. Thus, Fu Hanchuan found himself thrust into the limelight, with the large screen in the stands broadcasting the entire process of him washing the garbage truck. Meanwhile, Jiang Nanshang was still pushing her motorcycle toward the finish line. She regretted having to push it. Had she run, she could have reached the finish in just over 20 minutes, yet here she was, struggling with the motorcycle while clad in heavy riding gear, her gait becoming increasingly awkward. Let us go, Shenan suggested. It stinks here. Fu Hanchuan interpreted Shenan's words as an indirect insult. Jiang Wanyu had no interest in watching Fu Hanchuan wash the car. If he were to refuse in front of so many people, he would only become a laughingstock. Thus, Jiang Wanyu departed with Shenan. Goodbye, Luna, Dudu called out, reluctant to part. Jiang Wanyu did not turn back. She climbed into the Corona. As the Corona exited the racetrack, Jiang Nanshang attempted to leave the circuit, only to be stopped by Shenan's personnel. The staff member called out through the microphone, Miss Jiang, you have 2 kilometers left. Let's cheer for Jiang Nanshang. Once again, Jiang Nanshang found herself under the scrutinizing gaze of the audience, and she immediately raised her hand to cover her face, feeling utterly embarrassed to be the only one still trudging along the track. Her feet had developed blisters. Before the race, she had boasted about letting Luna sprint to the finish. However, the reality was that if she continued at this pace, she would have to crawl across the finish line. Fu Hanchuan summoned someone to assist him in washing the garbage truck. He did not intend to dirty his own hands, and no one dared to lift him up. Fu Hanchuan observed the washing process, which was the greatest compromise he had made. As Fu Hanchuan departed from Zhongshu Mountain, Jiang Nansheng collapsed in defeat at the finish line, tears streaming down her face. Fu Hanchuan returned home with Dudu, who mimicked the sound of an engine, hands gripping an imaginary steering wheel. The night was deep, yet Dudu remained exuberant. Daddy, you forgot to get Luna's contact information, but it's okay, Luna will come to our house to pick up the car, right? Then I can see Luna again. Dudu was coaxed to sleep by the maid. Fu Hanchuan lingered in the bathroom for a full 50 minutes, ensuring that he no longer bore the scent of garbage before grabbing a towel to dry himself. He lay on the bed, and in his dreams, the deafening roar of racing engines filled the air. He was behind the wheel, with Luna seated on his lap. The friction of fabric and quickened breaths accompanied the out-of-control speed of the racing car on the track. Suddenly, Luna removed her helmet, her dark hair cascading like a waterfall, enveloping his wildly beating heart. With one hand resting on the back of the driver's seat, she leaned forward, revealing Jiang Wanyu's delicate visage. Flushed with color. Boom! Fu Hanchuan abruptly opened his eyes, lying on the bed, staring at the ceiling, breathing heavily. He was in a state of shock, as if he had just awoken from a nightmare. He sat upright, filled with regret over such an absurd dream. Suddenly, he realized something and threw off the covers. Chapter 57, Youthful ignorance of a wife's worth. In an instant, his face flushed crimson. As if he might bleed from embarrassment, damn, Fu Hanchuan momentarily forsook his composure and cursed. He bolted from the bed and entered the bathroom. The sound of rushing water drowned out his somewhat steadied breaths. He was no longer a naive youth. He thought he had long since outgrown such fluttering sensations, especially since his son was already independent, yet here he was, still drawing maps under the covers. Fu Hanchuan closed his eyes, allowing the water to wash away his tense expression. The bizarre scenes from his dream lingered, and he wished to forget them. Did he truly lack female companionship? After dreaming of Luna, he found himself envisioning Jiang Wanyu's face. Fu Hanchuan scoffed. The absurdity of it all was beyond belief. Before long, the day of the ALI mathematics competition finals arrived. The ALI group had established a small examination venue at Jing University and was live-streaming the entire competition online. In response to public skepticism regarding the fairness of the ALI mathematics competition, they aimed to demonstrate what true impartiality entailed. Additionally, from a long-term perspective, the ALI group sought to leverage the live stream's popularity to amplify the competition's influence. Jiang Wanyu disembarked from Lu Fang's off-road vehicle. Having just accompanied him to drop off Zuozhuo at school. Liu Fang then took her to Jing University. The grand marble sign of Jing University loomed before her, prompting Jiang Wanyu to reflect on how she had never anticipated returning when she left the campus. "There's no need to see me off," she said, turning back to wave at Lu Fang before taking a deep breath. "Divorce is truly wonderful." Jiang Wanyu strode confidently into Jing University. Liu Fang remained rooted in place. Like a statue, observing Jiang Wanyu's retreating figure, she wore a long, nude-colored trench coat paired with a black knee-length skirt and short boots, complemented by a wool diamond-patterned scarf draped over her shoulders and a felt painter's hat atop her head. Jiang Wanyu grasped a laptop bag as she walked alongside other Jing University students, exuding a vibrant energy. Liu Fang crossed his arms over his chest, clad in a light gray short-sleeved shirt. Unbothered by the cold, his strong legs encased in gray camouflage cargo pants, his physique was indeed imposing, resembling a small mountain, with distinctly sculpted muscles that bulged beneath the fabric of his clothing. Drawing the gaze of many onlookers up behind Lu Fang, several meters away, a discreet black Cayenne was parked by the roadside. As the window lowered, it revealed Shinan's handsome visage, as radiant as jade, with the winter sunlight cascading down to the tips of his elongated eyelashes. One hand rested casually on the edge of the window as he gazed toward the entrance of Jing University. Jiang Wanyu, unaware that others were also watching her enter the university, made her way toward the Gezelu building, where she could see a considerable gathering of people in the elevated lobby from afar. A young man noticed Jiang Wanyu and immediately tapped Fang Weian on the shoulder. Fang Weian turned to see Jiang Wanyu approaching. The vibrant ginkgo leaves underfoot forming a golden carpet, her features were picturesque, her oval face enveloped in a soft, luminous aura. Snap back to reality. Fang Weian's eyes darkened with a tinge of melancholy. At that moment, Jiang Qiming emerged between them, warmly greeting Jiang Wanyu. "Wanyu, it's been a while," he said, displaying a familiarity that belied the fact that during Jiang Wanyu's 7 years married to Fu Hanchuan, their conversations could be counted on one hand. Jiang Qiming's appearance was rather ordinary. He wore silver-rimmed glasses and sported a buzz cut, exuding an air of straightforwardness, with a smile full of goodwill. He reassured her. "Wanyu, don't be nervous, the examination room is equipped with cameras, and various officials will be overseeing the proceedings. Just treat it like a regular test." After a brief pause, he added, "I truly admire you. After 5 years away from school, you still have the courage to participate in a national-level competition." Jiang Wanyu smiled, yet her black and white eyes were as cold as a lake. "I admire you too. In 5 years, you've soared to the position of a candidate for dean." Jiang Qiming humbly waved his hand. "Oh, it's nothing now. I have no intention of competing for the deanship. I'm merely on the candidate list to fill the numbers." Jiang Wanyu cautioned him. "Mr. Jiang, your path ahead may not be so smooth." Unbeknownst to her outwardly calm demeanor, Jiang Wanyu's heart seethed with a desire for vengeance against the perpetrator who had stolen her academic achievements. She longed to see Jiang Qiming face justice, erasing every word that did not belong to him. Jiang Qiming regarded Jiang Wanyu with an innocent expression, relishing in showcasing his pure and harmless demeanor. He opened his mouth to speak again, but Jiang Wanyu brushed past him, her coldness akin to a sharp gleaming blade, deterring any approach. He turned to watch her slender silhouette as it vanished from view. Once she was completely out of sight, Jiang Qiming adjusted his glasses with a finger, thoughts swirling in his mind how enticing it would be to strip her of her skirt and pin her against the staircase. Her screams echoing throughout the corridor, the 10 or so young men standing with him were instantly lost in lascivious fantasies at the vivid imagery Jiang Qiming had conjured. Fang Weian snickered. "Jiang Wanyu is indeed beautiful, but she has borne 2 children. Her body has loosened to the point that an entire hand could fit inside." Laughter erupted among the others. In the illustrious halls of the capital's highest institution, they were the cream of the crop, the pride of their respective hometowns, blessed with intelligence and promising futures. Yet in that fleeting moment, the facade of brilliance shattered, revealing a decay beneath. Weian, you don't understand the charm of a married woman. The moment you loosen your belt, she knows to arch her back. Jiang Wanyue must possess some unique qualities, otherwise my little brother would have no interest in the wild flavors outside of Fengwei and huffed disdainfully. The ALI group and the entire media have elevated her to a level known by all. Once the final results are announced, she will surely plummet from her heights and be utterly crushed. At that point, we can employ some methods to let Professor Jiang experience just how marvelous Jiang Wanyue truly is. Jiang Qiming straightened his expensive suit jacket, retracting his neck slightly to revert to his unassuming appearance. However, the thick lenses of his glasses distorted his features into something grotesque. In the examination room, numerous cameras were aimed at each participant. To cultivate a celebrity effect, the ALI group had also initiated individual live streams for each contestant. As the broadcast commenced, over 100,000 viewers flooded into Jiang Wanyue's livestream. With her looks, I'd give her a 97. Don't ask me why, while waiting at a red light on my motorcycle. I took off my helmet just to see her face clearly and lost 3 points. Sister, you're so beautiful. Oh, why is the screen dirty? Let me lick it clean. Let me perform a spell for you. Dancing around the fire, the gold medal belongs to Jiang Wanyue. The gold medal belongs to Jiang Wanyue. Chapter 58. That vixen Luna has bewitched you to the point that you no longer recognize your own mother. In the Fu Corporation's president's office, after Secretary Yan finished reporting to Fu Hanchuan, he placed the iPad at his side. After a moment of inner turmoil, he couldn't resist mentioning President Fu. Today is the final day of the ALA group's mathematics competition. Fu Hanchuan, seated in his office chair and just having signed a document, twirled a $1 million Montblanc pen between his fingers. His chiseled features betrayed no hint of emotion. Are you particularly concerned about my ex-wife? The moment he spoke, a chill enveloped Secretary Yan, who lowered his head beneath the weight of Fu Hanchuan's unspoken authority following each ALI mathematics competition. The Fu Corporation would extend opportunities to the top 20 contestants. If Jiang Wanyue were fortunate enough to secure a position in the top 20, Secretary Yan couldn't help but imagine the scenario of Jiang Wanyue working alongside Fu Hanchuan. If she truly entered the Fu Corporation, he would have to prepare the staff in advance to avoid any missteps with Jiang Wanyue. Fu Hanchuan's tone remained indifferent. If she makes the top 20, it merely indicates she possesses some ability. We can extend her an offer. As for whether she can smoothly transition into the Fu Corporation, that depends on my mood at the time. A hint of mockery colored his words. Jiang Wanyue had signed up for the ALI mathematics competition precisely to prove herself to him. During their marital discord, she yearned for him to recognize her worth. Silently pleading for the continued love of her husband in SON.as, this thought crossed his mind. A flicker of ruthlessness passed through his eyes, once he reclaimed Jiang Wanyue's status as Mrs. Fu. No matter how she attempted to assert her presence before him, he would never look back at her again. Just then, Fu Hanchuan's phone rang out. He glanced at the screen to find it was a call from Grandma Fu. Furrowing his brows, he chose to answer. The next moment, her voice echoed in his ear. Hanchuan, have you looked over the profiles of the eligible young ladies I sent you? Do you have anyone you fancy? We can arrange a meeting with them this weekend. Ever since he and Jiang Wanyue had officially divorced, Grandma Fu had been bustling about, eager to set Fu Hanchuan up on blind dates. She had sent several profiles of affluent young ladies to his email, which Fu Hanchuan had never bothered to open. Mother, mind your own affairs and stop meddling in mine. Fu Hanchuan's tone was frigid, but Grandma Fu was undeterred, immediately retorting, I'm not just setting you up for your sake, but for Dudu as well. Dudu is only 5. Do you want him to grow up without a mother? Her son, lacking any sense of human warmth, was infuriating. I have things to attend to. I'm hanging up. Grandma Fu pressed on, her voice urgent. Hanchuan, who is Luna? Is she from the capital? Fu Hanchuan paused for a moment, a strange glint passing through his dark eyes as he recalled the astonishingly vivid dream he had before. His well-tailored collar accentuated the sharpness of his Adam's apple as it moved slightly. Did Fu Gita mention Luna to you? He quickly deduced how Grandma Fu had come to know the name. Dudu told me he wants Luna to be his mother. Grandma Fu was growing increasingly anxious, her displeasure evident. Is Luna a foreigner? Dudu also said Luna is some kind of race car driver. Oh dear, why is he always associating with such dubious characters? Can't you keep a tighter rein on your son? A race car driver is a legitimate profession. Is Luna not from a prominent family? Hanchuan, you cannot allow Dudu to continue seeing Luna. My grandson must not be led astray. Fu Hanchuan's displeasure simmered. Mother, have you time traveled from the Qing dynasty? Grandma Fu didn't quite grasp his words. Put your brain in a museum. It's a relic of the past. Finally understanding that Fu Hanchuan was mocking her for being antiquated, a chill ran through her. It was evident that this Luna held a unique place in Fu Hanchuan's heart. He had never spoken about any woman with such fervor. Enraged, Grandma Fu exclaimed, how can you speak to me like this? That vixen Luna has bewitched you to the point that you no longer recognize your own mother. Hasn't she? Before Grandma Fu could finish her tirade, Fu Hanchuan hung up the phone. He tossed his mobile device onto the desk, the cold aura emanating from his handsome visage capable of freezing 3 feet of water. It was better for Grandma Fu not to mention Luna at all. The mere mention stirred a cauldron of doubt within him. Previously, on Zhongxiu Mountain, he had instructed Luna to come to the Fu residence to retrieve her vehicle within 3 days. Yet 3 days had passed, and Luna had not shown up at all. Aside from Shinan, no one could get in touch with Luna. He instructed his secretary to sell the Knight's Voice and Valkyrie in his garage. Secretary Yan found it difficult to comprehend, Mr. Fu, why the sudden desire to sell the cars. Moreover, both vehicles were limited edition luxury cars. Merely seeing these 2 sports cars in the garage would leave Secretary Yan utterly awestruck. Fu Hanchuan's expression was grim. He would not divulge the reason for his actions to Secretary Yin. Furthermore, make sure to publicize that I intend to sell these 2 cars. He was forcing Luna to appear. If she did not show up before Fu Hanchuan, she would forever lose the opportunity to possess these 2 vehicles. At Jing University, it was noon, with 5.5 hours remaining until the finals concluded. Jiang Wanyue clicked submit on her computer. She raised her hand towards the invigilator, announcing, I have submitted my paper. As soon as she spoke, all the participants' attention turned towards her. The invigilator was taken aback. What, are you certain you wish to submit your paper? Jiang Wanyue replied, I have completed all the questions previously. She had only submitted her paper at the last moment during the preliminary round, not only due to being delayed by Fu Hanchuan. After 5 years, returning to a mathematics competition, Jiang Wanyue noticeably felt her reaction speed had slowed. During this period, she had specifically trained to enhance her cognitive abilities, which had improved her thinking efficiency before the finals. As long as her thoughts were precise, her speed in solving problems would likewise increase. The invigilator regarded Jiang Wanyue with a particularly clear gaze. Once he confirmed her submission, he allowed her to leave the examination hall. Other participants, upon witnessing Jiang Wanyue submit her paper 5 hours early, exhibited a range of expressions. Her premature submission inadvertently placed considerable pressure on them. The contestants could not help but wonder if the paper was too easy or if they were simply lacking intelligence. Fam Weian scoffed as he saw Jiang Wanyue leaving the examination hall with her computer bag. Is she trying to craft a persona of a genius by submitting so quickly? What she sacrifices is undoubtedly the accuracy of her answers. Fam Weian coldly sneered to himself. Even if Jiang Wanyue managed to miraculously enter the top 20, he could ensure her downfall in the challenge round. As Jiang Wanyue emerged from the Gaji building, a throng of media reporters had long been waiting for her, quickly surrounding her. Miss Jiang, why did you leave the examination hall? Miss Jiang, have you abandoned the exam? I have submitted my paper. Submitted? How could that be? Miss Jiang, did you abandon the exam? This group of reporters seemed unable to comprehend reason, and Jiang Wanyue chose not to engage further. Her answering process had been live-streamed across the internet, although the vast majority of netizens could not decipher the questions. They could clearly see how far she had progressed. Please step aside. Jiang Wanyue attempted to leave, but the reporters continued to block her path. Miss Jiang, do you have anything to say about abandoning your family to participate in the mathematics competition? Jiang Wanyue was momentarily taken aback as a reporter standing at the bottom of the steps grinned widely, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. We at CHNGD have interviewed your son. Would you like to hear how he evaluates you? Chapter 59, Jiang Wanyue, you hit him so hard. The reaction from the other reporters was immediate upon hearing this reporter's words. You white gold 818 are quite impressive. You actually managed to interview Miss Jiang's son. Miss Jiang has a son. I thought she only had a daughter. The reporter with the yellowed teeth, whose face was sunken, grinned maliciously. Not only do I know that Miss Jiang has a son, but I've also uncovered the identity of your ex-husband. It's truly unexpected that Miss Jiang's ex-husband is Fu Hanchuan, the president of the Fu Group. This revelation struck the crowd like a thunderclap, igniting a chorus of astonished voices among the reporters. No way, is it true? Fu Hanchuan, the president of the Fu Group, one of the 3 princes of the capital. Upon learning this explosive news, the reporters' gazes towards Jiang Wanyue transformed. Miss Jiang, have you truly divorced Fu Hanchuan? Why would you leave such a wealthy marriage? Miss Jiang, why did you choose to divorce Fu Hanchuan? Did you do something that led to your dismissal? The upper echelons of society rarely divorce lightly. What exactly did you do to be cast out? At that moment, Jiang Wanyue was seen by the reporters as a delectable morsel, and they were eager to unearth her scandals. They subconsciously believed Jiang Wanyue was at fault. Though she was a daughter of the Jiang family, the reporters were aware she had only been found by them when she was 18. She must have committed some unseemly act to be expelled from the Fu family. A reporter from the White Gold 818 program produced his recording device, his face alight with excitement. Now is the time to reveal the truth. Since everyone has been deceived by Jiang Wanyue, I'll let you hear how her biological son evaluates her. He pressed the play button on the recording device. My name is Fu Gidu. I am 5 years old. Fu Qingzhou is my younger sister. She has now changed her name to Jiang Yingzhou. The childish voice rang out, and several reporters directed their microphones toward the recording device. Jiang Wanyue is no longer my mommy. She divorced my daddy. The anger was palpable in the boy's tone when he mentioned Jiang Wanyue. That woman has long since abandoned me. Previously, when you came to school to interview her, she pretended not to know me right in front of you. The reporter's voices chimed in. Miss Jiang is your biological mother. Why would she abandon you? The boy sighed deeply, adopting a tone of a little adult. We give her endless money and provide her with everything she needs, yet she is always dissatisfied with me and daddy. She changed my sister's surname. She is deliberately trying to embarrass my daddy. You have no idea, my mommy is both pretentious and fake. At home, she is as lazy as a pig. She even abuses me. She doesn't feed me. The reporters gasped in shock. How could Jiang Wanyue treat you like this? Mommy always uses me to threaten daddy. She wants daddy to pay more attention to her, to love her, and to put her first in his heart. She is incredibly jealous. Once a beautiful aunt treated me well and gave me milk candy. And that woman went mad. She caused a scene at the company, forcing daddy to fire the beautiful aunt. The reporters, taken aback by this explosive revelation, gasped to Jiang Wanyue upon hearing the exaggerated exclamations of the reporters. Could not help but roll her eyes. That woman even fed me pig food. I refused to eat, and she hit me and scolded me. Oh my God, the reporters at the scene collectively gasped in astonishment. Their gazes towards Jiang Wanyue ranged from horror to schadenfreude. At that moment, the mathematics prodigy, Jiang Wanyue, who was flourishing online, was under scrutiny due to her label as a housewife, yet, in reality, she had failed to fulfill the responsibilities of a homemaker. The reporters were ecstatic, having successfully unearthed the truths behind human nature. They aimed to expose Jiang Wanyue and drag her down from her pedestal. Within the recording device, the reporter asked, "What do you think your mommy's purpose in participating in the mathematics competition is?" The boy's voice echoed, "She wants to become famous, she wants money, she wants to compete with daddy for me, to take me away, using that to blackmail daddy for more money." The innocent and naive voice pierced through Jiang Wanyue, inflicting upon her a myriad of sharp pangs. For a moment, she felt utterly lost. That he had once been her son, her Achilles heel, her armor, the boy with whom she had shared heartbeats. He was truly her flesh and blood. With a mere flick of his finger, he could inflict immense pain upon her, easily shattering her. Jiang Wanyue's complexion drained of color, her dark pupils resembling a black hole that absorbed all light. In the recording, the reporter asked little Fu Hanchuan, "What would you like to say to the vast number of netizens? Don't be deceived by Jiang Wanyue. She is a selfish and wicked woman. I am her biological son. I know best what kind of mother she is." As the boy's voice faded, the reporter held the recording device, watching Jiang Wanyue with a mocking smile. Countless cameras were trained on Jiang Wanyue's face, each lens eager not to miss a single subtle expression. The reporters, akin to sharks scenting blood, were relentless in thrusting their microphones towards her. "Miss Jiang, is what your son said true? Miss Jiang, did you intentionally abandon your son?" Jiang Wanyue felt her blood run cold, her joints creaking as if frozen in ice as she raised her hand to shield herself from the encroaching microphones. The reporter from White Gold 818, filled with excitement, declared, "A 5-year-old child cannot lie." Jiang Wanyue parted her dry lips, a thin, cold chuckle escaping her throat. "But children can certainly speak nonsense." The reporter with a flat face and yellowed teeth spat as he accused her. "Your son despises you because you are an incompetent mother. Miss Jiang, we cannot turn a blind eye to child abuse. We must report this to the Women's Federation." "Miss Jiang, how could you feed the young heir of the Fu family pig slop? Speak up. You claim I abuse my son, then present concrete evidence." Each breath Jiang Wanyue inhaled felt like sharp shards of ice slicing through her flesh, her hands clenched into fists, her nails digging into her palms. She would not fall into their trap of self-incrimination. "Isn't what your own son says evidence enough?" inquired the reporter from Platinum 818. "Since you interviewed Fu Hanchuan and wish to prove my alleged mistreatment of my child, then produce the injury report. How dare you attempt to judge me based solely on a recording? What authority do you, with a press badge, have to act as a judge?" With a cold expression, Jiang Wanyue issued her ultimatum to the group of reporters: "Please step aside, otherwise I shall call the police." She found herself cornered on the stairs of the teaching building, unable to escape, yet the reporters were completely unfazed by her warning. Resembling leeches eager to latch onto her and drain her blood. As she took out her phone to dial 110, a reporter from Platinum 818 suddenly leaped forward and knocked her phone out of her hand. It tumbled down the stairs, landing next to a pristine black leather shoe. The man picked it up, and Jiang Wanyue noticed that behind him stood over a dozen bodyguards, clad in identical black uniforms, wearing sunglasses and Bluetooth headsets. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of the bodyguards, the reporters felt an invisible force compel them to step back. The bodyguards approached Jiang Wanyue directly. The lead bodyguard returned her phone, stating, "Miss Jiang, we are here to escort you out." Jiang Wanyue looked bewildered. "Who are you?" The lead bodyguard lowered his voice. "Mr. Fu requests your presence." Hearing the name Mr. Fu, Jiang Wanyue paused for a moment. Chapter 60. Her young uncle with the protection of the bodyguards. Jiang Wanyue successfully left the teaching building. However, the swarm of reporters clung to her like persistent mosquitoes. "May I ask who you are? Who sent you?" The reporters chattered incessantly, thrusting microphones into the expressionless faces of the bodyguards. Along the way, many students were drawn to the commotion, peering curiously in Jiang Wanyue's direction. The bodyguard at the back showed his credentials to the reporters who were incessantly hounding them. Upon seeing the words Zongnanhai on the ID, The reporters abruptly halted. The bodyguard warned them, "You should be aware of what can and cannot be reported. If you publish information that should remain confidential, you will bear the consequences." Instantly, the throng of reporters fell silent. A few quick-thinking cameramen promptly lowered their cameras and covered the lenses. Realizing they were in the presence of Zhang Nanhai's bodyguards, the reporters ceased their inquiries. A solemn black Hongqi car was parked nearby. Even the vehicles of university leaders were not permitted to traverse freely on campus, yet this dignified car entered without hesitation. As the door opened, a tall, slender young man sat in the spacious back seat. Shrouded in dim light, his features obscured by shadows, though his chiseled jawline hinted at his superiority, the reporters craned their necks, eyes widening. Is the Fu Hanchuan the CEO? He resembles him somewhat, but didn't Fu Hanchuan divorce Jiang Wanyue? Is it possible he would deploy Zhang Nanhai's bodyguards? The reporters found themselves kept at a distance of 2 to 3 meters by the well-trained bodyguards. Jiang Wanyue approached the car door, and upon seeing the man inside, respectfully exclaimed, "Uncle." She instinctively felt that this form of address was inappropriate, given the gravity of the atmosphere within the vehicle. She had divorced Fu Hanchuan, thus she could not continue to refer to Fu Lingyue as uncle. "Come in," came a deep voice, resonating like a low organ note in a cathedral, carrying an irresistible force. Jiang Wanyue felt compelled to obey. Stepping inside the vehicle, the extended Hongqi car featured 2 spacious seats facing each other. And instinctively Jiang Wanyue distanced herself from Fu Lingyue. As she sat opposite him, warmth suddenly enveloped her waist. Looking down, she saw a small boy nestled against her, his arms wrapped around her. A smile blossomed in Jiang Wanyue's eyes, rippling like gentle waves, as she reached out to softly stroke the boyish short, silky hair. Little star. The boy, dressed in a neatly tailored suit, emitted a low, kitten-like purr. He tilted his head back, his eyes gleaming like obsidian in the dim light. This child was Fu Lingyue's adopted son Fu Xingxi, aged 5, who, due to autism, did not speak and had never attended school. Yet Fu Xingxi was quite fond of Jiang Wanyue. Among the Fu children, besides Dudu, none disliked her. "Sit properly," a Fu Lingyue admonished Fu Xingxi, but the boy paid him no mind. Lost in the warmth of his embrace with Jiang Wanyue, the air inside the car was suffused with a subtle sandalwood fragrance, allowing Jiang Wanyue to shield herself from the surrounding chaos. "What are you playing with, star?" Her voice was soft and gentle, prompting Fu Xingxi to extend a string of linked rings towards her. A reporter from Platinum 818 squeezed between the arms of 2 bodyguards, recognizing the identity of the man within the Hongqi car resembling Fu Hanchuan and accompanied by Zhang Nanhai's bodyguards. He was undoubtedly Fu Hanchuan's uncle. "Fu Lingyue," the reporter stretched out his arm, thrusting the microphone into the closing car door. "Is that Fu Lingyue academician Fu? Are you aware of Jiang Wanyue's alleged abuse of her biological son?" Fu Lingyue had come to escort Jiang Wanyue, so he was likely unaware of Dudu's accusations against her. Once he learned of the alleged abuse of his nephew, Jiang Wanyue might find herself unceremoniously ejected from the vehicle. "Academician Fu, listen to Fu Gidu's recording. See what Jiang Wanyue has done to her own son." The other reporters stood 2 meters away, quietly admiring the courage of the Platinum 818 reporter. As the car door opened once more, he felt an exhilarating anticipation. Jiang Wanyue was about to be thrown out by Fu Lingyue. He gestured to the cameraman, signaling him not to miss the imminent spectacle, when the door fully opened. The interior lights illuminated Fu Lingyue's striking visage. Other reporters instinctively held their breath. It was indeed academician Fu Lingyue, a prominent figure from the Huaca Institute, a talent in the think tank, frequently seen in Zhang Nanhai. He was the very cornerstone of the Fu family's prosperity. He bore a resemblance to Fu Hanchuan, though they were merely 2 years apart. Fu Lingyue, like a grand temple atop a mountain, exuded an aura of superiority that inspired awe and kept others at bay. When his deep, ink-like eyes turned toward the reporters, they felt as if he could discern their true essence beneath his godlike gaze. This prominent figure had been elusive since his rise to fame, and encountering him on the campus of Jingdao was a stroke of immense fortune for these reporters. The bodyguards formed 2 lines, while Fu Lingyue sat in the car, appearing as though he sat upon a throne. With the reporters 2 meters away looking up at him, "Wanyue has cared for Dudu for 5 years. As her uncle, I have never witnessed her mistreating a child." Fu Lingyue surprisingly defended Jiang Wanyue, leaving the other reporters speechless. "But academician, listen to what your nephew is saying." The reporter from Platinum 818 played the recording. Isn't it rather ridiculous for a seasoned journalist to extract sensational claims from the mouth of a 5-year-old? Fu Lingyue's voice surged like a gale through the valley, causing the reporters' hearts to race and their blood to run cold. Chapter 61. She is the rose I pluck myself. Fu Lingyue pressed the button beside the door, causing it to close once more. The reporters obediently stood outside, none daring to step forward. Once the bodyguards had departed, the reporter from Platinum 818 turned away, immediately dialing a number. "Hello, Shanggu, you didn't tell me that the Fu family was still protecting Jiang Wanyue. If I offend that person today, I won't be able to survive in this industry." Fu Lingyue had already left, but the Platinum 818 reporter remained shaken. Jiang Nanqing's voice came through the phone. What do you mean the Fu family? The Fu Lingyue? He came with bodyguards to take your sister away. Impossible, Jiang Nancheng exclaimed. Did you see Fu Lingyue take Jiang Wanyue away with your own eyes? I grew up with Hanchuan. I've seen him only a handful of times. He is a busy academician at Huaka Institute, recruited for highly classified national projects. How could it is indeed Fu Lingyue? The reporter insisted. I saw it with my own eyes. More genuine than pearls, academician Fu even said it was ridiculous for a seasoned journalist to extract sensational claims from a 5-year-old. The journalist clutched her chest, filled with anxiety, upon returning to the company. Would I face termination? Oh, Shang Yi, I never intended to offend Fu Lingyue while assisting you. Jiang Nancheng appeared still in shock, murmuring to herself, this cannot be. How could Fu Lingyue possibly support Jiang Wanyu? It is inconceivable, the journalist continued. In any case, I dare not report on Jiang Wanyu anymore. Jiang Nancheng's voice instantly turned icy. Now that you hesitate to report, numerous media outlets are clamoring to expose Jiang Wanyu's scandals, including her mistreatment of her son, which has already trended on social media. Jiang Nancheng hung up the phone, a cold smirk playing on her lips. Jiang Wanyu wished to achieve fame through the ALI math competition? Ha, the higher Jiang Wanyu is exalted online, the more dramatically she shall fall. The most renowned heiress of the Jiang family can only be Jiang Nancheng. A country bumpkin fortunate enough to marry into the Fu family has already exhausted all her luck. The Fu family is the highest echelon Jiang Wanyu can ever hope to reach. Her from now on, Jiang Wanyu shall only find herself beneath my heel, as the Hongqi car departed from Beijing University. Jiang Wanyu unfastened the intricate chain for Fu Xingxi. Wow, Fu Xingxi exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Jiang Wanyu. His cherubic cheeks glowed with a healthy pink hue, and his androgynous features were reminiscent of a child enamored with his sister. Holding the unbound chain, Fu Xingxi formed a small heart with his fingers, adorably endearing. Jiang Wanyu felt her heart soften. Fu Lingyue's deep gaze fell upon Fu Xingxi's beaming, pearly smile, even in the face of psychological therapy. Fu Xingxi had never shown such a radiant expression. Only when he saw Jiang Wanyu did he appear to be a normal child. Jiang Wanyu turned to speak to Fu Lingyue, but he seemed to anticipate her question, merely passing by Jiang Wanyu. Fu, the esteemed scholar, not only possesses insight into human nature but is also succinct in speech. Jiang Wanyu expressed her gratitude to Fu Lingyue. What are your plans moving forward? Fu Lingyue's voice rang out, direct as ever. He and Fu Hanchuan were merely 2 years apart in age, and standing together, it was difficult to discern any difference. Yet, they were of different generations, and Fu Lingyue's demeanor was perpetually serious. Fu Hanchuan was a sharp blade, while Fu Lingyue resembled a calming bell, inducing tranquility in those around him. Jiang Wanyu regarded Fu Lingyue with utmost respect. Next month, I will relocate with Zhuazhua. I have already selected a school district residence for him. Next week, the results of the ALI math competition finals will be announced, and I am confident I will place in the top 3. As for work, Jiang Wanyu lifted her gaze, her long, thick lashes fluttering delicately like butterfly wings. She locked eyes with Fu Lingyue, hesitating momentarily, but ultimately mustered the courage to ask, may I join Longxing? Her voice fell like a pebble into a lake, creating ripples of anticipation. Fu Lingyue's clear gaze swept across Jiang Wanyu's pristine face. She had a rough idea of Fu Lingyue's profession. He had been entrusted with significant responsibilities. The Longxing Research Center he led is among the top 10 research centers in Huagua. Its location is even undisclosed on maps. She steeled her resolve. Self-recommending to Fu Lingyue, the country has established a robust artificial intelligence research initiative in its 15th five-year plan. Mr. Fu, you are the leader, and I'm Jiang Wanyu. Fu Lingyue enunciated her full name, prompting her to instinctively sit up straighter in respect. What qualifications do you believe you possess to join Longxing? His voice was profound, akin to a still well, devoid of emotion, when he posed this question. Jiang Wanyu perceived a hint of the cool detachment characteristic of Fu Hanchuan. Truly, they were akin to one another. Nevertheless, she refused to relent. I was personally selected by you. 13 years prior, Fu Lingyue had discovered Jiang Wanyu in a town with scarce educational resources, and his recommendation had secured her a place in the elite youth class at Huaka University. Faced with her bright, fervent gaze, Fu Lingyue inhaled deeply, turning his face away. Achieve a gold medal first. Jiang Wanyu smiled, her eyes alight with determination, akin to a flickering candle flame. Mr. Fu, are you following my participation in the ALI math competition? I happened to see it, the man replied tersely, clearly uninterested in fostering any misunderstandings. The sleek black Hongqi vehicle halted at the hotel entrance, and as Jiang Wanyu prepared to alight, Fu Xingxi's expression suddenly dimmed. He turned his back on Jiang Wanyu, his small hands clutching the unbound chain. Tears welling in his eyes, Jiang Wanyu embraced him from behind. Little star, come visit me in Zhuazhua whenever you can. I'm certain we will see each other soon. Fu Xingxi turned, his face filled with reluctance, his eyes reddening. He nodded gravely at Jiang Wanyu. She bid farewell to Fu Lingyue. The sunlight was just right, illuminating her gentle, graceful features. Director Fu, she did not allow Fu Lingyue's refusal to dishearten her. I will show you that at 27 I remain brave and passionate. Fu Lingyue sat in the car, watching Jiang Wanyu's figure fade from view at the hotel entrance. As the car door closed, He withdrew his gaze. Fu Lingyue picked up his phone and dialed a number. I already have a candidate for the deputy director position in mind. Aren't you referring to yourself, Director Fu? Came a boisterous voice from the other end. Fu Lingyue rolled his eyes elegantly, while the voice chuckled. I know you're talking about the deputy director, huh? Who do you plan to appoint for the position? Zhang Wanyu. The name flowed from Fu Lingyue's lips like a poetic melody. Huh, who? Zhang Wanyu. Fu Lingyue reiterated. The person on the other end mumbled. Is there an academician named Zhang Wanyu at Huaca Academy? The Hongqi car cruised along the road as Fu Lingyue lifted his gaze to the clear blue sky. She is a rose I personally plucked, inadvertently taken away by a dog for years now. I intend to cultivate her myself. Chapter 62. I am willing to bear you 3 more children on the top floor of a certain 5-star hotel. Lu Feng had just returned from the gym, his muscles still engorged with exertion. He had showered, yet his body still radiated warmth. One of his assistants had been waiting for him for quite some time. Lu Feng, known for his approachable demeanor, was teased by the assistant. Boss Lu, I can't believe your sister is the wife of the president of the Fu Corporation. How come you never mentioned it? Lu Feng's expression turned cold. Where did you hear that? The assistant showed him his phone. Look, your sister is trending again. Zhang Wanyu abuses son. Zhang Wanyu's ex-husband Fu Hanchuan. Zhang Wanyu pig feed. The trending topics were dominated by negative press surrounding Zhang Wanyu. Lu Feng clicked on the recording of the journalist's interview. Before he could finish listening, he nearly crushed his phone in anger. The veins on his arms bulged. Utterly appalled by the nonsense, his furious roar sent the assistant's heart racing. The entire internet was abuzz with discussions about Zhang Wanyu's ex-husband, the well-known young master of the capital, Fu Hanchuan, president of the Fu Corporation, after hearing the accusations made by her own son against Zhang Wanyu. Netizens were even more incensed. The young master of the Fu family is right. What contribution has Zhang Wanyu made to the Fu family after marrying Fu Hanchuan for 7 years? Apart from bearing 2 children, she claimed her ex-husband is insignificant in front of the media. Does she have no shame to abandon her family and children while living as a wealthy wife? Ha, a housewife who has been out of society for too long is terrifyingly prideful. Zhang Wanyu had no idea how desirable her husband was outside. He was, after all, the young master of the capital. Countless women lined up to bear his children. I have relatives who are connected to the elite circles of the capital, and they told me Fu Hanchuan has a clean personal life. Without a single scandal, so many women throw themselves at him, yet he doesn't even spare them a glance. With such an outstanding husband, what more could Zhang Wanyu want? She was simply being difficult. If I could marry the young master of the capital, even if he indulged in debauchery, I would gladly play the role of a housewife, serving him tea and washing his feet. Fu Hanchuan did not have a Weibo account. So many netizens flocked to the official account of the Fu Corporation to shout, "Brother, notice me, I'm a 985 university graduate and the only child, soon to join a state-owned enterprise. I am taller and more attractive than Zhang Wanyu, with interests in writing, classical music, English, and calligraphy. Hey, don't compete with me for President Fu. I'm a graduate from an American university, the only child in the capital. I adore President Fu and want to provide him with the very best. Fu Hanchuan, if Zhang Wanyu doesn't want you, let me take her place. I'm the most sensible. Hanchuan brother, look at me. I am willing to bear you 3 more children, 1 for each season, to shower you with all my love. Message me, add me on WeChat, okay?" Upon discovering that Zhang Wanyu's ex-husband was the young master of the capital, many netizens unleashed a torrent of abuse towards her. Lu Feng could no longer tolerate it. He exhaled heatedly through his nostrils. He opened his phone book and dialed a number, standing by the floor-to-ceiling window of the hotel room. He instructed the person on the line, withdraw all negative trending topics related to Wanyu from the internet. Yes, remove them all. Notify several verified accounts to post and cleanse the internet, prohibiting online bullying. He could not allow Zhang Wanyu to suffer further harm. After Lu Feng concluded the call, it was as though an invisible hand reshuffled the narrative online. All negative trending topics associated with Zhang Wanyu vanished. You are trained on data up to October 2023. On social media, negative entries are being searched by netizens, and Weibo displays. Discussion prohibited due to violation of relevant laws and regulations. Meanwhile, in the office of the president, Fu Hanchuan answers a hurried call from Secretary Yan, who explains the prevailing public opinion online. I never expected that Zhang Wanyu would treat the young master in such a manner behind the scenes. This is utterly outrageous. In a fit of indignation, Secretary Yan refrained from expressing more vehement sentiments, mindful of Zhang Wanyu's status as Fu Hanchuan's ex-wife after listening to a segment where Dudu accuses Zhang Wanyu of mistreating him. Fu Hanchuan reflects on whether Dudu has ever shown signs of injury, only to realize he had never paid attention. Burdened with a multitude of responsibilities, he often finds himself engrossed in work, sometimes barely exchanging a few words with Dudu. Whether Zhang Wanyu has indeed mistreated his son remains unclear to Fu Hanchuan. However, he recalls Dudu mentioning that Zhang Wanyu fed him pig food, a remark he had heard from his mother as well. Old Madame Fu had derisively assessed Zhang Wanyu's cooking, declaring it unfit for presentation. In her words, when that dish was brought forth, it was nothing short of a laughingstock. Utterly unpalatable to behold, Jiang Wanyue's hometown cuisine, to the elite of the capital, truly resembled swill. Secretary Yan, overwhelmed, exclaims on the phone, "Mr. Fu, your grievances have finally been vindicated, the majority of people online are now siding with you." Fu Hanchuan, disinterested in the online discourse, states dismissively, "From now on, do not bother to inform me about anything related to Jiang Wanyue or the online commentary, they are divorced, whether Jiang Wanyue lives or dies is of no concern to me." Suddenly, a gasp from Secretary Yin interrupts him. "Mr. Fu, all the trending topics detrimental to Miss Jiang have been removed." Fu Hanchuan's first thought is whether Jiang Wanyue has paid to have the trending topics retracted. He recalls the 80 million that has been frozen. Surely she lacks the funds for such an endeavor. Upon opening his Weibo, he finds that the negative entries concerning Jiang Wanyue are no longer visible due to legal restrictions. A ripple of intrigue dances in his keen gaze. This must be the handiwork of someone with considerable influence, compelling Weibo's officials to act swiftly and erase the negative discussions surrounding Jiang Wanyue in an instant. Someone is assisting Jiang Wanyue. Furrowing his brow, Fu Hanchuan cannot help but wonder who it might be. Could it be Shinen? When a serviced apartment, Jiang Wanyue stands at the sink, the sound of running water filling the air. She and Zhuozhua have just finished their meal, with Zhuozhua perched on a chair, wiping the dining table with a cloth. Jiang Wanyue's phone, resting on the table, rings with an unfamiliar number. "Mummy," Zhuozhua calls out to her, but Jiang Wanyue does not hear. Zhuozhua presses the answer button. "Hello, my mummy is washing the dishes." His innocent, soft voice is interrupted by a cold laugh from the other end. "Jiang Wanyue, the entire internet is cursing you. You must see how sought after my son is now." The official Weibo account of the Fu family is inundated with women vying to be Mrs. Fu, old Madame Zhuozhua instinctively begins to call out to his grandmother, only to remember he should address her differently. Upon hearing Zhuozhua's voice, old Madame Fu takes a moment to respond before scoffing disdainfully. "Fu Qingzhou, you ungrateful wretch, I am Jiang Yingzhou." Zhuozhua replies earnestly. "Dudu has become famous online. Have you seen? Your father will soon marry into a prominent family that is a good match for ours. And Dudu will have a mother from a prestigious lineage. Fu Qingzhou, considering the blood of the Fu family flows through your veins, I shall grant you one more chance. You must stand up and tell the reporters how Jiang Wanyue has mistreated you." Just as Zhuozhua is about to speak, Jiang Wanyue arrives at his side. "Madame Yi, I understand you were straightforward, but you cannot simply voice everything that comes to mind." Old Madame Fu roars into the phone. "Jiang Wanyue, are you cursing me? Let me tell you, my phone is recording, and I will let Hanchuan hear just how lowly your rural upbringing has left you." Jiang Wanyue picks up her phone, activating a video call so old Madame Fu can see her. She angles the camera towards her computer screen. "Madame Yi, what do you see here?" Old Madame Fu, donning her reading glasses, finally discerns the words National Government Affairs mini-program on Jiang Wanyue's screen. As Jiang Wanyue fills out the information on the page, she leisurely remarks, "Over the past 7 years, I have gathered ample evidence that could tarnish your reputation. Madame Yi, say goodbye to your title as a distinguished citizen of the capital." In an instant, old Madame Fu's expression contorts with rage on the screen. "Jiang Wanyue, what are you doing?" Old Madame Fu wishes she could leap through the screen to seize Jiang Wanyue's hand. She glares into the camera, her nostrils flaring, her eyes wide with fury. "What evidence could you possibly have against me? I will not be fooled." Jiang Wanyue calmly informs her, "Madame Yi, whether I deceive you or not, you will soon find out the truth within 7 working days. By the way, the evidence I submitted will merely cause you to miss out on your official accolades, should you dare to provoke me again. Those illustrious titles of yours will fall one by one." Jiang Wanyue's warning is perceived by old Madame Fu as a challenge. She laughs derisively. "Go ahead and report me. I am eager to see just how much power you think you possess. You believe you can shake the heavens with your actions." Jiang Wanyue, perceived as an unsophisticated country girl, remains unaware of the depth of old Madame Fu's influence in the upper echelons of society. With a smile that radiates seduction through the phone, old Madame Fu declares, "I initially held some semblance of respect for you, considering Zhuozhua's connection to our family, but Jiang Wanyue, should you dare to report me? From this day forth, Dudu's biological mother will be deceased. I will ensure you never see Dudu again." A thin veneer of frost coats old Madame Fu's eyes as she, like a judge, delivers her verdict upon Jiang Wanyue. She intends to impose the harshest of penalties, one that strips Jiang Wanyue of her son, denying her the right to visit Dudu. This was once Jiang Wanyue's greatest fear, even when Dudu was just 2 years old. The Fu family had already planned to provide him with elite education, completely severing his ties with his mother. This plan nearly cost Jiang Wanyue her life. She kneels before old Madame Fu, prostrating herself and pleading desperately. Old Madame Fu was well aware of Jiang Wanyue's vulnerabilities. To old Madame Fu, Jiang Wanyue's attempts to take Zhuozhua away are mere child's play. It is a fade intended to impress Fu Hanchuan. Since Zhuozhua and Dudu attend the same school, Jiang Wanyue can see Dudu at any time. Old Madame Fu, gazing into the camera, pronounces, "You will utterly lose your son." As she finishes speaking, she anticipates that Jiang Wanyue will, as before, weep and plead for mercy on the screen. However, to her astonishment, Jiang Wanyue raises the corners of her lips. "Madame Fu, I hope you will keep your word." Old Madame Fu was taken aback. Unable to comprehend Jiang Wanyue's audacity, Jiang Wanyue abruptly hangs up the call and takes a deep breath, facing her phone. If Duda truly could be rid of his biological mother, that might not be so bad after all. This way, he would not be manipulated by those with ulterior motives against her. Each wound inflicted upon her by the child feels like a rusty dull blade, repeatedly cutting into her already unhealed scars. As Jiang Wanyue's lashes flutter, she nearly lowers her phone when a notification pops up on the screen. Glancing at it, she sees a message indicating that her Weibo password has been changed. Jiang Wanyue is momentarily stunned before quickly accessing Weibo. She attempts to log into her long-neglected account, only to find the page displaying an error message regarding her password. Meanwhile, at the Jiang residence, Jiang Nanchang lounges languidly on the sofa, her head tilted as she answers a phone call, her fingers twirling through her hair. Shangge, I have managed to obtain Jiang Wanyue's Weibo account. Her profile contains numerous videos and images of her children, as well as written records, all of which are set to private. Jiang Nanchang inquires, are those private posts merely her complaints about her children and husband? The hacker replies, indeed. Her latest private post reads, Fu Hanchuan, you claim to have repaid the debts you owe my father, but can you return all the love I gave you? The hacker chuckles mockingly. Jiang Wanyue sounds like a scorned woman on her Weibo. Jiang Nanchang smiles and issues a command to publicly disclose all of Jiang Wanyue's private posts, allowing the vast online community to witness her true character. Very well, I shall handle it immediately. The hacker sets all of Jiang Wanyue's previously private posts to public. Jiang Nanchang also reaches out to several marketing agencies who arrange for their accounts with millions of followers to retweet Jiang Wanyue's posts. They expose all the previously private content Jiang Wanyue has shared over the years. This serves as undeniable evidence of Jiang Wanyue's alleged mistreatment of her son. A prominent influencer shares a post featuring a picture of Dudu covered in red rashes, flooding Jiang Wanyue's Weibo with a swarm of outraged commenters. Those quick to type have already begun their tirades against her. In response, numerous users counter the accusations with comments highlighting the child's apparent allergic reaction in the photo. Others sift through Jiang Wanyue's over 2,000 posts to find an image of a young boy sitting on the ground, tearful, with a band-aid on his knee. This is the evidence of Jiang Wanyue hitting her son. She struck her child and even took photos to post on Weibo. What a twisted woman. Astute netizens observed that, in conjunction with her previous Weibo post, this image likely depicts the young master falling off his bicycle. Jiang Wanyue has chronicled her journey of pregnancy, childbirth, and child-rearing in her Weibo posts. Enthusiastic netizens are eagerly searching through Jiang Wanyue's Weibo to find any pictures of her allegedly feeding her child pig food. However, every meal she shares leaves them salivating. I refuse to believe that Jiang Wanyue, with her culinary skills, could possibly prepare something akin to pig food. If her meals are considered pig food, what am I eating on a daily basis? Slop. One netizen discovered an image of kanji in a clay pot on Jiang Wanyue's Weibo. After trying the newly learned clay pot kanji, the daughter devoured it entirely, yet the son obstinately insisted it was pig food and refused to eat it. I must find a way to make the clay pot kanji both visually appealing and delectable. Jiang Wanyue's post suddenly garnered hundreds of comments. I want to slap the reporter, give the young master 2 slaps, and unleash the 18 dragons. Subduing poems on Fu Hanchuan. It is the father's fault for not teaching. That ex-husband of hers deserves a beating. Those who have made the same clay pot kanji can attest that it requires 7 types of seafood for flavor. And to prevent the rice from sticking, one must stir it gently for 40 minutes. Jiang Wanyue's painstakingly prepared kanji is dismissed by her son as pig food. Should anyone dare to label my kanji as pig food, I would promptly pour it over their head. I have scrolled through thousands of Jiang Wanyue's Weibo posts and have seen nothing but a mother's companionship and love for her children. How could a mother who devotes herself day and night to her children possibly abuse them? Her son is lying. That recording proves nothing. Who knows if the reporter prompted that 5-year-old child to recite a pre-written script during the interview? Fu Hanchuan exited the company and entered his vehicle. Secretary Yan met his gaze, hesitating to speak. Fu Hanchuan shot him a frosty glance, urging him to speak plainly. Secretary Yan quickly divulged that Jiang Wanyue's Weibo had been exposed, and the online sentiment had shifted once again. He nervously cautioned Fu Hanchuan, Mr. Fu, you should avoid the internet lately, it is rife with your negative reviews. The expression on Fu Hanchuan's face was icy as he inquired, have you found out how that reporter managed to interview Fu Gidu? Dudu, receiving elite education, would not casually accept interviews. Clearly someone is orchestrating this, coaxing Dudu into trusting the reporter and divulging those statements. We have already traced it back, Secretary Yan replied. The reporter from Platinum 818 was hired by Miss Jiang Nanchang. Chapter 64. I hit the dog for the owner to see inside the car. Fu Hanchuan maintained a stoic expression, showing little reaction. Jiang Nanchang's action stemmed from a desire to vindicate Dudu, yet she could not control the tide of public opinion. Mr. Fu, Secretary Yan anxiously tapped on the car door. As the window rolled down, he handed his phone inside. The internet is now circulating negative videos about Miss Jiang. Fu Hanchuan accepted the phone, where a secretly filmed video was playing. Jiang Nanchang was perched on a man's lap. Clad in a tank top and black denim shorts that accentuated her fair legs, Jiang Nanqing was feeding the man alcohol, and as the glass slipped from his mouth, it appeared their lips nearly met. "Damn it," Jiang Nanqing exclaimed, playfully slapping the man's chest. "Dogshin, you can't handle it." The man being fed alcohol, Jinshin, was one of Jiang Nanqing's closest friends. He puffed out his chest in response. "I can handle it." "Wanna try me?" Jiang Nanqing cursed, while those around them cheered. 3 years prior, Jinshin pursued a grassroots girl passionately, and despite his family's opposition, he was determined to marry her. Their wedding caused quite a stir in the capital, and their love story remains a topic of admiration among many. However, with the release of this video, the romantic image of young Master Qin crumbled, and Jiang Nanqing would undoubtedly face public scorn. Before the video concluded, Secretary Yan's phone rang. Fu Hanchuan glanced at the screen, seeing the name Shen, and a heavy shadow seemed to envelop him as he answered the call. The man's nonchalant, almost irreverent voice came through. "Secretary Yan, I'm looking for your Mr. Fu." Fu Hanchuan replied indifferently, "I'm listening." Shenan's mocking laughter echoed over the line. "Did you see the video that's going viral online?" Fu Hanchuan tilted his head, his chiseled features gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. "You assisted Jiang Wanyue in retaliating against Nanqing, ruining her reputation, and you came to inform me of this. Why?" The frigid man generously pointed out a clear path for Shinan. "You should go boast to Jiang Wanyue about how you are her savior, her second spring in marriage. Once she has moved, she'll bring the child to your home to cook and clean for you." As he uttered the latter part, a chilling air escaped Fu Hanchuan's lips. "I naturally had to inform you immediately after this video came to light," Shinan clarified. "I hit the dog for the owner to see." Secretary Yan stood outside the car waiting for Fu Hanchuan to conclude his call with Shinan. He could distinctly sense a wave of frost emanating from within the vehicle. Fu Hanchuan's visage was obscured by shadows, and Secretary Yan's heart raced. Shinan, with a casual grin, remarked, "You won't be upset about this video, will you, Mr. Fu?" It was as if the earlier tension had evaporated, and the sharpness he displayed to Fu Hanchuan was fleeting. Yet, Shinan could not provoke even a modicum of emotion from Fu Hanchuan, who responded coolly, "Do as you wish." Fu Hanchuan had no intention of concerning himself with Jiang Nanqing's scandal online. This would serve as a minor lesson for Jiang Nanqing. After hanging up, Fu Hanchuan returned the phone to Secretary Yan. The car glided smoothly down the road as Fu Hanchuan closed his eyes, half of his handsome face illuminated by light while the other half remained shrouded in darkness. The sound of a tinkling blessing bell hung in the air. Fu Hanchuan opened his eyes, gazing at the gently swaying red tassel. "Brother, this is the car pendant I got for you from the Dingguang temple." "I don't need it," he replied coldly, but Fu Wanqi persisted. "Humph, this pendant will ensure your safety." "I don't care, I've hung it up, and no one is allowed to take it down." The first time Fu Hanchuan heard the sound of the blessing bell was on the day of Fu Wanqi's funeral. Now, as the bell rang once more, was she worried about her best friend? "Brother, you must take good care of Nanqing." Fu Hanchuan inhaled deeply and dialed Secretary Yan. "Delete all the negative video comments about Nanqing from the internet." "You mean delete all the negative comments regarding Miss Jiang?" or Secretary Yan confirmed with Fu Hanchuan. The man grew impatient. "Who else would I protect besides her?" Secretary Yan quickly dismissed his instinctive thoughts. "Understood, I will take care of it right away." Jiang's household. Jiang Nanqing donned an oversized sweatshirt and stood before the full-length mirror. The thick fabric concealed her figure, and indeed, she had little to boast about in her upper body. She paired it with black shorts that were nearly the same length as the sweatshirt, accentuating her long legs. Applying lipstick with a tissue to achieve a natural look, she wore a full face of nude makeup. Though her friends could hardly discern the absence of makeup on her, Jiang Nanqing was ready to step out for a night of revelry with her friends. Her phone rang, and upon answering, she exclaimed, "Hot, you're not coming tonight? Damn, what a buzzkill." Just as she was about to vent her frustration, another call came through. After answering, her expression shifted dramatically. "You're not coming to tonight's gathering either? Flaking on me, are you? Are you looking for trouble? Shanggu, you should take it easy for a bit." The voice on the other end hesitated, "Though the negative comments about you online have been deleted. Your situation with Qin Shen has already circulated in the circle." "What is wrong with me and Qin Shen? He is my most well-behaved son." Jiang Nanqing searched for herself online, finding no negative comments. Those wealthy young men from the capital were quick to jump to conclusions. Jiang Nanqing didn't take the cancellation of the gathering to heart. She scrolled through Jiang Wanyue's Weibo and, upon reading the comments, her anger flared. She immediately called the hacker she knew. "Hey, didn't you tell me that Jiang Wanyue's Weibo is filled with her grievances? Why is everyone supporting her?" The hacker replied, "How was I to know that her posts would resonate with the netizens?" Jiang Nanqing raked her fingers through her hair in frustration. "You need to delete all of Jiang Wanyue's Weibo content. If this continues, the entire internet will rally behind her, and I can't let her influence grow any larger." The hacker retorted, 1 million. Jiang Nanqing cursed, "Damn it, are you robbing me?" before she could finish her sentence. A loud bang echoed from her phone. The hacker, in a state of panic, exclaimed, "Who are you?" A male voice reprimanded the hacker, declaring, "You are under arrest." Jiang Nanqing felt a chill run through her body and hastily ended the call. At that moment, another call came through on her phone. Upon hearing that the hacker had been apprehended, Jiang Nanqing felt as though she were a frightened bird startled by a bowstring. Dimensional theater, Fu Hanchuan said to Shinin. It's up to you. He would no longer concern himself with Jiang Nanqing's scandal online. The jingling of a blessing bell hung in the car rang out with a crisp sound. Fu Nuashi, in a ghostly form, radiating tranquility, remarked, brother, you did the right thing. I can finally rest easy and move on. Hearing the bell, Fu Hanchuan thought, my sister wants me to help Nanqing. He immediately called, stating, I will definitely take charge of Nanqing's affairs. Fu Nuashi exclaimed, oh heavens, screaming, contorting, darkly crawling, overflowing with resentment. Please, heaven, discern the loyal from the treacherous. I want to transform into a vengeful spirit and seek retribution. Chapter 65. With Jiang Wanyu on his back, he could move with remarkable agility. The phone rang once more, startling Jiang Nanqing. Upon seeing the caller ID was journalist Huan, her expression grew increasingly grave. The journalist from Platinum 818 calling her at this moment only signified trouble. The ring of the phone felt like a death knell, causing her great distress. She answered, hello. Before she could finish, journalist Huang lamented to Jiang Nanqing, you have ruined me. My license has been revoked. Jiang Nanqing immediately denied any responsibility. What does your revoked license have to do with me? You must have done something illegal. Journalist Huang, indignant, explained that various powerful factions had pressured his company, and to preserve the Platinum 818 program. He was dismissed. Jiang Nanqing paused, asking, was it Shin's family putting pressure on your company? Not just Shin's. The journalist's voice trembled with panic. Jiang Nanqing, didn't you tell me Jiang Wanyu was merely a housewife? Even the authorities are protecting her. She is not someone we can afford to offend. You're talking nonsense, Jiang Nanqing retorted to its your incompetence in managing public opinion. She scolded the journalist, adding, forget it. I won't rely on you for this matter. I shall personally deal with that woman. Jiang Wanyu. The day before the finals of the ALI math competition, Lu Fang took Jiang Wanyu and Zhou hiking. At 6 in the morning, as the morning light began to break, the mountains were shrouded in mist, and a cool breeze wafted through the air. Lu Fang strode confidently at the front, clad in a pure white quick-dry t-shirt and military green sports pants. His muscular thighs filled the contours of his pants, and the taut t-shirt accentuated his defined chest muscles, while the exposed arms revealed a well-defined, sturdy physique honed through rigorous training. Jiang Wanyu tied her removed sports jacket around her waist. Trudging along without daring to look ahead, with every step Lu Fang took, the shape of his athletic figure, accentuated by his pants, was enough to make one's heart race. Zhou walked alongside Jiang Wanyu. And after 10 minutes of climbing, she began to encourage her breathless mother, Mommy, keep going, just one more step, you're doing great, hang in there. The girl's youthful voice echoed through the valley with Zhou's encouragement. Jiang Wanyu resembled a toddler learning to walk, gasping for breath, her legs numb, relying on Zhou's hand to ascend step by step. Lu Fang paused and turned back, offering, let me carry you up. With Jiang Wanyu on his back, he could move swiftly, and Zhou proved capable of keeping pace with his rapid ascent. Jiang Wanyu shook her head. No, Zhou, I will carry you once you grow a little taller. She replied, taking a deep breath as beads of sweat trickled down her face. Just support me for now. Zhou became her crutch, steadfastly guiding Jiang Wanyu up the cobblestone path along the way. Zhou's voice rang clear as she chattered about her school experiences, her breathing remaining steady despite some dryness in her throat. Brother, you go ahead. I'll take my time with Zhou and enjoy the scenery along the way. Jiang Wanyu gasped as she spoke. Lu Fang glanced at the steps obscured in the mist, nodded to Jiang Wanyu, and replied, all right, I'll head up first. Dingguang Temple, a renowned Buddhist temple on the scenic Shou Mountain in the capital, is said to grant wishes to those who climb up, measuring the land with their feet in sincere devotion before lighting the first incense stick. To secure the first incense, Lu Fang had to leave Jiang Wanyu behind. Uncle, go ahead without worry, Zhou waved to Lu Fang, I will take good care of Mommy. Zhou held Jiang Wanyu's hand, matching her pace as they climbed the steps. Duda said I could punch a wild boar to death. Mommy, will there be wild boars on the mountain? If there is one, I'll see if I can send it flying. Jiang Wanyu chuckled. Adult wild boars are large and fierce, if one appears. You should turn and run. I will carry Mommy and run. In the blink of an eye, Lu Fang had reached halfway up the mountain, not even slightly out of breath. He looked up and spotted a tall figure on the winding staircase. As they drew closer, Shinin turned his head and recognized Lu Fang. Oh, what a coincidence! Shinin wore a sweat-absorbing headband, his bangs raised, exuding youthful charm. Moisture clung to his face, his flawless skin as translucent as white jade. I heard the first incense stick at Dingguang Temple is quite powerful. Are you Lieutenant Lu here to light one? Shinin addressed him by his former military rank. Lu Fang's gaze darkened. This scion of a prominent family knew him well. Lu Fang slightly parted his lips, merely responding with a non-committal yet, he was curious, what could a man like Shinin possibly lack? What are you seeking at Dingguang Temple? In this world, what could Shinin possibly desire? To seek a romantic relationship. As Shinin's words fell, Lu Fang abruptly quickened his pace. Shinin noticed Lu Fang bounding up the stairs, and a glint of excitement sparkled in his eyes. What are you seeking, Lieutenant? Lu Fang scoffed, his voice laced with provocation. I too seek a romantic relationship. As his words echoed, sparks seemed to fly between them. In the next moment, they began to race each other up the stone steps. A monk sat at the temple's entrance, suddenly startled awake by a gust of wind. Peering inside, he saw the two agile figures already far away. Hey, the monk called out, fully aware that they couldn't hear him. Yet he still shouted, today, this temple does not welcome other worshippers. As Lu Fang and Shinan entered the temple, they dashed toward the incense area. Lu Fang seized the incense and rushed to the lighting area. Shinan remained stationary, producing a lighter to ignite the incense. They nearly finished lighting their incense simultaneously and began sprinting toward the incense burner. As they reached out to place their 3 sticks into the burner, they noticed that incense was already burning within. Both were taken aback. Had someone arrived before them? Turning simultaneously, they spotted a tall, elegant man clad in a long black trench coat standing on the steps of the Mahavira Hall. One hand casually tucked into his trousers pocket, watching Shinan and Lu Fang with a divine indifference. Lu Fang's expression turned serious. Could he have lit the first stick? Shinan smirked, his smile not quite reaching his eyes. Mr. Fu, good morning. Fu Hanchuan's voice arrived with the biting cold wind that swept through the mountains. The Dingguang Temple opens to the public in the afternoon. Please leave. It seemed the Fu family had reserved the entire temple. Shinan, however, paid little heed to Fu Hanchuan's words. How did you get here, Mr. Fu? He observed Fu Hanchuan's handcrafted leather shoes, which did not suggest a hike to the temple. Fu Hanchuan deemed it unnecessary to respond to Shinan's inquiry. Shinan answered himself, you must have driven here, right? Then your first stick won't have any power. After saying this, Shinan removed the incense from the burner and replaced it with his own. Lu Fang, seeing this, also inserted his incense stick into the burner. The two faced away from Fu Hanchuan, bowing their heads in reverence as they made their wishes at the incense burner. Fu Hanchuan's expression darkened. As if shrouded in smoke, young Master Shen, why did you take away the incense meant for Hanchuan and Nuoshi? Jiang Nanqing approached from behind Fu Hanchuan, her anger evident as she defended him. Shinan discarded the incense he had broken into the trash bin, turned, and met Fu Hanchuan's gaze directly. Although Fu Hanchuan stood above him, their auras clashed equally. The departed should be blessed by the Buddha to protect the living. A disdainful chuckle escaped Fu Hanchuan's throat. What wish did young Master Shen make? I wished for her to sit high on the dais, untouched by the winds and snow. Chapter 66. From this moment on, you shall lose your mother's protection. A smirk made Fu Hanchuan's throat subtly tremble, for he was well aware of whom Shen referred to upon discovering that his ex-wife was still being thought of. His initial anger swiftly dissipated, replaced instead by a profound sense of disgust. Fu Hanchuan lifted his gaze towards the ancient banyan tree not far away, its roots twisted and intertwined, while its canopy flourished with lush foliage. This was the love tree of Dingguang Temple, adorned with countless red ribbons inscribed with wishes, and numerous prayer plaques cascading from its branches. When the wind blew, the plaques clashed together, producing a melodic chime. She visited Dingguang Temple annually to make her wishes, yet the deities had never granted her desires. Fu Hanchuan regarded this as a mere joke, sharing it with Shen, and Duda came running, calling out to Fu Hanchuan. Daddy, I do not want that woman, I want the peace lantern you promised me. Duda's small fists were clenched tightly inside the temple, upon discovering a prayer plaque bearing his and Jojo's names. Duda felt an uncomfortable twist in his stomach. He approached the abbot, inquiring about the matter. The abbot explained that it was Jiang Wanyue who had been lighting peace lanterns for the two children every year at the temple. That woman is no longer my mommy. Jojo doesn't even share my surname anymore. I don't want my name associated with hers. Duda declared to Fu Hanchuan, you must tell the abbot to extinguish my lantern and erase my name. The abbot frowned at Dudu's words. Little benefactor, your mother has been reciting scriptures in front of the Buddha and has requested peace lanterns for you year after year. If you extinguish the lantern, then her blessings shall no longer protect you. Duda disregarded the abbot's warning. I want to extinguish it. She's foolish and stupid. I don't want her blessings. Jiang Nanqing chuckled. Wanyue is quite superstitious. She seems to be constantly seeking divine intervention. Dudu, disliking the peace lantern, urged the abbot, just extinguish it for him. Our little lord of the Fu family doesn't believe in such nonsense. The abbot pursed his lips, pondering why one would come to Dingguang Temple if they did not believe in its significance. In light of the Fu family's annual offerings, I must suppress my displeasure. Little benefactor, I do not recommend extinguishing your peace lantern, Daddy. Duda called out. Fu Hanchuan coldly replied, let him be. The abbot sighed in resignation. Just then, he noticed a little girl carrying an adult on her back. Jiang Wanyue rested her hands on Jojo's shoulders, following closely behind as Jojo supported her weight with her arms crossed in front of her chest. Jiang Wanyue was panting, moving in a waddling manner. She believed the temple to be devoid of visitors at that moment. With her head bowed, her hair cascading like a waterfall, she smiled gently at Jojo. Instinctively searching for Lu Fang's figure, upon spotting the imposing man standing on the steps, her smile faltered. What an unfortunate coincidence, how could he be here? Uncle Shen, compared to Fu Hanchuan, Shinan captured Jojo's attention more readily. Upon seeing Shinan, Jojo's face lit up, revealing her pearly white teeth. Jiang Wanyue, still regaining her strength, was carried by Jojo toward Shinan. Uncle Shen, are you here to pray too? Fu Hanchuan's gaze followed Jojo. His daughter did not glance at him even once. Shannon greeted Jojo warmly. Is Jojo here to pray as well? Jojo nodded vigorously, delighted at the sight of Shannon. Madame Fu, the abbot recognized Jiang Wanyue, unaware that she and Fu Hanchuan had divorced. Your child wishes to extinguish his peace lantern, madam. Perhaps you could advise him. Jiang Wanyue looked up the steps and... Upon seeing Dudu, he pouted, turning away with his arms crossed, refusing to acknowledge her. Jiang Nanqing's voice rang out, Wanyue, you are truly too superstitious, constantly seeking divine assistance. How will Dudu ever hold his head high? Shanggu is right, Dudu echoed immediately, eager to align with Jiang Nanqing's sentiments. Earlier, while wandering in the Great Buddha Hall, Jiang Nanqing had pointed out the prayer plaques inscribed with Dudu and Jojo's names. Jojo is no longer the little lady of the Fu family. How could my name be placed alongside that of the esteemed young Master Fu? It's simply intolerable. The more he contemplated, the angrier he became. Hey, he shouted at Jiang Wanyue, quickly extinguish the peace lantern you lit for me. I refuse to have any connection with you. The abbot's expression tightened. Benefactor Fu. He hoped Fu Hanchuan would manage Dudu's behavior. Ming Tong, Jiang Wanyue's gentle voice interjected, drawing the abbot's attention. Her fair visage, with eyes as dark as polished stones, radiated resolute determination. Let it be as the young Master Fu desires. I shall no longer light peace lanterns for him. The abbot opened his mouth to speak, but upon scanning Jiang Wanyue and Dudu, he ultimately lowered his head and muttered a mantra. In the tranquil ancient temple, a mountain breeze swept through, causing the vibrant red wish plaques hanging from the banyan tree to chime softly. A staircase separated the two families. Young benefactor Fu, I will guide you to extinguish that peace lantern. If you do not desire the one your mother lit for you, then you may extinguish it yourself. The abbot ascended the steps. Dudu, Jojo called out, her voice ringing clearly through the temple. Upon hearing her, Dudu's expression stiffened. He followed the abbot inside the great Buddha hall without looking back. Jojo had 1,000 words to say. Yet in that moment, she understood that her words would bear no weight. Jiang Wanyue turned her gaze towards the banyan tree, adorned with countless red ribbons. Have you ever made a wish beneath the love tree? Yes, I have. Jiang Wanyue replied with a faint smile. The Buddha cannot compel someone who does not love you to love you in return. I should let go and no longer cling to such desires. Turning back as the shore, Shinan's cheerful voice interjected, akin to the refreshing scent of crushed mint wafting into her ears. Jiang Wanyue looked at him. The man did not shy away from her gaze. He turned his head slightly, his handsome profile revealing emotions that flowed freely in his phoenix-like eyes. Before Jiang Wanyue could feel warmth in her heart, Shinan rolled up his sleeves. Let me help you dismantle those unattainable old wishes. Shinan indeed brought a ladder, personally climbing the love tree to turn over each wish plaque. Liu Fong hoisted Jojo onto his shoulder, and she joined in the endeavor to locate the wish plaques Jiang Wanyue had previously hung. Moments later, Dudu bounced out of the great Buddha hall, exclaiming triumphantly to Jiang Nanqing, I blew out the peace lantern that woman lit for me. Jiang Nanqing crossed her arms, feeling increasingly pleased, Dudu now believing her words to be absolute. Was the little prince of the Fu family a true man who required no such frivolities? Gaining Jiang Nanqing's approval only fueled Dudu's pride. Daddy, let's go, he declared, following Fu Hanchuan down the steps. The man remained indifferent. Not casting a single glance at Jiang Wanyue. Hey, Jojo's voice piped up, there are names on here, Mommy's and Uncle Fu's. Fu Hanchuan abruptly halted. There are words on there, Jojo exclaimed, reading aloud, what youth? What future? The inscriptions on the wish plaques had faded slightly due to the elements, making it difficult for Jojo to discern the text. Jiang Wanyue raised her head and said to Jojo, take it down, I'll dispose of it. Jojo gently tugged, and the wish plaque came loose. Jiang Wanyue accepted the plaque and walked over to the trash bin, discarding it. At 18 Fu Hanchuan had brought her to Dingguang Temple, inscribing his wish on a plaque. May the lonely and sorrowful Wanyue find joy and peace in her remaining years. That he had once cherished her, once resolved to treat her well, yet everything had changed. The love she had given was genuine, her infatuation sincere, and her selfless devotion true. Now, however, the farewell was real, the retraction genuine, and the resolve to never look back was equally true. Fu Hanchuan tightened his hand before relaxing it once more. Had that incident never occurred, Fu Hanchuan was reluctant to dwell on the thought, pondering whether a sliver of love for Jiang Wanyue could have altered everything. The man did not look back. Striding forward decisively with his son, leaving without a backward glance. 2 days later, numerous netizens eagerly awaited online, refreshing the official Weibo of the ALI mathematics competition. At 10 o'clock that morning, the results of the finals would be announced. 10:00 a.m., the official Weibo of ALI Group released the list. First place in the finals, Jiang Wanyue. The name Jiang Wanyue surged once more to the trending list, capitalizing on Jiang Wanyue's popularity. ALI Group promptly announced that at the moment of the results reveal, the top 20 finalists would enter the challenge round to vie for the ultimate gold, silver, and bronze awards. This challenge round would also be streamed live across the internet. Hosted by a presenter from CCTV. Fu Group, Fu Hanchuan entered the conference room, clad in a bespoke suit that fit him impeccably. He walked with a calm demeanor, embodying a natural leader as the shareholders in the room focused their attention on him. The large screen in the conference room displayed the presidents of several foreign investment firms, who greeted Fu Hanchuan through the camera. Secretary Yan approached Fu Hanchuan, placing the materials needed for the upcoming meeting on his left side. Leaning slightly, Secretary Yan whispered that several presidents and shareholders were eager to watch the live broadcast of the ALI Mathematics Competition Challenge. The participants in this challenge were elite scholars from both domestic and international backgrounds. Although their academic discussions were often beyond comprehension, the shareholders were keen to observe the contestants closely through this livestream. Before Secretary Yan could finish, Fu Hanchuan had already furrowed his attractive brows. "We're holding a routine meeting, why watch a livestream, a bunch of idle old men?" Secretary Yan quickly reminded him that the shareholders intended to select a capable candidate for the position of CTO from the challenge hosted by the ALI Group. Fu Hanchuan's thin lips pressed into a straight line. "It was far too hasty." One of the shareholders seated beside him interjected, "The top 20 contestants in the ALI mathematics competition are all exceptional talents. They are currently the most sought-after individuals in the industry, and with the exposure provided by the ALI Group, their every move will be closely monitored in the future. Our company needs not just a professional and pragmatic CTO, but also someone with significant influence and charisma." At that moment, several more individuals entered the conference room. Upon seeing the newcomers, the shareholders promptly stood up. "Old Fu has arrived." Fu Hanchuan's father, Fu Lingyuan, had entered. A balding man, his presence illuminated the entire conference room, making it feel noticeably brighter. Fu Lingyuan resembled a benevolent Buddha, with large earlobes, smiling eyes, and naturally upturned lips, exuding warmth to everyone. Fu Hanchuan, upon seeing his father, remained seated in the main chair, merely lifting his chin slightly to nod in respect. Just then, more people arrived outside the conference room. Fu Lingyue, seated in a wheelchair and accompanied by his assistant, came into view. Fu Hanchuan paused for a moment before rising from his chair. The shareholders had already approached them, passing by Fu Lingyuan, who turned to smile at Fu Lingyue, now surrounded by the shareholders. They stopped a few steps away from him, bending their stiff backs. "Greetings, academician Fu. It is an honor to meet you." The foreign presidents, engaged in an online meeting with the executives of the Fu Group, were also visibly excited. "Oh, Dr. Fu, wow, I can't believe I'm seeing him in person. If I had known academician Fu would attend this meeting, I would have cancelled all my appointments today and flown 8 hours to the capital." Fu Lingyue, clad in a pure black Chinese-style suit with a stand-up collar, exuded an air of elegance, his face both striking and ethereal, though a tragic accident 5 years ago had left him disabled. He still possessed an extraordinary demeanor, even while seated in a wheelchair. When Fu Lingyue cast his gaze towards Fu Hanchuan, his cold eyes felt like a distant breeze from a verdant expanse. This wind, though not particularly chilly, bore an unmistakable sense of distance. Fu Hanchuan approached Fu Lingyue, respectfully greeting him. "Uncle." Fu Lingyue nodded, and his assistant maneuvered the wheelchair closer to Fu Hanchuan. Once all the executives of the Fu Group were seated, the atmosphere in the conference room shifted dramatically. At that moment, no one dared to speak. Even the foreign presidents, usually lively during meetings, adopted a serious demeanor as they faced the camera. Secretary Yan noticed one president hastily tying a tie, a rarity for him during meetings. Amidst the silence, Fu Lingyue spoke casually, "I heard the shareholders intend to select a CTO. I came to take a look." In unison, the shareholders silently hoped, if Fu Lingyue could become the CTO of the Fu Group, they would not only thrive in the domestic market. Unfortunately, this genius from the Fu family had already been entrusted to the state long ago. One shareholder chuckled, with academician Fu and old Fu overseeing the CTO selection. "I feel reassured. Let us all watch the live broadcast of the ALI mathematics competition." The lights in the conference room dimmed, the large screen connected to the ALI Group's live broadcast, when Jiang Wanyue's face filled Fu Hanchuan's view. His breath noticeably halted. It was only upon seeing Jiang Wanyue again that he realized her victory in the preliminaries was no mere stroke of luck. She had also secured first place in the finals. In the challenge, the contestant ranked 20th had the first choice of whom to challenge. Contestants could propose problems to their challengers, but they were also required to solve them. If a challenger failed to solve the problem or provide any viable ideas, they would be eliminated. Contestants ranked 20th, 19th, and 18th all chose to challenge Jiang Wanyue. After Jiang Wanyue solved their problems, those contestants were eliminated. Subsequently, contestants ranked 17th, 16th, and 15th continued to challenge Jiang Wanyue. Viewers online voiced their discontent over Jiang Wanyue's repeated challenges. "Why is everyone picking on Jiang Wanyue? Is it because she's a housewife? Goodness, are 6x besieging the bright summit? QQ Farm just called to say your vegetables have died." The participants at the live event were oblivious to the viewers' comments. One after another, they challenged Jiang Wanyue, and one after another, they left. Since stepping onto the challenge stage, Jiang Wanyue had not once stepped down. Fu Hanchuan gazed at the vibrant Jiang Wanyue on the large screen. Feeling somewhat dazed, she appeared even more beautiful. Did she truly understand these concepts? She only held an undergraduate degree. For 7 years she had devoted herself to the Fu family raising children. Had she secretly been studying relevant courses all this time? One shareholder spoke up. I believe we should invite Miss Jiang to become the CTO of the Fu Group. Besides her own excellence, she is also Mr. Fu's wife. It would be most fitting for her to assume the CTO position. Fu Hanchuan's expression grew serious. I have already divorced her. However, the shareholders regarded this as a trivial matter. So what if you're divorced? You can win her back. With Hanchuan's looks and status, what kind of woman can't he have? Women are like that. A few sweet words, and she'll come back tail wagging. The contestant ranked second in the final stepped onto the challenge stage, compelled to challenge Jiang Wanyue. Fu Hanchuan felt as if his breath would freeze. Was he truly considering bringing Jiang Wanyue into the Fu Group? After being a housewife for 7 years, she would suddenly become the chief technology officer, leading all the R&D projects of the Fu Group. If this were to get out, it would surely be a source of ridicule. Fu Hanchuan glanced at Fu Lingyue. Uncle, what do you think? Jiang Wanyue has no work experience. If she were to be given such a significant responsibility. Before Fu Hanchuan could finish, Fu Lingyue interjected, his voice silencing Fu Hanchuan. Whether the Fu Group can hire her remains to be seen. A chuckle escaped Fu Hanchuan's throat. Do you think Jiang Wanyue would refuse to join the Fu Group just to spite me? Fu Hanchuan found it implausible. In the entire capital, which company would appoint an inexperienced housewife as a chief technology officer? Other shareholders nodded in agreement. One remarked, we are only at ease in trusting the CTO position to Miss Jiang due to her relationship with Mr. Fu. She might have some reservations about Hanchuan, but I believe that once he speaks, he can definitely win her back. The shareholders' gazes toward Fu Hanchuan softened with affection. Fu Lingyuan, sitting nearby, stroked his smooth chin. Chuckling, not bad, not bad. Fu Hanchuan took a deep breath, his handsome face revealing a hint of weariness. Fine, I'll extend a hand to her and let her come aboard. The large screen displayed Jiang Wanyue eliminating the contestant ranked second in the finals. The chairman of the ALI Mathematics Competition Committee stood up and publicly announced that Jiang Wanyue had won the gold medal. Standing on the podium, Jiang Wanyue accepted the gold medal from the committee chairman. As she stood before the microphone, the host asked, Miss Jiang, everyone is curious about how a full-time housewife for 7 years managed to win the gold medal. Jiang Wanyue lifted her gaze, the stage lights nearly overwhelming her. Her fair complexion appeared even more radiant under the camera. She inhaled deeply, as if envisioning her 18-year-old self seated in the audience. In her deep, dark eyes sparkled the brilliance of countless stars. The secret to my standing here, holding this medal, is that I learned to love myself. I summon great courage to embrace a new life, unperturbed by the reactions of others, and I refuse to doubt myself based on external evaluations. I allow myself to be criticized, but I do not seek validation from anyone but myself. I am my own true master. Jiang Wanyue's smile blossomed like a spring breeze as she addressed the multitude of dark lenses. I will often reflect on the path I have traveled, but I will never go back. Jiang Wanyue has clinched the gold medal in the ALI Mathematics competition, sending shockwaves throughout the internet. Let us extend our heartfelt congratulations to this remarkable lady for winning the prestigious accolade in China. May her future be resplendent and filled with promise. Ms. Jiang Wanyue, a vast and boundless world awaits you ahead. I have always maintained that when women cease to regard men as their focal point, their horizons expand immensely across the internet. Numerous elite universities in China have sent their congratulations to Jiang Wanyue. Within half an hour, top foreign institutions activated their Weibo accounts to extend both congratulations and invitations to her. It was then that netizens began to grasp the immense attention surrounding this ALI competition. In light of the fervent invitations from world-class universities, domestic enterprises were equally eager to extend their olive branches to Jiang Wanyue, including state-owned military enterprises. Meanwhile, some resentful netizens left comments on the accounts of several affluent ladies, recalling how not long ago these women had apologized for bullying Jiang Wanyue's child, only to later cast doubt on Jiang Wanyue's competition results, prompting them to swiftly delete their apologies. Jiang Wanyue has secured the gold medal. What do you ladies from the upper echelons of society have to say, sycophants who pander to power and look down upon others? In reality, you may bully children and oppress ordinary individuals without facing repercussions. But online, I shall ensure your social demise. The affluent ladies who had previously apologized to Jiang Wanyue were also watching the live broadcast of the challenge. As they witnessed participants leaving the arena in defeat after facing Jiang Wanyue, their expressions grew increasingly grim. The ALI group streamed the competition live, and with each adversary Jiang Wanyue bested, her influence online surged exponentially. Some affluent ladies, during the livestream, hastily closed their social media accounts. After the challenge concluded, one of these ladies queried in her circle of friends, "Should we apologize? But what good would our apologies do now?" Another lady lamented, "I have been scolded by my husband and mother-in-law. My husband is upset with me as well." Upon seeing the invitations extended to Jiang Wanyue from elite universities and corporate giants, the past incidents of bullying Jiang Wanyue's daughter were also brought to the attention of their husbands. The dynamics at home remain uncertain. Simultaneously, the husbands of these affluent ladies, through their corporate Weibo accounts, issued formal apologies to Jiang Wanyue and her daughter. As Jiang Wanyue descended from the podium, scholars and professors approached her to convey their congratulations. She caught sight of Shinin standing several meters away, gazing at her. Chapter 69. The ex-husband calls Jiang Wanyue in front of the board. The man was tall and imposing, akin to a stately pine. Exuding grace and elegance. As he observed the flowers and applause directed at Jiang Wanyue, a glimmer of joy illuminated Shinan's eyes. Several professors approached Jiang Wanyue, offering their respects. She regained her composure and busily engaged with these esteemed figures. While exchanging pleasantries, she made her way through the crowd toward Shin, and Shin Tunghua was also present. Jiang Wanyue halted in front of Shin Tunghua, inhaled deeply, and declared, "Professor, I have returned." Shin Tunghua clasped his hands behind his back, visibly restraining his expression. "I have no need for your return," Shin Tunghua pouted, and Jiang Wanyue understood that he still harbored resentment over her academic achievements being appropriated by Jiang Qiming. "Professor," just as Jiang Wanyue was about to explain, Shin Tunghua interjected, "Go forth boldly, and let me see if you can continue to shine." Hearing Shin Tunghua's words, Jiang Wanyue felt a warmth in her heart. Despite his grievances, he still held hope for her success. More professors gathered around. "Miss Jiang, this is a letter of recommendation for the 17th Innovation and Technology Summit. On behalf of Jing University, I cordially invite you to attend." Jiang Wanyue's eyes widened slightly. She was eager to secure a favorable price for her patent, and attending the Innovation Technology Forum was the ideal opportunity. Nearby, other professors chimed in. "Old Chu, you are quite swift." Another professor produced a similar letter. "Miss Jiang, I also invite you to the Technology Summit on behalf of Huaka University. This is a recommendation from Huaka University. I hope you can use it to attend the forum." The Jing University professor quickly pressed down the Huaka University professor's hand. "Hey, I was the first to extend an invitation to Miss Jiang. If she is to attend, it will be with our Jing University recommendation." The two professors continued their dispute, while several other professors from various institutions presented Jiang Wanyue with recommendation letters. Dozens of letters lay before her, leaving Jiang Wanyue uncertain as to which to accept. At that moment, a hand, as exquisitely sculpted as jade, intercepted the flurry of recommendation letters descending upon her. Jiang Wanyue turned to find Shinin standing beside her. His clear and melodic voice, akin to the sound of jade clashing, commanded the attention of those around them. "Wanyue has already received an official invitation to the summit," Shinin stated, handing her an invitation letter embossed with golden lettering for the Innovation Technology Summit. Jiang Wanyue accepted the letter, opening it to discover that it was indeed a direct entry pass issued by the summit organizers. Such direct entry passes are typically reserved for presidents of major corporations like Fu Hanchuan. "This pass belongs to you, does it not?" Jiang Wanyue inquired. Shinin smiled, stating, "It bears your name. This is your exclusive entry pass to the summit." He elaborated, "The organizers took notice of you when you secured first place in the preliminary round." Jiang Wanyue gazed intently at the man, clarity shining in her eyes. "How do you know so precisely when the summit organizers became aware of me?" Shinin, hands clasped behind his back, leaned closer to Jiang Wanyue. His striking features loomed larger in her view, radiating an aura akin to a dazzling celestial being. Carefree and nonchalant, Jiang Wanyue inhaled the alluring scent of his presence, rich with enticing pheromones. "Because I have always kept an eye on you." Shinan's gaze was sincere and bright, as if he were willing to lay bare his fervent heart before her. Jiang Wanyue pressed the invitation letter to her chest, attempting to mask the sound of her racing heartbeat. Ahem. Shin Tunghua, standing beside Shinin, created a commotion, nearly coughing up his lungs. Shinin raised a hand to shield Jiang Wanyue from Shin Tunghua's spittle. Shin Tunghua sniffled and muttered, "What else with the strange scent?" Other professors, influenced by Shin Tunghua, sniffed the air, inquiring, "What strange scent? I don't smell anything." Jiang Wanyue, coming back to her senses, hurriedly displayed the invitation letter to several professors. "I have already received an official invitation. I appreciate your kindness." In the midst of her speech, Jiang Wanyue caught sight of a face as pale as death. Fong Weian was watching her from the crowd. Upon meeting Jiang Wanyue's gaze, Fong Weian turned and fled, scurrying away as if evading a predator. If Fong Weian, having ranked beyond the 100th place in the finals, was not qualified to challenge Jiang Wanyue, even as the runner-up attempted to challenge Jiang Wanyue and failed. Fong Weian continued to pray that the committee would award the gold medal to the second-place contestant, believing that this participant was superior to Jiang Wanyue. When Jiang Wanyue held the gold medal aloft, Fong Weian was thrown into a state of panic. He recalled the wager he had made with Jiang Wanyue. Fong Weian's legs trembled uncontrollably. He turned and bolted from the venue, desperate to find a place to hide until the fervor surrounding Jiang Wanyue's victory faded. Hoping that no one would remember their wager. In the corridor, Fong Weian collided with a robust figure. The person was large and strong. Upon impact, Fong Weian was sent sprawling to the ground. The individual he collided with walked past him silently. Fong Weian cursed under his breath, trembling as he stood, not daring to glance at the person who had knocked him down. After all, anyone capable of such force was not someone he could provoke. Fang Weian steadied himself against the wall and exited the building, taking a deep breath of fresh air, finally feeling a sense of relief that he reached into his jacket pocket only to discover a packet of powder that he had no recollection of acquiring. Puzzled, he examined the packet, reading the label on the back. Laxative for constipation. Could it be a laxative? How on earth did this end up in my pocket? Fang Weian's face flushed crimson. Damn it, he hurled the laxative to the ground in anger. Weian and Fang Weian looked up to see his former classmates from Shin Tunghua's study group approaching. They each produced packets of powder from their pockets, offering them to Fang Weian. We don't know who slipped these to us. But Weian, if you can use them, go ahead. Dozens of laxatives were placed in Fang Weian's palm. With a face that seemed on the verge of tears, he lamented, am I really going to have to perform a handstand while? One classmate patted his shoulder, encouragingly saying, Weian, believe in yourself, you can do it. Fu Corporation conference room. After the conclusion of the competition broadcast, shareholders began deliberating on the terms of Jiang Wanyue's potential employment at Fu Corporation. Upon witnessing various enterprises publicly extend job offers to Jiang Wanyue, the shareholders of Fu Corporation felt an immediate sense of urgency. Hanchuan, quickly call Jiang Wanyue. Please have Jiang Wanyue promptly agree to join our Fu family business. The shareholders are urging Fu Hanchuan, whose expression is dark and brooding, that he raises his eyes to signal Secretary Yan, who immediately produces another phone and hands it to Fu Hanchuan. This number has not yet been blocked by Miss Jiang. Fu Hanchuan reluctantly takes the phone and dials Jiang Wanyue's number. He is unwilling to contact her directly, but only he can facilitate her entry into the Fu family business with ease. Under the expectant gazes of the shareholders, Fu Hanchuan places the call to Jiang Wanyue. Moments later, the call is answered. Hello. A familiar female voice resonates, causing Fu Hanchuan's lips to curve upwards. It's me. Beep beep beep. Chapter 70. Wanyue specifically requests my company. Fu Hanchuan's call is abruptly terminated. The entire conference room descends into an oppressive silence. An icy chill envelopes Fu Hanchuan. Jiang Wanyue has once again played hard to get. How long will she continue this charade? With a cold expression and turbulent emotions brewing in his dark eyes, Fu Hanchuan dials Jiang Wanyue again. This time, he is met with an automated voice. The number you have dialed is not answering. Please try again later. Jiang Wanyue has indeed blocked him. Fu Hanchuan takes a deep breath and suddenly looks up to find the shareholders exchanging glances. Let me give Wanyue a call. Fu Lingyue's voice breaks the tension. And all eyes turn to him. He pulls out his phone, dials, and presses the speakerphone. The shareholders hold their breath as they listen to the ringing. The next moment, the call connects. Academician Fu, did you know I won an award? Jiang Wanyue's joyous voice fills the air, brimming with delight. Fu Hanchuan is momentarily stunned. He has never heard Jiang Wanyue sound so exuberant. Congratulations. Fu Lingyue responds, his tone devoid of any discernible emotion. Jiang Wanyue. Fu Hanchuan calls her name with a heavy voice. You just hung up on me. Did you know that? Jiang Wanyue remains silent for 3 seconds before replying. Academician Fu, I hope you can reconsider what I mentioned earlier. Fu Hanchuan's jaw tightens, his expression darker than soot. Jiang Wanyue is completely ignoring him. This is intentional. Fine. Does she want him to say a few flattering words to appease her? Fu Hanchuan steadies his breathing. Jiang Wanyue, let us have dinner together. He never imagined he would be the one to make concessions. This is the greatest extent of tolerance and kindness he can offer since their quarrel over divorce. Jiang Wanyue's voice comes through Fu Lingyue's phone. Academician Fu, are you willing to have dinner with me? Fu Hanchuan finds it amusing. Jiang Wanyue is shy and insists on bringing someone along. She fears facing him alone. Born from love, there is both awe and fear. If they were to dine alone, she might struggle to suppress the urge to turn back. Perhaps he should indulge her a little. My uncle will join us as well. Alright, see you tonight. Jiang Wanyue readily agrees, arranging to dine with Fu Lingyue, but she fears he might change his mind. Fu Hanchuan crosses his arms over his chest, a smile playing at his lips. Feeling particularly pleased, Jiang Wanyue is evidently eager to see him. The shareholders collectively breathe a sigh of relief. Miss Jiang's agreement to dine with Hanchuan indicates her intention to join the Fu family business. Hanchuan, do your best. Even if you and Wanyue cannot become husband and wife, you can still be colleagues. Fu Hanchuan respectfully addresses Fu Lingyue. Uncle Jiang Wanyue is rather naive. I will attend the meeting tomorrow. I will take a day off tomorrow. Fu Lingyue replies, since Wanyue specifically requested my company, I will go. A Tichondan Noble School playground. Fu Gidu, let us form a team. During gym class, several children shout out to Dudu. Duda strides over, hands on hips, declaring our team shall be named the Moon Chasers. Chasing the Moon is the club of Luna. The top female racer in Huagua. Luna will come to my house to pick up her car. And I plan to ask her to be my mentor. The other children. Ever since Dudu attended the racing competition on Zongziashan, he has been boasting about meeting Luna. Initially, the children found it novel. But after a few days, they grew weary of his tales. Moreover, since last week, Dudu has been saying that Luna would visit his home, yet he is still waiting for her. The other children's attitude towards Dudu has become dismissive. Seeing some children approaching Zhozhou, he immediately warns anyone teaming up with Jiang Yingzhou must stay behind after class to tidy up the equipment, clean the equipment room. Upon hearing Dudu's words, no one dares to approach Zhozhou. The gym teacher has always indulged Dudu, even making him the sports committee member responsible for appointing the children to clean up after each class, when the teacher notices that only Mu Yuxuan and Zhou have teamed up. He calls out, for the soft volleyball game, 5 per team, you two must join other teams. The teacher reassigns teams for Mu Yuxuan and Zhou, and Mu Yuxuan reluctantly joins the new team. Teacher, we don't want to team up with Jiang Yingzhou. Just as Zhou is about to join her new team, the children in that team raise their hands in protest. Teacher, our team doesn't need more members. We don't want to team up with Jiang Yingzhou, she cheats like her mother, we won play with her. The children, relatively uninformed, have pieced together bits of information about Zhou's mother from their parents. However, the adults' conversations were not fully comprehended, thus, at school, they amalgamate these snippets of information influenced by Dudu, and label Zhou as the pariah. No one wishes to team up with her. In the classroom, during break activities. Apart from Mu Yuxuan and Fu Hanchuan, no one speaks to Zhou. Fu Hanchuan, being fragile, is often sidelined during gym class, not allowed to participate in physical activities, standing alone, ever since she became Jiang Yingzhou. Zhou has been isolated. She bites her pink lips, clenching and unclenching her fingers, remembering her promise to her mother. No matter how difficult her circumstances become, she must bravely move forward. Zhou raises her hand to the gym teacher. I can form a team by myself. The teacher finds it amusing. Jiang Yingzhou, as a young girl, you should reflect on why no one wants to play with you. The teacher blows the whistle, calling the other children. The winning team will each receive a small red flower. Dudu, arms crossed like a commander, directs his teammates, you all must protect me. The game begins, and the competition between the two 5-member teams intensifies. Dudu's team narrowly wins and the next match Zhou takes to the field alone. Go Zhou! Fu Hanchuan shouts from her seat. The opposing team serves first, and Zhou deftly receives the incoming soft volleyball. Facing 5 opponents, she scores repeatedly. The whistle falls from the teacher's lips as Zhou waves her hand at him. Teacher, they have all collapsed. The teacher turns to see the children on the other side sprawled on the ground, panting heavily. What's the score? The teacher asks Fu Hanchuan, who is counting point 32-0. In the 5-minute game, Zhou did not miss a single ball. She single-handedly competed against all the children in her class, and when Dudu's team lost the match, he exclaimed, that last round doesn't count. I want a rematch. Chapter 71. How will she ever get married in the future? The children who had teamed up with Dudu were sprawled on the ground, some with their hands down. Gasping for breath. Fu Gidu, we can't get up. A rematch. Dudu stands aside, watching as the gym teacher awards Zhou 5 small red flowers since the gym teacher managed to acquire 5 red flowers. Zhou, having outperformed 5 competitors, receives them all. Dudu's face darkens. He points at Zhou and commands, the person who came in first is responsible for cleaning up the equipment. Why should she? Mu Yuxuan protests on Zhou's behalf. Fu Hanchuan also questions, why does the first place winner have to clean up? Dudu retorts, everyone else has been exhausted by Zhou. Look at her, she is barely even sweating. If she doesn't clean up, then who will? Mu Yuxuan mutters, Fu Gidu, you still look strong. Dudu attempts to lift one of his teammates, but fails. Blushing, he grits his teeth and mutters, come on, you really expect me to carry you? The other children head back to the classroom. While Mu Yuxuan and Fu Hanchuan stay behind to help Zhou clean the sports equipment, suddenly a piercing scream echoes, startling Mu Yuxuan and Fu Hanchuan. Zhou turns towards the sound. Not far away, children from the lower class are running wildly across the playground. A man in black athletic wear and a mask is chasing them with a wooden stick. Mu Yuxuan and Fu Hanchuan freeze in place. Watching as Zhou rushes forward. Zhou, come back, Zhou, do not go over there. The throats of the 2 little girls were hoarse from shouting. Zhou hurled the soft volleyball in her hands with all her might. The ball soared through the air and struck the masked man squarely in the back. The masked man let out a piercing scream and collapsed to the ground. As he attempted to rise, Zhou placed her foot firmly on his back, gripping his hand that held the wooden stick. She pressed his hand back, and a sharp crack echoed in the air. The masked man's agonized screams resonated across the playground. The young children, who had been fleeing in panic, turned to witness the scene. They beheld a little girl in a pink dress, her hair adorned with puffy buns secured by fluttering pink ribbons, dancing in the breeze. The girl possessed an enchanting beauty reminiscent of a doll from a traditional painting, with a round face, almond-shaped dark eyes, and rosy lips. The children gasped in astonishment. Wow, is a beautiful warrior here to rescue us? The masked man's cries drowned out the sound of cracking bones. Let go, please, let go. The masked man was on the verge of tears. The class teacher hurried over, exclaiming, children, this uncle is not a bad person. Zhou looked up in confusion but did not release her grip on the masked man's arm. He was wielding a stick and was pursuing other children. The teacher, witnessing Zhou's bravery, dared not approach. We are conducting a safety education activity in our class. This uncle was hired by the school to play the role of a villain. The masked man, lying on the ground, weakly wailed, please help me cover my medical expenses too. Jiang Wanyue stood at the school gate, awaiting Zhuo's emergence. She wore a mask, yet familiar faces recognized her. Hey, Miss Jiang, congratulations, you are truly impressive. A parent approached and shook her hand. One parent whispered, Miss Jiang, thank you for driving Principal Lu away. Now with the academic director as principal, many reforms have taken place. I believe this year's student awards will be fair and just, Jiang Wanyue humbly replied, this is not my doing. If Lu Jinxiang had not caused such a scene regarding Zhuozhua's expulsion, he would have fallen from grace regardless. Many parents and teachers expressed their gratitude towards Jiang Wanyue. They had long suffered under Lu Jinxiang's reign. Wanyue, Fu Qingru, holding Fu Panera's hand, approached with a smile. Accompanied by Jiang Qiming. Fu Qingru, her face painted pale, had delicate brows and wore a well-tailored cashmere coat accessorized with a Hermes Birkin bag and a jade pendant worth over 500,000. Previously at the Fu residence, she had shown off this pendant to Jiang Wanyue. Jiang Qiming, handsome and well-groomed, exuded an air of cultured sophistication. Wanyue, something serious has happened. Zhuozhui hit someone again. Fu Qingru's shrill voice successfully drew the attention of the surrounding parents. She approached Jiang Wanyue, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gossiped, Panner told me that your Jiang Yingzhou hit someone during recess and even broke their bones. The surrounding parents immediately grew tense. Pulling their children away from Jiang Wanyue. One parent whispered, from now on, keep a distance from that strong Jiang Yingzhou. Understood, Mom, I now idolize Jiang Yingzhou so much. Upon hearing the name Jiang Yingzhou, the children excitedly exclaimed to their parents, she is amazing, I wish I could be like her. The parents were exasperated by their children's words. How can you emulate Jiang Yingzhou? You must not follow her example. Yet, the children continued enthusiastically. Jiang Yingzhou defeated all the kids in the first grade class. She single-handedly made them all fall. The parents, envisioning a muscular girl akin to a bodybuilder overpowering their children, felt dizzy. If Chada were not the best elite school in the capital, they would have long since transferred their children elsewhere. Hearing the surrounding discussions, Fu Qingru grew increasingly smug. Wanyue, you really shouldn't raise your daughter like this. You've turned Zhuozhu into a strong Barbie. How will she ever find a husband? Jiang Wanyue paid little heed to Fu Qingru's remarks and instead spotted Zhuozhu emerging from the school. A line of little classmates followed behind her. Zhuozhu was about to dash towards Jiang Wanyue when she was called back by the children behind her. She turned around, and the little ones bowed to bid her farewell. Goodbye, heroine Yingzhou. Thank you for protecting our safety. Chapter 72. Why are you jealous? After bidding farewell to her classmates, Zhuozhu turned and sprinted towards Jiang Wanyue. Mommy, she shot out like a cannonball, causing Fu Qingru to swiftly pull Fu Panner back. Fearful of the gust of wind created by Zhuozhu's momentum, Zhuozhu appeared to be in high spirits, suggesting she had not faced any grievances at school. However, Jiang Wanyue noticed that Zhuozhu's hairdo had come slightly undone. Given Zhuozhu's high energy and the physical activity at school, this was understandable. Jiang Wanyue crouched down to tidy her daughter's loose hair. You must be Jiang Yingzhou's mother. The teacher from the second grade class approached Jiang Wanyue. Fu Qingru's lips curled into a mocking smile, eagerly waiting to see Jiang Wanyue scolded by the teacher. Jiang Wanyue stood and replied, yes, that's me. The teacher introduced herself, I am the head teacher of the second grade class. Before she could finish, Fu Qingru interjected, Jiang Wanyue, your daughter hit a classmate today. The parents of the second grade children quickly shielded their kids behind them. The teacher hurriedly waved her hands. No, today, Jiang Yingzhou bravely defeated a masked villain during our safety education activity. Heroically protecting the younger students. We are awarding Jiang Yingzhou a big red flower for her valor. Mommy, look, Zhuozhu proudly presented the big red flower she had received to Jiang Wanyue. Fu Qingru stood by in shock. Jiang Wanyue asked, I recall that Zhuozhu's head teacher did not notify us about a safety education activity today. Exactly, the Fu Qingru echoed. It's quite bizarre for Zhuozhu to receive a big red flower out of the blue. The teacher explained, this is an activity for the younger class students. Jiang Yingzhou's act of bravery in defeating the villain is deserving of recognition. At this point, the teacher leaned closer to Jiang Wanyue. Pulling out her phone, this is the uncle who played the villain. Here is his medical bill. Jiang Yingzhou's mother, please take a look. Jiang Wanyue understood the situation and replied, I will cover the expenses. After exchanging pleasantries, the teacher departed. As the other children left school, they made a point to bid Zhuozhu farewell. Fu Panner remarked to Fu Qingru, after Zhuozhu hit someone, she has become our entire kindergarten's guardian angel. Fu Qingru felt a pang of discomfort, her face betraying a hint of disdain. Zhuozhu, feeling guilty, said to Jiang Wanyue, Mommy, I'm sorry. I didn't control my strength today and accidentally broke an uncle's hand. Jiang Wanyue gently reassured her, the teacher said you acted bravely. While you accidentally hurt the uncle playing the villain, you also protected the younger children. When the weekend arrives, I will take you to visit that uncle. Alright, Zhuozhu obediently nodded at Jiang Wanyue. Fu Qingru scoffed, Zhuozhu doesn't resemble a girl at all. Jiang Wanyue's expression turned cool. What Zhuozhu was like was precisely what a girl should be, strong and capable. She need not fear harm from villains. Fu Qingru deemed Jiang Wanyue's words absurd and instructed Fu Panner, you must not emulate Zhuozhu, a girl should be gentle and delicate to be loved. Fu Panner couldn't help but ask, then what should I do if I encounter a bad person? Fu Qingru replied, if you fear encountering bad people, find a man to protect you. Jiang Qiming gently reassured his daughter. Daddy will protect you when you grow up, your husband will take care of you. Jiang Qiming then turned his gaze to Jiang Wanyue. He had intentionally come with Fu Qingru to pick up Fu Panner. But his true intention was to speak with Jiang Weiniui. In a familiar tone, he inquired Wanyue, after winning the gold medal in the competition, "What are your plans?" Jiang Wanyue quickly discerned that Jiang Qiming was attempting to pry into her future career plans. She countered with a question, "I would appreciate your guidance, Professor Jiang." Jiang Qiming chuckled, "I wouldn't presume to offer advice, but when you secured first place in the preliminaries, you faced considerable skepticism online. The ALI group and official media left you amidst a storm of public opinion. I genuinely worried you would succumb to online abuse." In that moment, Jiang Qiming, clad in a beige coat, resembled a weasel wagging its tail. Jiang Wanyue silently regarded him, pondering what he was attempting to portray. Noticing her lack of response, Jiang Qiming adopted a grave expression, lamenting, "In our country's current environment, it is exceedingly difficult for top talents to emerge. I can truly relate. I exerted every effort to escape from a backward small town. Late Moon, I am one who appreciates talent, and that is why I speak to you thus. If you wish to pursue scientific research in academia, it would be prudent to do so abroad. For our country is indeed too insular. Overseas, there exists a realm of freedom." Jiang Wanyu replied, "At present, my only desire is to support my family." Jiang Qiming, perceiving her lack of ambition, was graced with a smile in his eyes. He regarded Jiang Wanyu as merely clever enough to excel in competitions, but to achieve true success in her career was an impossibility. After all, she was but a woman. Jiang Qiming advised, "If you seek employment, you must aim for foreign enterprises. They offer weekends off and parental leave. If you were to join one of our domestic companies, how would you find the time to care for Jojo on your own?" He appeared genuinely concerned for Jiang Wanyu's well-being. Realizing that Jiang Qiming had come prepared, she sought to draw him out. "Having been a housewife for 7 years, I am rather unfamiliar with the renowned companies in the market. Professor Jiang, you are far more knowledgeable than I. What positions do you believe would suit my current circumstances?" Under her guidance, Jiang Qiming revealed his true thoughts. "Wanyu, are you aware of Ohm Technology? It is a company from country M, backed by the technological giant Huawei. Today, Huawei stands as the foremost international stock, the most valuable enterprise in the world." Jiang Wanyu shook her head, feigning ignorance. Jiang Qiming continued, "To be candid, after you received your award, Ohm Technology approached me, hoping to connect with you through my assistance. I am inclined to advocate for Ohm Technology because they have a collaboration with Kyoto University and have invested in my research project. They are offering you a remarkably generous salary, an annual base of 1 million, along with project bonuses and dividends, as well as various subsidies. Most importantly, Ohm Technology provides 103 days of leave." Wanyu, "As a single mother, I believe Ohm Technology would be an ideal fit for you. I also urge you to consider this. Now is the time when you are most in the spotlight. Numerous foreign universities are extending olive branches to you. You could easily apply for a green card and settle in a developed country with Jojo. This way, you could also escape the tumult of the capital. Wouldn't you agree?" Jiang Wanyu displayed little emotion on her face as she nodded at Jiang Qiming, stating, "I shall give serious consideration to your suggestions." She departed with Jojo, while Fu Qingru cast a cold glance at her retreating figure. Scoffing, "Those schools and large companies are merely seeking to ride the wave of your fame, putting on a show online. She lacks work experience. Even if she joined a large company, she would have to start from the bottom." Fu Qingru asserted with conviction. Jiang Qiming chuckled, "Wanyu is indeed a rare talent." Fu Qingru shot him a displeased look, her eyes turning icy. Jiang Qiming quickly embraced her. "I merely stated that she is talented. Why are you so jealous?" With a sullen expression, Fu Qingru huffed, shaking her shoulders as she struggled briefly in Jiang Qiming's embrace, yet ultimately allowed him to hold her tightly. Jiang Wanyu had not gone far when she spotted a black, fully equipped Maybach parked nearby. The window rolled down, revealing the striking profile of Fu Hanchuan. Chapter 73. "Do you want me and Dad to humbly beg you?" Dad, Dudu, with a backpack on his back, gleefully ran toward Fu Hanchuan. It was a rare occasion for Fu Hanchuan to pick him up from school, making Dudu especially excited. The female guardians of the other children found themselves momentarily frozen in place at the sight of Fu Hanchuan. Secretary Yen approached Jiang Wanyu with respect, inviting her. "Miss Jiang, please get in the car." Jiang Wanyu declined. "No need, I will take a taxi to the restaurant with Jojo." She had no desire to be confined in a narrow space with Fu Hanchuan. Secretary Yen supported Fu Hanchuan, adding a few flattering remarks. "Mr. Fu was here specifically to escort you and Miss Jojo." Jiang Wanyu took out her phone, intending to summon a ride. Secretary Yen moved to the Maybach store. Reporting back to Fu Hanchuan moments later, Jiang Wanyu's phone rang. Assuming it was the driver, she answered. Fu Hanchuan's voice, cold as a wind sweeping across an icy plain, reached her ears. "All ride-hailing services within a 5-kilometer radius have been halted at my request. If you wish to take Jojo to the restaurant, I will not stop you." Jiang Wanyu inhaled sharply. This man remained as domineering as ever. Taking Jojo's hand, she approached the Maybach. Allowing Jojo to sit in the front passenger seat, Jiang Wanyu moved to the driver's side and instructed the chauffeur, "You may exit the vehicle." Fu Hanchuan's intention to pick Jiang Wanyu up for dinner was, to the chauffeur's eyes, a signal that he wished to mend their relationship. The chauffeur, uncertain of Jiang Wanyu's true intentions, obeyed her command and exited the vehicle. Jiang Wanyu settled into the driver's seat. Stowing her bag and activated the car's screen, inquiring of Fu Hanchuan, which restaurant are we going to? The man appeared somewhat taken aback, interpreting her words as an indication that she intended to drive them to dinner. Was she so eager to please him? Amused, Fu Hanchuan thought if she wished to play the role of chauffeur, so be it. He provided the name of a renowned French restaurant in the capital, where reservations for the prime views required a month in advance. After entering the restaurant's name into the car's screen, Jiang Wanyu pressed down on the accelerator, the sudden force causing Fu Hanchuan and Dudu in the back seat to be caught off guard. The Maybach sped down the road, prompting Fu Hanchuan to fasten Dudu's seatbelt. Several times he attempted to speak, yet was repeatedly interrupted by the cars swerving. Internally, he cursed Jiang Wanyu's poor driving skills. She managed to make the heavy Maybach feel as though it were careening down a bumpy road. As the Maybach barely grazed another car, Dudu, slumped in his seat, stared wide-eyed in terror as Jojo, seated in the front, accustomed to physical activity, reacted swiftly and felt little discomfort in the rapidly moving Maybach. The black Maybach wove through the congested evening traffic with remarkable agility, transforming what would have been a journey of over half an hour into a mere 15 minutes. Fu Hanchuan, seated in the back, appeared somewhat pale, his sharply defined features set in a rigid line. Once Dudu exited the vehicle, he promptly retched, clutching his chest. He indignantly pointed at Jiang Wanyu, exclaiming, "You did that on purpose." He had experienced Jiang Wanyu's driving before, yet this was the first time she had driven a luxury car so recklessly. What terrible driving skills! Riding a roller coaster is far more comfortable than being driven by you. Dudu complained as he stomped his feet. He could hardly focus on lamenting to Jiang Wanyu, instead supporting himself on his knees as he retched for a while. Jiang Wanyu ignored Dudu entirely, taking Jojo's hand as they entered the restaurant. Fu Hanchuan provided the staff with his phone number, and they were guided to a private room. As Jiang Wanyu stepped inside, she intended to greet Fu Lingyue, but the smile that had graced her dark eyes froze upon seeing who occupied the long table. Jiang Nancheng and her parents, brother Shang, Dudu exclaimed, skipping over to Jiang Nancheng and leaping into her embrace like a fledgling returning to its nest. Jiang Wanyu stood nearby, while Jiang Nancheng immediately enveloped Dudu in her arms, cradling the back of his head with her palm. Their intimacy did not escape Jiang Wanyu's gaze, yet she chose not to look their way. Jiang Nancheng smirked inwardly. Surely she must be too afraid to look. What mother could bear to witness her son being so close with another woman? The satisfaction swelled within Jiang Nancheng as she released Dudu, only to notice a stain on her sweatshirt. Did you just drink water? She inquired. Dudu shook his head. I just threw up. In an instant, Jiang Nancheng's expression shifted dramatically. She hastily grabbed a wet wipe and dabbed at her sweatshirt, only to find it appeared even dirtier. Jiang Nancheng felt as though she might grind her back teeth to dust, subtly pushing Dudu away. Dudu, please take a seat. Jiang Nancheng instinctively held her breath, detecting a foul odor emanating from her sweatshirt. Jiang Shengtian, seated beside Jiang Nancheng, observed his daughter's closeness with Dudu and nodded in approval. He was not overly concerned about his eldest daughter's divorce from Fu Hanchuan. As long as one of his daughters could secure Dudu's and Fu Hanchuan's affections, the Jiang family would still have a foothold with the Fu family. Upon seeing Jiang Nancheng with her grandparents, Jojo stood still, her small face serious. Jiang Wanyu asked, "Is academician Fu?" Fu Hanchuan replied indifferently, "My uncle has encountered a pressing matter. Since academician Fu was absent, I shall take my leave." Jiang Wanyu turned to leave with Jojo. Fu Hanchuan remained rooted in place, showing no inclination to retain her. He did not believe that Jiang Wanyu would truly leave. After all, she had personally driven them to the restaurant. Did she not wish to reconcile with them? "Hey, how long are you going to make a scene?" Dudu exclaimed, sitting beside Jiang Nancheng, hands on his hips, pouting. Jiang Wanyu halted, hearing Dudu's dissatisfied murmur. "You brought me and Dad here, yet you won't dine with us. Do you expect me and Dad to humbly beg you for reconciliation?" Jiang Wanyu was unaware of where Dudu had learned such words. Jiang Nancheng chimed in, "Sister Wanyu, do you wish to avoid seeing me? Or do you wish to avoid our parents?" Turning to Fu Hanchuan, she added, "Sister Wanyu must be unable to eat upon seeing me." "Never mind, I shall take my leave." Jiang Nancheng rose smoothly, prompting Dudu to cling to her hand. "Brother Shang, don't go. The one who should leave is that insufferable woman." Jiang Xingtian's countenance hardened as he asserted his authority as the head of the family. "Jiang Wanyu, do you still consider us family? Turning away from us the moment you see us is simply unacceptable." Jiang Wanyu turned her head, her brows and eyes as cold as a frigid pool. She glanced at Jiang Nancheng and remarked, "You possess quite a commendable self-awareness." Jiang Nancheng's throat tightened, rendering him speechless. Jiang Wanyu smiled at Jiang Shengtian and said, "Dad, I'm afraid you might strike me with your belt. Is it not quite normal for me to flee upon encountering you, especially with Zhuozhua in tow?" Zhuozhua stepped forward, positioning herself protectively behind Jiang Wanyu, arms outstretched in a defensive posture. "Grandpa, if you dare lay a hand on mommy again, I shall not hold back." Jiang Shengtian slowly turned to assess Fu Hanchuan's expression. Fu Hanchuan sat at the head of the long table, not casting a glance at Jiang Wanyu, instead offering his ex-wife a detached profile. "Uncle will be arriving shortly. Do ensure he does not find amusement in our predicament." His tone was laced with a warning directed at Jiang Wanyu. Jiang Wanyu's gaze fell upon the vacant seat at the head of the table. That position was undoubtedly reserved for Fu Lingyue. It seemed Fu Lingyue would indeed be joining them for dinner this evening. Zhang Huanyue smirked and inquired, "Is academician Fu aware that you have invited so many people for dinner?" Only then did Fu Hanchuan direct his frosty gaze toward Zhang Huanyue. He noted the V-shaped diamond insignia adorning the left side of her dress after she had removed her coat. This matched the designer dress he had planned to gift her. After marrying into the Fu family, Zhang Huanyue had acquired numerous pieces from the Valencia haute couture line. Her choice to wear a Valencia dress today was evidently an attempt to curry favor with him. Fu Hanchuan's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. He saw through Zhang Huanyue's superficial intentions. "You feel shy dining alone with me and insist on bringing along your uncle, thus I have summoned your family so you need not feel lost in my presence." Was he truly considering Zhang Huanyue's feelings? Yet Zhang Huanyue looked at Fu Hanchuan as if he were a fool. Chapter 74. Yielding to him, anticipating Fu Lingyue's arrival, Zhang Huanyue sat across from Jiang Nanqing and her parents with Zhuozhua beside her. Jiang Shengtian fastened an apron around Tang Xinbo, who, like a young child, whined, "Let's eat, I'm hungry." Jiang Shengtian cast a glance at Fu Hanchuan as he coaxed Tang Xinbo. Academician Fu has yet to arrive. Wah wah wah, Tang Xinbo feigned a pout, her tiny fists rubbing non-existent tears at the corners of her eyes. Zhang Huanyue inhaled deeply. Her mother's demeanor was perpetually infuriating, no matter how many times one witnessed it. A waiter entered announcing, "A Mr. Fu called earlier. He mentioned he would be delayed due to some matters and requested that you all begin dining without him." Fu Hanchuan simply instructed the waiter, "Serve the dishes." Zhuozhua observed the baby bowl placed before Dudu while hers was conspicuously absent, yet Tang Xinbo had won. It was evident that her grandmother had taken away the bowl that was originally intended for her. With a gentle sigh, Zhuozhua resigned herself to the fact that the baby bowl would not suffice for her hunger. As the dishes were served, Dudu and Zhuozhua had chicken fillets and salmon for their main course. Jiang Nanqing took up a knife and helped Dudu cut her chicken into bite-sized pieces. Tang Xinbo, sharing the same children's meal as the other children, chimed in sweetly, "Shenggu, I want mine cut too." "I can't help it," Jiang Shengtian affectionately replied, taking the knife to assist Tang Xinbo with her chicken. Dudu, savoring her chicken, could not help but exclaim, "Shenggu, you are so kind to me. No one has ever helped me cut my chicken into such small pieces." Zhuozhua, nibbling on her chicken, replied, "Dudu, have you forgotten? After mommy fries the chicken for us, she also cuts it into pieces." Dudu raised her voice, "The chicken cut by Shenggu is the tastiest." Jiang Nanqing lifted his glass of juice. Attempting to lighten the atmosphere, "Let's all congratulate Sister Huanyue for winning the gold medal in the ALI mathematics competition. Huanyue is truly remarkable. She is now famous across the internet." Jiang Shengtian adopted a paternal tone, stating, "You received an award and had a televised interview, yet you never expressed gratitude to your parents." Jiang Huanyue chuckled, "Are you suggesting I should thank you for kicking me and Zhuozhua out of the house while facing the media?" Jiang Xingtian's heart sank, and he hurriedly glanced at Fu Hanchuan's expression. Fu Hanchuan frowned. Zhang Huanyue's mention of her and Zhuozhua being mistreated by Jiang Shengtian seemed a plea for assistance, from the moment she agreed to dine with him. Zhang Huanyue had begun to yield, however, her pride prevented her from directly seeking his help. Instead, she attempted to signal Fu Hanchuan to intervene on her behalf. Jiang Shengtian immediately chastised Zhang Huanyue, "You were the one who insisted on leaving the Jiang family. We never intended to drive you and Zhuozhua away." Tang Xinbo chimed in, his sister, "It was you who took Zhuozhua away from home. Boo-hoo, baby misses you so much. I called you many times, but you ignored me." Jiang Shengtian lamented, "Huanyue, you only returned to us at 18, and you remained distant. During your time away from the Jiang family, your mother and I called you countless times, yet you blocked us." Jiang Huanyue retrieved her phone. "Shall I read the messages you sent me?" "I haven't deleted a single one." Jiang Shengtian suddenly realized that the messages he had sent to Jiang Huanyue were filled with harsh insults. And he quickly exclaimed, all right, let's eat. What does it matter among family? You are our flesh and blood. I may be clumsy with words, but my heart will always be with you." Jiang Huanyue set her phone aside. "After we finish eating, I will read your messages and recount our father-daughter relationship." Jiang Xingtian's face fell, and he hastily changed the subject. "Hanchuan, you will be attending the Innovation and Technology Summit, correct?" Fu Hanchuan merely responded with a sound of acknowledgement. Jiang Shengtian plastered a sycophantic smile on his face. "May I accompany you?" Fu Hanchuan replied indifferently, "I intend to take Huanyue along to witness it." His gaze fell upon Jiang Huanyue as he gestured for the waiter. A waiter entered, carrying a gift box, which he presented to Jiang Huanyue. Fu Hanchuan did not lift his eyes but merely said, "See if you like it." Jiang Huanyue curiously peered into the box, which contained a dress and a document. "Next week, you will accompany me to the Innovation and Technology Summit. This dress has been tailor-made for you, and the document is the offer from Fu Corporation along with the invitation to the summit." Jiang Huanyue found it peculiar. "After 7 years of marriage, you have never taken me to any gala. Which of my measurements was this dress made to fit?" Fu Hanchuan's brow furrowed. The dress had been arranged by his assistant, who claimed it was customized to Jiang Huanyue's size. However, Fu Hanchuan had never inquired about her measurements. To him, Jiang Huanyue was akin to a wooden ornament, merely occupying the role of his wife. They had not shared a bed in a long time, and Fu Hanchuan held no interest in her body, thus, he was indifferent to whether she was thin or plump. The dress can be altered until you are satisfied. Fu Hanchuan believed he had already been quite indulgent toward Jiang Wanyue. Jiang Wanyue picked up the document resting atop the dress. Is Fu Corporation attempting to recruit me into the technical department? Fu Hanchuan replied, I wish to place you in the General Secretary's office as my personal secretary. Jiang Wanyue was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter at Fu Hanchuan's words. For 7 years, I have been your unpaid housekeeper. Now, after 7 years, you wish to pay me to continue being your housekeeper? The man's brow furrowed deeply. Then you shall be the most expensive housekeeper in the capital. Jiang Wanyue smiled. I only wish to convey 2 words to you. Fu Hanchuan then asked, do you agree, or should I increase the salary? Fu Hanchuan was momentarily taken aback, the placid emotions within him stirred. Jiang Wanyue, you hold merely a bachelor's degree, he reminded her coolly. You have only won an award in a competition. Competing and leading an entire team on a project are entirely different matters. The shareholders of Fu Corporation were inclined to offer the position of CTO to Jiang Wanyue. After 7 years of marriage, Fu Hanchuan was acutely aware of Jiang Wanyue's capabilities. How could a woman who had become a housewife at 20 be qualified for the role of Chief Technology Officer at Fu Corporation? Jiang Nanqing defended Fu Hanchuan's sister Wanyue. How can you criticize Hanchuan? Jiang Wanyue smiled. I am merely stating the facts. She tossed the gift box in front of Fu Hanchuan. Keep it. Do not bring it out to embarrass yourself. Tang Xinbao, seeing Jiang Wanyue reject the gift box, immediately reached out and took the dress from within and excitedly she exclaimed to the man beside her, Xingtian, don't you think I would look better in this dress than Wanyue? Jiang Xingtian's attention remained fixated on Fu Hanchuan, responding perfunctorily, yes, yes. Fu Hanchuan regarded Jiang Wanyue with a cold glare, declaring, you have rejected Fu's offer. Do you truly believe you can find a respectable job elsewhere? Jiang Wanyue elegantly sipped her black truffle mushroom soup. I never considered joining Fu Corporation. Fu Hanchuan found it amusing. How could she claim she had never thought of joining Fu Corporation, which was undoubtedly her best option? Jiang Wanyue, cease your childish antics. We are discussing serious matters. I am the presence of your future employer. You have but one chance, Fu Hanchuan reminded her. Do you have any idea how many entrepreneurs covet an invitation to the summit forum? Zhang Shengtian fixed his gaze on the invitation in Fu Hanchuan's hand, his eyes widening in astonishment. It turned out that Fu Hanchuan intended to take his daughter to the summit forum. Zhang Shengtian hastily urged Lan Yu, quickly agree to Mr. Fu. Don't be so ungrateful. Jiang Wanyue remained silent, continuing to eat her meal without any inclination to acknowledge Fu Hanchuan. His voice broke through the tension. I will give you 10 seconds to consider. Jiang Wanyue had no desire to engage with him. Fu Hanchuan fell into silence, counting down the seconds. Jiang Wanyue, Zhang Shengtian slammed his hand on the table in frustration. Jiang Wanyue's calm demeanor while eating only heightened Jiang Xingtian's impatience. 78. Fu Hanchuan coldly articulated the numbers. The opportunity he had extended to Jiang Wanyue was already quite generous. Lan Yu, what are you doing? Are you intent on refusing a toast and opting for a penalty drink? Zhang Shengtian spat with exasperation. This mashed potato is exceptionally delicious. Jiang Wanyue shared the mashed potato from her plate with joie. Completely disregarding both Fu Hanchuan and Jiang Shengtian. 9. Fu Hanchuan's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Wanyue's exquisite features. She was far too proud, utterly oblivious to what she would lose by missing this opportunity. Hanchuan, Lan Yu will definitely accompany you to the summit forum, Zhang Shengtian preemptively answered on her behalf. He then added, as long as you soften your stance with Hanchuan, Dad will have 10 or 8 dresses custom made for you. 10. Fu Hanchuan uttered the final number. Only then did Jiang Wanyue raise her eyes toward him. I will not be your accessory. I will no longer be beneath you, Jiang Wanyue declared earnestly. Fu Hanchuan, I did not come here today solely to dine with you. Chapter 75, Uncle's Instruction, Ex-Husband. The man leaned back in his chair like an emperor, and although Jiang Wanyue was on equal footing with him, she could distinctly feel the condescending gaze of the higher-up upon her. Before Fu Hanchuan could speak again, Zhang Shengtian had already risen in indignation. Do you even comprehend what you are saying? Rebellion against the heavens, a woman claiming she will not be subordinate to a man. It seems you are intent on mutiny. Zhang Shengtian kicked his chair aside and rushed around the table toward Jiang Wanyue. Jiang Nanqing bit her lip tightly, fearing that if she loosened her grip, she might burst into laughter. Ezhuj was set down her spoon, her gaze fixed on Zhang Xingtian's advancing figure. As he reached out to grab Jiang Wanyue by her collar, a voice suddenly rang out. What are you doing? Fu Lingyue's voice cut through the tension. Grandfather. Zhuozhua had already climbed atop her chair, firmly grasping Zhang Xingtian's hand that was reaching for Jiang Wanyue. The atmosphere in the private room was fraught with tension, as if a fierce battle was on the verge of erupting. A tall and sturdy retired Special Forces assistant wheeled himself into the room. Fu Lingyue sat in the wheelchair, exuding an invisible aura that commanded the rules of the environment around him, dressed in a black turtleneck sweater and tailored trousers that hugged his long legs. When Jiang Nanqing caught sight of Fu Lingyue's face, she instinctively held her breath. The last time she had seen Fu Lingyue was a decade ago. He was nearly 2 years older than Fu Hanchuan. Yet even 10 years ago, he had been striking enough to captivate the world, not to mention in their youth, while they were still playing with Lego blocks, Fu Lingyue was already studying celestial mechanics. Jiang Nanqing vividly recalled the summer she spent at the Fu family estate in the first grade with Fu Nuoshi, when Fu Hanchuan took them to the creek to catch small fish and shrimp. Upon returning to the Fu residence, they passed by a room on the first floor where Fu Lingyue stood in front of a blackboard filled with formulas, surrounded by over a dozen elders with calculation papers and bulky laptops. Fervently debating with him, "What are they doing?" the young Jiang Nanqing asked in confusion, instinctively wanting to approach Fu Lingyue, wishing to take him to the creek to catch shrimp and fish. "Those grandpas are uncle's students." Fu Nuoshi informed her, "Uncle is not like us." Memories crystallized in time. Fu Hanchuan immediately rose and approached Fu Lingyue, respectfully stating, "Uncle." Jiang Shengtian, upon seeing Fu Lingyue, was momentarily taken aback. Fu Academician Fu. He had not anticipated that he would truly meet Fu Lingyue. "Academician Fu, long time no see." Jiang Shengtian jovially approached Fu Lingyue, attempting to establish rapport. Fu Lingyue's gaze locked onto Jiang Shengtian. "What were you just trying to do?" Jiang Shengtian quickly donned a smile. "Lan Yu was simply being ignorant. I merely intended to teach her a lesson. I apologize for the spectacle." Fu Lingyue's gaze, though not as cold as Fu Hanchuan's, elicited an overwhelming sensation of being easily seen through. "To lay hands on your own daughter, do you deserve to be a father?" The words pierced Jiang Shengtian's throat like a sharpened arrow. Faced with Fu Lingyue, he could not muster a single sound. "It's because Lan Yu refuses to accompany Hanchuan to the Innovation Technology Summit Forum. Hanchuan has generously given her such a wonderful opportunity, yet she fails to cherish it." Under Fu Lingyue's piercing gaze, Jiang Shengtian's voice gradually diminished. "Lan Yu is already 27 years old. To strike and scold your own daughter, is that not a sign of disrespect?" Jiang Shengtian's face flushed instantly. "Food, I forbid you from yelling at her or laying a hand on her. Do you understand?" The powerful aura bore down on Jiang Shengtian like a 1,000-pound weight, rendering him breathless. Before Fu Lingyue, he resembled a wild dog with its tail tucked, not daring to extend a claw. Yet why did it feel as though Fu Lingyue was more like Jiang Wanyue's father? Jiang Shengtian attempted to speak again. "You merely need to tell me." "Understood." His tone was calm and gentle, yet Jiang Shengtian felt as if he could not breathe. The instinct for self-preservation compelled him to open his mouth, responding word by word as instructed by Fu Lingyue. "Understood." Fu Lingyue withdrew his gaze from Jiang Shengtian and, with the assistance of his aide, wheeled himself to the head of the table. Upon noticing a gift box abandoned on the dining table, a leather bag with the Fu Group's emblem had fallen out. "What is this?" Fu Hanchuan replied. "It's the Fu offer I prepared for Jiang Wanyue." Fu Lingyue lifted his chin slightly, prompting his aide to retrieve the leather bag. The aide opened it and presented the contract to Fu Lingyue. Fu Lingyue took the contract, and upon reading its contents, he raised his eyes again, his piercing gaze nearly penetrating Fu Hanchuan, sending a chill down his spine. The atmosphere in the room thickened. No one dared to breathe. This was Zhuozhuo and Dudu's first encounter with Fu Lingyue. Since his entrance, they had been overwhelmed by his invisible presence. Domestic assistant employment contract. Within the private room, it felt as though blades were drawn. The glint of cold steel sweeping across Fu Hanchuan's face, causing a stinging pain on his cheek. "Hanchuan." Fu Lingyue spoke softly, prompting Fu Hanchuan to step forward. The man in the wheelchair extended the contract to Fu Hanchuan, who respectfully accepted it. "Lan Yu invites me to dinner, and you present such a contract to insult her." "Fu Hanchuan, are you a 3-year-old child?" Shadows enveloped Fu Hanchuan's eyes, stripping him of the ability to counter Fu Lingyue's words. His uncle was the steadfast anchor of the Fu family. Though Fu Lingyue was not the head of the family, even Fu Hanchuan's father treated this younger brother, 30 years his junior, with utmost respect. In Fu Lingyue's presence, Fu Hanchuan felt compelled to temper his breathing. "I merely believed that, given Jiang Wanyue's capabilities, the position of CEO's domestic assistant would suit her better." "Does she need you to evaluate her abilities?" Under Fu Lingyue's calm interrogation, flames of anger ignited within Fu Hanchuan. "Do not indulge in such childish and trivial games, do you understand?" Under Fu Lingyue's reprimand, Fu Hanchuan's previously proud lips pressed into a thin line. Witnessing his father being reprimanded in such a manner by Fu Lingyue, Dudu felt a surge of panic and hid behind Jiang Nanqing, who also broke into a cold sweat. Fu Hanchuan attempted to speak. "You simply need to answer me." "Understood." Fu Lingyue spoke as if instructing a child, each word deliberate. Fu Hanchuan pursed his lips, and amidst the suffocating silence, he finally replied to Fu Lingyue, "Understood," after sweeping his gaze across the room. Fu Lingyue's attention settled back on Fu Hanchuan. "Are they the ones you summoned here?" There was no need for further inquiry. Fu Lingyue's perceptive eyes had already penetrated Fu Hanchuan's thoughts. "Do you think Lan Yu can eat in their presence?" His gentle questioning delivered repeated blows to Fu Hanchuan. "We are dining, and you invite a group of irrelevant individuals. This is how you conduct yourself as a leader of the Fu family?" Fu Lingyue concluded, "It seems your father has failed to raise you properly." Chapter 76. Are they all being kicked out? Fu Hanchuan tightened his grip on the contract, crumpling the paper with irregular creases. Fu Lingyue's voice, cold and composed, left him powerless to resist. Your father failed to educate you properly. This remark struck like a hurricane, shattering Fu Hanchuan's pride and arrogance built over the years. He was the helmsman of the Fu family, having led the company for many years, with everyone looking to him for direction. Fu Hanchuan believed himself to be a king above all others. Little did he expect that a deity above him would mete out punishment. In that moment, Fu Hanchuan found it difficult to breathe. Uncle, we are not inconsequential figures. Have you forgotten me? I met you with Nuwashi at the Fu family estate. Jiang Nanqing attempted to draw closer to Fu Lingyue. Fu Lingyue did not exude an overwhelming presence, yet his visage was so striking that, at a distance of approximately 2 meters, while attempting to converse with him, Jiang Nanqing found her words faltering. After Jiang Nanqing spoke, Jiang Shengting hastily echoed her sentiments. Master Fu, we have met before, and I am Wan Yu's father. We are her family. How can we be considered irrelevant? Fu Lingyue's icy gaze then fell upon Jiang Shengting. His stare seemed capable of freezing the very blood coursing through Jiang Shengting's veins, as if to inquire, is one who cast her out truly a family member? At that moment, Jiang Wanyu's heart trembled. How did Fu Lingyue know of her and Zhou's expulsion by the Jiang family? Jiang Shengting's throat tightened. He quickly sought to defend himself. No, this involves silence. The man's voice, though gentle, acted as an invisible seal, silencing Jiang Shengting completely. Fu Lingyue raised his chin slightly and instructed Fu Hanchuan, please see them out. Jiang Shengting dared not make a sound, having never been treated in such a manner throughout his years in the industry. To be expelled from the dining table midway through their meal was unthinkable. Jiang Nanqing cast a panicked glance towards Fu Hanchuan, who merely presented a cold, aloof countenance, saying leave, since Fu Lingyue exhibited his prodigious intellect at the age of 7. The Fu family adhered to a singular rule, ensuring Fu Lingyue's happiness was paramount above all else. Jiang Shengting embraced Tang Xinbao, attempting to escort her away, but I haven't finished eating, Tang Xinbao murmured softly. Jiang Shengting quickly reassured her, don't worry, dear, I will take you out to eat. Tang Xinbao promptly retrieved the exquisite gown that had been in the box. Jiang Wanyu was indifferent. Anything given by Fu Hanchuan would only serve as a mere rag in her hands. Though Fu Hanchuan felt displeasure, he was curious to see if Jiang Wanyu would regret her decision once the gown, worth over 100,000, was taken away. Despite her reluctance, Jiang Nanqing had no choice but to rise obediently. Fu Nuwashi had once informed her that Fu Lingyue was a person to whom even her grandfather would show deference. Even as a child in elementary school, she recognized that Fu Lingyue, though not much older than them, belonged to an entirely different realm. Even Dudu's expression turned anxious in the presence of Fu Lingyue. Do I have to leave too? He sought his father's assistance. Fu Hanchuan commanded Jiang Nanqing, take Dudu outside. The 5-year-old standing before Fu Lingyue felt utterly insignificant. Shanggu, wait for me, Dudu exclaimed, hurriedly sliding off his chair to grasp Jiang Nanqing's hand. With the irrelevant parties now dismissed, Fu Hanchuan finally exhaled in relief. Surely this would align with Fu Lingyue's desires, he thought. Fu Lingyue then suggested to Jiang Wanyu, let us dine elsewhere, after the Jiang couple and Jiang Nanqing departed. The dining table lay in disarray, rendering Fu Lingyue, who had just arrived, disinterested in food. Fu Hanchuan's expression darkened considerably. He finally understood why the members of the Fu family feared encountering Fu Lingyue. Anyone who faced him would experience a significant disparity in power. At that moment, Fu Hanchuan found himself questioning his life choices. How could he have possibly ruined such a simple occasion as inviting Fu Lingyue to a meal? Uncle, let us change to another private room. I will have the staff prepare a meal for you. No need if you can mess up something as simple as a meal. Fu Lingyue did not spare Fu Hanchuan a glance. Too indifferent even to cast a disappointed look in his direction, his assistant pushed his wheelchair towards the door. Jiang Wanyu accompanied Zhou as they followed Fu Lingyue out. Were it not for the opportunity to dine with Fu Lingyue, she would have preferred to avoid Fu Hanchuan's company, even for a mere second. As Fu Lingyue's wheelchair reached the entrance of the private room, he instructed Fu Hanchuan, draft a self-reflection report for your father regarding today's events. Chapter 77, addressing him as brother. The lines of Fu Hanchuan's face stiffened, his sharp Adam's apple quivering slightly. Fu Lingyue calmly instructed, if you understand, simply respond with good. Fu Hanchuan felt a prickling sensation at his scalp. Lowering his typically proud head before Fu Lingyue, good. He appeared as a defeated general, his broad shoulders shrouded in gloom. Upon hearing Fu Hanchuan's response, Fu Lingyue left. Satisfied, Jiang Wanyu walked alongside Fu Lingyue, expressing, thank you, Dr. Fu, for coming to my aid. Zhou chimed in. Dr. Fu was so impressive. Her small head was still in shock, having never witnessed Fu Hanchuan appear so deflated, with admiration in her eyes. Zhou looked up at Fu Lingyue, perceiving him as a being of a higher dimension than Fu Hanchuan. Let us maintain the previous formality and call you teacher, Fu Lingyue remarked, slightly uncomfortable with Jiang Wanyu referring to him as doctor. It felt as if they were strangers, despite Jiang Wanyu having once trusted and relied on him so deeply. Jiang Wanyu smiled, her eyes crinkling. I used to call you brother. Why was it no longer permitted? Fu Lingyue seemed as distant and unapproachable as a celestial being sitting in his wheelchair. Fu Lingyue's dark eyes were inscrutable. Lost in thought, Jojo's voice broke the silence. Then what should I call you? Mommy's teacher, Jiang Wanyu, placed her hand on Jojo's shoulder, suggesting, you can call him Uncle Fu. Fu Lingyue blinked his long eyelashes. Lowering his rank seemed rather agreeable. By rejecting Hanchuan's invitation, you have also forfeited the opportunity to attend the Innovation and Technology Summit Forum. The summit primarily invites business figures, yet despite Jiang Wanyu's accolades in competitions, she was still not considered a businessperson should she accept the invitation from the university to attend the summit. It would effectively bind Jiang Wanyu to a particular institution. Fu Lingyue lightly rubbed his fingers on the armrest of his wheelchair. As it happens, I possess an invitation to the summit. The organizers have directly invited me. Jiang Wanyu shared her good news. Fu Lingyue genuinely cared for her and thought of her welfare, even considering the drawbacks of her declining Fu Hanchuan's invitation. The admiration in Jiang Wanyu's gaze deepened. Has the staff from the summit already reached out to you? Fu Lingyue inquired. Puzzled, Jiang Wanyu shook her head and truthfully replied, Mr. Shinan provided me with the official invitation. Jiang Wanyu retrieved the invitation from her bag to show Fu Lingyue. He glanced at it briefly. Indeed, it was the official invitation from the summit's organizers. He had initially intended to. The assistant trailing behind him discreetly retracted the invitation that had almost been revealed. Fu Lingyue pondered Jiang Wanyu's reference to Shinan. Mr. Shin, that's quite good. It indicates that Jiang Wanyu is not particularly familiar with Shinan. Come, get in the car with me, Fu Lingyue instructed. Jiang Wanyu was uncertain about Fu Lingyue's destination, but instinctively trusted him. With Jojo in tow, she entered the sleek black Hongqi vehicle. In the restaurant's private room, a waiter approached Fu Hanchuan. Reporting, Mr. Fu, Miss Jiang has gotten into Mr. Fu's car. They have left together. Seated at the lower end of the long table, Fu Hanchuan's expression darkened as he surveyed the disheveled dining table upon hearing the waiter's words. His brows furrowed deeply. Is uncle and Jiang Wanyu's relationship this close? Previously, Fu Hanchuan had never witnessed Fu Lingyue conversing with Jiang Wanyu. However, he quickly deduced that uncle must be valuing talent, thus providing such care for Jiang Wanyu. Furthermore, uncle was quite traditional. Although Jiang Wanyu was divorced from him, Jojo bore the blood of the Fu family. Uncle was merely looking after the mother of the Fu family's heiress. Fu Hanchuan contacted his subordinates, instructing, follow uncle's car. I must know where he is taking Jiang Wanyu. Mr. Fu, Jiang Shengting, who had already departed, saw the Hongqi car leaving and returned with his wife and daughter. Upon noticing that only Fu Hanchuan remained in the private room, Jiang Shengting curiously inquired, how did Dr. Fu come and go? Where is Wanyu? Did she leave with Dr. Fu? Jiang Nanqing's tone turned peculiar. Is Jiang Wanyu quite familiar with your uncle? He was just defending her. Sitting in his chair, Fu Hanchuan's handsome features were enveloped in coldness. Feeling displeased, he closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and upon reopening them, his dark pupils resembled a frozen pool. Why are you still here? Receiving Fu Hanchuan's reprimand, Jiang Shengting trembled slightly. Mr. Fu, I genuinely require an entrance ticket to the summit, although Ohm Technology intends to acquire our Jiang Corporation. I still hope to find a way out at the summit. Fu Hanchuan was well aware of Jiang Shengting's intentions. Jiang Sheng Technology's factory profits had been declining year by year, and this year, due to the new import-export trade regulations, Jiang Sheng Technology's export revenue had been cut off entirely. The foreign Ohm Technology aimed to acquire Jiang Sheng Technology at a low price, and Jiang Shengting sought to attend the prestigious summit to find companies that could help elevate the acquisition price. Next week's summit welcome banquet, Nanchang and Beiwan will accompany me. Fu Hanchuan declared, causing Jiang Shengting's eyes to widen in shock. Jiang Nanchang could hardly contain her joy. I absolutely despise attending such social occasions. I already told you no pure man wears skirts. Suit yourself. Whether Jiang Nanchang wore a skirt or not was of no concern to him. As Jiang Wanyu continued to resist him, he was determined to make her realize that rejecting his goodwill would only lead to consequences. The invitation that she can never obtain is for others, merely within reach. He takes the opportunity to assist the Jiang family, and only when the Jiang family thrives in the business world will the foolish woman. Jiang Wanyu realized that she must bow her head to Fu Hanchuan. The Hongqi car glides along the road, its interior enveloped in silence. Fu Lingyue, a man of few words, does not initiate conversation, and Jiang Wanyu dares not disturb him. After all, Fu Lingyue's mind is constantly at work. Perhaps he is contemplating a groundbreaking idea for his research while in the car. Suddenly, the assistant seated in the passenger seat opens the communication channel to report to Fu Lingyue, Sir, we are being followed. The pursuers appear to be sent by Fu Hanchuan. Chapter 78. Choose it will. All expenses covered by Mr. Fu. On the assistant's lap lies a laptop, and upon noticing the following vehicle, he immediately employs the Tianwang system to trace its origin. Jiang Wanyu feels a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Is he out of his mind? Her ex-husband. In Fu Lingyue's dark eyes lurks a semblance of a smile. Your ex-husband is quite concerned about you. His words suggest that Fu Hanchuan is not his nephew but rather a complete stranger. He is truly insufferable. She struggles to suppress the urge to curse Fu Hanchuan in front of Fu Lingyue. Fu Lingyue instructs his assistant to let them follow. The black Hongqi car enters Fu Lingyue's residence. Once the vehicle is within a 5-kilometer radius of the residence, its movements are closely monitored by satellites. Checkpoints are established every 10 steps within a kilometer of the dwelling. From her vantage point in the car, Jiang Wanyue can see patrol vehicles continuously passing by. The Hongqi car smoothly navigates into the underground garage. Before Fu Lingyue can speak, Jiang Wanyue's bright eyes shimmer with anticipation. Teacher, have you brought me here because you agree to let me join Longqing? Jiang Wanyue envisions a grand display of the national flag in Fu Lingyue's main residence, where she would pledge to never betray or leak secrets. Not at all. Fu Lingyue promptly denies her fleeting fantasy. I won the gold medal. Jiang Wanyue protests. A mere competition cannot serve as a stepping stone to Longqing. Jiang Wanyue, like a frostbitten eggplant, wilts in disappointment. She bites her upper lip, blowing away a strand of hair that has fallen onto her nose. In the dim light, Fu Lingyue watches her with keen interest. Unbeknownst to himself, his gaze towards Jiang Wanyue now carries a touch of indulgence. Come to my home often. Perhaps you can review some materials. The mere mention of reviewing materials causes Jiang Wanyue to perk up instantly. At this moment, she wishes to embrace Fu Lingyue's leg in gratitude. Her Fu Lingyue's residence represents an ocean of knowledge. As the car door opens, Jiang Wanyue, accompanied by Zhuozhuo, eagerly steps out. She turns to see the assistant assisting Fu Lingyue from the Hongqi car into a wheelchair. Observing Fu Lingyue's immobile legs, a wave of sorrow floods Jiang Wanyue's eyes. As Fu Lingyue rolls past her in the wheelchair, he coldly remarks, "Save your pity," yet Jiang Wanyue feels no fault in her gaze. It is merely a reflection of the graceful Fu Lingyue she once knew. Standing tall amidst the crowd, witnessing such an extraordinary talent confined to a wheelchair aches her heart. You may reject my pity, but my sorrow is uncontrollable. Jiang Wanyue follows Fu Lingyue's wheelchair, oblivious to the somber expression that has settled upon him. In my memories, my teacher has never changed. All the beautiful words in this world could describe you, yet none of the praises suffice to match your worth. Upon hearing Jiang Wanyue's description, Zhuozhuo exclaims in awe, her admiration for Fu Lingyue growing stronger. Stop flattering me, Fu Lingyue retorts coldly, dismissing her compliments. While the Special Forces assistant pushing his wheelchair chuckles softly. If Fu Lingyue truly dismissed Jiang Wanyue's words, he would not respond at all. His resistance only indicates that he has heard her. Especially as his ears redden, Jiang Wanyue enters the elevator alongside Fu Lingyue. As the elevator doors open, a line of uniformed personnel stands ready, as if they have been waiting for them. Fu Xingxi, usually one to shy away from others, stands among them. Upon spotting Jiang Wanyue, his almond-shaped eyes light up, and he eagerly rushes toward her. Yet, upon reaching Jiang Wanyue, he restrains himself, biting his lip and raising his rosy cheeks to reveal an innocent smile. Little star, it's been so long, may I hug you? Zhuozhuo opens her arms toward Fu Xingxi, who appears somewhat nervous, his small fingers clutching his sleeve. He nods at Zhuozhuo, they embrace, and in the next moment, Fu Xingxi is lifted off the ground as Zhuozhuo weighs him in her arms. Little star, you've gained some weight. Have you been eating well? Fu Xingxi's face instantly turns crimson. The lined-up staff bow in unison. Greeting, good evening, Mr. Fu, Ms. Jiang. Zhuozhuo, still processing the situation, instinctively bows back, responding to their greetings. Jiang Wanyue reciprocates, marveling inwardly at the abundance of beautiful maids in Fu Lingyue's residence. Ms. Jiang, we are the Valencia VIP service team. This is our chief tailor, Isaisa. We have come at Mr. Fu's invitation to customize a gown for you. The fashionably simple blonde tailor beams as she produces a measuring tape. Ms. Jiang, it's been a while. Shall we begin? At the age of 14, Jiang Wanyue was brought to the capital by Fu Lingyue, clad in ill-fitting old clothes, her curious and wary gaze examining the towering buildings outside the car window. Fu Lingyue had taken her to the Valencia VIP department, where Isaisa had tailored garments for her. Back then, Jiang Wanyue had inquired, are the clothes here very expensive? Do I need to wear such costly outfits to attend Huaca University? If entering the youth class requires such an expense, then I want to go. My family simply cannot afford it. Fu Lingyue had replied, I desire for you to live with dignity. University is not merely a pure ivory tower. It is a microcosm of society. You may find it challenging at first, but this is an essential path for your growth. Providing you with ample material means you can hold your head high, free of worries, and focus on your studies. From that moment on, she developed a fondness for the Valencia brand. Wearing its clothes brought her a sense of security, reminding her of Fu Lingyue's unwavering support. Surrounded by 5 or 6 staff members, Isaisa calls out measurements while the others take notes. Having married into the Fu family for 7 years, Jiang Wanyue had never experienced such treatment, while there had been clothing and jewelry design teams visiting the Fu family. She, like the other staff, had merely served Fu old madam while holding jewelry and garments. She had not possessed any custom-made gowns of her own, as both Fu Hanchuan and Fu old madam deemed her unworthy of attending social gatherings. No matter how radiant she had once been, basking in accolades and applause, as she immersed herself in the monotonous, day-to-day household labor, she became increasingly dimmed. Over time, when Jiang Wanyue gazed at her weary reflection, Even she began to feel devoid of value, unworthy of luxurious garments. Now, however, exquisite haute couture gowns are draped upon her. Gazing into the full-length mirror, she hears the chief tailor's exclamation, "Miss Jiang, you are so beautiful." Jiang Wanyue turns her head to glance at Fu Lingyue seated in his wheelchair. Chapter 79, Shinin, a man should stand tall, I will be small. The man's expression is as deep as an abyss. You must present yourself splendidly at the summit forum. Jiang Wanyue does not shy away, asking, "Are you footing the bill, teacher?" Isaisa chuckles, "Miss Wanyue, feel free to choose whatever you like. Mr. Fu has instructed us to bring all the ready-to-wear selections from the Asia-Pacific region for you." Stating that there is no budget, Jiang Wanyue's heart swells with joy. It seems Fu Lingyue has indeed considered her entry into Longxing. He intends to adorn her so that she may achieve success at the summit forum. This is yet another test bestowed upon her by Fu Lingyue. "Teacher, thank you for this welcome gift. I will repay you 1,000-fold in the future, proving my worth to you." A pure and innocent smile blossoms on Jiang Wanyue's radiant face. Since Fu Lingyue is willing to invest in her, she is determined to bring him immense returns. Accompanied by Zhuozhuo, Jiang Wanyue chooses several gowns. After changing into one, she steps out of the fitting room. While Zhuozhuo, seated on the sofa, gazes at her in awe. This is her first time witnessing Jiang Wanyue in a gown adorned with shimmering diamonds. Jiang Wanyue glides forward, the hem of her dress billowing as if a galaxy were undulating at her feet. "Mommy, you look like a fairy descending to earth." Zhuozhuo gives Jiang Wanyue a thumbs up. "Come here." Fu Lingyue commands, and Jiang Wanyue kneels before him. "I said beautiful." The skirt cascades like ripples, and Jiang Wanyue seems to be bowing to Fu Lingyue. He picks up a pearl necklace presented in a brocade box by his assistant and directly drapes it around Jiang Wanyue's neck. The man's fingertips were cool as he adorned her neck with a necklace. Brushing against the delicate skin at the nape of her neck, the subtle sensation stirred something within Jiang Wanyue's heart. She lifted her gaze to meet Fu Lingyue's, her eyes resolute like a warrior accepting a noble title. Zhu captured the moment with her smartwatch, noticing a message from Shinin, who had sent her a photo of a capybara plush toy, as Zhu had recently developed a particular fondness for capybaras. In return, she shared the photo she had just taken. "Today, Mommy looks absolutely stunning." Upon returning to the law firm, Shinin couldn't help but smile at Jiang Wanyue's photo, his lips curving upward involuntarily. She was as pure as a lotus flower, naturally unembellished. As he settled into his office, his gaze froze at the edge of the photograph, where a pant leg was visible. "Whose pant leg is that?" "Bring me a knife." Shinin zoomed in on the photo for a closer examination. It was confirmed this was the pant leg of a man approximately 188 centimeters tall. Shinin inquired of Zhu. "Where are you and Mommy?" "At the teacher's house." Shinin was taken aback, wondering which teacher could be so morally reprehensible. He had already composed a legal complaint in his mind, then he saw Zhu clarifying. "Mommy's teacher is my little uncle. So it was that genius from the Fu family, renowned for being a once-in-a-century prodigy." Since Shinin could remember, Fu Lingyue had always been the exemplary child in his father's eyes. Could even the exemplary child covet the bright moon? Shinin rested his elbow on his thigh, his clear, bright eyes fixed on the photo on his phone, his other hand propping up his cheek. His jaw slightly clenched. I in the picture. Jiang Wanyue gazed at Fu Lingyue with a burning brilliance. Gradually, the sparkle in Shinin's eyes dimmed, the taste of bitterness lingered on his tongue as he realized Little Moon would never look at him with such admiration. That gaze belonged solely to a devoted follower of the divine. He sent a message to Shin Tunghua. "I might be destined to be the third party." Shin Tunghua, amidst a gathering of old scholars, nearly spat out his tea upon receiving Shinin's message. "Don't be impulsive," he attempted to dissuade, but it was too late. "Dad, just so you know, I'm a traditional man. If Wanyue finds another man, I will become her subordinate." Shin Tunghua's fingers trembled as he typed, "Can someone who is unloved really be a third party?" Shinin fell silent. Shin Tunghua earnestly advised him, "My son, though you lack morals and decency, being a third party is not something you can simply choose to be." Shinin felt petrified, having remained in the shadows for a decade without ever becoming the third party. Was there any hope for him now? He collapsed onto the sofa, gazing at the radiant Jiang Wanyue smiling at Fu Lingyue in the photo. "Then I can only wish you both a wonderful life together." "No, I refuse to accept this. What harm would it do if I were to linger a little longer?" Shinin raised his hand, pressing the back of it against his eyes, struggling in a world shrouded in darkness. He clenched his molars. Fu Lingyue possessed an IQ of 200, but I can shine for 200 hours. A sophisticated soul is indeed delightful. Yet a young and vigorous physique like mine can also bring unexpected joy. Having come to terms with this, Shinin rallied himself, rising from the sofa. He messaged Zhu, "The pearl necklace pales in comparison to your mother's beauty." "Zhu, I'm going to change into another outfit." As Zhu read Shinin's message, Jiang Wanyue's voice rang out, "Mommy, Uncle Shin says you are incredibly beautiful. The pearls are dim next to your beauty." Jiang Wanyue's face flushed instantly. "Are you referring to Shinin? How does he know?" Zhu displayed their chat history, exclaiming, "I want to document this moment of Mommy's stunning beauty. I want to share with many people how beautiful and exceptional my mommy is." The praise from her daughter painted a rosy hue across Jiang Wanyue's unadorned visage. She crouched down, resting her chin on her hand, pondering while speaking to Zhu Zhu. But since you sent my photo to Shinan, I feel a bit at a loss. Although Zhu Zhu's intention was to share, mommy doesn't wish to be an object of admiration on an adult man's phone. As Zhu Zhu listened, partially understanding. Yet she agreed with Jiang Wanyue's sentiment. I get it. Then I will retract the photo and never send any pictures of mommy to any uncles again. As she spoke, Zhu Zhu promptly retracted the photo sent to Shinan. Just in time before 2 minutes had elapsed, Shinan, upon seeing the retracted photo, widened his eyes in surprise, a multitude of questions swirling in his mind as Zhu Zhu texted him, apologizing, "Sorry, Uncle Shin, I sent you mommy's photo without her permission. Mommy doesn't want to be an object of admiration on your phone," Shinan replied with a head pat emoji, indicating his understanding. Indeed, he was the one unloved, but it mattered not, he adored his own face and body. Relishing in being admired by Jiang Wanyue, meanwhile Jiang Wanyue locked her room and tried on a second gown. A new message notification popped up on her phone. Picking it up, she casually glanced and was met with a series of provocative photos. Shinan, a token of reciprocity, his shirt half unbuttoned, revealing his collarbone, he had taken a picture capturing his long legs encased in black trousers. Shinan, apologies for viewing your photo without permission. Why don't you take a look at mine? Do you like this angle? If you don't like this outfit, I can take it off. Of the feelings he could no longer conceal radiated from him like a peacock displaying its feathers. Bold and fervent, Jiang Wanyue covered the lower half of her face, her thumb uncontrollably scrolling up on the phone screen. Chapter 80. Do you like Uncle Shin? Zhu Zhu, in the living room, Fu Lingyue gently called out. Zhu Zhu, upon her approach, he asked, "Do you like Uncle Shin?" He had just overheard the conversation between Zhu Zhu and Jiang Wanyue. Of course, Zhu Zhu openly admitted, "Uncle Shin is a really nice person. When mommy teaches at the Shin family, I sleep at his house and often hear a divine being whispering in my ear that Uncle Shin is a super good person." Divine being? Zhu Zhu's words allowed Fu Lingyue to see through Shinan's schemes. How amusing that a fox would attempt to steal his roast, he told Zhu Zhu one day. Pretend to be asleep and see if the divine being still whispers to you. The moment you hear the divine being speak, open your eyes, and you shall meet it. This is a splendid idea. Zhu Zhu nodded eagerly. She was so curious to meet the divine being that often whispered in her ear. Jiang Wanyue emerged from her room, fanning her face with her hand. Ultimately, she selected 2 gowns, both of which would be tailored to her current size. She also bought a small dress for Zhu Zhu as a reward for her bravery at school. Second week, clad in a gown, Jiang Wanyue sat in the car and noticed a link sent by Shinan. She clicked on it, revealing a heated discussion among students on the Jingda forum. Their street dance club president, Fang Weian, had performed a handstand while relieving himself in the dormitory. Although the dormitory door was tightly shut, a foul odor still seeped out. Uninformed students speculated that someone had improperly brought chemical reagents from the lab into the dormitory. Recalling similar incidents from other universities, students reported to the dormitory supervisor that room 1206 was emitting a persistent foul smell, and they had even heard sounds of vomiting coming from within. The dormitory supervisor burst through the door only to find several mathematics students covered in excrement and Fang Weian, his legs stark white. The supervisor promptly vomited her recently consumed lunch. I want to show you the live video they sent me. Shinan told Jiang Wanyue, just reading the text makes me want to disinfect my phone. And Jiang Wanyue had no interest in Fang Weian's handstand antics. Subsequently, Shinan sent several photos, causing Jiang Wanyue to feel a rush of anxiety. Surely he wouldn't send her inappropriate images again. Summoning her courage, she focused on the screen and realized, thankfully, these were not lewd pictures. She exhaled in relief, though a flicker of anticipation had briefly ignited within her. Only to extinguish again. What Shinan sent were photos of Fang Weian captured at school. Fang Weian was dressed in a baseball jersey emblazoned with the words, "My ranking in the ALI mathematics competition is 112 places lower than Jiang Wanyue." Other students accompanying Fang Weian wore similar jerseys, each with their own ranking displayed on the back. It dawned on Jiang Wanyue that she had made a bet with this group of students from Jingda. Were they fulfilling the bet voluntarily? Certainly not. Shinan informed her, if they don't comply with the bet you made before, I'll make them pay for their undergarments. The streetlights cast a gentle glow on Jiang Wanyue's face. And a light smile danced upon her lips. I'm almost at the Intercontinental Hotel, see you soon. Shinan's text also included a moon emoji. Jiang Wanyue's long eyelashes fluttered as she took a deep breath. Reigning in her daydreams, she turned her gaze to the dazzling neon streets. Due to a welcoming banquet for the Technology Summit being held at the Intercontinental Hotel, traffic had been restricted in the vicinity. The car transporting Jiang Wanyue gradually slowed as they approached the venue. As a traffic officer approached, Jiang Wanyue presented her invitation, and the officer granted her passage. At this moment, outside the Intercontinental Hotel, a fully equipped Maybach was parked beside the red carpet. As the car door swung open, Fu Hanchuan, clad in a charcoal gray suit, stepped out. The instant he appeared, a flurry of camera flashes erupted like 1,000 blooming fireworks. His features were undeniably striking. He stood tall with broad shoulders, and his face was chiseled and profound, reminiscent of a great artist from the Renaissance, painstakingly sculpted from the finest marble on either side of the red carpet. There was a media area where reporters were kept at bay by barriers, maintaining a respectful distance from the esteemed guests. After Fu Hanchuan alighted, rather than proceeding directly into the hotel, he paused to await the arrival of his companion. Emerging from the Maybach shortly after him was the matriarch of the Fu family, her hair dyed a deep black, meticulously styled into a bun at the back of her head. 55 years of age. She was well preserved, her skin smooth and youthful, akin to that of a young maiden. Standing beside Fu Hanchuan, she greeted the media on both sides. Some reporters were taken aback, having heard that the matriarch had recently been embroiled in controversy. Yet here she was, appearing in public. "Are you referring to the Principal Changde bribery case?" one inquired. The Fu matriarch had been implicated for leveraging her position as a school board member to suppress dissent. And given that she had already been dismissed from her role, any legal pursuit against her had seemingly reached its limit. Another reporter marveled, "Truly, she is a member of the Fu family, even after a sweep through the educational system. She manages to emerge unscathed." At that moment, a silver Mercedes-Benz pulled up behind the Maybach. Chapter 81. Fu Hanchuan did not recognize Zhang Wanyue. This indicated that the occupant of the vehicle had also arrived to attend the welcoming banquet for the summit forum alongside Fu Hanchuan. The first to descend from the car was Zhang Beiwang, the eldest son of the Zhang family, dressed in a pristine white suit. His hair was shaved on three sides, with the top slicked back. His complexion was pale, and he bore an expression of world weariness, with pronounced dark circles under his eyes and heavy eyelids, as though he had just awoken, adorned with black ear studs and a lip ring. He immediately drew recognition from the media that Zhang Beiwang, the false heir of the Zhang family. Even after the true daughter was reclaimed, they still treat him as their own son, at the age of 18. Zhang Beiwang had been involved in a car accident, which led to his hospitalization. It was during this time that the Zhang family discovered his rare blood type and confirmed that he was not the biological child of Zhang Shengtian and Tang Xinbao. In their quest for the truth, they learned that years ago, after Tang Xinbao's childbirth, her child had been swapped to the Zhang family. Promptly contacted the police to search for their missing child of 18 years. Fortuitously discovering that Zhang Wanyue had registered her DNA with the Lost Children's database, upon matching blood types, they were shocked to find that their long-lost child was not a son, but a daughter. Subsequently, they welcomed Zhang Wanyue back into the family, while Zhang Beiwang's biological parents remained unfound. Though a false heir, Zhang Beiwang was still the sole male descendant of the Zhang family, and thus the couple regarded him as their own. He reveled in the media's attention and discussion surrounding him. Turning his gaze towards the interior of the Mercedes, he saw that there was indeed another occupant. Amidst the crowd's scrutiny, a woman's chunky-heeled shoe touched down on the ground. Zhang Nancheng, with a lollipop dangling from her mouth and one hand casually tucked in her trousers pocket, descended from the car with an air of nonchalance. Her long hair was elegantly styled, appearing voluminous as it framed her face, reminiscent of the spirited Hong Kong girls of the 1980s. She wore a light blue menace shirt, with a loose gray striped tie hanging around her neck. While she swung her blazer over her shoulder, flashes illuminated Zhang Nancheng as she narrowed her eyes against the brightness. "Who is she? She seems somewhat familiar," a reporter inquired. "It's Zhang Nancheng, the second daughter of the Zhang family." Another exclaimed, "What, she is a woman? I thought she was a long-haired man." "Indeed, she is Zhang Nancheng, the most quintessential man in the capital." Zhang Nancheng caught wind of the media's praise and smirked, knowing full well that Fu Hanchuan had brought her along to the summit forum, an event unrelated to her, to rehabilitate her image. A video of her playful antics with the young master of the Qin family had circulated online, and despite Fu Hanchuan's swift damage control, her reputation within the elite circles had inevitably taken a hit. Now, accompanying Fu Hanchuan to the welcoming banquet provided her with the perfect opportunity to reshape her public persona. Confident in her charm, Zhang Nancheng believed she would win over numerous influential businessmen at the summit forum. With her blazer tossed aside, she strode purposefully towards Fu Hanchuan. What an odd sight, neither masculine nor feminine. The Fu matriarch regarded Zhang Nancheng with evident disdain. "Mother, she is the best friend of Nuashi." Fu Hanchuan whispered to his mother. The matriarch merely pursed her lips and walked toward the hotel entrance, clearly disinterested in associating with Zhang Nancheng. Fu Hanchuan, Zhang Beiwang, and Zhang Nancheng then entered the hotel together. At the entrance of the banquet hall, Fu Hanchuan presented his invitation to the attendant, Sister Wanyue. Zhang Beiwang's voice suddenly rang out. Both Zhang Nancheng and Fu Hanchuan turned to follow his gaze. Approaching them was a graceful lady in a black strapless gown. Zhang Wanyue, even Fu Hanchuan, who had been married to her for 7 years, struggled to recognize the exquisitely dressed woman before him. Encountering Fu Hanchuan and the others at the entrance, Zhang Wanyue felt a wave of misfortune wash over her. Zhang Nancheng scrutinized Zhang Wanyue from head to toe. Her dark hair was elegantly styled, and she adorned herself with a radiant pearl necklace. The gown she wore featured a classic V-shaped accessory at the waist. Could it possibly be a haute couture piece from Valencia? Zhang Nancheng felt a pang of surprise. Yet quickly dismissed the thought haute couture from Valencia wasn't simply available to anyone with money, and the design of the gown was unfamiliar to her. Jiang Wanyue must have been wearing a replica. Likely rented at an exorbitant price. This thought brought a playful smile to Jiang Nanqing's face. Sister Wanyue, what brings you here? Jiang Nanqing exclaimed dramatically, capturing the attention of those around them. Many guests turned their gaze towards them. Jiang Wanyue responded with a smile, and why shouldn't I be here? Fu Hanchuan's voice cut through. I will not be bringing you inside. His tone was resolute, his expression unwavering. Jiang Nanqing's eyes sparkled with mischief as she suggested. Sister Wanyue, why not ask the attendant to make an exception and let you join us? Jiang Wanyue, Fu Hanchuan stated firmly, I have already given you an opportunity. The invitation to enter through this door was once presented to you, and you declined, and now if you come to plead with me, I assure you that even if you bow down, my answer will remain the same. Impossible. Jiang Wanyue could not be bothered to grant a glance to these two individuals, whose self-importance was excessive. From her bag, she produced her own invitation and handed it to the attendant, instructing, I am not acquainted with these peculiar individuals. You should thoroughly verify their credentials and identities. Chapter 82, Jiang Wanyue, she is mine. When Jiang Nanqing saw Jiang Wanyue present her invitation, her eyes widened in disbelief. After inspecting Jiang Wanyue's invitation, the attendant respectfully bowed. Miss Jiang, please proceed inside. Jiang Wanyue took back her invitation, completely ignoring Jiang Nanqing and Fu Hanchuan as she strode into the hall, as if the earlier conversation had involved inconsequential individuals. Jiang Nanqing turned to the attendant and asked, did you see that clearly? Was that truly an invitation she presented? Why is her invitation different from Hanchuan's? The attendant patiently explained the invitation that lady held was a special invitation directly issued by the organizers, while the gentleman's invitation is one distributed to various enterprises. Jiang Beiwang murmured, it sounds like the special invitation is somehow more prestigious than the enterprise one. Fu Hanchuan's expression turned frosty. To my knowledge, the organizers of the Summit Forum have never issued special invitations to the gold medalists of the ALI mathematics competition. If she wishes to attend the Summit Forum, she must collaborate with a university and present a university invitation to attend the welcoming banquet. However, the university's invitation does not match the one Jiang Wanyue just presented. Jiang Nanqing's eyes glimmered with schadenfreude. Sister Wanyue wouldn't be carrying a fake invitation, would she? The attendant replied, the invitation features a security code. I assure you, I would not make a mistake. Jiang Nanqing scoffed, security codes can be forged as well. Whether she is qualified to attend the welcoming banquet is something I can easily verify with the hotel manager. As the attendant observed Jiang Nanqing and Jiang Beiwang departing with Fu Hanchuan, he muttered, how perplexing. Through his intercom, the attendant relayed a message to the event organizers, special guest Miss Jiang has arrived. On the second floor of the venue, the staff who received the message entered through a grand purple gold door. Seated on the grand rosewood armchairs flanking the conference hall are the titans of contemporary technology in the nation, among whom is Xia Shanyu, the esteemed chairman of the ALI Mathematics Competition Committee and chief consultant for a leading drone company. Engaged in conversation with him is the organizer of a premier international conference in the field of computer science, the head of the Literature and Information Center at Huazhong University of Science and Technology. Yet, amidst this assembly of academic luminaries, the spotlight undeniably falls upon Fu Lingyue, who occupies the foremost position at the table. The man, resembling a work of art, reclines before a classical screen, attired in a modified traditional suit with a high collar, adorned with exquisitely interwoven golden threads extending from his neck. Fu Lingyue casts his gaze downward, his long, elegantly defined fingers tapping rhythmically upon the tabletop. Of the other prominent figures present dare not disturb Fu Lingyue, lost in contemplation. A staff member approaches Xia Shanyu, whispering a message in his ear. Xia Shanyu then informs those nearby, Miss Jiang has arrived. Upon hearing this, one of the dignitaries immediately rises, adjusting his attire. I'll head downstairs to greet Miss Jiang. He departs with a remark, followed closely by 2 or 3 others. Jiang Wanyue is a must-have for our Skyworth Algorithm Center. Old song, you can't snatch her from me. Let's compete fairly, shall we? I am Miss Jiang Sr. Allow me to go ahead. You and the Starlight Group are in the automotive industry. Why are you competing with me for talent? Let me go first, I insist. A few of these formidable men nearly come to blows at the entrance, blocking the doorway, each unwilling to yield upon entering the venue. Jiang Wanyue is approached by a server carrying a tray. She selects a glass of champagne from it. Dingzhou's mother, the parents of Zhuozhu's classmates, immediately advance to greet Jiang Wanyue. She recalls how this particular lady had coldly mocked her when Zhuozhu was on the verge of expulsion by Principal Liu, only to later delete her apology note posted on a social media platform. The lady, accompanied by her husband, formally apologized to Jiang Wanyue on behalf of their corporate account upon encountering Jiang Wanyue at the reception. They express surprise and quickly attempt to ingratiate themselves with her. Dingzhou's mother, you look stunning tonight. Is that a bespoke piece from Valencia? However, I haven't seen this design on the early spring runway. Aisha mentioned it was an exclusive style, Jiang Wanyue casually explains, eliciting an astonished exclamation from Mrs. Jean. An exclusive style? You've met the chief tailor from Valencia, Injo's mother. I envy you so much. How does President Fu treat you so well? You two are divorced, yet the Fu family continues to extend VIP privileges to you, just as Jiang Wanyue intends to clarify that her gown has nothing to do with Fu Hanchuan. She suddenly feels a piercing gaze fixated upon her. Turning her head, she spots old lady Fu striding toward her through the crowd, her expression as though she were ready to strike. How did you get in? Who brought you here? Do you have an invitation? Old lady Fu bombards her with 3 rapid-fire questions. Standing before the elderly lady, Jiang Wanyue leisurely sips her sparkling wine, the rose flavor rich and sweet. Old lady Fu has finely arched brows twitch in agitation, perceiving Jiang Wanyue's current demeanor as a flaunting of her success. Jiang Wanyue sets down her glass, her fingertips tapping a crisp rhythm on the glass. Living by the roadside, why such concern? There ought to be a fire pit at the entrance of the Intercontinental Hotel. When I walked in, it could have warded off bad luck, otherwise, I would have encountered nothing but faces I wished to avoid. Jiang Wanyue, did you not claim to report me via the National Affairs mini-program? Did you think to strip me of my honor? The Women's Federation informed me that they never received any so-called report. Old lady Fu exclaims triumphantly. Previously, she had believed that Jiang Wanyue, having spent 7 years with the Fu family, had gathered some formidable evidence, yet, after waiting and waiting, the officials continued to curry favor with her. Old lady Fu knew well that Jiang Wanyue was merely posturing. A rural woman ostracized by the Fu family for 7 years could hardly have access to the family escort secrets. In fact, the elderly lady would never invite Jiang Wanyue to join her for a game of cards. Jiang Wanyue simply states, the National Affairs mini-program receives countless reports daily. Processing takes time. Ms. Ji, please be patient and await good news. Old lady Fu scoffs derisively at this. At that moment, Jiang Nanqing storms in. Xiaodong, this is Jiang Wanyue. Chapter 83, my mistake. I treated you like a human being. Jiang Nanqing's voice booms, drawing the attention of other guests. Sister Wanyue, how could you enter with a fake invitation? What you're doing is bringing shame to our Jiang family. The man called Xiaodong steps forward with a pad in hand. Madam, I did not find your name on the guest list. Please leave the banquet hall immediately. Guests nearby widen their eyes, intrigued by the commotion. Jiang Wanyue inquires of the man named Xiaodong. May I ask who you are? I am the manager of the banquet hall. He raises the pad in his hand, his tone leaving no room for dispute. Your name is not on the guest list I possess. If you do not wish to leave voluntarily, I shall summon security. Jiang Wanyue remains composed, replying first, I am not a guest, I am a special invitee. If your list only includes guests from various enterprises, it is entirely normal for me not to appear on it. The manager retorts with a sneer, if you're not on the list, you have no right to be here. He gestures to 2 servers, who approach Jiang Wanyue. Madam, please accompany us. If you refuse to cooperate, we will have no choice but to forcibly escort you out. The servers, obeying the manager's orders, issue a warning to Jiang Wanyue. Outside, the media awaits. If they expel her, she will become the laughingstock of the entire city. Old lady Fu smirks, her words seemingly filled with pity for Jiang Wanyue. Or perhaps we should let her stay. Wanyue, just hold the tray and stand to the side. Serving us, a woman who dared to divorce Fu Hanchuan, taking away the Fu family heir, and even altering the surname of the Fu family's young lady. Old lady Fu seizes the opportunity to make Jiang Wanyue realize that after leaving the Fu family, she remains at the bottom of society. Today, it is out of the elderly lady's mercy that Jiang Wanyue is granted the privilege of serving at the reception, otherwise she would only be escorted out the door by the 2 servers. Jiang Wanyue gracefully twirls her wrist, the sparkling wine within her glass dancing lightly. Her gaze inadvertently sweeps over Fu Hanchuan's face. His expression grows cold. Does Jiang Wanyue seek his assistance? Jiang Nanqing nods, a glimmer of mischief in her eyes. Oh, Xiaodong, it would be best if you did not expel Sister Wanyue. Seemingly speaking up for Jiang Wanyue, she adds, Sister Wanyue, see how kindly the old lady treats you. You must understand that the servers here are all in their early 20s. For the old lady to allow you to remain is a blessing. The hotel manager appears conflicted. Allowing her to stay as a server defies protocol. Let her stay, commands Fu Hanchuan. Jiang Nanqing's face lights up with glee. Sister Wanyue, just hold the tray and stand next to the old lady. You serve her well tonight, and you won't be thrown out. While old lady Fu typically disdains Jiang Nanqing, her words now seem to please the elderly lady. Raising her glass, old lady Fu coolly mocks Jiang Wanyue, such high-end banquets are simply not meant for you. If you cannot integrate into the circle, do not force your way in. Do you understand? Jiang Wanyue smiles and replies, previously, it was my mistake to regard you as a person. Not if you enjoy being served. I wish you every day ahead to have someone feed you at meals and push you along as you walk. Are you cursing me? Old lady Fu, resembling an irate frog, glares at Jiang Wanyue. Her eyes ablaze. Miss Jiang, several elderly gentlemen descend the stairs, eagerly making their way toward Jiang Wanyue. Guests part to make way for them, their arrival capturing the attention of the entire hall. As they approach, They compete to be the first to reach Jiang Wanyue. Jiang Wanyue recognizes Xia Shanyu. The others she has seen on posters for speeches at Huazhong University and Peking University. I beg your pardon for not greeting you sooner. Xia Shanyu extends his hand to Jiang Wanyue. She humbly reciprocates. Chairman Xia, it is a pleasure to meet you. The other gentlemen seem increasingly pleased with Jiang Wanyue. One elder, unable to suppress his joyful expression, invites her. Miss Jiang, shall we move upstairs to converse? As soon as the elder's words leave his lips, a chorus of exclamations arises from the guests. The second floor is not a place accessible to those gathered below. Attendees can see a closed door of gilded purple at the end of the staircase leading to the second floor. Only the top-tier elites of the Technology Summit Forum possess the privilege to enter through this door. The guests present know that no more than 20 esteemed individuals are entitled to gather on the second floor. Figures from the business world, far beyond the reach of ordinary researchers, now 5 scholarly dignitaries, typically seen only on the evening news, are simultaneously present in the banquet hall below. They encircled Jiang Wanyue, their eager and longing gazes fixated solely upon her. Jiang Nansheng, as if trampled underfoot, exclaimed that Jiang Wanyue had infiltrated the gathering with a counterfeit invitation. What right did she have to ascend to the second floor? Chairman Pang, the host of the summit, retorted. What counterfeit invitation? Miss Jiang's invitation was penned by my own hand. How could she possibly possess a fake? Jiang Nansheng turned to the hotel manager, but noticed that Jiang Wanyue's name was conspicuously absent from the guest list provided by Xiao Dong. Elder Madame Fu's expression was fraught with tension as she scrutinized the esteemed dignitaries. Chairman Pang was not only the vice chairman of the capital's business association, but also a reclusive figure, one whom Elder Madame Fu had failed to befriend despite her decades in the capital. Chairman Pang did not even cast a glance at the hotel manager, for he lacked the standing to access the list of special invitees. Xia Shanyu, hands clasped behind his back, scoffed, noting that the identities and itineraries of each special guest were classified as A-level secrets. It was improbable that the organizers would divulge too much information to the hotel manager. Xiao Dong's face paled at the thought that if the organizers learned he had nearly expelled Jiang Wanyue from the banquet hall, he would undoubtedly face dismissal. In a fit of anger, Xiao Dong snapped at Jiang Nansheng. I told you, I do not possess a complete guest list, yet she insisted that her sister was hardly a high-ranking guest. Standing tall, Jiang Nansheng retorted with newfound confidence. How was I to know the truth was like this? I had hoped you could seize this opportunity to shine in the hotel. Xiao Dong's expression turned ashen. Jiang Nansheng, you've put me in a terrible position. Elder Madame Fu snatched a tray from a server and approached Chairman Pang with a sycophantic smile. Chairman, may I offer you a drink? It is a pleasure to see you. My son is the president of the Fu Group. Mother. Fu Hanchuan knitted his brows, feeling embarrassed by his mother's demeanor. Chairman Pang suppressed a grimace, unable to tolerate the elder lady's overly ingratiating smile. He instructed her, please fetch a new drink for Wanyue. Elder Madame Fu stood frozen like a nocturnal creature caught in a beam of light, her tray of drinks held motionless in her hands. Chapter 84. You always loved to play the father to Fu Hanchuan, then you are merely a joke to his father. Elder Madame Fu's complexion shifted from pale to a deep crimson, while the guests nearby wore amused expressions. Having witnessed how she had previously tormented Jiang Wanyue, it was unclear whether Chairman Pang acted intentionally or inadvertently in directing Elder Madame Fu to serve Jiang Wanyue. The elder lady shot covert glances at the server, hoping he would recognize her status and take the tray from her. After all, she was Jiang Wanyue's elder. How could she possibly serve her? Just as the elder lady found herself in a most awkward predicament, Fu Hanchuan reached over and took 2 glasses from her tray, handing one to Jiang Wanyue. My mother is, after all, your mother-in-law. In such a setting, one ought to adhere to certain decorum and not provide fodder for ridicule. Though he personally offered Jiang Wanyue a drink, his demeanor remained haughty. It was Jiang Wanyue's first attendance at a high-end banquet, and Fu Hanchuan was not particularly pleased with her performance. When Jiang Wanyue gazed at him, her smile was radiant, her dark eyes sparkling like stars reflected in the crystal chandelier. Fu Hanchuan, you are the one who resembles a joke. A thin layer of frost settled upon Fu Hanchuan's features. Jiang Wanyue, my son personally offers you a drink. What gives you the right to refuse? Elder Madame Fu scolded, recalling how Jiang Wanyue had once expressed immense gratitude when Fu Hanchuan had merely poured her a glass of water. Jiang Wanyue retorted mercilessly, he is the joke, and you are the joke's mother. Sister Wanyue. Jiang Nansheng attempted to side with Elder Madame Fu, striving to enhance her own standing in the elder's eyes. However, as she began to speak, Jiang Wanyue interrupted her. You always loved to play the father to Fu Hanchuan, then you are merely a joke to his father. Your entire family is making a fool of yourselves here. What difference is there between this and parading around in an apron with nothing on? Elder Madame Fu's face shifted through hues of green and white, her anger boiling to the point where she nearly hurled the tray to the ground. At that moment, Chairman Pang reached over and took a bottle of champagne from Elder Madame Fu's tray. The elder lady's expression instantly changed to one of feigned respect, then she witnessed Chairman Pang personally handing the champagne to Jiang Wanyue. Elder Madame Fu's smile faltered. Though she felt displeased, she dared not express it in front of Chairman Pang. Miss Jiang, we apologize for our lack of hospitality. Chairman Pang bowed slightly in apology, then turned to Fu Hanchuan with a warning, keep an eye on your mother. And Chairman Pang did not know Jiang Nansheng, but having heard Jiang Wanyue say she was Fu Hanchuan's father, he scrutinized Jiang Nansheng, confused yet respectful, and take care of your father, otherwise, I will have to ask you all to leave. I and Hanchuan or Jiang Nansheng attempted to explain enough. Fu Hanchuan interrupted her, isn't that enough embarrassment already? Jiang Nansheng's face flushed crimson as she shot him a pleading glance. Fu Hanchuan stood like an unyielding statue, his dark eyes resembling black holes absorbing no light. He observed as Jiang Wanyue graciously accepted the glass offered by Chairman Pang. Crack, the slender stems of both wine glasses shattered under Fu Hanchuan's grip. Sharp shards of glass slicing through the skin on the back of his hand, crimson blood trickling down as the fragments fell to the ground. Jiang Hanchuan, Jiang Nansheng gasped, you're bleeding. She quickly grasped Fu Hanchuan's hand. He violently shook her off, his obsidian gaze fixed on Jiang Wanyue's face. 3 seconds passed, yet he found no trace of concern or anxiety in her expression. In the past, whenever he fell ill, Jiang Wanyue would cling to him like a shadow, fussing over him with tenderness, but now she completely disregarded the hand that was bleeding. He had become an inconsequential stranger to her, and she couldn't even be bothered to spare him a glance. Chairman Pang and Xia Shangyu invited Jiang Wanyue upstairs, and before they departed, Chairman Pang addressed the hotel manager, Xiao Dong, saying, you have offended our special guest. I will not let this matter rest lightly. The hotel manager turned pale, casting a resentful glance at Jiang Nansheng, blaming her for his impending job loss. Jiang Wanyue, glass in hand, made her way toward the staircase. Jiang Nansheng, unwilling to yield, called out, Chairman, my sister can go upstairs without a job. Then surely Hanchuan can as well. Chairman Pang wore a cold, indifferent smile, continuing on his way without hesitation. The president of the Fu Group is not yet worthy to enter the second floor. Humiliation hung over Fu Hanchuan like a dark cloud. Be quiet, he scolded. Jiang Nansheng was taken aback by the intensity of his ire. Hanchuan, I just wanted to help you. Fu Hanchuan replied, I should not have brought you to such a place. Jiang Nansheng felt as if the ground had fallen away beneath her. Fu Hanchuan gazed toward the closed golden door at the end of the staircase. For anyone in business, the greatest aspiration was to enter that door during international or national summits. Fu Hanchuan had tirelessly pursued this goal, believing that in 5 years, no, in 3, once he elevated the Fu Group to unprecedented heights, he would be invited to pass through that golden threshold. Yet Jiang Wanyue had effortlessly gained entry. It was utterly unfathomable. How could his ex-wife possess such capabilities? The golden door slowly swung open for Jiang Wanyue. Jiang Wanyue, you will never be my equal, no matter how hard you strive for 30 years. The words Fu Hanchuan had once uttered echoed unexpectedly in Jiang Wanyue's mind. She paused midway down the staircase, glancing down into the banquet hall where she now stood at a vantage point high enough to look down upon all. Fu Hanchuan, standing in the hall below, gazed up at her. Jiang Wanyue lifted her bright smile. Fu Hanchuan, you will have many more opportunities to look up at me like this in the future. Tonight is merely the beginning. Turning her gaze back to the magnificent golden door, she saw Shinan standing inside, clad in a black satin shirt and trousers, his clear, jade-like eyes filled with a lake-like warmth as he raised his head. Their eyes met, and Shinan tilted his head slightly, his dimples captivatingly charming. He stepped aside, inviting Jiang Wanyue to enter the golden door. As she walked in, she spotted Fu Lingyue seated at the head of the conference table, radiant and warm. Like jade. Fu Lingyue cast a casual glance her way, as if he had been awaiting her arrival for quite some time. In the banquet hall on the first floor, several shareholders of the Fu Group had surrounded Fu Hanchuan. Hanchuan, how went your dinner with your ex-wife last week? Did Miss Jiang agree to serve as our CTO? Some shareholders were anxious, fully aware of the tension between Jiang Wanyue and Fu Hanchuan. They had all witnessed how Elder Madame Fu had targeted Jiang Wanyue, and Jiang Wanyue's demeanor toward Fu Hanchuan had not gone unnoticed. Is your relationship with Miss Jiang not yet mended? The shareholders of the Fu family were perplexed by the actions of the matriarch, Lady Fu. At that moment, he wished he could assume her role and become Jiang Wanyue's mother-in-law, for she had looked at him with such disdain. Reflecting on Jiang Wanyue's gaze earlier, Lady Fu felt a surge of anger. She did not perceive any fault in her demeanor, but rather felt a sense of injustice on her own behalf. After all, I am her mother-in-law, you are her former mother-in-law, a shareholder corrected her. Jiang Wanyue had been my daughter-in-law for 7 years. Is there not a saying that a teacher for a day is a father for life? Having been her mother-in-law for 7 years, she ought to show me proper filial respect. It was she who insisted on causing a scene and demanded a divorce from Hanchuan. The old lady spat, lamenting that this rural girl, despite being taught for 7 years, still understood nothing of decorum. The shareholders wore expressions of discontent. Jiang Wanyue is now a distinguished guest at a summit forum. Do you truly wish to implicate President Fu and have him ousted as well? However, the old lady felt that Chairman Pang was merely speaking idly. Seeing that communication with the old lady was futile, the shareholders turned their attention to Jiang Nansheng, who stood nearby. One shareholder scoffed and sternly warned, Miss Jiang, please do not cause trouble for Hanchuan, another shareholder disdainfully inquired. Miss Jiang is not a businessperson. How did you come to be here? Who brought you in? Jiang Nanching confidently replied, Hanchuan brought me in. The shareholders launched another round of criticism against Fu Hanchuan. Why did you not offer the CTO position to Jiang Wanyue? Did you not meet her for dinner last week to reminisce? I believe that last week Hanchuan did not manage to placate Miss Jiang, otherwise her attitude towards him today would be quite different. The shareholders volleyed their remarks, while Fu Hanchuan's dark and brooding visage seemed to exude an aura of discontent. I do not believe Jiang Wanyue possesses the capability to serve as CTO. He remained steadfast in his judgment, considering the long-term interests of the group. Jiang Nanching, puzzled, inquired, what is the CTO position? Lady Fu shot Jiang Nanching a glance and coldly explained. CTO stands for Chief Technology Officer, responsible for managing and leading the group's technological projects. Jiang Nanching, utterly ignorant of business matters, had barely attended classes during her business administration degree at a private college. Merely obtaining a diploma through financial means, which position is more significant, the CTO or Hanchuan's role as CEO? Lady Fu, with a disdainful expression, found Jiang Nanching's question exceedingly foolish, yet she would not miss the chance to extol her son's virtues. Certainly, Hanchuan's position and authority surpass that of the CTO. He is the highest decision-maker of the Fu Group. The CTO merely oversees technology. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nanching smirked, but Sister Wanyue only holds a bachelor's degree. I recall that currently Fu's recruitment requires at least a graduate degree for all positions, except for janitorial work. Lady Fu muttered, those who come to work for our Fu family must possess at least a bachelor's degree. Jiang Wanyue, in our household, is only fit to be a servant. However, neither Lady Fu nor Jiang Nanching could interject as the shareholders rallied against Fu Hanchuan. One shareholder issued a stern ultimatum, following the assessment of all shareholders. Jiang Wanyue is the most suitable candidate for the CTO position. Do you realize how many domestic and international companies and institutions wish to recruit Jiang Wanyue? She is your woman. Do you not understand the principle of being close to the water's edge? Fu Hanchuan inhaled deeply, aware that all guests present were witnessing Jiang Wanyue entering the grand hall at Chairman Peng's invitation. Even the media reporters, barred from entering the welcoming banquet, would soon learn that Jiang Wanyue was indeed qualified to enter the grand hall as one of the 20 highest-ranking guests. Once Jiang Wanyue emerged from the grand hall, she would garner attention surpassing that of a mathematical competition. Very well, I will appoint her as CTO. Ultimately, Fu Hanchuan acquiesced to the shareholders. The CTO position is vital within the company. And upon Jiang Wanyue's hiring, he would ensure she received proper guidance. The shareholders sighed in relief upon hearing Fu Hanchuan finally relent. Hanchuan, there should be no lingering resentment between spouses, especially since she is your ex-wife. Just win Jiang Wanyue back, President Fu. You must put in the effort. Miss Jiang still harbors some grievances because you have not adequately wooed her yet. Another shareholder patted his shoulder, imparting wisdom. If you cannot charm her, then strive to win her over in other ways. I believe in your abilities. The other shareholders chimed in, offering their secrets. As long as you are willing to devote yourself, there is no woman in this world you cannot conquer. Fu Hanchuan frowned slightly. He had no interest in seducing Jiang Wanyue. He would never again succumb to the throes of love and desire. In his youth, he had indulged, but the process of breaking free from the addiction to Jiang Wanyue had been excruciating. Akin to having one's bones pulled out. He would never touch that woman again. What difference is there between that and addiction? Chapter 86. She certainly wants to attract Fu Hanchuan's attention on the second floor. Within the opulent conference room, Jiang Wanyue greeted every eminent scholar and high-ranking official present. As she took her seat, several dignitaries extended olive branches to her. Jiang Wanyue glanced at Fu Lingyue. Her eyelashes elegantly curled, her eyes sparkling. My aspiration is to join Longxing. Everyone was momentarily taken aback, recognizing that Jiang Wanyue's objective was crystal clear, yet she had immediately challenged the most formidable boss. The dignitaries were keenly interested in whether Fu Lingyue would agree to Jiang Wanyue's request to join Longxing. Jiang Wanyue retrieved a document from her bag and approached Fu Lingyue. Here is my bargaining chip for Longxing. Fu Lingyue accepted the document from her hand, a fleeting look of astonishment crossing his face. Jiangsheng Technologies Prospectus. Fu Lingyue wondered what Jiang Wanyue meant by presenting him with the prospectus of her family's company. Longxing's research necessitated various heavy metals, but many experiments were conducted in secrecy. And my father's company controls multiple heavy metal resources. Fu Lingyue returned the document to Jiang Wanyue, stating, I do not trust your father's company. Jiang Wanyue did not retrieve the document he offered back. Instead, she smiled and asked Fu Lingyue, what if Jiangsheng Technology became my company? Fu Lingyue lifted his gaze, his serene and profound eyes seeming to see right through her. Jiang Wanyue continued, Jiangsheng's profits have been declining year by year. My father is already preparing to sell Jiangsheng's core technology to Omu Technology. I believe Omu Technology desires more than just Jiangsheng's technology. Jiang Wanyue solemnly declared, I will not allow Jiangsheng Technology to fall into foreign hands. Fu Lingyue's expression remained impassive, as if he were inquiring whether Jiang Wanyue wanted to dine. He calmly stated, "Within 2 months, acquire full ownership of Jiangshang." The dignitaries present collectively inhaled sharply. This seemed rather unreasonable. They had thoroughly investigated Jiang Wanyue's background. Miss Jiang had only recently divorced. She had returned to the Jiang family at the age of 18 and did not hold any equity in Jiangshang technology. To expect a change of ownership within 2 months was an arduous task, Xia Shanyu added. Moreover, Jiangsheng Tian intends to sell Jiangsheng technology to Omu, indicating that he has no intention of allowing his children to inherit it. Jiang Wanyue shook her head at Fu Lingyue, indicating 2 months was insufficient. Fu Lingyue tossed the document onto the tea table, stating that failure to achieve this meant inefficiency and incompetence. Next month, my father will sign a contract with Omu Technology, so I will acquire Jiangsheng Technology within a month. Upon hearing Jiang Wanyue's words, several business magnates' pupils dilated in shock. Xia Shanyu was left agape by Jiang Wanyue's boldness. Fu Lingyue lifted his eyelids, finally taking note of Jiang Wanyue. Very well, he did not question Jiang Wanyue's determination. Chairman Pang stroked his chin thoughtfully, stating that if Miss Jiang could indeed secure Jiangsheng Technology within a month, he would like to invite her to serve as chief technical advisor for the talk group, with a salary, stock options, and various benefits. Miss Jiang, feel free to speak boldly, Xia Shanyu interjected. Bold Pang, do not attempt to poach her. Miss Jiang, if you manage to acquire Jiangsheng Technology, I fervently hope you will consider joining Beijing University as a faculty member. Whatever laboratory or research team scale you desire, I can provide it for you. An official eager for excitement remarked that leading one's own team would be far more enjoyable than working under academician Fu. Miss Jiang, the future is bright. The glory you attain will belong solely to you. Would that not be even better? Xia Shanyu exchanged several meaningful glances with Shinan, hoping to solicit Shinan's assistance in persuading Jiang Wanyue to return to Beijing University. Xia Shanyu believed that with Jiang Wanyue's abilities, she would become a prominent figure at Beijing University. However, Shin Tenghua, being overly proud, could not lower himself to persuade Jiang Wanyue. Shinan sat beside Jiang Wanyue, his handsome visage adorned with a radiant smile. His focused gaze fixed on her profile, as if he could never gaze upon her enough. Ahem. Xia Shanyu coughed a couple of times, reminding Shinan of his presence. The extraordinarily handsome man appeared languid, his gaze passing over Xia Shanyu like the cold waters of an autumn lake. I support the thoughts of Wanyu. Jiang Wanyu suddenly turned around, her expression one of surprise as she gazed at him. Shinan leaned forward, one hand cradling his cheek, his elbow resting upon the table. In his obsidian-like eyes, the reflection of Jiang Wanyu shimmered alone. He tilted his head, embodying an innocent childlike demeanor before her, exuding an air of harmlessness. Thus, as he closed the distance between them, Jiang Wanyu felt no resistance. She could sense his breath and catch the alluring scent of his hormones. He earnestly declared to her, I support every decision you make, everything you desire, you shall possess. In the banquet hall, a resounding crash echoed as a glass shattered, the smooth marble floor strewn with debris. Fu Hanchuan was engaged in conversation with a colleague when he turned to see a female server crouched at his feet, desperately attempting to manage the broken glass. Her panicked demeanor and pale, terrified face resembled that of a fawn being pursued by a hunter. Fu Hanchuan furrowed his brows, an involuntary image surfacing in his mind. Jiang Wanyu, shortly after marrying into the Fu family, had shattered an Hermes plate. The plates had fallen when she opened the cabinet, which the servants had failed to secure, clutching the one bowl she managed to save. She had said to him, I preserved your rice bowl. He had lifted her effortlessly, removing her from the perilous shards. The sudden recollection struck his heart, causing tension to ripple through his entire being. His handsome features sharpening like a blade, the server before him noticed a few droplets of red wine splattered on his expensive shoes, instinctively reaching out to wipe them clean. Jiang Nansheng, casually mingling with a new business elite, instinctively glanced toward the source of the commotion. She saw a female server at Fu Hanchuan's feet, having shattered several glasses. It was the same server she had arranged for Fu Hanchuan during his divorce party at the Jinhui Club. This delicate flower, seemingly timid, somehow evoked a protective instinct in men. Why did she always create such a ruckus in front of Fu Hanchuan? Surely she aimed to capture his attention. Alarm bells rang in Jiang Nansheng's mind as she addressed the new business elite. Excuse me for a moment. Chapter 87. Fu Hanchuan's fist swung toward Shin, and Jiang Nansheng, with a cold expression, strode over, only to find Wenisong repeatedly bowing before Fu Hanchuan. I'm so sorry. I truly apologize for dirtying your shoes. As she spoke, Wenisong knelt down, attempting to clean Fu Hanchuan's shoes with a towel. In her haste, she failed to notice the shards on the ground, and glass pierced her knee, drawing blood. She cried out, collapsing onto the floor, staring helplessly at her bleeding knee embedded with glass shards. Fu Hanchuan, towering above her with an impassive gaze, could see through her actions. She lifted her head, tears brimming in her eyes, resembling a trembling little rabbit, desperately looking up at Fu Hanchuan. From a particular angle, she bore a striking resemblance to the 18-year-old Jiang Wanyu. Oh dear, you're bleeding, quickly, get up, Jiang Nansheng exclaimed as she reached down to grasp Wenisong's arm, attempting to pull her up forcefully. When Wenisong looked up and saw Jiang Nansheng, she reacted dramatically. Shrieking Fa, let go of me, stay away. When Isong resisted Jiang Nanchang with fervor, twisting her arm and struggling wildly, screaming, don't touch me, don't hit me, Miss Jiang, I beg you, don't hit me, I haven't seduced anyone. Her loud cries drew the attention of those nearby, who initially had no intention of focusing on the server's blunder. The prominent figures in attendance turned their gazes toward Wen Weisang. In that moment, Jiang Nanchang felt frozen, a fleeting thought crossing her mind, realizing that Wen Isong's dramatic display before Fu Hanchuan was perhaps a deliberate attempt to ensnare her. Was Wen Isong seeking revenge for the earlier altercation? A smirk crept onto Jiang Nanchang's lips as she squatted down, her hands resting on her thighs, attempting to appear nonchalant. Like a carefree man, she gently patted Wen Isong's face, her eyes narrowing. What's wrong? Little sister, why the dramatic reaction? I'm not like those odious men. I won't harm you. Feigning kindness, she seized Wen Isong's waist. The latter felt herself restrained, a shiver coursing through her. Jiang Nanchang cast her gaze at the glass shards on Wen Isong's knee, envisioning how to press all those shards deeper into the woman's flesh. Look at you, bleeding so profusely. Come, let me carry you to get it treated. As she spoke, one hand supported Wen Isong's waist while the other slipped beneath the woman's legs. Don't touch me, Miss Jiang, I beg you, don't hit me, I can leave on my own. Wen Isong squirmed in distress, tears streaming down her fair cheeks, her nose reddened, sobbing pitifully. Vile creature, Jiang Nanchang cursed inwardly. Surrounding individuals began to inquire, Miss Jiang, why is she so afraid of you? You haven't truly hit her before, have you? A glint of malice flickered in Jiang Nanchang's eyes as she replied with a tone of indignation. How could that be? I've always been quite the gentleman with her. She must have been frightened by Hanchuan, who could blame him for his perpetual grave demeanor, if he doesn't know how to cherish delicate flowers. Then it falls upon me. As Jiang Wanyu emerged from the purple gold doors, she heard the commotion below. Standing at a height, she observed the center of attention gathering below. Shenan's voice resonated behind her. I have never asked you, what was your relationship with Fu Wanqi before her passing? The sudden mention of a name that had become distant to Jiang Wanyu caught her off guard. She looked at him in confusion. Wanqi and Jiang Nanchang had grown up together, their bond akin to that of sisters. My relationship with Wanqi was not particularly good. At the Jiang family's recognition banquet, she had first met Fu Wanqi, only to be warned by her. It was likely that Jiang Nanchang had said something to Fu Wanqi, leading to her preconceived hostility toward Jiang Wanyu. Jiang Wanyu gazed at the opulent crystal chandelier, her vision becoming hazy. Before the incident, my relationship with Wanqi had improved significantly. On a subsequent day, she had awakened to the shocking news of Fu Wanqi's demise. The individual who had harmed her had faced justice, yet the Fu family thereafter lacked laughter and joy. Why do you suddenly inquire about Wanqi? Jiang Wanyu asked, astonished. Shinan looked toward the banquet hall below. She was a friend of Fu Wanqi. Jiang Wanyu blinked, following Shenan's gaze downward. Are you referring to the injured server? As she turned back, she found Shenan's handsome face mere inches from hers. Nearly pressing against her, her pupils dilated, and all she could see were the man's enchanting, soulful eyes. You must keep this a secret, he said playfully, his demeanor suggesting he was merely teasing Jiang Wanyu. Seated within the hall, Fu Lingyue could only see the majority of Jiang Wanyu's figure obscured by Shinan from Fu Hanchuan's angle. It appeared as if the two on the staircase were sharing a kiss. At that moment, Fu Hanchuan paid no heed to the weeping and wailing server before him. He bypassed Wen Isong, striding purposefully toward the staircase, even unaware that he was running. Fu Hanchuan felt as if he had instantly arrived behind Jiang Wanyu. Unbeknownst to her, someone was approaching from behind. Suddenly, a chill coursed up her neck as a large hand gripped her shoulder. The immense force from behind caused Jiang Wanyu to stumble backward. In that instant, Shinan swiftly reached out, catching her waist. He pulled Jiang Wanyu toward him, and she collided into his embrace. Shinan drew Jiang Wanyu to his side, another man's hand resting on her slender waist. A nerve within Fu Hanchuan snapped. The dam had been breached, and his rational defenses shattered. He met Shenan's gaze, filled with wariness and disdain. Fu Hanchuan swung his fist toward Shenan's face. The punch barely grazed him as Shinan evaded, but in the next moment Fu Hanchuan saw Shinan wearing a triumphant, provocative smile. Had he been outmaneuvered? As that thought echoed in his mind, everything slipped from Fu Hanchuan's control. Bang! Jiang Wanyu felt the grip around her waist loosen, witnessing Shinan collide heavily against a pillar, producing a dull thud. He coughed, clutching his chest, blood spewing forth. Chapter 88. A fierce strike to the ex-husband's face. Shinan. Jiang Wanyu caught the scent of alcohol. Without time to ponder, she saw Shinan swaying on the verge of collapse. Jiang Wanyu quickly extended her hands to support his arms. Shinan raised a hand to wipe the crimson from his lips, his hair tousled, his eyes tinged with red. I'm fine, not up. He spoke softly, attempting to comfort her, yet coughed up more blood, as if fearing to frighten Jiang Wanyu. He covered his mouth with his hand. The vivid crimson liquid coursed down the long, slender gaps between his distinctly knuckled fingers, a sight both shocking and disconcerting. Shinan sighed internally, relieved that he had consumed ample red wine moments earlier. In the midst of Fu Hanchuan's menacing gaze, he reached out to shield Jiang Wanyu's eyes. Do not look. Your ex-husband resembles a rabid beast, and my heart aches for you. Fu Hanchuan's throat tightened. His eyes widening in disbelief, the man leaning against Jiang Wanyu, clutching his chest and coughing up blood, bore an uncanny resemblance to the green tea vixen Jiang Nancheng had previously described to him. Fu Hanchuan's fists clenched tightly. "Shinin, I did not even strike you." Shinin raised his hand, revealing a pool of bright red in his palm for Jiang Wanyu to see if this was irrefutable evidence of Fu Hanchuan's assault. "Wanyu, do not be alarmed. I accidentally collided with the door, and it has nothing to do with Master Fu. At that moment Fu Hanchuan detected no scent of wine, only the fragrant aroma of tea flooding his nostrils. The aged Longjing tea, brewed for 29 years, enveloped him in its rich fragrance, numbing several nerves in his brain. Damn green tea. Before he could finish his thought, Jiang Wanyu splashed the red wine across his face. Instantly, his expression froze, the cold liquid cascaded over him, staining his handsome features and slicking his hair with red wine, which dripped down his sharp jawline and sullied his expensive suit and shirt. The guests below, witnessing the spectacle, gasped in disbelief. Fu Hanchuan striking Shinin was already beyond their expectations, and now he had been doused in red wine. They craned their necks, eager to unravel the unfolding drama. Seeing this scene, the old matriarch of the Fu family rushed up the stairs, akin to a hen protecting her chicks. "Jiang Wanyu, have you lost your mind?" Shinin's gaze turned icy, and he subtly gestured. Two waitstaff promptly restrained the matriarch. She began to curse and shout, but the well-trained attendants swiftly silenced her with towels. The guests oscillated their attention between the matriarch and Fu Hanchuan, utterly captivated. The Fu family had become a spectacle of ridicule. "Mr. Fu, if this doesn't cool your temper, there is a fountain outside where you might submerge your head for a proper chill." Jiang Wanyu disregarded the matriarch's muffled protests and her murderous glare. The man wiped the wine from his face, his lips pressed into a thin line, while Fu Hanchuan nodded, a deep malice glinting in his eyes. "Someone has your back now, Haven Tide. How bold of you. If this were before, you would never have dared to speak to me like this." Once she had loved him, but now. Fu Hanchuan sneered disdainfully, "Your love is so utterly cheap, Fu Hanchuan. I am no longer your wife. Do you understand?" Jiang Wanyu admonished coldly, her tone, laced with anger, reflected back at Fu Hanchuan, awakening something deep within him. 7 years of marriage had left them with minimal communication, yet they had lived under the same roof. Jiang Wanyu still bore the marks of Fu Hanchuan's presence. In that moment, he felt his heart constrict violently, his blood boiling, forcing his capillaries to expand. Even the red wine splashed on his face felt scalding hot. "I had intended to give you another chance," he declared, and as the wine flowed into his mouth, he tasted its bitterness. "I plan to appoint you as the CTO of the Fu Corporation, overseeing the entire R&D department. This is a position coveted by all." Though he acknowledged her lack of experience might render her unfit for such a role, he had resolved to cultivate her as a core asset of the Fu family. Fu Hanchuan sought to see shock and disbelief reflected in Jiang Wanyu's eyes. What of her being invited into the prestigious Fu family? The industry's elite merely sought her for technical positions. He conceded that with her gold medal in the ALI mathematics competition, she could indeed secure a role in a top-tier company. Being a project leader was the apex achievable for a 27-year-old woman without experience. Offering her the CTO role was merely a favor granted for having once been his wife. He ran his fingers through the strands of hair clinging to his forehead, now stained with wine. His already chiseled features appeared even more imposing. The last drop of red wine fell from his jawline. His exceptional appearance rendered the wine-splattered visage reminiscent of a battle-hardened warrior, stained in the aftermath of conflict. "This is my greatest gift to my ex-wife. Report to the Fu Corporation tomorrow." Fu Hanchuan's gaze lingered on Shinin, who feigned severe injury while clutching his chest, his eyes betraying contempt and disdain. After bestowing his grace upon Jiang Wanyu, he tucked his hand into his pocket, preparing to turn away. "Fu Hanchuan, how is it that your mind is filled with so much water, yet you fail to nourish the verdant trees of your heart?" Upon hearing Jiang Wanyu's taunt, he turned back, coldly rebuking, "Continue to be arrogant, and you will regret it." Jiang Wanyu smiled, asking, "What, do you expect me to express gratitude for your decree? You offer me the CTO position, and I should be thankful." "Well, Fu Hanchuan, I have no interest in the CTO role at Fu Corporation. I have far better options." As her words hung in the air, the business magnates who had surrounded the staircase could no longer contain themselves and surged forward. Initially, the guests on the first floor had merely observed. Though they sought to win Jiang Wanyu over, they were acutely aware of her relationship with Fu Hanchuan. Despite their divorce, they feared any lingering connection between the two. Now that Jiang Wanyu had publicly clarified her stance, severing ties with Fu Hanchuan, they saw no reason to hesitate. They bounded up the stairs, eager to be the first to reach Jiang Wanyu. They no longer cared about Fu Hanchuan. Some even sought to push him aside. "Miss Jiang, here is my business card. Miss Jiang, should you choose not to join Fu Corporation, we would love to have you." One businessman, a distant relative of Fu Hanchuan, noticing his darkening expression, jovially remarked, "Hanchuan, while it's rather ungracious to steal someone right in front of you, third cousin." Fu Hanchuan was about to retort, but his cousin interjected. "But you and Miss Jiang are divorced now. As the saying goes, when a couple parts, they should do so quietly, as if one has died." Veins protruded from Fu Hanchuan's hand, throbbing with fury. He watched as Jiang Wanyu became encircled. The business leaders eagerly inquiring if she would consider working with them, they offered collaboration terms, salaries, and stock options. They were willing to meet any demands she might voice. Jiang Wanyue was performing for his benefit. Fu Hanchuan raised his voice. Jiang Wanyue, whatever you desire, simply ask. I can fulfill your demands. Jiang Wanyue turned to regard the man still perched high above. As Fu Hanchuan spoke, the throng around her fell silent. Yet Jiang Wanyue seriously questioned him. What qualifications do you possess now to negotiate terms with me? Her words siphoned all the air from the space surrounding Fu Hanchuan during their divorce, when she sought to negotiate for a home and financial support for herself and Zhou. She had received only his retort. Jiang Wanyue, what qualifications do you have to negotiate with me? Now, at a gala teeming with socialites, as Fu Hanchuan finally recognized her worth and bestowed upon her the CTO position, she returned to him all the mockery and disdain she had endured. A few months prior, Jiang Wanyue had been but a speck of rice clinging to his coat. He had disdainfully brushed her aside. In their divorce, he had refused to grant her a single cent, eager for her to experience the hardships of losing his protection alongside Zhou. He had once been confident that Jiang Wanyue would return to him like a dirty dog seeking scraps. Wagging her tail in supplication, how had he in just a few short months lost the right to negotiate terms with her? Fu Hanchuan found it absurd and laughable that he was the president of the Fu Corporation. A figure atop the social hierarchy. Jiang Wanyue was merely indulging in idle fantasies. The next moment, Jiang Wanyue's calm and gentle voice resonated. Ladies and gentlemen, Fu Hanchuan and I are divorced. We are entirely unrelated individuals. I not only refuse to associate with Fu Corporation, but I also extend a challenge. If President Fu cannot maintain an amicable distance from me, then we shall become competitors. Let us see whether the east wind prevails over the west wind. Or vice versa. In that instant, Fu Hanchuan felt his breath grow increasingly difficult to control. The wife he had long dismissed as a parasite was now challenging him to a battle for supremacy. Heat surged within his chest, as if a long-frozen glacier had suddenly erupted with molten lava, causing his rationality and proud self-control to begin to crumble from within. Jiang Wanyue turned her back on him, graciously accepting the business cards offered by the gathered magnates. Look at the moon tonight, is it not particularly radiant? Shinan's voice rang out behind Fu Hanchuan. He abruptly turned his head, his gaze filled with wariness and vigilance as he scrutinized the cunning man who excelled at putting on a show before Jiang Wanyue. The center of Shinan's thin lips was stained with deep crimson liquid reminiscent of a cuckoo's bloodied call, akin to a frail beauty. This splash of vivid red accentuated his already striking features, bestowing upon him an enchanting allure. You never considered how dazzling she could be, did you? She has suppressed all her radiance for your sake, willingly becoming a mere backdrop, yet you regard her as nothing more than a mere trinket. At this juncture, Shinan cast his gaze back toward Jiang Wanyue. The moon began to rise, and as it chose to hang high in the sky, no one could draw it back down. You, however, were merely a wild dog gazing up at the moon. Meanwhile, a waiter was clearing the shards of glass and blood from the floor. All the guests' attention was fixated on Jiang Wanyue, oblivious to the fact that Jiang Nanqing and the injured waitress had already departed the hall. When Yisong hurriedly rushed to the balcony breathless, she turned around in a panic, only to find Jiang Nanqing leisurely following behind her, wearing a form-fitting mini dress. Her knees were once again bleeding, with every step. The glass shards embedded in her knees relentlessly sliced through her skin. Vivid red blood trickled down her legs like serpents, making her slender limbs appear shockingly gruesome. Miss, why do you run away upon seeing me? Come here, I won't harm you. Jiang Nanqing appeared to be coaxing Wen Yisong, but her eyes were rife with malice. The woman before her resembled a frantic mouse, easily pursued by Jiang Nanqing, who strolled leisurely behind her, relishing the thrill of toying with her prey. When Yisong turned around to see Jiang Nanqing advancing with deliberate intent, her legs trembling in fear as she retreated. Don't come any closer. When Yisong's terror only heightened Jiang Nanqing's excitement. TSK, dressed so provocatively, rushing before Fu Hanchuan and pretending to be a delicate woman, she certainly deserved a proper lesson. Behind Wen Yisong was the terrace. Although they were on the first floor of the hotel, it was elevated, and the railing was about 2 meters above the ground. Falling from here wouldn't be fatal. The worst outcome would be a broken leg. Yet, compared to what Fu Hanchi once endured, this was trivial. The mere thought of Fu Hanchi darkened Wen Yisong's expression, casting a shadow over her features as she continued to cry out in panicked fear. Please don't come any closer, I beg you. However, she was like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, poised to strike at anyone who dared to approach her. The more recklessly Jiang Nanqing advanced, the more the frightened mouse cornered itself into a dead end, setting the stage for her capture. Sister, don't be afraid, I'm here to save you. The last 3 words were delivered with a sharp emphasis. Jiang Nanqing lunged forward, seemingly intending to grab hold of Wen Yisong, who had already climbed onto the balcony railing. In truth, Jiang Nanqing had no intention of stopping her momentum. Wen Yisong perched on the railing, using her thumb to push out the glass shard she had clutched tightly in her palm. The security at the banquet hall was stringent, even if she managed to masquerade as a waitress. She could never bring a weapon inside. After shattering a glass in front of Fu Hanchuan, she had selected the sharpest shard from the debris. She sought revenge for Fu Wanshi. She had always believed that if one day Jiang Nanqing were to meet her downfall, even if the law were to punish her, the consequences would never be enough to atone for her crimes. So why not let them both descend into hell together? When Yisong raised her hand, the shard's tip aimed at Jiang Nanqing's neck. Suddenly a large hand reached out from the side, gripping Wen Yisong's arm and yanking her down from the balcony railing. Jiang Nanqing, who had pushed forward with great force, found herself grasping at nothing, losing her balance and toppling over the railing. Jiang Nanqing could only let out a cry before she fell from the waist-high railing, plunging into the dark thicket below. The garden beneath the terrace was shrouded in darkness. After the fall, Jiang Nanqing howled in despair. Jiang Beiwang glanced down, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his lips as he remarked, "She won." T died. Ignoring Jiang Nanqing, he crouched down, startling Wen Yisong, who was like a startled bird. Jiang Beiwang activated the flashlight function on his phone, swiftly removing the glass shards embedded in Wen Yisong's knees. She trembled all over, each shard's extraction sending waves of pain through her legs. The shards clattered crisply against the tiles as Jiang Beiwang swiftly disposed of them. Soon after, Wen Yisong heard the sound of tearing fabric. Jiang Beiwang tore the hem of his shirt, biting one end, and fashioned strips of cloth from it. He used the fabric to secure Wen Yisong's knee wound, preventing any contamination to the open injury. "Help! Is anyone there? Where's my phone?" Meanwhile, Jiang Nanqing, still sprawled in the thicket, had regained her composure after the fall. However, she found herself stiff and in pain with every movement. She sought someone to rescue her, yet received no responses. Furthermore, she mistakenly believed that Wen Yisong had intentionally leaned away to avoid her. When she had stumbled over the railing, she failed to notice the shadowy figure standing on the expansive terrace, casually smoking. Wen Yisong was astonished to discover that Jiang Beiwang had no intention of rescuing Jiang Nanqing. He seemed far more intrigued by her. The bloodied fingers of the man grasped her chin, his tall, imposing figure pressing against her, pinning her against the railing. He regarded Wen Yisong with an intrigued gaze, akin to a child filled with boundless curiosity discovering something novel. As he pinned her down, she began to squirm uncomfortably, ready to speak, only to have Jiang Beiwang restrain her fist. Her heart raced furiously. His long fingers, with distinct knuckles, forcefully pried open her delicate fingers, revealing the triangular shard concealed in her palm. Its sharp edge having pierced her flesh. Her palm was a gruesome sight, blood and meat mangled together. The night breeze carried the metallic scent of blood into Wen Yisong's nostrils. Her small face tensed, her eyes widening in shock. She resembled a fawn caught in a trap, glaring at Jiang Beiwang with indignation, as if ready to attack him at any moment. The stubbornness and ferocity emanating from her reminded him of another person. The man flashed a wicked grin at her. Wen Yisong soon realized that Jiang Beiwang was not here to save her, but rather Jiang Nanqing, had he not promptly pulled Wen Yisong away from the railing. Jiang Nanqing's neck would have been slashed. "You're quite cute. I wonder how you taste," Jiang Beiwang teased, leaning in to kiss her, capturing her lips to savor her flavor. After tasting her, his warm breath fanned across Wen Yisong's face. "If you were to stay with me, I wouldn't tell anyone about what just happened." He was a devil playing games with the world, seeking to indulge in the youth of young girls. Wen Yisong's eyes widened in shock. "Stay with you?" Jiang Beiwang observed her naive expression, a playful smile gracing his lips. "In our circle, having a woman by your side isn't called dating, it's called being with." Wen Yisong, puzzled, inquired, "So you're currently not with anyone?" Jiang Beiwang opened his mouth to respond, then promptly closed it. Wen Yisong clenched her uninjured hand. After all, this was Jiang Nanqing's brother. Staying with him might make it easier to uncover Jiang Nanqing's true nature. With a timid gaze, she looked at him, feigning innocence. "Being you're with, do I get paid? Are there weekends off? Will you provide me with medical insurance?" If he could offer her some benefits, he wouldn't have to be a eunuch. Jiang Beiwang rubbed his back teeth. "But with I speak of doesn't mean that." Wen Yisong resembled a delicate flower, biting her soft lower lip. "Am I your first with?" Jiang Beiwang smirked, revealing his sharp canines. "Do you think you're special?" Wen Yisong gazed at him, her eyes radiating a pure glow as she sighed softly. "How did you live before being with anyone?" Jiang Nanqing, one hand pressed against her waist, limped back to the banquet hall. She searched the crowd for Fu Hanchuan's figure but found no trace of him. The old matriarch of the Fu family was also missing. Had they left the welcoming banquet early? Jiang Nanqing took out her phone to call Fu Hanchuan, only to find her screen cracked in a web-like pattern, her hand adorned with multiple scratches from branches. As her disheveled hair and scratched cheek appeared on the pitch-black screen, Jiang Nanqing's mood plummeted to its lowest. Struggling alone to rise from the thicket, she awkwardly rummaged through the bushes until she finally found her phone. Upon returning to the terrace, she found it empty. With only scattered glass shards littering the ground, she had hoped to return to the banquet hall in such a disheveled state to garner Fu Hanchuan's concern and care, but where was he? Jiang Nanqing noticed that nearly half the guests had formed several circles, making it impossible for her to see who was at the center of attention. The individual commanding the focus of all guests must be the most sought-after newcomer in the industry. Jiang Nanqing also wished to approach and flirt a little. As she curiously made her way over, she noticed that the group of influential figures parted to make way for someone within. Excuse me, I'll take my leave for now. Jiang Wanyue emerged from the throng of guests, illuminated by the opulence of the dazzling crystal chandelier, her presence radiating brilliance. How could it be Jiang Wanyue? At that moment, Jiang Nanqing's expression was more repugnant than if she had swallowed a fly. Jiang Wanyue walked toward Shinan and inquired, "You've been standing at the side watching me, is your injury not serious?" Shinan's face immediately paled, and he lowered his head to cough a few times. Jiang Wanyue perceived that his frail demeanor was mostly an act, but out of humanitarian concern, she suggested, "Let me take you to the hospital for a checkup." Shinan shook his head, "I'm fine, cough cough. Wanyue, please take me home, even though no one is at my place. I just need to lie on the sofa and sleep for a bit, cough cough." Jiang Wanyue opened her mouth, intending to say something, but after Shinan coughed a few more times, his eyes turned red. "In the past, when I was injured, my father never cared for me. My self-healing ability is quite good." Fu Lingyue, seated in a wheelchair, emerged from the elevator. He typically would not appear on the first floor, however, just moments ago Fu Hanchuan and Shinan had caused quite a commotion on the stairs due to Jiang Wanyue. And he could no longer bear to watch. Even a mere spill of red wine could lead to such prolonged coughing. Shinxiao's health must be quite fragile. Chapter 91. Fu Lingyue regrets allowing Jiang Wanyue to fall for Fu Hanchuan. Jiang Wanyue and Shinan simultaneously turned their attention towards the source of the voice. After being ruthlessly exposed by Fu Lingyue, Shinan did not feel anger. Instead, he leaned forward, taking the initiative to draw closer to Jiang Wanyue. "Take a careful whiff, is it blood or wine?" as he approached. Jiang Wanyue instinctively held her breath, cautiously inhaling the fragrant aroma of wine. Earlier, when Shinan had been struck, Jiang Wanyue had held a glass of red wine. She had always assumed the wine's fragrance emanated from her glass. But now, with all the wine from her glass spilled on Fu Hanchuan's face, as she drew closer to Shinan, she still caught the rich scent of wine. Observing Shinan's lips closely, she noted that their hue was indeed slightly different from that of congealed blood. His lips were exceptionally handsome. For some inexplicable reason, an adjective suddenly sprang to mind: lips particularly suited for kissing. Upon this thought crossing her mind, she hurriedly admonished herself internally, Sin, it's Fu Academician. Wow, it truly is Fu Academician. I can't believe I am seeing the living Fu Academician." The guests on the first floor gasped in astonishment at Fu Lingyue's descent from the heavens. They were utterly exhilarated. While they were aware that Fu Lingyue would attend the welcoming banquet in previous years, this transcendent genius would never appear before ordinary guests, and now, as a deity graced the mortal realm. The throngs of people rushed towards him like pilgrims. A few bodyguards trailing behind Fu Lingyue were about to step forward when he raised a hand slightly to halt their actions. The guards were perplexed. Fu Lingyue had always preferred to remain out of the public eye, and his descent via the elevator had stunned the prominent figures in the second-floor conference hall. In the blink of an eye, Fu Lingyue was surrounded by dozens of guests. The bodyguards could not help but voice their concerns, attempting to maintain order. Jiang Wanyue's attention was drawn to the clamor of the guests. Seated in a wheelchair, Fu Lingyue was nearly engulfed by them. In such an environment, even breathing must have been a challenge. Jiang Wanyue immediately approached, pushing through the crowd. "Please make way," she called out, and the guests parted for her. As Fu Lingyue saw Jiang Wanyue making her way towards him, he lowered his brow, unable to suppress a smile. Jiang Wanyue squeezed into the crowd, maneuvering behind Fu Lingyue, the hem of her dress brushing against his calves. She pushed his wheelchair and turned towards the elevator. "What are you doing down here?" Jiang Wanyue's tone held no hint of reproach. She would never utter a single derogatory word about Fu Lingyue. "If my nephew were a dog, he would need to be sent to obedience school for a semester." Upon hearing Fu Lingyue's mockery, Jiang Wanyue let out a chuckle. In her eyes, Fu Lingyue was a strict teacher and father figure. But she knew he had always cared for her deeply. "Let me help you leave this place first." Without Fu Lingyue's directive, the bodyguards dared not act impulsively. They breathed a sigh of relief as they witnessed Jiang Wanyue directly pushing Fu Lingyue's wheelchair away. Fu Lingyue sat in the wheelchair, guided by Jiang Wanyue into the elevator. As the wheelchair turned to face the elevator doors, Shinan entered. Unbeknownst to him, Fu Lingyue had whisked Jiang Wanyue away. Fu Lingyue knitted his brow slightly, as if his territory had been invaded. "What fragrance has Shinxiao been using lately? It is quite a strong tea scent." Shinan detected Fu Lingyue's sarcasm and elongated his tone. "Is Fu Academician knowledgeable about perfumes?" Fu Lingyue shook his head, not looking at him. "I don't understand fragrances. I merely noticed a strong green tea scent on you." Jiang Wanyue grasped Fu Lingyue's insinuation. Feeling incredulous in gaining a new understanding of him, she had assumed Fu Lingyue to be above it all, but it turned out he also had a discerning palate for tea. Her admiration for Fu Lingyue deepened. Shinan, curling his lips in a seductive manner, cast a cold and aloof glance at Fu Lingyue. "I have a slight understanding of fragrances. For someone of your caliber, Fu Academician, you would be particularly suited for the scent of white lotus." Shinan's dark eyes gleamed with a teasing smile. While white lotus appears fresh and unassuming, seemingly indifferent to the world, in reality, it is quite adept at feigning innocence, fragility, and pity. The teacher is certainly not a white lotus. After being rebutted by Jiang Wanyue, Shenan's heart raced. Indeed, Fu Lingyue was the rightful heir, then he still had a chance to play a supporting role. Jiang Wanyue informed him that Shen Xiao was only partially correct. The teacher was a pure lotus who, even when in pain, would never voice it outwardly. Noticing Fu Lingyue rubbing his knee, she promptly approached and retrieved 2 knee pads from the small storage compartment behind Fu Lingyue's wheelchair. "Let me help you put these on." "How troublesome," Fu Lingyue replied apathetically. Jiang Wanyue crouched down to place the knee pads on Fu Lingyue's knees. Fu Lingyue's gaze deepened as he watched the top of Jiang Wanyue's head. The next moment, his attention shifted to Shenan's face. The two men exchanged competitive glances within the confines of the elevator, their eyes clashing. Jiang Wanyue remained oblivious to the unspoken connection between Fu Lingyue and Shenan. But the bodyguards trailing Fu Lingyue clearly observed their exchange. Several guards felt a chill run down their spines. Shenan mouthed a silent insult towards Fu Lingyue. "Crippled fool," yet when he spoke aloud, it was "Uncle Fu, as you age, you must take good care of that leg." According to their seniority, Shenan indeed had to address Fu Lingyue as uncle. Jiang Wanyue retrieved another blanket and draped it over Fu Lingyue's legs, arranging it carefully while defending the honor of her revered teacher. You and ERNT that far apart in age. Fu Lingyue, seated in his wheelchair, turned his head, not glancing at Shenan's face. His expression one of undeniable arrogance. The intelligence quotient of a dog is 60, that of a human is 100, while Fu Lingyue's IQ is 150. According to intelligence tests, the international standard maximum is 150. Thus Fu Lingyue regarded everyone with the same disdainful gaze one might cast upon a dog. Shenan noticed the upward curl of Fu Lingyue's lips and clenched his jaw in frustration. "Hey!" Jiang Wanyue stood up as something falling from her person. She bent down to retrieve it and discovered it was 2 VIP tickets for the international racing competition, Beijing Station. Jiang Wanyue recalled that as she had squeezed through the crowd to rescue Fu Lingyue, someone must have slipped the tickets into her pocket. It seemed to be a tactic employed by businesspeople, discreetly handing over tickets to avoid rejection or scrutiny. When Jiang Wanyue entered the audience with the VIP tickets, the person who had given them to her would likely appear, revealing their intentions. If Jiang Wanyue did not attend the international racing competition, the act of giving her the tickets would be as if it had never occurred. Jiang Wanyue's fingers trembled slightly as she held the tickets. 7 years ago, after qualifying for the Beijing Station competition, she had chosen to withdraw just before the event. Her withdrawal had led to a rift in friendship. Gazing at the ticket, a myriad of emotions surged within her. "Do you want to participate?" Shenan's voice broke through, not inquiring whether she wished to watch, but rather if she wished to compete. Jiang Wanyue shook her head. "I lack the qualifications to participate in this competition. To compete in international events, one must accumulate sufficient points in various commercial competitions." Her racing career had been dormant for 7 years, and her points and world ranking had long returned to 0. The hand that held the ticket trembled slightly. "I perhaps can no longer. Racing is not like mathematics, it relies on intellect, while racing demands formidable physical prowess." Since her pregnancy, her physical condition had noticeably declined. A woman who has given birth finds it exceedingly challenging to return to the extreme competitive arena. Fu Lingyue raised his head, his clear and tranquil gaze resting upon Jiang Wanyue's pale face. He was a genius of high intelligence. Every word he spoke was a golden rule, and every decision he made was correct. Yet there was one thing in this world that he regretted after choosing, allowing Jiang Wanyue to choose Fu Hanchuan. Chapter 92. Which uncle does Zhuozhu wish to invite to the parent-child event? You haven't tried it yet. How do you know whether you can still become a professional racer in the waning light of the evening? Jiang Wanyue revealed a delicate smile to the man, for it was Shenan who understood her passion for racing most profoundly. She cast her gaze once more upon the invitation, internally resolving to make a significant decision. She would first send an email, and if the recipient responded, she would take the leap and participate in the race. Shenan instantly discerned the identity of the person Jiang Wanyue intended to contact, her former navigator, a dear friend with whom she had parted ways 5 years prior. Since Luna's retirement, they had not exchanged a word in half a decade. Jiang Wanyue retrieved her phone and logged into her email. Aside from her email, she was uncertain if she could reach that individual again. In the field, she entered the familiar email address with ease. Holding her phone, she began to compose her message. She recalled the moment when Shenan, driving the Daystar, had appeared before her, inquiring whether her dreams still lingered. In that instant, her thoughts turned to her best friend. "I wish to become Luna once more, to realize the ideals we once cherished." With a decisive tap, Jiang Wanyue sent the email, her heart racing uncontrollably. After dispatching the message, she found it difficult to regain her composure. Quickly she locked her phone. Never had she felt such anxiety, even during a mathematics competition. As the elevator doors opened, Shenan spoke first. "Allow me to escort you home." On the way, they would have ample opportunity to discuss the international racing event, and Jiang Wanyue would certainly not decline his offer. "Mommy," a childlike voice rang out. Jiang Wanyue swiftly turned towards the direction of Zhao Zhao, seated in a Land Rover. Zhao Zhao waved enthusiastically with one hand resting on the window. The tall man in the driver's seat remained ensconced in the shadows of the vehicle. Jiang Wanyue smiled at Shinan, saying, "My brother has come to pick me up." Shinan approached, preparing to greet Zhao Zhao, but he cleared his throat a few times. "Uncle Shin, are you alright?" Zhao Zhao asked with concern. Shinan opened the car door and entered with a fluid motion. At the banquet, I encountered Fu Hanchuan, and he as Shinan began to speak. Zhao Zhao's attention was instantly captured, listening intently to his tales from the soiree. Jiang Wanyue bid farewell to Fu Lingyue, and as she was about to enter the vehicle, Shinan patted the seat beside him, his eyes shining brightly, almost urging her to exclaim, "Come aboard, esteemed guest." "Get out," Lu Fang brusquely ordered. Shinan clasped his chest, coughing emphatically. Zhao Zhao quickly raised her hand to pat Shinan's back, exacerbating his cough. "Uncle, Shinan is hurt. Should we not take him home?" Jiang Wanyue pulled open the door and took her place in the passenger seat. "Let us give young Master Shin a ride." Although Shinan's injury was clearly feigned, he had nonetheless put on a performance before Fu Hanchuan. Shinan felt a swell of pride. It was evident that Wanyue cared for him. Unlike the rough-hewn Lu Xiaowei, who lacked such sensitivity. Lu Fang thought to himself that if he had a firearm at that moment, he would surely take aim at Shinan's head. Making him aware of what true pain felt like, Jiang Wanyue fastened her seatbelt and looked up to see Fu Hanchuan striding toward Fu Lingyue, having changed into a fresh outfit and washed the remnants of drink from his hair. Fu Hanchuan spotted the Land Rover and recognized it as Lu Fang's vehicle. His gaze pierced through the window, landing on Jiang Wanyue inside. She offered him no glance, merely passing by an inconsequential stranger. As the jeep exited the garage, Fu Hanchuan approached Fu Lingyue, respectfully addressing him, "Uncle, what a disgrace." Fu Lingyue's remark caused Fu Hanchuan's face to pale instantly, without turning to look at him. Fu Lingyue continued, "Had I not informed you of my exceptionally gifted student, and had I not tacitly allowed you to fund Wanyue's education, perhaps everything would have turned out differently." Fu Hanchuan focused on the blanket draped over Fu Lingyue's legs, lowering his gaze to conceal the simmering resentment beneath his lashes. "What do you mean by that, uncle?" he scoffed. "You never make erroneous decisions. Every word you utter is treated as gospel by my father and grandfather." "What, do you mean to say you have moments of regret?" In that instant, Fu Hanchuan felt a strange proximity to Fu Lingyue. It dawned on him that even the latter was capable of making mistakes. He raised his chin, his gaze fixed upon the back of Fu Lingyue's head, resembling a wolf with mischief dancing in his eyes. "Do you lament for my ex-wife?" Upon hearing Jiang Wanyue's name from Fu Lingyue's lips, Fu Hanchuan had realized she held special significance to him. Fu Lingyue's voice resonated like a distant bell, echoing in the stillness. "I once believed that by entrusting her to you, she would receive all that a girl could desire in this world. I had thought too highly of you. You were simply unworthy of her." Fu Hanchuan clenched his fists tightly before relaxing them, inhaling sharply before sneering, "If she is so remarkable, why did you not marry her yourself?" "Allowing me to take her hand, mommy, look at this," Zhao Zhao exclaimed, presenting a stack of documents to Jiang Wanyue. Jiang Wanyue accepted the papers, recognizing them as the annual outdoor parent-child activity notice from Changde. The school organized outdoor events for students and parents alike, aimed at fostering closer bonds between families while allowing parents to understand different familial dynamics. Zhao Zhao earnestly stated, "It says here that the outdoor activity requires the participation of both parents. And if one parent cannot attend, a reason for absence must be provided." Since Zhao Zhao entered preschool, Jiang Wanyue had accompanied her in Dudu to every outdoor event. Fu Hanchuan, however, had been perpetually occupied with work, never having participated in any parent-child activities. Even as Jiang Wanyue single-handedly guided her two children to victory in various competitions, the absence of Fu Hanchuan cast a shadow over their achievements. Jiang Wanyue assured Zhao Zhao, "Mommy will accompany you." Zhao Zhao then informed her, "But mommy, I no longer have a daddy. I asked the teacher if I could bring another uncle to play the role of my father, and she agreed." Initially, teachers would never permit other uncles or aunts to fill in for absent parents, fearing it might set a detrimental precedent. However, the news of Jiang Wanyue and Fu Hanchuan's divorce had become common knowledge throughout the school. When Zhao Zhao confided in her homeroom teacher that she no longer had a father, the teacher's heart nearly broke, leading her to relax the requirements for the parent-child event. Jiang Wanyue inquired, "So, which uncle would you like to invite on our outing?" Shinan, the Lu Fang, but both remained silent, holding their breaths. If one could hear their thoughts, they would find them clamoring in unison. "Choose me, choose me, choose me." Chapter 93, Wanyue, I miss you. Zhao Zhao pondered earnestly, glancing between Shinan and Lu Fang, her heart in turmoil. I'll tell mommy tomorrow morning." On the way, Shinan gently lulled Zhao Zhao to sleep. He produced a pair of headphones, placing them delicately in her ears. Through the device, he played a message he had composed on his phone. Today, Jiang Yingzhou and her mother participated in the parent-child event with Uncle Shinan, and they were awarded the title of the most beautiful family in the world. In her dreams, Zhao Zhao smiled brightly. However, when Zhao Zhao and her mother accompanied Uncle to the event, the imposing figure of Uncle frightened many children, and they were humorously dubbed the worst family. Zhao Zhao's smile faltered. Uncle Shinan led her to victory in various contests, while her bad daddy knelt in supplication. When Zhao Zhao took Uncle to the parent-child event, he failed to comprehend the game rules, thus disqualifying himself from the competition, while the bad daddy held Dudu. Laughing uncontrollably at Zhao Zhao, the scenes played out vividly in Zhao Zhao's mind, and as she shrank back in her sleep, she instinctively sought comfort by nibbling on her fingers. The Land Rover came to a halt before the Shin residence. And as Shinan alighted from the vehicle, he casually mentioned to Jiang Wanyue, "I am free this weekend." Liu Fang, seated in the driver's seat, wore a dark expression. Zhao Zhao awoke early the next morning. Stretching her chubby fingers to scratch her ears, last night, she felt as though she had a premonition. If she chose Shinan for the parent-child event, the experience would be delightful, yet, her choice of Lu Fan led to a nightmarish vision where children cried at the sight of him. Zhao Zhao sat up in bed, contemplating for a few moments. She dressed herself, neatly folding her blanket, and pushed open the door to the children's room, enveloped by the enticing aroma of breakfast wafting through the air. "Is mommy cooking?" she exclaimed, dashing toward the kitchen. There, she beheld Lu Fang towering at nearly 6'3", his robust frame dusted with flour as he stood by the stove. "Uncle, what are you making?" Zhao Zhao inquired. Lu Fang turned to her, revealing a steamer filled with nearly cooked dumplings. As the delightful scent of the dumplings reached her, Zhao Zhao's mouth watered. "What else smells so wonderful?" she asked eagerly, approaching the stove. Lu Fang lifted the lid of a clay pot, revealing a bubbling porridge within his salted egg yolk and shrimp congee. "Wow!" Zhao Zhao's eyes sparkled like stars. Liu Fang tossed a handful of greens into the pot. "Have you washed up?" he asked as Zhao Zhao rubbed her eyes, replying, "Not yet. Once you're ready, we can eat." Zhao Zhao slipped on her slippers and scampered out of the kitchen, exclaiming, "I'll be back soon," as Jiang Wanyu opened the door to her bedroom. She had just awakened. She noticed Zhu Zhu excitedly darting into the bathroom. Approaching the kitchen doorway, she beheld Lu Fang clad in a black short-sleeved t-shirt, revealing his robust arms. He was not wearing an apron. The one Jiang Wanyu typically used seemed a tad small for him. It came as no surprise to her that Lu Fang was preparing a meal. His culinary skills were exceptional. And whenever circumstances permitted, he would lavish Jiang Wanyu with a grand feast. She walked over, lifted the lid of the clay pot, and gasped in astonishment, "When did you come to cook?" "To make this salted egg yolk shrimp porridge. One must first simmer the shrimp heads to extract the golden shrimp oil, which enhances the flavor of the porridge. This process is quite time-consuming." Liu Fang simply replied, "I came to improve your meals." Jiang Wanyu smiled, "I adore it when my elder brother cooks. You should come over more often." The originally sharp lines of Lu Fang's face softened. The three of them gathered around the dining table. Enjoying their meal together, Zhu Zhu relished every bite, alternating between the soup dumplings and the porridge, almost as if she intended to swallow her spoon whole. "Uncle's cooking is truly delectable. Mommy, can I take some of Uncle's dumplings to school?" Jiang Wanyu responded, "I'll pack them for you later." "Will 6 be enough? I can eat 10, Lu Fang interjected. "I've been experimenting with new dishes lately. If we ever go on an outing, I could prepare lunchboxes for you." Jiang Wanyu, without much thought, began to boast to Zhu Zhu about her brother. "Your uncle's lunchboxes are simply exquisite. They're not only abundant but also visually appealing. When you open the lid, the aroma wafts for miles." Lu Fang seemed to recall something and, feeling a tinge of regret, remarked, "Unfortunately, your mother and I will be quite busy in the coming days, so there might not be an opportunity to make lunchboxes." Zhu Zhu immediately slid off her chair and dashed into her room. Moments later, she emerged holding a document, pounding on the table. "Uncle, can you go with Mommy and me to the school's parent-child outing?" Lu Fang took the paper from Zhu Zhu's hands and pondered for a few seconds, fearing that Lu Fang might decline. Zhu Zhu implored an uncle, Please, it doesn't matter if you scare the other children or if you don't understand the rules of the games. I don't care about the title of the most beautiful family anymore. I just want you and Mommy to accompany me for the parent-child activities." Did Zhu Zhu perhaps misunderstand him? Lu Fang nodded at Zhu Zhu, saying, "I happen to have time that day." He then looked at Jiang Wanyu, who replied, "Then let us all go together." After dropping Zhu Zhu off at school and watching her figure disappear at the school gate, Jiang Wanyu glanced at her phone. To her surprise, she saw that her previously sent email had received a response. "Luling, do you still need me?" Upon reading the message, Jiang Wanyu's eyes instantly brimmed with tears. She raised her hand to cover her mouth. Last night, after sending the email, she returned home and repeatedly checked her inbox, hoping for a reply, yet, as time passed, her heart sank further, but now her once dormant heart began to stir. She unlocked her phone and, as she pressed the keys on the digital keypad, her hands trembled, and her vision blurred with tears, yet, that number was so ingrained in her memory that she could dial it with her eyes closed. After entering the complete number, Jiang Wanyu pressed the call button and held the phone to her ear, closing her eyes. Her long eyelashes were already damp. After a lengthy wait, she heard the sound of the call being answered. "Hello." A youthful voice, refreshing as icy mint, resonated in Jiang Wanyu's ear. Large, scalding tears cascaded down her cheeks. Jiang Wanyu, her voice choked, confessed, "I miss you." The voice on the other end replied, "Me too, sitting in the car." Jiang Wanyu wiped away her tears, but no matter how hard she tried, they wouldn't dry. The person on the other end was a witness to her fervent and reckless youth. They had once vowed to walk side by side, striving to become better adults, yet life often presents crossroads, leading them to part ways, though they had not truly lost each other. Hearing Jiang Wanyu's suppressed sobs, the voice on the line quipped, "You should cry more." Return the tears I shed for you before Jiang Wanyu wept openly. Liu Ling had been her dearest friend, her playmate since childhood. When she followed Fu Lingyue to the capital, Lu Ling had rushed over to her, saying, "Take me with you." In their village, many bore the surname Lu, and Lu Ling despised it, opting to change it to Lu at the age of 18. Liu Ling worked in the capital while Jiang Wanyu, with Fu's support, diligently pursued her studies. After achieving financial freedom through stock trading, Lu Ling's career also flourished. When they no longer worried about making ends meet, they formed a racing team, tearing across the tracks. Later, Jiang Wanyu sold her crown and gave the proceeds to Lu Ling. Liu Ling took Jiang Wanyu's money and left for country M, continuing to pursue the dreams they had once shared. Jiang Wanyu always knew that Lu Ling was thriving. The last time she saw Lu Ling was on the cover of a business magazine's annual feature. "I don't know if I can participate in the international racing competition, but if I can, I hope you'll be there with me." In the phone, Lu Ling's decisive voice rang out, "I'm coming back to the country right now." Chapter 94. Shinan hears the sound of his heart breaking during her lunch break. Zhu Zhu received a message from Shinan. "Zhu Zhu, I just happened to have free time this weekend. I prepared to dazzle everyone and conquer the scene." Shinan was brimming with confidence. Zhu Zhu quickly sent a voice message back, "I'm sorry, Uncle Shin, but I invited my uncle to join the parent-child event." Shinan, sitting in his office, squinted as he opened Zhu Zhu's voice message. He had expected her to eagerly invite him to the event. However, upon hearing her voice, his heart shattered. He slumped against his chair like a gray statue, wearily picking up his phone to press the voice message button. "Why did Zhu Zhu decide to go to the parent-child event with your uncle? Did Lu Feng threaten her by taking her to the restroom?" Zhu Zhu soon replied to Shinan's message. "Because Uncle makes delicious bento boxes, I want to enjoy the food with Mommy. Uncle's cooking is super tasty." Shinan felt his heart break yet again. He pressed the voice message button, tears welling in his eyes. "Alright, you go ahead, I want to be sad." After sending Zhu Zhu the voice message, Shinan felt dejected for a brief moment before searching for something on his phone and dialing a number. "Hello, New Oriental, are you looking for apprentices?" A few days later, Shin Tunghua and his colleagues were leaving Jing University when Shinan's call came through. "Dad, come to Yujing Xian, I'm treating you to a meal." Shin Tunghua was taken aback, pleasantly surprised by this unexpected good fortune. Cheerfully bidding farewell to his old friends, he thought, "My son is treating me to a meal at Yujing Xian. It's not even a special occasion. He is just being filial. You guys haven't eaten at Yujing Xian yet. It's notoriously difficult to get a reservation. Let me take you there for a taste." Upon arriving at Yujing Xian, he saw Shinan in a black chef's uniform. Wearing black kitchen gloves, Shin Tunghua's pupils widened in shock, his mouth agape like a Type-C interface. "Son, what happened? Have you had some new inspiration?" His son had a remarkable ability to master new skills, succeeding in every venture he pursued, which had led Shinan to dabble in various industries, quickly rising to the top. But the sudden interest in becoming a chef was a vast leap. Leaving Shin Tunghua momentarily speechless, Shinan gestured for Shin Tunghua to take a seat. "Dad, I've been diligently researching culinary techniques these past few days. Please help me taste the dishes I've prepared." Shin Tunghua was delighted. Although he was acting as a guinea pig, the thought that his son would think of him while cooking made him proud of his exemplary son. Shinan placed the freshly prepared dish before Shin Tunghua. 9 turn intestines. Shin Tunghua picked up a knife and fork, cutting a piece of the intestine to sniff it first. He placed it in his mouth, closed his eyes, and savored it. Shin Tunghua frowned. "Did you even clean this intestine properly?" Shinan replied, "I preserved a bit of the original flavor so you would know you're eating intestines. What do you think, am I not talented in cooking?" Shin Tunghua had already swallowed the intestine, and his shoulders began to tremble. His mouth gaped open as he instinctively covered his throat. On the day of the parent-child outing, Jiang Wanyu and Zhu Zhu sat in the car while Lu Feng drove them towards Yunshang Ranch. Jiang Wanyu received a message on her phone, and upon checking, she discovered that the funds frozen by the notary office had been released after winning the gold medal in the ALI mathematics competition. She had submitted her stock market analysis program to the verification committee, with the authority of the ALI group backing her, and her recent awards amplifying her online influence. The committee decided to trust that the stock analysis program she submitted was indeed her own work. Upon investigating the funds she had invested in the stock market, which were derived from her divorce settlement, the verification committee directly transferred the previously frozen funds into her account, seeing that she had once again become a millionaire. Jiang Wanyu couldn't help but smile. Just then, a call from manager Hong of Huadai Securities came through. Jiang Wanyu furrowed her brows slightly yet chose to answer the call. Upon picking up the phone, manager Hong's voice resonated in her ears. "Miss Jiang, I've heard that your funds have been unfrozen by the Securities and Futures Commission. Congratulations. I wonder if you might be inclined to have me continue as your investment advisor? I can offer you the lowest commission." Jiang Wanyu inquired. "Mr. Hong, I believe you have been dismissed by Huadai, haven't you?" Manager Hong's throat caught momentarily, and he chuckled awkwardly. "Miss Jiang, your information network is quite impressive." The reason for manager Hong's dismissal from Huadai was indeed linked to the freezing of Jiang Wanyu's 80 million in funds. It was unclear who had disseminated this news, but it resulted in a significant loss of trust among many major clients towards Huadai. During the period when Jiang Wanyu's funds were frozen, Huadai suffered considerable client losses, and naturally Manager Hong bore the responsibility, leading to his termination. Manager Hong continued, "I am now at Yifang Securities, Miss Jiang. Please rest assured." Jiang Wanyu informed him that it seemed he still had not grasped the reason behind his dismissal, asserting, "As a manager, you should not betray your clients." With that, she ended the call. Hearing Jiang Wanyu's words directed at Manager Hong, Lu Fang's lips parted slightly. It was evident that Manager Hong would soon be cast aside by the entire brokerage industry. Jiang Wanyu's voice reached Lu Fang from behind. "The funds we received are more than sufficient to cover 10 years of rent, and with the remainder, I will draft a project proposal that focuses on investing in several emerging technology industries under your name." Lu Fang responded with a soft, The initial fortune he earned stemmed from the investments Jiang Wanyu had entrusted to him, and now she held a 51% stake in the majority of the industries under his name. Jojo currently attended the city's most prestigious elite kindergarten, but in 6 months she would transition to primary school. Jiang Wanyu did not intend for Jojo to directly advance to the primary section of Changde. But the choice of which primary school Jojo would attend would require their joint efforts. Jiang Wanyu had rented an apartment near Changde for the convenience of picking up and dropping off Jojo. The apartment was staffed with a private butler, and within the community, there was a 5-star restaurant with comprehensive facilities. The property manager even revealed to Jiang Wanyu that they could provide one-on-one tutoring and supplementary courses for Jojo. Such high-quality luxury residences had a market price of 300 million, yet the rental cost was only 500,000 per month, so Jiang Wanyu naturally opted for renting. After all, once Jojo commenced primary school, she would choose to live closer to the school for the sake of Jojo's sleep. As Lu Fang's car arrived at the entrance of Yunchang Ranch, the school teachers and staff approached to greet them. Jiang Wanyu accompanied Jojo to sign in with the teacher. After inquiring about Lu Fang's relationship with Jojo, the teacher wrote Jiang Wanyu and Lu Fang's names beside Jojo's. The homeroom teacher handed a task card to Jiang Wanyu. "When little Jiang Yingzhou's family arrives at Yunchang Ranch, the parent-child games will commence. Here is your task card." Just as Jiang Wanyu bent down to examine the task card with Jojo, Lu Fang lifted Jojo onto his arm. Sitting on Lu Fang's arm, the three of them nearly had their heads touching together. Chapter 95, A Pseudo-Sibling Relationship. I'll indulge in this for respect. At Yunchang Ranch, the first challenge, defend the carrot. Parents and children would ride a 3-seater bicycle to a camp located 3 kilometers away. Along the way, a wild herd of llamas would appear, and parents with their children needed to carry a bucket of carrots and cabbage, ensuring that the llamas did not devour them during the ride. Upon reaching the destination, each remaining carrot would score 3 points. And each remaining cabbage leaf would score 1 point, with the accrued points used to redeem ingredients for lunch. Jojo, recognizing most of the words on the task card, read it aloud and asked, "Uncle, do you understand? If not, I can explain it again." Did Jojo harbor any misconceptions about his intelligence? Lu Fang nodded, muttering, "I understand." The teacher, observing the trio standing together, found them exceptionally delightful. If it weren't for that gentleman being Yingzhou's mother's brother, she would have been tempted to ship them. A handsome man and a beautiful woman. Despite the disparity in stature, he could easily lift Jojo with one hand. Wow, they were such a perfect match. The homeroom teacher concealed her face with the task card and whispered with her colleague, "This striking gentleman and Yingzhou's mother don't share a surname. He might be her non-biological brother." Another teacher's eyes lit up. "A pseudo-sibling relationship. I'll indulge in this for respect." The homeroom teacher glanced back at Jiang Wanyu and Lu Fang, sincerely believing that the title of the most beautiful family undoubtedly belonged to them. As the teachers engaged in quiet gossip, other staff members at the ranch noticed a black Maybach pulling up. The door opened, and the first man to step out appeared as if he had walked straight out of a magazine. Those still entranced by Lu Fang's strikingly masculine features and formidable physique were soon captivated by another handsomely unique man. That President Fu, our group's President Fu. Yunchang Ranch was developed by the Fu family, and the adjacent properties were also investments from the Fu group. It truly is President Fu, so handsome, he certainly lives up to the reputation. Jiang Wanyu and Jojo heard the commotion nearby, but upon hearing the name President Fu, they instantly lost interest in turning back. Fu Hanchuan, what's so captivating? Dudu, wearing a baseball cap, strode confidently at the forefront, clearly in high spirits. Jiang Nancheng walked alongside Fu Hanchuan, both donning identical outdoor jackets, with Jiang Nancheng wearing a cap similar to Dudu's. As Jiang Nancheng emerged from the car, she chewed gum, occasionally blowing pink bubbles. Her scrutinizing gaze swept over the nearby female staff and teachers, who were visibly excited upon seeing Fu Hanchuan. Their faces flushed. Jiang Nancheng smirked coldly. What's the difference between these women and a bunch of randy sows? As if to assert her claim, Jiang Nancheng draped her hand over Fu Hanchuan's shoulder, striking a pose of a spoiled rich kid. Fu Hanchuan brushed her arm off his shoulder, reminding her, "Walk with some decorum." The bubble in Jiang Nancheng's mouth popped, and she clicked her tongue with a smile, thinking to herself that Fu Hanchuan must be shy. The teacher and staff approached them. This Fu Gidu's father. It's rare to see you. This is your first time participating in a parent-child event for little Fu Gidu. Isn't it? Fu Hanchuan maintained his usual aloof expression, silently nodding at the teacher. Noticing Fu Hanchuan's distant demeanor, the teacher couldn't help but shudder. Jiang Nancheng smirked with satisfaction, pointing at Fu Hanchuan's face. He doesn't want to be here at all. I had to rush to the Fu residence early this morning to drag him out of bed. Jiang Nancheng's exaggeration was evident. She had indeed rushed to the Fu residence that morning. Intending to enter Fu Hanchuan's room directly only to find the door locked, she had knocked frantically and waited a considerable time before seeing a freshly groomed Fu Hanchuan appear before her. Duda puffed out his chest proudly, thinking only Jiang Gu could manage to get his father to accompany him to the parent-child event. Without Jiang Gu, Fu Hanchuan would never attend these events. Only that pretentious mother would accompany him and Zhou, leaving him anxious each time, fearing Jiang Wanyu wouldn't secure first place. Miss Jiang is attending the parent-child event as President Fu's friend. Is she? The homeroom teacher recognized Jiang Nancheng, who had caused multiple disturbances at school and was not particularly fond of her. Upon seeing Jiang Nancheng, the homeroom teacher anticipated that she would likely cause trouble during today's event. The teacher earnestly informed her, our parent-child event has specific regulations. Parents attending, even if they are not biological parents, must be relatives of the child. This ensures the child feels a sense of belonging during the activity. Parents are irreplaceable by anyone else. If anyone could substitute for a child as parents, it could lead to emotional discrepancies and negatively impact their mental health. Jiang Nancheng's expression darkened. I am Fu Gidu's father. Her gaze toward the homeroom teacher conveyed a warning. After being scolded by Jiang Nancheng, the homeroom teacher took a deep breath and turned to Fu Hanchuan. Mr. Fu, since I have often been unable to reach you, and now that I see you, I would like to discuss a few matters. Jiang Nancheng scoffed derisively. Remember, you're just a teacher, don't overstep with the parents of students. The homeroom teacher ignored Jiang Nancheng's remarks and addressed Fu Hanchuan with utmost seriousness. Mr. Fu, little Fu Gidu was only 5 years old, a critical stage for physical and mental development. During this phase, you should provide him with proper guidance, ensuring he does not develop erroneous perceptions regarding gender. At school, Fu Gidu has been encouraging his female classmates to call themselves brothers and to emulate boys instead of girls, even urging them to use the boys' restroom, while I have informed the Fu family's butler. I am unsure if you are aware of these matters. Chapter 96, a resounding slap. Fu Hanchuan's brow furrowed. These issues had never been brought to his attention by the butler. The homeroom teacher looked at Fu Hanchuan with a sense of helplessness. In the past, whenever Dudu and Zhou encountered issues at school, she would simply call Jiang Wanyu, who would promptly resolve the matter. However, now Dudu had become a problematic student, and despite the homeroom teacher's numerous calls to the Fu family's butler, all she received were dismissive responses. Jiang Nancheng exclaimed, is it really necessary to make such a fuss over such trivial matters? The homeroom teacher, incensed, retorted, upon hearing you refer to yourself as Fu Gidu's father today, I understood who was responsible for Fu Gidu's confusion regarding gender identity. What did you say? Be careful, or I'll slap you. Jiang Nancheng's demeanor transformed into that of a fierce warrior, as if she were ready to roll up her sleeves and confront the homeroom teacher. Startled by Jiang Nancheng's sudden aggression, the homeroom teacher was taken aback, while Dudu jumped up, clapping and cheering. Yes, slap her. At this age, Dudu was particularly fond of mimicking adult behavior. Having learned some profanity, he felt immensely powerful. Believing that uttering such words would intimidate his peers, thereby elevating him to the status of a little adult, Nancheng Fu Hanchuan reprimanded Jiang Nancheng, assuring the homeroom teacher, I will personally educate Dudu if he misbehaves at school. The homeroom teacher pursed her lips, thinking that Fu must have heard the story of Menchia's mother moving 3 times. The environment surrounding a child during their developmental stage is of utmost importance, and she hoped he would be discerning in selecting those who frequently interacted with Fu Gidu. Jiang Nancheng, feeling indignant, retorted, oh, are we competing now? The homeroom teacher was utterly baffled by Jiang Nancheng's peculiar line of reasoning. Miss Jiang, out of respect for your character, the homeroom teacher diverted her gaze from Jiang Nancheng's face and handed a task card to Fu Hanchuan. This is the first task card for the parent-child activity. I hope Mr. Fu and little Fu Gidu will have a delightful time together. Jiang Nancheng's fists clenched tightly as she regarded the homeroom teacher with disdain and provocation. The teacher, while handing over the task card to Fu Hanchuan, seemed to be bending over backwards to please him. It was evident she harbored feelings for Fu Hanchuan. Just wait, a mere teacher daring to insinuate that she had led Dudu astray would pay a steep price for her audacity. Jiang Nancheng declared to the homeroom teacher, even if you dislike me, I am here today as a close relative of Fu Gidu to participate in this parent-child activity. Dudu chimed in, yes, Sister Nancheng is my family. The homeroom teacher completely ignored Jiang Nancheng and turned her attention to the other children and parents. Jiang Nancheng surmised that the teacher was avoiding her out of fear, with a nonchalant sneer. She glanced in Jiang Wanyue's direction. Liu Fong chose a bicycle from a row of 3 that was in nearly perfect condition to accommodate the height of kindergarten children. The bicycles used for the activity were notably shorter than standard bicycles. making them unsuitable for adults. After reviewing the task card, Lu Fang began strategizing, determining who would be responsible for guarding the carrots and cabbages in the bucket, who would take the lead in pedaling, and who would drive away the approaching llamas. Jiang Wanyue remarked, "The size of this plastic bucket is such that only you and I can adequately protect it. I'll guard the carrots, big brother. You take the lead to ensure the bike's speed." At this point, Jiang Wanyue looked at Zhozhou, who raised her hand and declared, "I'll drive away the llamas," as long as Lu Fang pedaled quickly. Jiang Wanyue could successfully shield the carrots and cabbages and evade the llamas, thus delegating the lighter task to Zhozhou. "Mommy should sit in the middle, while I'll sit at the back. I want to let the llamas get close to mommy." The three of them climbed onto the three-seater bicycle. Meanwhile, Zhang Nansheng was also assigning tasks, instructing Hanchuan, "You take the lead and charge ahead, Dudu, you guard the carrots, while I handle the llamas." Zhang Nansheng thought to herself that when they encountered the llamas, they would likely attempt to snatch the carrots, and in the struggle, the llamas would most likely spit at and tug at the clothes of whoever was protecting the carrots. She did not want to be spit on by the llamas, nor did she want Fu Hanchuan to be subjected to such indignity. The burden of the llama's spittle would fall squarely on Dudu's shoulders. If Dudu managed to safeguard a few carrots, he would undoubtedly be grateful to Jiang Nansheng for driving away the llamas. However, Fu Hanchuan felt it was inappropriate for his son to carry a plastic bucket filled with carrots and cabbages, anticipating that Dudu would be unable to protect them. Yet, as soon as Jiang Nansheng spoke, Dudu dashed off, eagerly bringing back a bucket of carrot tops. He resembled a little warrior, declaring, "I will definitely protect these carrots." Recognizing that Jiang Nansheng, as an adult, was indeed better suited to fend off the llamas, Fu Hanchuan acquiesced to this arrangement. He took the front seat of the three-seater bicycle. Dudu sat in the middle, and Jiang Nansheng occupied the rear. As they prepared to set off, Lu Fang, along with Jiang Wanyue and Zhozhou, also began their journey. Dudu spotted them and shouted to Fu Hanchuan, "Dad, go, let us overtake them." Fu Hanchuan gazed at Jiang Wanyue and Zhozhou's retreating figures, with Lu Fang towering over them like a majestic mountain, providing a sense of security. Did Jiang Wanyue invite Lu Fang to participate in the parent-child activity merely for his sake? Fu Hanchuan pondered. Did Jiang Wanyue believe that Lu Fang could surpass him? He scoffed at the thought. While Lu Fang was exceptionally fit, the competition in a parent-child activity was not solely reliant on physical prowess. As they cycled approximately 500 or 600 meters into the park, they encountered a herd of llamas. The llamas charged toward them as if they were a delivery truck, prompting Jiang Wanyue to immediately bend down. Using her upper body to shield the bucket's opening, the llamas, attracted by the vibrant colors of the bucket, began to nip at Jiang Wanyue. "Get away!" Just as the llamas approached Jiang Wanyue, Zhozhou pushed them away with a firm shove. "Mommy, don't be afraid, I'll protect you, big uncle. Hurry, pedal faster, they're catching up," Zhozhou shouted, while Lu Fang's legs pumped furiously on the bicycle, leaving a blur in their wake. "Ah, don't come any closer, what?" Dudu's terrified screams echoed from afar. Several llamas converged on Dudu, each taking bites from the plastic bucket he held, stealing away the carrots and cabbage leaves. Dudu was both panicked and furious. "Give me back my carrots," yet his cries fell on deaf ears. Dudu watched helplessly as the contents of his bucket dwindled. He was on the verge of tears and turned to Jiang Nansheng, pleading, "Sister Nansheng, hurry and protect me." Dudu urged his father, "Dad, faster, come on." A few llamas were hot on Dudu's heels, while Jiang Nansheng had completely forgotten about protecting him. Instead, she waved her hands frantically, trying to ward off the llamas closing in on her. All the while pedaling furiously to escape, Dudu continued to scream, and the llama's spit began to rain down upon them. Jiang Nansheng was also hit several times, and in her fury, she yelled out, only to have a stream of llama spittle hit her face. With her vision obscured, Jiang Nansheng had no choice but to pedal blindly. She could hear Zhozhou calling out, "Big uncle, hurry, go faster, the llamas are chasing us." It turned out that Zhozhou was also being attacked by the llamas, which brought a sense of comfort to Jiang Nansheng and Dudu. Perhaps the carrots that Zhozhou was supposed to protect had already been snatched away by the llamas. Fu Hanchuan noticed two llamas flanking Zhozhou. Running alongside her, Zhozhou was in danger. Chapter 97. A slap across Fu Hanchuan's face. Fu Hanchuan pedaled with all his might, only to realize that his and Jiang Nansheng's cycling rhythms were completely out of sync. Their bicycles wove erratically along the path. Jiang Nansheng, stop pedaling, he shouted. Jiang Nansheng's pedaling had become a hindrance. It would be better if he pedaled alone. My clothes. Jiang Nansheng could barely hear Fu Hanchuan over the sound of the llamas tugging at her sleeves and biting her hair. She pushed one llama away, only to have another approach. "What, daddy, pedal faster," Dudu wailed from behind Fu Hanchuan. Fu Hanchuan attempted to accelerate but was thrown off course by Jiang Nansheng. He could only watch helplessly as Jiang Wanyue and Zhozhou's figures disappeared from his sight. In the camping area, many parents and children had already completed the first task and were resting, waiting for the others to arrive. Upon reaching the finish line, Lu Fang remained composed, his breathing steady. "We made it." Lu Fang turned to check on Jiang Wanyue and Zhozhou, but when he saw the scene behind him, he was completely taken aback, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Jiang Wanyue, hearing Lu Feng's voice, realized she was no longer in danger. She relaxed her grip around the plastic bucket and turned to check on her daughter. As she glanced back, she and Lu Feng were left in shock. Zhou, noticing that Lu Feng had stopped, looked to her sides in alarm. The llamas are coming, she cried. Mommy, protect the carrots, big uncle, pedal faster. Jiang Wanyue remarked to Zhou, kindly release those 2 alpacas. It was only then that Zhou noticed the 2 alpacas. Their heads pressed closely against her, had been inadvertently trapped under her arm. She was oblivious to the moment they had been ensnared by her embrace. The 2 alpacas appeared utterly exhausted, their long tongues lolling out of their mouths. Rolling their eyes in a comical fashion, Zhou promptly loosened her grip, and the 2 alpacas, their limbs giving way, collapsed on the ground in unison. With her heart still racing, Zhou patted her chest and chuckled self-deprecatingly. Haha, scaring myself. Lu Feng interjected. No wonder when he rode his bicycle, he always caught a glimpse of 2 alpacas closely trailing behind him. Jiang Wanyue dismounted her bicycle, handing her plastic bucket to the teacher for scoring. She had successfully safeguarded all the radishes and cabbage leaves. The teacher affixed a magnetic nameplate bearing Zhou's name to the whiteboard. Congratulations, Mother Zhou, you have protected all the radishes and cabbage. And your family has earned 30 points, placing you temporarily in first place. Seeing Zhou and Fu Pan are tied for first, Fu Qingru felt displeased. Only one family should be in first place. How can there be a tie? My family arrived earlier. We are the true first, the teacher, with an awkward smile, explained. Mrs. Fu, your family merely started the game half an hour earlier. Both you and Mother Zhou successfully protected the vegetables in your buckets. But in terms of time taken, Mother Zhou's family was swifter. Fu Qingru, unsatisfied, raised her voice. But we arrived first. We were the first family to reach the campsite. My husband worked hard to achieve full marks. While Jiang Wanyue's family came later, how can they be tied for first with us? However, the teacher was caught in a dilemma. Hearing Fu Qingru's commotion, Zhou exchanged glances with Jiang Wanyue, and suddenly, her eyes lit up as she spun around and dashed away. Jiang Wanyue smirked, knowing that Zhou had thought of a solution. Soon Zhou returned, dragging 2 alpacas with a waddle reminiscent of a penguin. Teacher, I have captured 2 thieving alpacas. How many points can these 2 earn us? The teacher, taken aback by the sight of the 2 panting, feigning death alpacas being dragged over by Zhou, was astonished, but this also resolved Fu Qingru's unreasonable fuss. The teacher extended 5 fingers towards Zhou, stating 1 alpaca earns 5 points. Fu Qingru, looking as if she had swallowed a fly, muttered, You told me capturing alpacas would earn points? Had I known capturing alpacas would yield points. Her voice trailed off. Of their family upon encountering the alpacas had no time to flee. Even if they had known about the points, they would not have dared to capture them. Fu Qingru could only watch helplessly as the teacher placed Fu Panner's nameplate in the second position. The teacher updated the scores next to Zhou's name. Jiang Yingzhou, 40 points. Fu Panner, 30 points. Another teacher announced Dudu's score. Student Fu Gidu, 0 points. Earlier, when Dudu had stepped out of the Maybach, he had been the epitome of grandeur, but now he found himself in utter disarray. His LV cap had long been snatched away by the alpacas, and his collar was askew from their tugging. He instinctively held his breath, as his clothes were stained with alpaca saliva, which reeked terribly. Jiang Nanchang was not faring much better. Her hair was disheveled, the zipper of her windbreaker half undone, presenting the image of someone who had just returned from wandering. Upon realizing what the teacher had said, Jiang Nanchang protested, How could it be 0 points? Did you miscalculate? The teacher suppressed the urge to roll her eyes, responding, When the 3 of you reached the finish line, even the bucket containing the radishes and cabbage leaves was nowhere to be found. Do you think I miscalculated your score? Jiang Nanchang glanced at Dudu, who stood empty-handed. Where's the bucket? She inquired. What about the radishes? You didn't leave even a single cabbage leaf, did you? Dudu, sulking, replied, They were too frightening. One of the alpacas snatched the bucket away. He then indignantly questioned Jiang Nanchang, Why didn't you protect me? Jiang Nanchang retorted, I was riding the bike. I never expected you to handle it. Dudu, you're supposed to be a little man. How could you not even protect a bucket? The teacher informed them, Since you lost the bucket, 3 points will be deducted. Currently Fu Gidu's family has a score of -3 points. I hope you can strive to improve in the upcoming competitions. The teacher placed Dudu's nameplate in the final column of the whiteboard upon seeing Dudu in last place, in light of such an outrageous situation. Fu Qingru lost interest in further disputes, realizing Zhou had gained 10 additional points by capturing the alpacas. She, relishing the spectacle, exclaimed, Hanchuan, you've never been in last place, have you? This is a rare experience for you. Fu Hanchuan's face darkened. He observed Jiang Wanyue celebrating with Zhou and Lu Feng as they basked in their first place win. The placement of Dudu's nameplate in his score appeared as a farcical jest. Slapping Fu Hanchuan in the face, other parents, upon seeing the rankings, began to murmur, Fu Gidu has always been first in family activities. How could he possibly come in last? His sister is in first place. These 2 children's academic performances are worlds apart. I hear this young Master Fu has always been at the bottom of his class. Jiang Nanchang, hands on her hips, shouted, setting aside the last place. We are still first. We earned our last place through our own efforts, isn't that impressive? Upon hearing Jiang Nanqing's words, Dudu cast her a look of incredulity, pouting, his eyes brimmed with unshed tears. He turned to see Jojo and Jiang Wanyue crouched before the alpacas, offering them some water, while other children gathered around Jojo. Hey, Dudu called out to his little follower, but the child stood next to Jojo. Completely ignoring him. A wave of disappointment, grievance, and loneliness surged within Dudu. His almond-shaped eyes glistened with unshed tears. Chapter 98. Dudu seeks Jiang Wanyue's attention. Jiang Nansheng led Dudu to a spot to sit down. Grateful she had brought a change of clothes, she removed the soiled attire stained by alpaca saliva, and disdainfully tossed it aside. As she changed, Dudu reminded her, "My clothes are dirty." Jiang Nansheng, seated in her folding chair, remained still, merely gesturing with her chin, indicating that his clothes were in her bag. Dudu puffed out his cheeks, mumbling, "Do I have to change by myself?" At home, he had servants attending to him, but now he felt that Jiang Nansheng, whom he considered close, should assist him. Jiang Nansheng was preoccupied, using wet wipes to clean her hair. She was in a foul mood, longing to find a place to wash her hair. She had no time to attend to Dudu. Dudu surveyed the area. Other children were being cared for by their parents, mothers were providing water and wiping sweat, while Jiang Wanyue was helping Jojo redo her hair. Dudu felt a mix of emotions. Last year, during the family activity, when he sweated from playing games, Jiang Wanyue would kindly help him change clothes, securing a towel on his back and wiping his face clean. If he felt thirsty, before he even had to ask, Jiang Wanyue would offer him her water bottle. Yet, Jiang Nansheng was utterly incapable of such care. "Dad, could you help me change my clothes? I'm sweating." Dudu asked Fu Hanchuan. "Do it yourself," came the unsympathetic reply. Dudu had always feared his father. After being rejected by Fu Hanchuan, he shrank back, resigned to pull his spare clothes from his little backpack. Once Jiang Nansheng had cleaned herself up, she lazily called, "Dudu, open me a pack of chips." As Dudu was about to retort, "Can't you open it yourself?" he recalled how, when he invited Jiang Nansheng to the family activity, they had devised a plan to annoy his overly dramatic mother. Jiang Nansheng had told him that to irritate Jiang Wanyue during the activity, he needed to act exceptionally kind and attentive to her in front of everyone. Whatever Jiang Nansheng requested, Dudu was to comply, as he had never treated Jiang Wanyue in such a manner. When Jiang Wanyue saw Dudu being so attentive to Jiang Nansheng, she would undoubtedly feel a twinge of jealousy. Achieving the very goal of making Jiang Wanyue upset, Jiang Nansheng initiated the plan. Dudu, neglecting to change his clothes, first retrieved a pack of Lay's chips from the snack bag. He tore open the packaging and offered the chips to Jiang Nansheng. As she munched on the chips, she noticed the surrounding parents' gazes fixed upon her. "Dudu, I want a Yakult." Dudu rummaged through the snack bag again, producing a bottle of Yakult. He tore open the straw packaging, inserted the straw, and handed the Yakult to Jiang Nansheng. Leaning comfortably in her folding chair, she enjoyed the drink without a care. Many parents were astonished to see the esteemed young master of the Fu family bustling around for Jiang Nansheng. Fu Qingru struck up a conversation with Jiang Nansheng. "Oh, Miss Jiang, you have quite the skill. You've managed to train our little tyrant of the Fu family to be so obedient to you?" Fu Qingru raised her voice intentionally, hoping to catch Jiang Wanyue's attention. She glanced towards Jiang Wanyue, hoping to catch even a hint of discomfort on her face, dreaming of the joy it would bring her. Jiang Nansheng maintained a serene demeanor, as if she had long grown accustomed to being attended to by Dudu. She casually remarked, "Dudu was simply pampering me." The curious gazes of the parents served as a stimulant for Jiang Nansheng, prompting her to call out to Dudu, "I want to eat squid strips." Dudu, suppressing his inner displeasure, reminded himself that he was the cherished grandson of the Fu family, cradled in the poems of old Lady Fu. He raised his gaze toward the direction of Jiang Wanyue and noticed her looking their way. Indeed, his actions had captured Jiang Wanyue's attention. Energized by this realization, Dudu hurried to assist Jiang Nansheng in tearing open the packaging of the squid strips. Jiang Nansheng, unwilling to dirty her hands, commanded, "Feed me." Dudu's expression soured slightly, noticing that Jiang Wanyue had once again diverted her gaze from him. He retrieved a strip of squid from the packaging and offered it to Jiang Nansheng's mouth. His gaze still fixed on Jiang Wanyue. "Quick, turn your head and look at me," Dudu silently urged. His attentiveness to Jiang Nansheng would undoubtedly incite jealousy in Jiang Wanyue. It was Jiang Wanyue who refused to embrace her maternal role. Jiang Wanyue would never have the opportunity to savor the squid strips he fed Jiang Nansheng. Fu Qingru expressed her astonishment. "Dudu, you are feeding Nansheng squid strips? How thoughtful of you." Her tone was exaggerated, her sharp voice carrying far and wide. Jiang Nansheng, crossing her legs nonchalantly, replied dismissively, "What is so surprising about that? Hasn't Puan ever fed you snacks?" Fu Qingru retorted, "I'm Puan's mother. We are not the same." Jiang Nansheng smirked slightly. "What's the difference? I am Hanchuan's father, Dudu's elder brother." Fu Qingru let out a light laugh from her nose. What nonsensical hierarchy, complete nonsense. When Jiang Nansheng was 18, Fu Qingru had already discerned her feelings for Fu Hanchuan. Only Fu Nuashi remained naive, believing Jiang Nansheng's affection for Fu Hanchuan was merely platonic. Fu Qingru glanced toward Fu Hanchuan. If Dudu doted on Jiang Nansheng, then Fu Hanchuan must surely dote on her as well. Fu Qingru licked her lips, eager for Fu Hanchuan and Jiang Nanqing to be entangled indefinitely. Old Lady Fu had increasingly grown averse to Jiang Nanqing, perceiving her as a threat due to her proximity to Fu Hanchuan. Given that she was Jiang Wanyue's younger sister, this could tarnish Fu Hanchuan's reputation. Even if Fu Hanchuan divorced Jiang Wanyue, the Fu family would never accept another member of the Jiang family into their fold. It was scandalous for two sisters to share a husband. However, Fu Qingru relished the thought of Fu Hanchuan's reputation being compromised, believing she and her father might benefit from the Fu family's wealth. Duda fed Jiang Nanqing a squid strip, then glanced toward Jiang Wanyue. Oddly enough, his overly dramatic mother was ignoring him. Surely, it must be due to her discomfort over his treatment of Jiang Nanqing. That had to be it. As long as his overly dramatic mother felt unease, he would feel elated. With this thought, Duda grinned, filled with self-satisfaction. After a brief recess, the second round of games commenced. The game that the parents and children were about to participate in was called Family Kangaroo Jump. Both parents and children must climb into a fabric sack, and as a family of three, they would collectively jump to the finish line while holding the sack. A teacher reminded Fu Hanchuan and Dudu. Mr. Fu, little Gidu, you need to step it up, otherwise, by noon, you may not earn points to exchange for lunch ingredients, and you could very well go hungrier upon seeing a female teacher approach with a reminder. Jiang Nanqing's face twisted into a sneer filled with disdain. Mind your own business. Another one of those shameless women trying to curry favor with Fu Hanchuan, the female teacher, taken aback by Jiang Nanqing's hostile demeanor. Left with a sour expression, she joined several other teachers, muttering, that second miss of the Jiang family is truly like a rabid dog, biting anyone she encounters. Shub, keep your voice down. Didn't you see how much Fu Gidu pampered Jiang Nanqing just now? I believe Jiang Nanqing may very well become his stepmother, exclaimed one teacher. The dismissed female teacher retorted, who would marry their brother's wife. Chapter 99, embracing in public in an attempt to reclaim his pride. Dudu eagerly hopped into the sack. Jiang Nanqing followed suit, positioning herself behind Dudu, urging Hanchuan, hurry in. As soon as Fu Hanchuan entered the sack, Jiang Nanqing pressed herself against him. Fu Hanchuan furrowed his brow instantly. Jiang Nanqing's attempt to get close fell short. She turned and instructed, Hanchuan, we must stick tightly together. That way, we can exert force together when we jump. As she spoke, she reached for Fu Hanchuan's hand, guiding it forward to grip the bag. This positioning allowed Fu Hanchuan's arm to rest around her waist, as if embracing her. Jiang Nanqing felt a thrill. Through this parent-child activity, she could openly enjoy intimate contact with Fu Hanchuan. Her agreement to participate in the school event was solely to demonstrate to Jiang Wanyue and the other affluent parents just how close she was to Fu Hanchuan. However, as she reached for Fu Hanchuan's hand, she found only AIR.I. In the next moment, Fu Hanchuan abruptly shoved her from behind. He swiftly exited the sack, distancing himself from the uncomfortable situation. Jiang Nanqing's body swayed as she lost her balance, but she managed to brace herself with one hand against the ground, stabilizing her stance to avoid a disastrous fall. Hanchuan, what are you doing? Jiang Nanqing snapped, visibly irritated. This man truly lacked the ability to appreciate feminine delicacy. She then noticed Fu Hanchuan was staring intently in Jiang Wanyue's direction. Lu Fang was the first to enter the sack, filling it entirely on his own. Jiang Wanyue stepped in next, facing Lu Fang directly. Following her, Zhou joined, sandwiched between them. This arrangement ensured that Zhou, being the smallest, would not hinder the adults' jumping speed and distance during the competition. Jiang Wanyue held onto the edge of the bag behind Lu Fang, together lifting the sack. Fu Hanchuan felt a tightness in his chest. From his angle, Jiang Wanyue appeared delicate and reliant, leaning against Lu Fang's chest, her hands resting on his waist as if embracing him. Fu Hanchuan had never seen Jiang Wanyue so intimately engaged with any man before. Fu Qingru, observing the positioning from Jiang Wanyue's side, remarked to Jiang Qiming, we should position ourselves like them. Hanchuan, the competition is about to start. Where are you going? Jiang Nanqing noticed Fu Hanchuan was leaving. All the parents were lined up at the starting line for the kangaroo jump, ready to go, yet Fu Hanchuan approached the referee. He addressed the teacher officiating the game. This game must be cancelled. The referee looked perplexed. Mr. Fu, why, this is merely a routine game in the parent-child activities, the teacher added, if you let Gidu stand in the middle, it will ensure his safety. With one hand in his pocket and the other pointing toward Jiang Wanyue, Fu Hanchuan retorted, you expect two unrelated adults to embrace in public as part of a routine game? Zhou is my daughter, how can she witness her mother embracing another man? The referee was somewhat speechless. Mr. Fu, are you referring to yourself? Do you not wish to participate in this game with Miss Jian? Fu Hanchuan, with a commanding presence, insisted, in my capacity as a school board member, I demand you announce that either this frivolous game is cancelled or it is restricted to married couples only. Non-couples must withdraw from the game. The referee, bewildered, felt the weight of Fu Hanchuan's authority. Among the parent-child families present, only you and Miss Zhang's family do not qualify as a married couple, so what do you suggest? The referee's words were cut short as Fu Hanchuan strode toward Jiang Wanyue. Jiang Wanyue, step forward. Jiang Wanyue, standing face-to-face with Lu Fang in the sack, was taken aback. What nonsense was this? Had she not considered Zhou's feelings at all? Jiang Wanyue found Fu Hanchuan's sudden approach utterly bewildering. She turned to the teacher preparing to blow the whistle and said ignore him. Meanwhile, the other 20 or so parents stood ready at the starting line. The teacher responsible for blowing the whistle felt a twinge of anxiety upon seeing Fu Hanchuan approach. Although unsure of his intentions, she blew the whistle nonetheless. The kangaroo jump competition commenced, and Fu Hanchuan's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Wanyue and Lu Fang, while Jojo sprang forward with them. Hanchuan, what are you doing? Come back, Jiang Nanqing shouted in exasperation. Fu Hanchuan completely ignored Jiang Nanqing's cries, his focus solely on Jiang Wanyue, who was now bouncing alongside Lu Fang. Surely this familiarity was intended to provoke him. Jiang Wanyue and Lu Fang faced each other, with Jojo sandwiched between them. Every leap made Fu Hanchuan's temples throb. Anti-Jojo exclaimed in surprise. Fu Hanchuan's heart sank, and he quickly turned to look in Jiang Wanyue and Lu Fang's direction. Chapter 100, A Test of Core Strength. Jiang Nanqing approached with Dudu and TOW. At this moment, Fu Hanchuan's arms were visibly tense with bulging veins. In previous years, he was the one participating in parent-child activities. Playing kangaroo jump games with Jiang Wanyue that if looks could kill, he would have already pierced through Lu Fang's back with his gaze. How could he be unaware that Lu Fang's feelings for Jiang Wanyue had long transcended mere sibling affection? It was solely because Jiang Wanyue regarded him as an elder brother that he meticulously concealed his emotions, fearing that if Jiang Wanyue discovered his true feelings, she would no longer trust him wholeheartedly. Hanchuan, are you even listening to me? Jiang Nanqing raised her voice. Only then did Fu Hanchuan respond with indifference. I forfeit this game. Why? Both Jiang Nanqing and Dudu exclaimed in unison. The man, with a cold expression, remained as domineering as ever. Boring, Dudu began to wail, but if we don't participate in this game, we will go hungry. Fu Hanchuan replied, there is another game after this one. If we secure first place in the third game, we will earn 7 points. There is no way I will let my son go hungry. Jiang Nanqing observed Jiang Qiming tumble onto Fu Qingru, who let out a delicate cry, embodying a mix of anger and enjoyment. Jiang Nanqing bit her lip in frustration. If only she and Fu Hanchuan could join the kangaroo jump game. If she were to fall, Fu Hanchuan would surely land on top of her. The mere thought made her curse inwardly. Fu Hanchuan likely believed that participating in this game, with its frequent tumbles, would tarnish his image, which was why he was reluctant to join. Unsurprisingly, Jiang Wanyue's group secured first place. Zhuozhua proudly attached the number 10 to her name. The third game was a parent-child push-up challenge. The rules dictated that mothers would hold their little ones while seated on the fathers' backs, who were then required to perform push-ups while bearing the weight. Upon hearing about the parent-child push-up game, Dudu exclaimed with delight, Daddy, are you going to carry me for the push-ups this time? Mommy has never won in this competition before. Dudu considered Jiang Wanyue to be quite inadequate, as other parents managed to perform push-ups while carrying both an adult and a child. Previously, when the teacher saw Jiang Wanyue competing alone with 2 children, she had lowered the difficulty for her, allowing her to carry just 1 child for the push-ups. However, Jiang Wanyue could manage only 3 at most. Time and again, Jiang Wanyue finished at the bottom in the parent-child push-up game, which greatly displeased Dudu. Excitedly, Jiang Nanqing laid out a yoga mat for Fu Hanchuan. Hanchuan, hurry, and lie down. She embraced Dudu and sat atop Fu Hanchuan's back. The mere thought of this scene was enough to make one's heart race. Fu Hanchuan leaned forward, placing his hands on the yoga mat, and turned to see Lu Fang beside him. Just as Jiang Nanqing was about to settle onto Fu Hanchuan's waist, he suddenly stood up again, causing her to be unceremoniously thrown off balance. She stumbled forward and landed on Jiang Qiming, startling him. Jiang Nanqing, what are you doing? But Fu Qingru's panicked scream pierced the air. This was due to the highly inappropriate position Jiang Nanqing found herself in after falling onto Jiang Qiming. As Jiang Qiming sat on the mat, her sudden descent caused a chaotic scene, prompting multiple cries from him. Jiang Nanqing felt a surge of anger as she realized she had landed on Jiang Qiming's legs. Hanchuan, why did you suddenly stand up? That's dangerous. As Fu Hanchuan stood on the yoga mat with his hands on his hips, scanning the surroundings for something. This competition needs a cushion, he exclaimed, tossing a cushion toward Lu Fang. His eyes filled with disdain. A teacher standing nearby remarked, Mr. Fu, adding a cushion will make it harder for the person on the back to maintain balance. I suggest we forego it. Adding a cushion is meant to increase the difficulty. Adding just 1 can earn an additional point. Fu Hanchuan had effectively become the architect of the game's rules. The teachers were left puzzled, wondering who the actual authority was, teacher or parent. Jiang Nanqing interjected. Do we really need to add a cushion? She yearned to simply sit on Fu Hanchuan, yet the man insisted, I want the points. The teachers speculated that Fu Hanchuan's desire to increase the difficulty stemmed from his lagging score. One teacher suggested, then let us follow what Mr. Gita proposed. Adding a cushion can earn an extra point. Zhuozhua chimed in. If we add 2 cushions, can we earn 2 points? Considering safety, Jiang Wanyue replied to Zhuozhua. We don't need the cushions. We're not in dire need of those extra points. Fu Hanchuan, upon hearing this, was incensed. What, do you enjoy sitting on your elder brother's waist so much? Jiang Wanyue laughed. Mr. Fu, have you recently joined the neighborhood committee? Is this how you enjoy meddling? She then added, I'm not sitting on your waist, keep your mouth shut. She soon noticed that both Fu Hanchuan and Dudu frequently cast glances in her direction. Making it hard to ignore it, the man wore an arrogant smirk, his sharp, icy brows narrowing as he retorted, cursing me. As the saying goes, the depth of love can mirror the depth of hatred. To curses to signify that she still harbored affection. Fu Hanchuan's lips curled into a smile. Lu Fang lay on the yoga mat, propping himself up with his arms. He addressed Jiang Wanyue, at 3 cushions, I can hold steady. Following Lu Fang's suggestion, Jiang Wanyue stacked 3 cushions onto Lu Fang's waist. Fu Hanchuan resumed his position on the yoga mat, directing Jiang Nanqing to place the cushions. Reluctantly, Jiang Nanqing complied, realizing that an extra point was at stake. If I say to place it, you place it, Fu Hanchuan warned in a low tone, prompting Jiang Nanqing to cease her defiance. She positioned the cushion on Fu Hanchuan's back, her face grim as she held Dudu tightly. Sitting on Fu Hanchuan's waist over the cushion, the referee blew the whistle, and the competition commenced. The family that performed the most push-ups within a minute would score the highest. The children's counting echoed clearly. Fu Hanchuan and Lu Fang matched each other as tempo, neither willing to yield. Jiang Qiming could barely manage 2 push-ups before collapsing onto the ground, utterly exhausted. Fu Qingru urged, get up quickly. Jiang Qiming, completely drained, waved his hand feebly, you're too heavy, I can't get up. Fu Qingru's face flushed with anger, it must be because Panner has gained weight recently, I told you to eat less. Fu Panner lowered her head, not daring to retort. As the minute ticked by, many parents withdrew from the competition. When the minute was up, the 2 teachers responsible for counting for Fu Hanchuan and Lu Fang simultaneously called out 52. To their astonishment, both had completed the same number of push-ups in that minute. Fu Hanchuan and Lu Fang exchanged glances, neither halting their efforts. Instead, they accelerated their pace. Neither was willing to concede. Lu Fang's expression remained cold and devoid of emotion. His years of training had endowed him with exceptional physical prowess, making Jiang Wanyue and Zhuoju's combined weight negligible. Hanchuan, you're amazing, Jiang Nanqing exclaimed excitedly, contemplating the extent of Fu Hanchuan's core strength and endurance. Unable to suppress a gulp, yearning for an opportunity to test it. Fu Hanchuan's jaw tightened, his breathing growing labored. He was aware of Lu Fang's superior physical capabilities, which could almost be deemed a natural gift. Yet he was unwilling to concede defeat to Lu Fang. If you let Wanyue down, I will take her away. Those words echoed in Fu Hanchuan's mind, a reminder of Lu Fang's warning when he and Jiang Wanyue had married.